Chapter 181 The Cold Empress Sister and the Minister's Dog-Licking Brother. After all, evaluating the four beauties is not just about appearance. Appearance is only one aspect. Other factors such as family background, knowledge, background, reputation, etc. are all important factors. My lord, the people are here. Soon, the jailers brought Lin Daju over. He was untied, but the soul-locking shackles were still on him. My lord, you are looking for me. Lin Daju bowed and looked at Suan in a flattering manner. He has never been a man of integrity. He was the first one to surrender when the Suwanio division attacked, but her slender figure coupled with a rough face covered with stubble is the type that can make people lose their appetite for 3 days. Suan also turned his head and said, Lin Daju, I remember you were arrested not long ago. Yes, lord, I am innocent. Although I practice magic, I have never done anything evil. It was all because of that damned Blood River cult master that I was forced into this. Lin Daju squeezed out 2 tears from his eyes, knelt in front of Suan, and spoke in a sad voice, but looking at that face, it is impossible to feel any sympathy for him. Suan threw the image of Feng Ran in the file in front of Lin Daju and said, Help me educate someone, and I will reduce your sentence. How about that? Lin Daju hurriedly picked up the image, and an enchanting figure came into his sight, making his eyes light up. This is a man, he said affirmatively. Oh, you can tell? Suan was a little surprised. Without using his X-ray vision, he couldn't tell it at first glance. This Lin Daju was actually recognized just by the naked eye and a picture. Lord Marquis, you don't know that because of my special practice method, I am extremely sensitive to the differences between men and women. When Lin Daju talked about his practice method, there was a bit more confidence in his eyes. The Osmanthus manual is a magical skill of the time. He was originally an ordinary farmer. One day, he accidentally discovered this skill while plowing the land. From then on, he groped his way to the path of practicing magic. Also, because his physique was extremely compatible with the Osmanthus manual, his cultivation progress was very fast. If he had not let the Yuanyang holy body escape, he would have long since become a celestial being, become the ancestor, and founded a dominant sect. Suan looked at Lin Daju's confident look and his eyes twitched slightly. What a talented person. No matter what method you use, can you make him have a mental breakdown? Suan asked. The easiest way to gain villain value is to attack the protagonist's spirit. The light in Lin Daju's eyes became brighter. He took the photo and quickly moved his knees to crawl forward 2 steps. He looked at Suan eagerly and passionately. Sir, this matter must be handed over to me. I will do it. I don't have to reduce the sentence. I may not be good at dealing with women, but I am the best at dealing with men. Master, Feng Ran has arrived. At this time 2 Shengnan also came over to report. Feng Ran came alone in a carriage, escorted by 2 Shengnan personally, so he arrived relatively late. Suan smiled and looked at Lin Daju. Very good, I'll leave this matter to you. Remember not to kill yourself, half-death is fine. Yes. My lord, I will live up to your expectations. Lin Daju replied excitedly. On the other side, Feng Ran looked at the prison in front of him and felt a pang in his heart. What is this for? Could it be that this adult is actually a pervert and likes to play captivity play? Feng Ran, come with us, the Marquis is waiting for you. The jailer glanced at Feng Ran, confirmed his identity and said in a cold and stern manner. Feng Ran thought about it and followed the 2 people towards the depths of the prison. This time he did not realize the seriousness of the matter, until he reached a half-open cell door. The jailer behind him suddenly pushed him hard, then slammed the cell door shut and locked it. Only then did he realize that something seemed wrong. What are you doing? Let me out. He pounded on the cell door hurriedly. The only response he got was the jailer's cold look. Hey, little beauty, why are you in such a hurry? A slender hand rested on his shoulder and a charming female voice came from behind him, which made Feng Ran's heart hook. He stopped beating, wondering if the adult was planning to play with 1 man and 2 women in prison. It's so fun to play. In this case, it's not unacceptable. My lord, He turned his head and saw a rough head with a mouthful of yellow and black teeth smiling at him. Ghost. He was so frightened that he suddenly fell to the ground. What is this? Hey, beauty, let your brother play with you. Lin Daju rubbed his hands excitedly as he looked at the person in front of him. Feng Ran shrank back and hit the prison door with no way to retreat. He could only watch the man with the ugly face approaching step by step. You, don't come over here. Half a day later, Fengran crawled to the cell door with difficulty. His body was covered in blood. He banged on the door violently and looked at the jailer standing at the door in despair. "Kill me, please kill me." There were bloodshot eyes, and I don't know what kind of torture he had suffered. The jailer remained indifferent. Then, little darling, why are you running?" Lin Daju's voice rang out again, accompanied by screams and wild laughter. Fengran's feet were grabbed and dragged back. Spare me, I am a man. He, if you weren't a man I wouldn't want you. Ding, Fengran's state of mind is damaged, and the villain value is rewarded with 100 ding. Fengran's mood explodes. In the interrogation room, an unusual interrogation was going on. Yi Liar was tied naked to a pure white cross like a pure saint, while Suan was experimenting with various props in the prop box on her body, listening to the system prompts that sounded one after another. Suan's lips curled up. Lin Daju was quite capable in doing things, until the system had 800 more villain values. No new prompts were heard. It looks like it's been squeezed dry. Suan wiped the sweat off Yi Liar's forehead and put the limp girl down. "Oh brotherin, this is so enjoyable." Yi Liar collapsed on Suan's body, her rosy and tender face showing happiness and satisfaction. "Why don't we call Sister Zishuang next time?" The girl rolled her eyes and prepared to pull her little sisters in as well. An evil smile appeared on Yi Liar's face, and she felt a little excited in her heart. Then she could teach Sister Zishuang a lesson. Yi Liar has always had many ways of playing, and Li Zishuang might not be able to accept them. "Okay, you're so tired, why are you still thinking about this?" Suan tapped Yi Liar's head, dried her body and helped her put on clothes, then put away all the props and the cross, and destroyed all traces of the crime with his magic power. The effect of these props is quite good. It seems that an interrogation room can be set up in the secret room. Mu Changyi is still being stubborn, so you can give her a try. Next, it's time to send people on their way. Suan said softly. This kind of little protagonist who has bad luck, average strength, and no background is the easiest to kill. When I saw Fengran again, he saw a mutilated body and a pair of dead eyes. It looks like it was broken. I don't know what Lin Daju did. Suan didn't think much and pierced Fengran's head with one finger. Ding, Fengran is desperate and is killed by the host. His luck is reset to 0 and he is rewarded with 700 villain points. Ding, the host kills the protagonist Fengran and drops the golden finger. Lingbao Liuli Luosian skirt, glazed fairy skirt, women's version, only for men to wear. After wearing it, you will automatically gain the stunning buff, and your every frown and smile will captivate everyone. Good news, the golden finger is a spiritual treasure. Bad news, women's version but only for men. The corners of Suan's mouth twitched slightly, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. What's the point of having such a golden finger? Just destroy it. Ignoring the golden finger, Suan looked at a familiar-looking jailer and ordered, "Send someone to deliver Fengran's body to Song Jiang's residence, and use a man to trick me, so that he can think about how to compensate me. If I do nothing, even though Song Jiang wouldn't dare to say anything openly, he would definitely blame me, the Marquis, for being dishonest behind his back. Now that he has taken the initiative and used Fengran's gender to make a fuss, Song Jiang will have to pay the price and make amends." As for Lin Daju, I remember his sentence was 3,000 years. Reduce it by 10 years. Many people, big and small, have helped him. Su always keeps his word and reduces the sentence if he says so. Just come out for a quick trip and deal with one of the main characters. Su and return to the Marquis mansion in a happy mood, but at this moment in the Taiyuan palace, the empress couldn't calm down, all because of a book. Bang, she slammed the book in her hand on the bedside, her noble and arrogant face full of anger. I don't know what caused this supreme and noble majesty to be so angry. The book cover just happened to be facing upwards, revealing a line of the book title. The Cold Empress Sister and the Minister's Dog-Licking Brother. This is treason, this is treason. How could Xiaoanzi and I have that kind of relationship? The Empress was furious. The person who wrote this book was really bold to spread rumors about her. The minister in the book is called Su Xiuan. What is he hinting at? Although Xiaoanzi is good-looking, although she often likes to bully Xiaoanzi, and although Xiaoanzi is the only man who can get close to her, what does this mean? They clearly had a pure relationship between a monarch and his subjects, and a sister and brother, yet they were slandered like this. When she discovered the book, it had already been circulated among the palace maids in a small circle. Although all the books were confiscated immediately, the Empress was still extremely angry. The person who wrote this book deserves to be killed. Damn it, the Empress thought angrily in her heart, picked up the book again and criticized it again. She wanted to see what else could be written in this book. Sangzhou, Lingyun sect. Xiaohe swallowed the Baichao pill in one gulp, and a warm current surged in his body, but it quickly disappeared. I just feel that my body's strength is slightly stronger. He frowned and sat on the stone. Is the Hun Yuan holy body really a waste body? Ever since they were brought out of the divine phoenix forbidden land by the fairy, they came to the Lingyun sect. After examination, it was found that these people were very lucky to have the qualifications to practice, and maybe it was because of those berries, but their qualifications were quite good, so except for the foreigner who was taken away by a monk, they were all accepted as disciples of Lingyun sect. However, Xiaohe was unable to master the skills taught by the sect afterwards. As a last resort, he went to ask the elders, and only then did he discover that he actually had the legendary Hun Yuan holy body. Yet he once had a top-notch physique, but now he is just a useless person. Not only does cultivation require a large amount of spirit stone resources, but once you reach the fetal breathing state, you will face heavenly tribulations every time you break through a level, and you will be in danger of death. This was really bad news for him who longed to practice cultivation. Am I just going to be immortal? Xiaohe looked up at the sky with a deep gaze and a firm look in his eyes. He never believed in fate, who says that the Hun Yuan holy body cannot be cultivated. Chapter 182. Lord, your place was smashed. 4000. That night, red light of blood and energy filled the imperial capital, mountains and rivers trembled, all beasts were terrified, and the black bird of destiny cried loudly. The majestic shadow of the demon god steps on dragons and elephants, picks stars, and holds the moon, and manipulates the universe. That night, Shangnan entered his spiritual realm. It is worthy of being the blood of the dragon ancestor of the Dao fruit realm. It is truly a supreme medicine for those who practice body cultivation. If this drop of ancestral dragon's blood were refined by a certain dragon, it might even be possible to create a second Long Ao, even though Long Ao was slapped to death by the empress. But one thing that is indisputable is that he is indeed an extremely talented person. It's a pity that the empress shared Suan's villain aura. Long Ao's protagonist aura had no effect on the empress. She was no match for him in strength and could only end up being beaten to death. This time, several days have passed since the end of the ancient land of star spirits. The dragon clan still hasn't found any trace of Long Ao in the East China Sea. Thousands of dragons are wailing. The pure yang and even true spirit dragons roared towards the sky, shaking the waves of the endless sea for billions of miles. My son! The shrill roar of the dragon made the heaven and earth affected by this emotion. Dark clouds covered the vast sea. Amidst the flash of thunder, a giant dragon 10,000 feet long flew up and down, and its head and tail could not be seen at a glance. A dragon can be big or small, can hide or rise, but this 10,000 feet long body is his real body, not the transformed dragon body of the giant dragon. Raised its claws, waves rose, and countless corpses of sea creatures floated on the surface of the sea. For the sea creatures in this sea area, it was like the end of the world, but this still couldn't ease the dragon's anger. His son, the hope and future of the dragon race, the king who was destined to lead the dragon race to glory, was lost in the ancient land of the stars. He was even prepared to change his son's name to Long Outyan. My son, your father will avenge you. No matter who it is, I want him to pay for your life. Long Jintian's eyes were red. His son, Long Ao, is top-notch in combat power, talented, and has the ancestral dragon spear in his hand. When his soul is unable to enter the secret realm, who can defeat his son? It must be that the enemy used conspiracy and trickery to murder his son. Although there are indeed mixed forces in the ancient land of the star spirits, it is difficult to find the murderer. However, it would be enough to check everyone who entered the ancient land of star spirits and find out who had a conflict with his son. Anyone who has any friction with his son will be killed without mercy. He just didn't believe that. He couldn't find the murderer who killed his son. Let's talk about the imperial capital. The early morning sun outlined the shape of the dragon's head. The two eyes on the lonely dragon head seemed to still contain an unyielding spirit, as if it still wanted to fight with Suan. Bang! What are you looking at? Suan slapped the dragon's head. You only have your head left, and you still dare to stare blankly. This dragon head was the leftover one. The dragon meat had been processed long ago. Most of it was refined by Shangnan, and a small part was used to improve the food in the Marquis Mansion. Therefore, the cultivation of these maids in Tianho Mansion has improved significantly. Forget it. There's no point in keeping this dragon head. It looks creepy. Suan had no habit of collecting such specimens, so he simply threw the dragon head into the small world. Under the decomposition of the small world, the dragon head quickly turned into pure energy. At this point, the last body of Long Ao left in the world disappeared without a trace. The red light of energy and blood in the sky dissipated and the strange phenomenon disappeared. The door of the training room in front of him opened, and a burly figure walked out. It was undoubtedly Shangnan Dai in the light and shadow. She looked like a demon god walking out of chaos. The darkness behind her was just her clothes, and the light in front of her was just his gaze. With every breath, everything is moved. After practicing the true sutra of dragon elephant power to the extreme, he transformed into the body of the dragon elephant powered demon god. His every move was filled with the power of a dragon and an elephant, and no one in the world could stop him. Young master. Shangnan had a look of joy on her face. She knelt on one knee in front of Suan with her head slightly lowered. The strength of the Yuanshan realm, which is considered to be the best in the world, did not give Shangnan the slightest thought of turning the tables. It can be seen that compared to a traitor like Suan, Shangnan is the truly loyal one. Despite this, Shangnan's height at this time is still not much lower than Suan. Even when kneeling on one knee, he was almost as tall as Suan. Judging from the appearance, Shangnan seemed to have grown a little taller, now about 2.6 meters tall. His body was still strong, but he had a more perfect feeling. It is sturdy but not bulky, and instead looks very smooth. Well, Shangnan, get up. Suan raised her hand modestly and patted Shangnan's shoulder. After Shangnan broke through his primordial spirit, his protective power was greatly enhanced. I have General Shangnan, who can hurt me. Suan reached out and squeezed Shangnan's arm. The tough and firm skin seemed to contain endless power, this damn sense of security. My lord, this is bad. Just as I was thinking about it, Aunt Tang's voice came from outside the yard. What's going on? Suan frowned slightly. Aunt Tang shouldn't be such an impatient person. My lord, our place was smashed. Aunt Tang calmed her breath, controlled her emotions, and finally recounted what had happened in a gradually calming tone. It's not right to say that it was smashed. It was probably because he met an expert in several gambling stone shops in Sangzhou. A gambling stone master named Xiao Haizi bought and cut stones in large quantities in his stone shop. He cut hundreds of pieces of good materials within a few days and made a fortune, then left. Only some waste stones were left in the stone workshop and his business plummeted. What's more important is that not just one stone archway, but every one of his stone archways in Sangzhou was visited on purpose, which can almost be said to be a show of ruin. Gambling stone shop? Suan thought about it and finally remembered. Aren't these some gifts that I took away when I searched the house? Naturally, he would not miss out on a profitable industry like gambling on stones, including the former Ji family and even the industries that the Lu family had copied for him. There were many gambling stone shops, all of which were brought under his control. Sangzhou is a large province located in the western part of China. Due to the abundance of raw stones in the western part of China, gambling on stones is prevalent. Some people even take risks and go to those forbidden areas to mine raw stones. Many gambling stone fields gather there. A considerable portion of the daily expenses of the Marquis mansion comes from the profits of this gambling stone shop. This is touching his purse. How dare the damn Xiao Haizi destroy my place? Suan waved his hand and prepared to send people to send Xiao Haizi to feed the monster, so that this crappy stone gambling master would remember this lesson in his next life, but the words were stopped in his throat before he could finish his words. Something is wrong. This unbridled style feels a little off. Higan Bana, collect the latest news about Sangzhou for me, especially about Xiao Haizi. Within one day, I want to know all the news about Xiao Haizi. Yes, my lord. Without seeing his figure, I could only hear the response. The Higan Bana organization already had extraordinary intelligence capabilities, and they went even further after annexing the Dragon King Palace. Even in Sangzhou, the influence of the Higan Bana organization has penetrated every aspect. As for transmitting messages, as long as it is not in any secret place or is deliberately blocked, it can be delivered instantly. After listing Xiao Haizi as a key focus, Suan began to live a leisurely and happy life. Morning. Check Shingnan's health and practice yin yang with Yi Lyre at noon. Enjoy a peaceful massage and practice yin and yang with Yi Lyre. Afternoon. Practice the yin yang Dao with Shi Nian Gu, Li Zixuan, and Yi Lyre. In the evening, Suan temporarily ended his day's practice, and Aunt Tang came to clean up the mess. My lord, the bathhouse is already filled with water. Standing by the bed, Aunt Tang lowered her head, not daring to look around. Yeah. Suan nodded. With his current strength, bathing is mainly a habit or a pleasure. In fact, once the magic power in the body starts to work, all the dirt will be expelled. Holding Yi Lyre, who was still clinging to him and refusing to separate, Suan got off the bed. Wait, Aunt Tang, don't leave yet. Calling Aunt Tang, who was about to leave with her head down, Suan suddenly put his hand on Aunt Tang's shoulder. The plump body paused, and the body stiffened. My lord, Aunt Tang's voice trembled a little. I remember you were still a virgin. Suan's hand slid along An Tang's collar and slowly reached somewhere. Watching the mature woman trembling in front of me, feeling the uneasiness of this body, he withdrew his hand and gently sniffed with his fingertips under his nose, with the fragrance of virgin and the feminine scent of a mature woman. This mature body is different from the immature body of young girls. It's like a peach that's already red but hasn't been picked yet, as if you can suck out the juice with just a light bite. Yes, my lord. An Tang lowered her head even more, with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Although she had long been aware of the Marquis's absurdity, she never expected that one day this absurdity would happen to her. Tonight, you will help me take a bath. Suan's hand slid across the snow-white neck and lingered slightly on the fair cheek. The place that was touched felt as hot as if it was burned by fire, and An Tang's pupils shrank sharply. This kind of thing she had never thought of. After being adopted by the Tang family, she was trained as Tang Shurian's guard. Later, she followed the young lady to the Marquis mansion and became the housekeeper of the Marquis mansion. She also worked diligently and learned how to manage the mansion, just like an old nanny managing all matters big and small. Although I often urge the lady to take the initiative, but when I go first, this doesn't seem to be impossible. Thinking of the Marquis's seemingly inexhaustible body, his immortal-like face, and An Tang glanced somewhere out of the corner of her eye and her cheeks quickly turned. As the housekeeper of the Marquis's mansion, she had long given up the plan of getting married, and serving the Marquis seemed to be her duty as a servant, and she had no power to refuse. Suan was obviously just informing her. If that's the case, there's nothing we can do amiss. I'm sorry, I was forced. I understand. A voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz was heard, and An Tang's face turned even redder. A light mist filled the bathroom. An Tang looked a little shy in her bathrobe, but then, a body leaned against her back. The big hand reached into the bath towel and directly touched the plump body. Shujun, forget it, I'll just call you An Tang. An Tang's real name is Tang Shujun, which is also a very elegant name. However, Suan is used to calling her An Tang, and he is not used to changing it. Marquis, as long as your majesty likes it. An Tang bit her lips lightly, feeling nervous and excited. Looking at the Marquis's energetic body, she even felt like an old cow eating young grass, even though it was the first time for this old cow to eat grass. In fact, An Tang is only less than 40 years old, and she has lived for 200 years in the fetal breathing state. With the abundant resources supplied by the Marquis mansion, An Tang herself is also quite talented. It is possible for her to break through to the Purple Mansion and even the Life Pill in the future. If Suan's increasingly powerful jade liquid immortal medicine is added, it is not impossible for Chunyang to give it a T or Y. So strictly speaking, she is not really that old. It is worth mentioning that Chuyin is actually older than her mother. Therefore, for those who practice cultivation, age is not a problem. Lyre lay on the edge of the bathtub, watching everything with some depression, wiping her hands gently between her thighs, wondering why her body was so disappointing. It's only been one day and he's already exhausted. Brotherin is getting stronger and stronger. The smooth female body collapsed on Suan like water. Just a simple touch made An Tang feel weak all over. A big hand is placed at the bend of the knee to lift up the slender crescent-shaped legs. The excellent flexibility makes it easy to achieve this upright split. Please have mercy on me, sir. An Tang said in a trembling voice. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Suan's voice was gentle, calming the panic in the woman's heart. We laughed and followed each other in the plum blossom tent, and the joy and happiness were hard to bear and we kept fighting. The beauties of spring make the soul confused, and all the bones melted in front of the 3 peaks. Such ripe peaches really have their own unique flavor. The ridiculous day ended here. This time, An Tang didn't have to clean up the mess. She became a part of it. The next morning, Higan Bana will deliver the collected information. It mainly took some time to find Xiao Hei's whereabouts. For this purpose, the Bianhua organization even deliberately used certain means to torture the people who appeared at the same time as Xiao Hei. The result of the question even shocked Higan Bana. 9 dragons pulling a coffin, a class reunion? Looking at the information handed over, Suan's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Hei, a native of the ancient country of Blue Star, was an ordinary person in college, but after graduation he showed off at a class reunion. The car he drove was a 4-wheeled chariot called Mercedes-Benz, and it was said that he was successful in his career. Then, during the mountain climbing process, he and his classmates were accidentally sucked into a bronze coffin that flew from the sky and crossed the void to appear on the outskirts of the Xinhuang Forbidden Land. He was taken back to Lingyun's sect by the eldest senior sister of Lingyun's sect who appeared there by chance. Afterwards, he discovered that he was actually a unique, useless body in the history, the Hunyuan holy body. and it was difficult to start the path of cultivation later, for unknown reasons. He seemed to have opened up a special jumping ability and began his journey of gambling on stones under the alias Xiao Haizi. He was a tyrant in all the gambling stone shops in Sangzhou, earning a lot of resources for his practice. He was also hunted down by many of them, but he got rid of them one by one. At present, this person seems to be about to enter fetal breathing, corresponding to the huge consumption of cultivating Hunyuan holy body. As long as there are enough resources, Hunyuan holy body will hardly have any bottlenecks and can directly reach the Yuanshan, but this is just theory. There was once a holy land that supported a Hunyuan holy body, and then used all the power of the sect to help this holy body. Practice. I will update one chapter first, and then update it in the evening. There are 2,000 words left. Chapter 183D Mangyao is in danger. The final result is that a huge amount of resources are consumed, and those resources can even produce several pure yangs. Then the Hunyuan holy body died in the heavenly tribulation of breaking through the purple mansion. All the investment in this holy land has gone down the drain. Even the primordial spirit cannot forcibly interfere with the holy body's heavenly tribulation. However, even though it was given enough life-saving items, the holy body still died from the heavenly calamity, and since then the Hunyuan holy body has been listed as a waste body. This routine is so familiar. Love brought him an Emperor Shao Tian. Continue scrolling down and you will find information about the Divine Phoenix Forbidden Land. The Xinhuang Forbidden Land is one of the most mysterious forbidden areas in this world. It is said that a forbidden existence is sleeping inside. Taizu also went here and stood outside the Divine Phoenix Forbidden Land and confronted the existence inside for 3 days before leaving. The Divine Phoenix Forbidden Land is not simple. Could it be that there really is a ruthless person living in there? Suan raised his brows and continued to scroll down. This is the latest news from Sangzhou. It is suspected that the ancient emperor's cave is about to be unveiled. This ancient emperor was the second demon emperor after Emperor Yuan. It is currently unclear whether the cave is the place where the ancient emperor passed away. However, the demon clan had already set out, and the Princess Di Mangyao went there in person to prepare to bring back the ancestral relics. Mangyao, then go meet this new protagonist. By the way, let's go to this Divine Phoenix Forbidden Land to check it out. On the demon clan's ferry boat, Di Mangyao stood at the bow, looking into the distance, but thinking about the clan's affairs in her heart. Myant's health has returned recently, which is actually a good thing, but she always felt that something was wrong with her aunt. Not only did he stay in seclusion in the demon emperor's palace, but he also occasionally touched his belly and stared blankly, as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. That look was totally unlike that of a clan's supreme leader. Could it be that Suan did something to my aunt's body? Thinking of Suan's personality, Di Mangyao felt that this possibility was quite high. For example, when they were bringing back the ancient emperor's heritage this time, her aunt would definitely come along to prevent any accidents, but this time she was just asked to lead the team. Although her cultivation had reached the peak of the life pill level, she was also protected by several pure Yang realm demon cultivators, but with this strength, it is still risky to snatch the demon emperor's legacy. After all, Sangzhou is ruled by that Songyuan Holy Land, and she doesn't believe that this Holy Land will not be tempted by the relics and inheritance of the ancient emperor. However, if I can obtain the heavenly demon order in the ancient emperor's cave this time, I can use it to achieve pure Yang. She knew very well what was in the ancient emperor's cave. In her previous life, she also obtained the heavenly demon order, but the heavenly demon order was first taken away by an ant named Xiao He, and then fell into her hands. At the same time, Songyuan Holy Land, Holy Lord Songyuan was having a discussion with a group of elders. Hasn't the man named Xiao Haizi been found yet? The Holy Lord Songyuan was a middle-aged man with white hair. My lord, no, not yet. That Xiao Haizi is too good at running. An old man with red hair stood up and replied. He gritted his teeth when he mentioned Xiao Haizi because he is the person in charge of the gambling stone shop in Songyuan Holy Land. Then keep looking. Songyuan Holy Lord glanced at the elder coldly. Let him know that the things in my Songyuan Holy Land are not so easy to get. Yes. The red-haired elder sat down trembling with fear under the gaze of the Holy Lord, and his hatred for Xiao Haizi deepened a little. The Holy Lord Songyuan glanced at the elders present and continued. The next thing we need to focus on is the ancient emperor's cave mansion. It is said that it may be the place where a demon emperor of the demon race passed away. If this is true, then it is an opportunity for our Songyuan Holy Land. Do you want us to ask the ancestor for help? Asked an elder. No need. Holy Lord Songyuan shook his head. The ancestor has not much time left, and it is not certain whether this matter is true or not, so there is no need to disturb the ancestor. If it is just an ordinary cave, disturbing the ancestor would cause a big misunderstanding. Holy lands also have their own difficulties. The ancestors have a short lifespan and there is no one to succeed them. If no one among them can break through the primordial spirit, then the Tsan Holy Land will follow in the footsteps of the Lingshu sect and be downgraded from a holy land to a dominant sect. This was very difficult to accept for the Holy Land. What's more, not long ago, the three famous Tsan fairies of their Tsan Holy Land died in the ancient land of star spirits. It could be said that they suffered heavy losses. Now, there were only 8 pure Yang realm cultivators left in the Tsan Holy Land, including him. Time flies, and it's 7 days later. In a mountain forest thousands of miles away from Lingyan sect, the birds and beasts were shocked. The violent spatial fluctuations caused strange changes in heaven and earth. The smoke and dust dissipated for thousands of miles, countless rays of light rose up, and the ancient imperial power spread, bringing with it a barbaric breath. What's going on? A bird's egg fell from a bird's nest on the treetop and landed on Xiao Hei's head. The yolk and egg white flowed all over his face, but he didn't care at all. Looking at the sunset glow not far away, his mouth slightly opened. Could it be that some secret realm has been opened? After hanging around in Lingyan sect for some time, he is no longer the novice in cultivation he once was. And naturally, we also know that the opening of the secret realm may cause strange phenomena. And every secret realm may contain countless opportunities that can help people change their destiny. Of course. What attracted Xiao Hei the most were the resources in the secret realm. Let's go and take a look. Without hesitation, he ran towards the direction of the glow. This time, people from Lingyan sect and several nearby sects had already arrived here. Before the cave was opened, they were already fighting fiercely. This is the territory of our Lingyan sect. This place should belong to our Lingyan sect. The old man from Lingyan sect said with a wave of his hand. Bullshit, the secret realm belongs to everyone. The angry old man retorted directly. Obviously, they couldn't simply give up such a secret place full of opportunities just because of a few words, but they haven't waited for them to figure out the reason. An extremely powerful pressure enveloped the place, and several elders in the Purple Mansion realm were frightened and dared not move. Ha, what a great opportunity! This place should belong to my Nangong family. A monk dressed in white with a transcendent temperament descended here. It's the great Nangong. The old man who had a bad temper before was so surprised that his voice turned into a gentle whisper when he saw the person coming. Is it the great Nangong who wants to gain the fruit of the Tao in this lifetime? The other old men also took a deep breath and dared not do anything else. This man is a powerful person in the pure Yang realm, and he even made a bold statement that if he could prove the existence of the Tao fruit, crushing them would be no more difficult than crushing a few ants. But then another voice sounded. My Tsan Holy Land wants this place. Nangong Wentian, go back to where you came from. The ancient flag of Tsan Holy Land was flying on the huge immortal boat, and several auras of pure Yang realm enveloped the place. The white-haired saint on top told Nangong Danning to get out without any hesitation. Nangong Wentian's face suddenly turned dark. How come these bastards from Tsan Holy Land came so quickly? He had an unwilling look on his face. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, which was obviously extraordinary. At this moment, there was another rumbling sound from the east. Looking in that direction, I saw golden light covering the sky. A huge immortal boat with a wild atmosphere flew over there. All the formations on the immortal boat are running, and the boat body made of divine gold and iron is indestructible. A huge amount of energy is gathered on the immortal boat and is ready to be launched at any time, like a war machine. On both sides of the immortal boat, there were giant beasts of terrifying size following. The energy and blood power that soared into the sky was even more terrifying than that of the Tsan Holy Land. The Tsan Holy Land is really majestic. This ancient emperor cave mansion was left by the ancestors of my demon clan. It should belong to my demon clan. A clear and beautiful voice came from the ferry boat. Di Mangyao stood at the front of the immortal boat, with several terrifying auras behind her facing the Tsan Holy Land from afar. A solemn atmosphere gradually filled the air. What a beautiful woman! Behind a haystack below, Xiao Hei stared at Di Mangyao and couldn't help muttering, the divine light is dazzling, like an orchid in the valley, and she has both noble and otherworldly temperament. This is an extremely beautiful woman. The surrounding scenery seemed to exist to set off her, and all the beauty in the world pales in comparison to her. Xiao Hei had never seen such a beautiful woman. It's so perfect that there is not a single flaw. Di Mangyao looked over here, and Xiao Hei quickly lowered his head. At this time, the two groups were confronting each other, and no one except Di Mangyao noticed this ant. How ridiculous! This cave appeared in the land of our human race, so it should belong to our human race. Said Lord Sang Yuan sneered, and many elders behind him also flew out from the ferry boat. In the cultivation world, there is no such thing as inheritance, it is still based on strength. In that case, let's each rely on our own abilities. Di Mangyao said no more upon seeing this, and the remaining powerful demons burst out with momentum. That breath was enough to shake the sky this time. At her request, the demon clan sent a total of 8 pure young warriors, while the other side had only 5, so they had the advantage. Holy Lord Sang Yuan's face darkened slightly. He had miscalculated. The demon tribe actually sent out so many people. It seems that the things in this ancient emperor's cave are really extraordinary. Come on. He stroked the Kanglantu in his sleeve and felt confident again. Bang! In an instant, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The two sides fought together, divine light burst out, and space collapsed. Even the great Nangong was entangled by a powerful demon, and only the protector Yun Lao was still guarding Di Mangyao. Xiao He and those old men from Zifu were reduced to small boats in the waves, swaying in the wind and rain. I can only shrink my body and pray not to be affected. Damn it, I must become stronger than them. Xiao He, hiding behind a haystack, watched the fight between the two groups, tensed his body, and secretly became fierce in his heart. At the age of 23, I was in front of the ancient emperor's cave, as humble as a minion, compared with Di Mangyao, who was well prepared. Sang Yuan Holy Land was no match and was beaten back step by step. Kanglantu. Seeing that the situation was not good, Saint Lord Sang Yuan immediately sacrificed the sect's magical treasure and instantly drove away the demons that were against him. Then he prepared to help other elders of the sect to turn the tide of the battle, but before he could feel proud for long, he saw the demon cultivator opposite him also took out an ancient seal. The ancient seal is engraved with mountains, rivers, and radiates the spiritual light of Taoism. Mountain and River Seal. The seal that the demon cultivator activated was actually also a spiritual treasure. Although the demon race has declined, it is impossible for them to decline to the point where only 1 or 2 spiritual treasures are left. It's just that the sun god will is the most powerful and has been possessed by demon emperors of all generations, so it is the most famous. If nothing unexpected happens, the demon clan will be able to successfully seize the ancient emperor's cave this time. Boom! Just then, suddenly, something unexpected happened. The space not far away cracked open, and 5 pure Yang realm true dragons emerged from the crack. After looking at each other, they rushed towards Di Mangyao at the same time. Di Mangyao looked shocked and Old Yun's expression suddenly changed. Make up for the last time. 184 Chapter 184 When did I get the illusion that I was a good person? A dragon? It's actually a dragon. Xiao He opened his eyes wide. The dragon is the leader of all scaly insects. Wang Fu said that its appearance has 9 similarities: head like a camel, horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like an ox, neck like a snake, belly like a clam, scales like a carp, claws like an eagle, and paws like a tiger. This real dragon is exactly the same as the one recorded in ancient books. A living dragon is more real than a dragon corpse. Xiao He sees it more clearly and shockingly at this moment. Could it be that their world once had contact with this world, and what is recorded in ancient books is true? Are you, the Dragon Clan, going to be enemies with my Demon Clan? Old Yun stood in front of Di Mangyao, his face full of surprise and confusion. How could someone from the Dragon Clan suddenly appear here? The Demon Clan, oh, avenge Master Long Ao. The pupils of the 5 pure young true dragons opened wide, like 10 bright little suns. In an instant, they arrived in front of the ferry boat. The Holy Lord Sang Yuan, who was originally at a disadvantage, also showed signs of joy. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the better. The Dragon Clan also came to intervene and attacked the Demon Clan with a clear target. Okay, seeing that these Chunyang from the Demon tribe wanted to go back to help, he immediately tried even harder to stop them. Don't even think about leaving. The Kanglantu in his hand evolved into vast blue waves, as if it was going to drown the demon cultivator holding the mountain and sea seal. Now the situation had reversed, and it was time to give the fallen dog a beating. Damn it! The demon cultivator took the attack head on and had to activate the mountain and sea seal to transform into a vast river and turn around to resist the Kanglantu, but he was unable to help. The other elders of Sang Yuan Holy Land also cooperated with the Holy Lord, entangled those powerful monsters, and smiled. Just now they were beaten so badly that they couldn't even raise their heads, but now the situation has to be reversed. Bang! The energy that had been gathering on the immortal boat for a long time suddenly exploded. The flesh and bones of a real dragon in the front flew around in an instant, revealing its bloody skeleton, and it wailed for a while. but that's all of the violent attacks of the remaining 4 real dragons soon made the shield of the immortal boat shaky. Di Mengyao's face darkened. Something unexpected happened. Why do these dragon people hate her so much? Di Mengyao, you rejected the marriage proposal of our young master Long Ao, and held a grudge against him, so you secretly attacked and killed him. Is that right or not? Today, our dragon clan will avenge young master Long Ao. The one-eyed real dragon in the lead seemed to see Di Mengyao's doubts and said with a sneer. Long Ao? I didn't kill him. Di Mengyao frowned. Although Long Ao was indeed disgusting and she had thought of killing him, she had never met Long Ao. Ha, no matter if it's you or not, just blame young master Long Ao for liking you. The shield of the immortal boat was broken, and the real dragon said no more and attacked Di Mengyao directly. Miss, please go. Oljan shouted hurriedly, and the shadow of a 1,000-foot-long giant snake appeared on the snake staff in his hand, trying to stop these real dragons, but soon the giant snake's phantom was torn into pieces. Oljan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was on the verge of falling. How dare a small snake show off its might in front of a real dragon? The one-eyed real dragon growled with disdain, and its huge dragon claws as big as a mountain attacked Di Mengyao. The 5 dragon claws were like a cage, confining the surrounding space and making it impossible to escape. The strength of this real dragon had reached the peak of pure yang. At this moment, just a light pinch is enough to kill the demon princess. There was a hint of satisfaction in its single EYEI. In fact, Di Mengyao was not the first one. Among the sea creatures in the endless sea, all those who had friction with Long Ao were regarded as targets by Long Zhentian, who had lost his beloved son, and he sent his subordinates to kill them one by one. The demon clan that refused the engagement with Long Ao and killed the red dragon ancestor was naturally also a target of suspicion. The reason why Long Zhentian wanted to kill Di Mengyao was very simple. On the one hand, Di Mengyao was indeed a suspect. On the other hand, since Aor once liked this woman, he let this woman go down to accompany his baby Aor. Long Ao's other wives and concubines had already gone down to accompany Long Ao. Seeing that such a delicate goddess was about to be crushed by the dragon claws, Xiaohei actually felt a little reluctant in his heart. Of course, he had no intention of taking the lead, as doing so now would be a dead end given his strength. He just hit his body, thought it was a pity, and was ready to escape. At any time and just at this moment, the situation between heaven and earth suddenly changed, and another indifferent voice sounded. A few loaches dare to show off their power in front of me. Suan stepped on the head of Saint Lord Sun Yuan, holding the Kanglan map in his hand, and looked at the real dragons with disgust. Xingnan, I want to eat dragon meat. How dare you, little thief? The holy Lord Sun Yuan below was shocked and angry. How did this man suddenly appear above him and actually snatched his Kang Lantu without anyone noticing? It was really a great shame and humiliation, but then his voice stopped abruptly, and a few drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead. I saw the golden and red energy and blood power covering the sky for thousands of miles. A figure appeared in the direction of the demon clan's ferry boat at some point, looking down at the many real dragons below. This figure might be considered tall among humans, but in front of a real dragon, it is not much bigger than an ant. The size difference between the two is like that between a mountain and a rock on the roadside, but it is this scene that makes people feel that the tiny figure is the real mountain supporting the sky, and those huge dragons are just ants looking up at the mountain. Yuanshan, that person is actually a Yuanshan master. The bodies of the 5 real dragons became completely stiff. Even the claws of the one-eyed real dragon were restrained at this moment and could not close at all. It wanted to roar, but the terrifying aura prevented it from even making a roar. Facing this spirit, he actually had the shameful thought of crawling on the ground, completely powerless to resist. The Yuanshan master simply extended a hand to eye in the eyes of several real dragons. It was as if the sky was collapsing, the space was reversed, and the earth was turning upside down. The hand with the black glove kept getting bigger in their sight, eventually covering the entire sky and earth. Just one breath, the 5 real dragons were compressed between one palm, just like a Buddhist kingdom in the palm, and the giant dragon became a loach in the palm, and the palm didn't actually get any bigger. This is the further use of space by the venerable Yuanshan. After swallowing and refining the essence and blood of the ancestral dragon, Shangnan is no longer as simple as the early stage of Yuanshan. He has a natural suppression on the dragon clan. Then she clenched her hands gently, and the loaches in her palms became dead loaches. The young master said that if he wanted to eat dragon meat, he didn't need a living dragon. This was Xingnan's understanding. Seeing the Yuanshan venerable who killed 5 pure young true dragons in an instant walking towards him, Saint Lord Sun Yuan was extremely nervous. It's over, it's over. Is he going to die today? At this time, the fighting on the field had stopped, and the demon cultivator holding the mountain and river seal retreated far away, not daring to take action under the nose of a Yuanshan venerable. After recovering, old Jin looked at Tu Shengnan in shock. It turned out to be this person. She and her young lady had met the guard of this human marquis before. At the beginning, his realm was obviously similar to hers, but now he has actually broken through to the level of his primordial spirit. Young master, what should we do with the remaining people? Tu Shengnan asked after temporarily putting away the dragon corpse. Saint Lord Sun Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not move when being stared at by Tu Shengnan. Who exactly is this young master above me? He has a Yuanshan venerable as his bodyguard. Even the prince of the Shang dynasty doesn't have such style. Could he be the future crown prince? But I haven't heard that the current emperor has any children. Sun Yuan sect, I seem to have some impression of it. Sun thought of the ancient land of star spirits. Aren't the 3 female cultivators with droopy eyebrows who bullied Sister Qingling from the Sun Yuan sect? Since the rain fell on the head of Saint Lord Sun Yuan, he began to think about how to deal with this sect. Master, spare my life. Holy Lord Sun Yuan did not care about the Holy Lord's demeanor at all and fell to his knees with a thud. It's all a misunderstanding. I am willing to serve you like a cow or a horse. I only ask you to have mercy on me and forgive me. Are you kidding? Only an ordinary person can be protected by a powerful Yuanshan master. He is a pure Yang cultivator, so what's wrong with him kneeling down to gain the loyalty of a Yuanshan venerable? If the ancestor still had a long life, he would not be so spineless. But now the ancestor only has a few years left to live, so he naturally has no confidence as the Saint Lord, and who knows when he will become the sect leader. Like a cow or a horse? Sun, who was originally planning to give these people a ride, hesitated when he heard this. To be honest, he was still short of some cattle and horses. Although the Higan Bana organization is good in intelligence, it still lacks high-end combat power. Moreover, the Sun Yuan Holy Land has a considerable influence in Sangzhou, and the new protagonist happens to be in Sangzhou. In that case, he waved his hand. 500 villain points were deducted, and 5 true spirit contracts fell in front of the 5 pure Yangs of the Sun Yuan sect. Since you want to be my slave, let me see your sincerity. Sign this contract. The terms of the contract are clear. It is called the True Spirit Contract, but in reality it is a slave contract and there is no human rights at all. If the capitalists rejoiced. An elder looked at the contract and raised his head unwillingly. Sir, I am willing to surrender. Can you not sign this contract? After years of practice, he finally entered the pure Yang realm and became an ancestor who dominated one side. Even though he was at most a superior or subordinate to the Holy Lord, how could he be willing to be someone else's dog? Oh. Looking at this elder who was unwilling to be a dog, Sun raised his eyebrows. Bang! Sun didn't need to speak. Tu Shengnan understood with just a glance. A terrifying blow was delivered. The elder's soul and body exploded together. He could obviously turn the man into ashes with one punch, but in order to scare him, Shengnan still chose the most violent way. The blood splashed onto the faces of several elders nearby, and the hot blood made their hearts run cold. They also had the idea of refusing, but they just didn't dare to speak out. I didn't expect this young man to be so cruel. The elder was brutally killed simply because he asked with a hint of rejection. I'm afraid the days ahead will be difficult. If he doesn't sign, you sign. After taking back the contract from the elder, Sun glanced at Nangong, the lone wolf. After all, he is a pure Yang fighter, and this contract cannot be wasted. Nangong went and forced a bitter smile on his face. Sign, I sign. As expected, he should not have come today. Not only did he have a fight with a demon cultivator for no reason, but he was also forced to be someone's dog. The ambition to ask the heavens whether there were immortals could not be displayed in front of the venerable Yuanshan. Even if he had the ambition to achieve the Tao fruit, he had to face the reality at this moment. He signed the contract in his hand with frustration. Holy Lord Sang Yuan gritted his teeth and signed the contract as well. Compared to death, being a dog is nothing. What's more, all the Yuanshan masters are his subordinates, and now he has also become this young master's subordinate. Doesn't that mean he is equal to the Supreme Spirit? Thinking of this, I feel much better, seeing that the Holy Lord had taken the lead. The other elders had no choice but to imprint their divine thoughts on the contract one after another. Then Sun's eyes swept across a haystack, and there was no one there. After realizing that the situation on the field was becoming increasingly outrageous, Xiaohei secretly left. He ran pretty fast. Now only the demon cultivators were left guarding the immortal boat. Seeing Sun looking at them, the demon cultivators suddenly became worried. Elder Yun stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you very much for your help, Lord. Our demon clan is grateful and will repay you handsomely in the future." Di Mengyao's eyes were also filled with surprise. Was Suan standing up for her just now? Could it be that he has me in his heart? Oh. Suan looked at the demon tribe members with amusement, and then looked Di Mengyao up and down, with the corners of his lips raised. "When did you have the illusion that I was a good person? Leave this woman here, and as for you, go back to where you came from." "My lord, what are you doing?" Old Yan's eyes widened, and all the demon cultivators immediately became alert. I originally thought that this marquis was here to help, but why did he also set his sights on the demon clan's princess? The group of cultivators who had just signed the contract once again confronted the demon clan. Although there is Tu Shengnan, the supreme soul, since she has already joined the young master, she must show her attitude. Faced with this scene, Di Mengyao seemed surprisingly calm. She put away the amulet she had been holding in her hand and said to the demons, "Don't worry about me. His target is me. You can go back first." The emperor's daughter. Miss. The complexion of Yun Lao and the others changed, and they began to dissuade them, asking how could they let the princess fall into the hands of this human race alone. Who knows what that man will do to the princess. Di Mengyao shook her head. "Don't worry, I will be fine, and you are no match for him." Upon hearing this, all the demon cultivators lowered their heads in shame. "Miss, you must be careful. I will go back and report to His Majesty the Green Emperor." Mr. Yun knew that there might be some relationship between Di Mengyao and Suan. Although he was worried, he still agreed. As the princess said, they were indeed no match for her. Tu Shengnan can suppress 5 real dragons with one hand, so she can suppress them with one hand. If they force them to stay, it will only result in more deaths. It is better to keep it until it is useful and wait for His Majesty the Green Emperor to deal with it. The demon cultivators left on the immortal boat. Di Mengyao shyly came to Suan and said, "Lord Su, what do you want to do by keeping me here?" Did he already know her identity? Or, a barrier covered the space around the two of them, making Di Mengyao's heart pound. She wondered what was going on. This time Suan asked, "What's in the cave? Tell me." Chapter 185. How dare you, the bold monster, to seduce me? Di Mengyao's beautiful face froze. "You separated this place just to ask this?" "I don't know," she said in a cold voice. Bang, explain. A slap landed on that beautiful round buttocks. Although due to her age, Di Mengyao's body is not as firm and curvy as Di Qingxian's, nor as plump as Antang's, it is a perfect fit for her figure. Di Mengyao's face gradually turned red, and she glared at Suan. "Lord Su, I am the daughter of the demon clan, please show some respect." "Ha!" Suan chuckled, pinched Di Mengyao's snow-white neck, and suddenly pulled her in front of him. "When you were in the demon tribe before, it was inconvenient for me. Now that you have fallen into my hands, you still dare to be arrogant." Another heavy slap landed, creating a wave of flesh on that perfect curve. "Remember, you are my property now, I can use you however I want." "You! I am not yours." Bang bang bang, the rhythmic sound of slapping directly disrupted the words of the princess. After patting for a while, Suan put his hand on the curve, and his expression became a little serious. "Mengyao, what do you want to say?" A series of slaps seemed to activate some memories of someone. Di Mengyao's little face turned red, looking charming and beautiful. I know it." After saying this, she lowered her head, feeling even more shy. It's so abominable. She obviously didn't want to say this. She already has the memory, so how can she still be controlled by this guy? It's so humiliating. No, I was not controlled by him, it's just that I can't fight against this evil guy now. Humph, I'm just lurking beside Suan. I'll just have to endure for now and wait for the right time. When I find the opportunity, it will be time to turn the tables and suppress the villain Suan." Thinking of a certain dream scene, Di Mengyao's body became excited. After she figured it out, she no longer concealed it and told Suan about the Heavenly Demon Order. The Heavenly Demon Order was refined by the second demon emperor of the demon race using spiritual objects from heaven and earth and his own essence and blood. Not only is it a spiritual treasure in itself, it also contains the inheritance of that demon emperor. Although this demon emperor did not inherit the method of gathering luck, nor did he have the talent of his ancestor Emperor Yuan, he was also an almighty being who had reached the limit of the soul. He fought throughout his life, and forcibly suppressed the demon tribe that was on the verge of falling apart, blocked the attacks of humans and dragons, and stabilized the situation. Because he fought too many battles and had many hidden injuries on his body, the demon emperor only lived for more than 10,000 years before passing away early. As a younger generation Jinwu, if she could refine the essence and blood of the demon emperor of the same race in the heavenly demon order, her cultivation would definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Even suppressing Suan is not impossible. In her previous life, it was also thanks to the heavenly demon order that she was able to catch up and reach the pure Yang realm in a short period of time. Unfortunately, she is now in Suan's hands, and she doesn't know whether she can get the heavenly demon order back. The heavenly demon order? After removing the barrier, Suan and Di Mangyao appeared in front of everyone again. Let's go and explore this ancient emperor's cave. Yes. Said Lord Sun Yuan and others were also very curious about what was in the ancient emperor's cave. Although the things inside are destined to belong to this young master, it does not stop them from being curious. With a loud bang, Shangnan retracted his fist, and the restriction of the ancient emperor's cave was broken. The restrictions of this cave have been damaged after countless tens of thousands of years of erosion. A few Chenyangs can break them, so naturally they cannot be stopped. After entering the cave, the first thing you see is a long corridor. There are 23 stone platforms on both sides of the corridor, and different auras of heavenly fire remain on the stone platforms, as if a flower of heavenly fire was once stored on each of these stone platforms. When Di Mangyao saw these stone platforms, he seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, right, according to the records, this ancestor once wanted to collect the heavenly fire in the world to sublimate the great sun golden flame of my golden crow clan to the extreme state and become the true supreme fire, but it seems to have failed later." As she spoke, she flashed a red gold flame, with the explosiveness and gentleness of the sun. Even the holy Lord Sun Yuan and others had their eyelids twitching, sensing some danger. The great sun golden flame ranks fourth on the skyfire list. It once burned a great master of the Yuanshan to death, which is extremely extraordinary. Looking at the flame in Di Mengyao's hand, Suan felt that the small world in his body seemed to emit a sense of longing. He needed this kind of flame. "Give me a little bit of the origin of fire," Suan said. "Oh, okay." Di Mengyao nodded, and then the great sun golden flame in her hand instantly split into 1/3. Then she groaned, cut off the connection with this part of the great sun golden flame, and her face turned pale. "For you." What she cut was the origin of the great sun golden flame. The great sun golden flame was connected to her own body, which was almost equivalent to cutting off part of her own origin, causing her body to become weak. Although it is not impossible to recover, but cutting off 1/3 of it at once will definitely affect her future practice. But anyway, Suan will be suppressed sooner or later. What belongs to Suan will be hers, and what belongs to her will be Suan's, so she seems very generous. Looking at the ownerless part of the great sun golden flame, Suan's eyes condensed slightly, and he put it into his small world. Then he looked at Di Mengyao with a complicated expression. He felt that he could deceive this girl 10 times even without using any force. The golden flame of the big sun that fell into the small world didn't have time to show its power before it was sucked into the big sun in an instant. The red sun in the small world suddenly burst into an even brighter light. The stars in the sky and earth shook, and a feedback of the origin of the world came. Compared to last time, this time we only slightly improved the big sun, so there was not much feedback. Suan put his hand on Di Mengyao's head, transmitting part of the feedback into Di Mengyao's body. With the inflow of the origin, the girl's complexion regained its rosy complexion and her internal cultivation also improved slightly. She looked at Suan with curiosity. What kind of power was that just now that could instantly replenish her missing origin? She even felt that a little more would allow her to break through to Chenyang, and then she would have a better chance of suppressing Suan. Anything else? She looked at Suan with her big eyes. No more. Suan's eyes twitched slightly, and he replied unhappily while rubbing his golden aconite head angrily. In fact, if the small world is destroyed, a large amount of the world's origin can be extracted, but that is tantamount to killing the chicken to get the eggs. He would not do that if it is not necessary. It's gone, so what? Why are you so fierce? Humph, you stingy man. Di Mengyao covered her head in dissatisfaction and tidied up her hair that was messed up by Suan. As everyone continued to move forward, a large amount of precious light suddenly appeared in front of them. The astonishing spiritual charm made everyone stop in their tracks. You must be kidding. Looking at the mountains of magic weapons and elixirs in front of her, Di Mengyao opened her mouth slightly. Dozens of magical treasures and hundreds of thousand-year-old magical medicines. There are also various magical skills and techniques that are evolving into extraordinary powers. The people from the Tsangyuan Holy Land nearby stared with their eyes wide open. What a wealth this is! This is not the ancient emperor's cave, it is simply the treasure house of the clan. No, perhaps even the clan's treasury is not that rich. The wealth accumulated by their Tsangyuan Holy Land over tens of thousands of years is just a drop in the bucket compared to what is here. Many elders have never seen a few spiritual treasures in their lives, so they can enjoy the sight of them now, but if it weren't for Suan, they might have rushed up to loot it long ago, not to mention them. Even the soul would probably fight if they saw this, but Shangnan didn't react much, only Suan frowned slightly. There were dozens of spiritual treasures, and even the royal treasury was not as rich as these. How could an ancient emperor's cave hold so many treasures? Isn't this treating people as fools? You can tell there's a problem at first glance, looking at Saint Lord Tsangyuan and others who were drooling with greed and infatuated looks on their faces. Suan snorted coldly, there really are fools. Or it can be said that wealth is dazzling. Sir, this is fake. It's dangerous. Shangnan reminded from the side. I know. Suan looked at the piles of magic weapons and elixirs, and thought of the stone pillar loaded with heavenly fire that he had seen before, and some ideas came to his mind. His eyes lit up slightly and his ability of clairvoyance was activated, but the scene remained unchanged. After all, the ability to see through things is not the real way to see through illusions. At this time, it seemed that he felt that Suan had not been tempted yet, so the scene in his eyes changed again. There are wine ponds, neat forests, and beautiful women in droves. They all looked at Suan coquettishly, smiled shyly, and called him husband. Suan's expression did not change at all, and his eyes were calm. Use this to test the cadres. Which cadre cannot withstand such a test? You know what, even though he knew they were all illusions, his X-ray vision could still see through clothes. The one at the back is plump and soft, and must be very comfortable to use as a pillow. The one on the right is petite with a childish face, and can be used for some special role-playing games. It was not until the appearance of this beautiful woman that Suan was suddenly shocked. How dare you, a daring monster, to deceive people? He shouted angrily, and the gate of all wonders appeared in his hand. An infinite fairy light bloomed. All those beautiful women let out a wail in an instant, and all the wine, meat, beauties, and delicacies disappeared in an instant. The magic weapons and elixirs in the eyes of Saint Lord Tsangyuan and others disappeared in an instant, leaving only a ball of invisible and colorless flame, which was sensed by Suan under the suppression of the fairy light. Hey, where's my spiritual treasure? My 100,000-year-old magic medicine? That's enough, a bunch of disgraceful things. Suan growled. No wonder there is no successor to the Tsangyuan Holy Land. How can such a bunch of people run a holy land? Well, the people in Tsangyuan Holy Land finally reacted and looked ashamed. At this moment, an extremely discordant voice was heard. How dare you? I, the immortal Nangong, have now achieved the Tao fruit and am respected by the world. How dare you, a little kid, speak so arrogantly? A certain Nangong master with little presence behind the crowd seemed to have not yet come out of the illusion. Bang! Holy Lord Tsangyuan immediately went up to him and slapped him in the face. How dare you? This immortal is now, bang bang bang. After being slapped 5 or 6 times, Nangong Wentian's eyes finally regained clarity. He looked around in confusion. Why am I here? Hiss, why does my face hurt so much? Young master, he's fine. Saint Lord Tsangyuan retracted his palm and looked at Suan ingratiatingly. He is good at being a lackey. Suan silently withdrew his gaze and looked at the invisible flame. No. 3 on the Skyfire ranking, Heart Devil Desire. It is said that this strange fire was ignited by the heart fire by chance from the infinite demonic energy that accidentally fell from the void outside the domain. After hundreds of thousands of years of gestation, it devoured the hearts of countless people before it was finally born. There is only one such fire in the world. Chapter 186. You don't even want to call me master. This fire can create illusions that are almost real, which can make people spend their whole lives in a false world. Sometimes it can also be used as a hobby to stimulate people's desires. It can be said that it has endless uses. I didn't expect that this heavenly fire was hidden in this cave, and it seemed to be quite spiritual, and even had intelligence. Looking at the demonic lust that was filled with fear and seemed to be begging for mercy, Suan threw it into the small world without thinking. He can use all the heavenly fire absorbed by the small world, so there is no need to go to the trouble of subduing it. For intelligence, items do not need intelligence. After going through the stage of inner demons and lust, everyone became alert and dared not be careless. However, the journey went smoothly afterwards, without encountering any danger or discovering any magical powers. It seems that this ancient emperor did not leave anything behind after his death. The group walked into a bronze palace. When Di Mangyao saw the token with the word demon engraved on it floating in the air, her eyes lit up. It's the Heavenly Demon Order. It was a token with 2 colors of sapphire and gold, about the size of a palm. The word demons on the token was emitting a bright light, which was quite magical. Through this token, it seems that one can vaguely see thousands of monsters gathered on the top of the mountains, all looking up to the sky and roaring monster. Monster! Monster! It can be seen that this demon emperor does not like to use magical objects to conceal himself. Below the token is a lifelike looking emperor's corpse. It has an ancient appearance and is dressed in an emperor's robe. There is a bit of domineering in its eyes and eyebrows, as if it is ready to open its eyes at any time to fight against heaven and earth again. However, Suan could feel that the emperor's corpse was no longer alive. Di Mangyao knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the emperor's corpse. I, the younger generation of the demon clan, Di Mangyao, came to pay my respects to the ancestor. I have disturbed the ancestor's sleep. I hope you will forgive me. Only after Di Mangyao kowtowed and stood up did Suan prepare to take away the Heavenly Demon Order. At this time, Tian Yaoling seemed to sense the danger and turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. The speed was so fast that even the pure Yang realm could hardly react, but then the token was grabbed by Shangnan, who was prepared, and no matter how he struggled, he could not move. After all, it is just a dead object without any spirit, and has no power without someone to control it. Then a breeze blew by, and the originally majestic emperor's corpse along with the emperor's robe turned into ashes in an instant. After the death of the demon emperor, all of his essence and blood were integrated into the Heavenly Demon Order. Without the protection of the Heavenly Demon Order, this empty shell naturally turned into ashes. Taking the Heavenly Demon Order from Shangnan, Suan looked at it carefully. This is also a spiritual treasure, but just like the ancestral dragon spear, it seems to be specially made for the demon clan, but no one knows what its effect is. Noticing the fiery gaze coming from the side, Suan moved the Heavenly Demon Order upwards, and then down. Di Mangyao next to him stared at Suan's hand, her eyes moving up and down following the Heavenly Demon Order. Looks extremely lovely. Do you want it? Suan held the Heavenly Demon Order and put it in front of Di Mangyao and said with a smile, I want to. Di Mengyao's eyes lit up. He actually asked her if she wanted it. Could it be that Suan really has such a noble character that he is willing to give her the ancestral relics? How embarrassing, hee. It seems that I can be gentler when I control Suan. Then think about it again. Suan shook the Heavenly Demon Order in his hand and withdrew his hand. Thanks, aha. Di Mangyao, who was just about to happily take over the Heavenly Demon Order, was suddenly dumbfounded as she watched Suan put the Heavenly Demon Order into his storage ring. A feeling of grievance suddenly arose in my heart. She was so excited just now, but it turns out he was just teasing her. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. She curled her lips and tried hard to suppress the bitterness in her heart. This evil man is truly unbelievable. Di Mangyao remembered this account. When I catch Suan and take him into the secret room, I will definitely humiliate him severely, let him lick his own feet with that deceitful stinky mouth, then ride hard on his face and make him feel ashamed. Looking at the slightly pouting mouth, Suan couldn't help laughing. Okay, I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. The Heavenly Demon token reappeared in his hand, and Suan poked the beautiful face with the tip of the token. As long as you are willing to call me master, I will give you this Heavenly Demon token. How about it? Ha! Di Mangyao opened her eyes wide and looked at Suan. I am the princess of the demon court and the future supreme leader of the demon race, and he actually asked me to call him master. How outrageous this is! Where does that put her dignity? Suan spread his hands and smiled helplessly. Look, you don't even want to call me lord, owner. Di Mangyao shouted quickly, and seeing that Suan seemed stunned, she shouted a few more times. Master, master, master. What is dignity? She has no dignity in front of Suan. As long as she can get the Heavenly Demon Order, it doesn't matter even if she shouts it 100 times. I was forced to shout so many times in my previous life that I've gotten used to it. All the cultivators in Sungyuan Holy Land lowered their heads and looked at Suan with admiration from the corner of their eyes. Is this the world of big shots? What a good child. Suan rubbed Di Mengyao's hair and handed the Heavenly Demon Order to her. He quickly took the Heavenly Demon Order in his hand, and feeling the weight in it, Di Mangyao was still a little bit unbelievable. Did you really give it to her like this? This is a spiritual treasure, and it contains the inheritance of a being who has reached the limit of the soul. Could it be that Suan did something again? It's not that she didn't believe Suan, but she was really too impressed by the various tricks he Used in his previous life, seeing the suspicion in Di Mengyao's eyes, Suan immediately put on a sad look. It seems that Mengyao, you have a deep misunderstanding of me. I am actually a good person. If someone who doesn't know the truth sees him like this, they might think he is a good person. There was a hint of contempt in Di Mengyao's eyes. What did you say when you wanted to kidnap me before? How come he's a good guy now? The definition of a good person is really flexible. This is not an expression a good child should make. Suan pinched Di Mengyao's nose and put away his pretended sad expression. What you should say now is thank you, master. Oof. The princess snorted delicately and took a half step back to break free from Suan's big hand. It looks like you are useless now and I will ignore you. In fact, she was secretly making plans in her mind. Now that she has obtained the heavenly demon order and becomes the host, she will show Suan who is the good boy. This ancient emperor's cave is rather barren. Apart from the heart demon's lust and the heavenly demon order, nothing else was found afterwards, but in terms of value alone, these two things are enough to equal the gains from several large secret realms, especially the inner desire, which can only be encountered but not sought. At least there is no other one like it in the world right now. Lingyuan Ancient City is one of the largest cities in Sangzhou. Not only is the business prosperous, it is also the place where gambling on stones is most popular, and it is also known as the Stone City. Several of Suan's gambling stone shops are located here. However, when it comes to the largest gambling stone shop in Sangzhou, it has to be the Tsangyuan Stone Shop in the Tsangyuan Holy Land. The headquarters of Tsangyuan Stone Workshop is also located in the ancient city of Lingyuan. At this time, a ferry boat was flying towards the direction of Lingyuan Ancient City. After coming out of the ancient emperor's cave, Suan sent Tsangyuan Saint Lord and others back and asked them to pay special attention to Xiao Hei's whereabouts and not to alert the enemy. They only needed to collect information. If Suan sent these younger brothers to take action, he suspected that in the end they would only give Xiao Hei experience and show off and get slapped in the face. After all, it is a holy place, and the fact that Xiao Hei had not been killed in the previous attempts is very telling. Although Holy Lord Song Yuan was puzzled, he still chose to obey and do as he was told. Only a female elder was left as a guide, and she was going to take the new owner to visit the gambling stone shops in Sangzhou. Are there any particular rules for gambling on stones? Suan asked on the ferry boat. He had never tried gambling on stones before, so he found it quite novel. My lord, there are 3 aspects to gambling on stones, namely observation, touch, and luck. The female elder seemed to be an expert in this area. When she heard Suan's question, she immediately started talking about it with great interest. Because these raw stones are special in nature, they are a kind of crystal stone containing special energy. Under the isolation of the complex energy outside the stone, unless the energy is destroyed, even the divine consciousness cannot detect the inside of the raw stone. Therefore, if you want to determine the quality of the raw stone, you can only do it through observation and touch. There are also more delicate techniques in this regard, such as. She talked eloquently. But the most important thing is luck. Those techniques only increase the probability of selecting good stones. What really depends on luck is luck. Even a master of gambling on stones can sometimes make mistakes, and a novice can also find rare treasures that are rare in 1,000 years. At this point, she still had some thoughts to say, and continued. It is said that there was a secret technique in the past that could sense the inside of a rough stone, and it was always helpful in selecting rough stones. Unfortunately, this secret technique has long been lost. We in Sanyuan Holy Land suspect that Xiao Hei may have inherited this secret technique, so we hunted him down many times. Is that so? Suan nodded, and had a preliminary understanding of gambling on stones. I just don't know if his clairvoyance can be used. After all, strictly speaking, his clairvoyance is not some low-level supernatural power, but a very advanced magical power. At this moment, suddenly a strong wave came from a room on the ferry boat. The spirit gathering array on the immortal boat accelerated, and a huge amount of spiritual energy was sucked in and gathered in that room. A strong fire energy appeared along with the shadow of a golden crow. Just like a little sun rising slowly. Di Mangyao made a breakthrough. A moment later, the princess in a light purple dress came out. Her increased strength made her look more proud. She was no longer stage frightened in front of Suan, and there seemed to be some joy in her eyes. Suan, I have something to discuss with you, can you come with me? Suan raised his eyebrows and followed without refusing. He wanted to see what tricks this girl was trying to play. Under the leadership of Di Mangyao, the two came to a remote and empty room in the ferry boat. What does Mangyao want from me? Chapter 187, The Joy Here. No thoughts of demon. Suan glanced at this remote place, which was located on the edge of the ferry boat. Unless Shangnan paid special attention, she would not be able to sense what was happening here as long as there was no big noise. Guess. Di Mengyao seemed a little naughty. Guess whether I guess or not. Suan pinched both sides of Di Mengyao's pretty face with his hands. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Boring. Di Mengyao broke free from Suan's hand, and the Heavenly Demon Order appeared in her hand. Do you know the effect of the Heavenly Demon Order? There was a hint of excitement in her eyes. Suan didn't say anything. He looked into Di Mengyao's eyes, waiting for her next words. As expected, Di Mengyao soon lost her patience and said impatiently, the effect is. She paused for a moment and smiled a little weirdly. Don't move. The light of the Heavenly Demon Order in Xiu's hand glowed slightly, and Suan only felt a feeling of confinement. Not only the body, but also the soul and magic power seemed to have encountered a huge obstruction at this moment, making it difficult to move at all. Of this power that seemed like the power of words made Suan a little surprised. Could this be the power of the Heavenly Demon Order? Ha, Suan, now it's my turn to take charge. Di Mengyao's expression at this moment was full of evil, but she also had some of Suan's style. She put away the Heavenly Demon Order and walked in front of Suan. After swallowing gently, he excitedly reached out and touched Suan's neck. If you want to run, now is actually the best time, but at this moment, Di Mengyao had no intention of escaping at all. I enjoy the pleasure here and don't think about evil. You used to bully me like this. Seeing Suan unable to move, she cursed at him and then started to do whatever she wanted with a clear conscience. When the slender white palm reached in along the collar and touched the tight skin, Di Mengyao's face couldn't help but blush. She kept caressing Suan's chest, unable to let go. In her previous life, she was tied up in a secret room and only occasionally favored by Suan. How could she have ever been so bold in contacting Suan? Speaking of which, although those memories bring back deep emotions, now I always feel like I am watching an image, and the details are very vague, and it doesn't seem so real. But Di Mengyao doesn't care about all this now. It doesn't matter whether the memory is real or not. Anyway, Suan owes him it. This way she would have a reason to play with Suan at will. Like a nympho, she kept touching Suan's upper body carefully, almost touching him with her tongue. After satisfying her desires, Di Mengyao stopped temporarily. But if you think she is going to stop, you are wrong. She reached out and took off the shoe and socks on her right leg, revealing a snow-white, slender foot. Hee, I'll let you bully me with your stinky mouth. Di Mengyao lifted her little feet excitedly, looking at Suan's perfect red lips. She felt eager to move inside, and her body became tense with excitement, but after thinking about it, she stopped halfway. A water ball was wrapped around the little foot and rinsed clean. Although she was strong enough to keep her feet spotless, she still washed her feet first out of habit. We're going to kiss each other later, so don't get it dirty. Then, after clearing the moisture off her little feet, Di Mengyao, with a trembling heart, moved these jade feet, which were almost works of art, towards Suan's lips. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and suddenly Di Mengyao stopped moving again. Wait, let me keep it as a souvenir first. She took out a high-quality photo stone from her storage ring. Such an important scene must be treasured and kept as a souvenir. Suan's eyelids twitched as she looked at the ice cream-like little feet that were so close to her. Are you ready? Wait, just wait. Di Mengyao adjusted the position of the image stone, and then her pupils shrank as she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Who was talking just now? She suddenly raised her head and looked at Suan in shock. You're okay. Di Mengyao hurriedly wanted to step back, but her little feet were firmly held by Suan's big hands. It can be seen that Mengyao is very dissatisfied with me. Suan looked at Di Mengyao with a smile, holding the foot and moving closer to her. Di Mengyao could only be forced to retreat backwards, until she was finally leaning against the wall with one foot pinned down, posing an extremely shameful posture. How can you escape the edict? She still couldn't believe it. The power of the Heavenly Demon Order is an imperial decree, and its effect on the demon race is particularly strong. The ancient emperor once used it to issue orders to the demons. The effect of this decree against other races is certainly much weaker, and it is impossible to control many targets at the same time, but since she and Suan are in the same realm, it should be able to immobilize Suan for a while. How could he break free so quickly? Don't move! She took out the Heavenly Demon Order again and wanted to use the same trick again, but Suan didn't react at all, and even showed a bit of ridicule. You don't really think this little thing can restrain me? Not to mention the magical treasures such as the Gate of All Wonders that protect him, there is also a small world inside Suan's body, which is of extremely high nature. If Di Mangyao wants to immobilize Suan, there is still some possibility unless he can achieve the state of Yuanshan right now. What's more, the red spider lily is guarding in the dark. If he hadn't sent a message to stop her, the lustful little Mangyao would have probably been split in half by now. What are you going to do? She looked at Suan, who was getting closer and closer in panic, as if she had forgotten that she was still a pure Yang warrior. She was easily subdued by Suan's not-so-strong force. After symbolically struggling for a few times, she said humiliatingly, "You, don't mess around, I'm the princess of the demon clan." Suan looked at the emperor's daughter with evil eyes as she made clumsy threats and had no confidence at all. The big hand slid down along the fair little feet and landed between the girl's thighs. "It's too late to say this now, isn't it, my daughter of the emperor?" The trousers did not provide any barrier and were easily pulled down to the knees by Suan. Then, under Di Mangyao's anxious and expectant eyes, Suan lifted her up onto his shoulders, exposing her defenseless little butt. Then a heavy slap landed on her buttocks. Bang bang bang. "You want to take charge, right?" The bright red slap mark on the snow-white buttocks looks pitiful. "You want me to eat your feet, right?" Bang bang bang. "Leave it as a souvenir, right?" Bang bang bang. The sound of heavy slaps echoed in the empty room. Di Mangyao's body was tense and her face was red as if blood was about to drip out. "Woo woo, I was wrong, stop hitting me, my butt is going to get swollen, ah." A devastated expression appeared on her face, and her body suddenly relaxed. Was beaten out. "It's over. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone." Suan calmly withdrew his slap. Under the influence of his slap technique, the demon princess finally realized her mistake and apologized sincerely. However, Suan was not satisfied with Di Mangyao's attitude of admitting her mistakes. "Tell me, what did you do wrong?" Suan sat on the chair with his arms and legs spread out, while the princess knelt in front of him with a look of shame and anger on her face. I shouldn't have used the heavenly demon order to sneak attack you." Di Mangyao clutched her sleeves, thought for a while and said, Suan frowned, his face serious. I shouldn't use the photo stone?" Di Mangyao lowered her head and continued uncertainly. "It seems that the princess has not realized her mistake yet." Suan still could not accept this answer. Di Mangyao glanced at Suan nervously. Seeing Suan's dissatisfied look, she became even more panicked. Suan wouldn't hate her for this, would she? Or wrong, what's wrong? Her thoughts were surging wildly, until she swept across Suan's legs. A flash of inspiration came to her mind, and she recalled certain scenes in her memory. Then she hesitated for a moment, knelt forward, and stretched out her hand tremblingly. "You have to speak up when you admit your mistake." Ruzi is teachable. Seeing that Di Mangyao truly realized her mistakes, Suan was very pleased and rewarded her with the Jade Liquid Immortal Elixir. However, at this time, the group of demon cultivators who had escaped from Sangzhou also returned to the demon clan's imperial court in an expedited journey. As the guard of the imperial daughter, Old Yun hurried to the demon emperor's palace to report. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The princess has been captured." The Green Emperor, who was staring at his stomach in a daze, suddenly had a cold light in his eyes, and a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire Demon Emperor's palace. "What's going on? Who dares to capture the princess of the Demon Clan? Could it be that she, Di Qingxian, can no longer lift the knife?" "Yes, it's the Marquis Su from last time." Old Yun knelt on the ground, feeling fear at the vast imperial power. This is the power of the Yuanshan realm, which is far beyond the reach of Qinyang. If His Majesty wants to hold her accountable for this operation, she would at least be blamed for failing to provide adequate protection. Di Qingxian was stunned. "Lord Su, are you talking about Suan?" "Yes, it's that Lord Su." Elder Yun answered quickly, and then quickly added, "But I think Lord Su doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking the princess, so the princess should be fine now." "Oh." After responding, the fierceness in Di Qingxian's eyes disappeared, and he touched his belly and returned to his previous dazed look. "I see." She waved her hand, signaling Mr. Yun to leave. Several big question marks appeared on Mr. Yun's forehead. Shouldn't they send out strong men to rescue the princess or hold a court meeting to discuss the matter? What does O mean? The princess just doesn't care. That's your heir. Could it be that Suan is really your mistress, after all? She did not have the courage to question His Majesty and quietly retreated. Di Qingxian was the only one left in the hall. "Suan, I hope you won't do anything bad to Mangyao," she said softly while looking out the window. If anyone dared to kidnap her heir, she would have killed them, but the one who kidnapped Mangyao was that man. She hasn't decided to meet that person yet. The relationship between the two is a little complicated. What's more, Mangyao also seems to like that man. She sighed. In fact, she had noticed the signs last time, but Mangyao was the heir of the demon clan, and she didn't want Mangyao to be too deeply involved with Suan. But now, how deep is considered? Touching the belly that was not noticeably bulging, Di Qingxian's eyes showed a hint of kindness. Chapter 188, Gambling on Stones, Eyes of the Source God. 4000, sir, we're here. In front of the ancient city of Lingyuan, a ferry boat slowly landed, and the towering black city wall in front looked like a crawling giant beast. Although this place is not as prosperous as the imperial capital, it is also quite extraordinary. Suan put the immortal boat into the small world. Let's go and take a look. There was a long line at the city gate, like a dragon. As a holy place for gambling on stones, there is an endless stream of people coming from all over Dashang to gamble on stones. The female elder led the way with an attentive look on her face, and led everyone directly to the small door next to them. A woman who had been waiting in line for a while saw this and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Why don't they have to queue?" The man next to her suddenly changed his expression and quickly covered the woman's mouth. "Shut up, you're crazy. The one in front is the elder of San Yuan Holy Land." Even the elders of San Yuan Holy Land stood in front and respectfully led the way. The identity of the man behind was obviously even more noble, so it was not something they could discuss. Trouble comes from the mouth. How could this woman not control her mouth? When the woman heard that it was the elder of San Yuan Holy Land, she suddenly felt a surge of fear in her heart, but when she saw the hand covering her mouth, she immediately became angry. "Okay. Li Fei, you are so brave that you dare to fight with me and scold me. I think you don't want to live anymore." "Oh, you woman, why are you so unreasonable? Oh my." Suan and the others did not pay attention to what was happening next to them and entered the Lingyuan ancient city under the respectful gaze of the guards. There is a reason why Lingyuan ancient city is called the Stone City. The most common thing you see on the streets is stone gambling shops, and there are even 2 rows of people setting up stalls to sell stones. Of course, the quality of the stones sold at roadside stalls is a matter of opinion. Di Mangyao found this unfamiliar scenery quite novel. Although she had been to Sangzhou in her previous life, she left after obtaining the Heavenly Demon Order. She did not stay in Sangzhou for long and did not know anything about gambling on stones. Although she is not very interested in gambling on stones, what is more important is who she is with. She secretly glanced at Suan beside her, and her heart was filled with joy. Even though her action failed that day and she was severely punished by Suan, she had actually achieved a partial victory. Wait until I gain Suan's trust imperceptibly and really get close to Suan. Then, this evil man Suan will allow me to take whatever I want. It turns out that I, Di Mangyao, am more skilled. Ye liar is just a nobody, nothing to worry about. Before they knew it, they had arrived in front of the San Yuan stone archway. This is a place that looks like a stone forest. Once you enter the gate, you will see large and small raw stones on both sides of the road. Suan became interested when looking at these raw stones. Some of these stones are black, while others shine brightly. Some of them even exude a hint of curse and were dug out from forbidden areas. There are even raw stones from the forbidden area. No wonder San Yuan Stone Archway is the largest stone archway in this ancient city. Of course, it is now. Sir, this batch of raw stones has just been replaced from the warehouse. The female elder on the side explained. The original batch was taken away by that Xiao Haizi, so we specially replaced it with a new batch from the warehouse. In fact, they knew Suan was coming to play, so they took out the best ones. Not bad. Suan looked around at the raw stones, ready to give it a try. When you come to Shichang, you must try the local specialties. He opened his eyes of insight. Unfortunately, the eye of insight seems to have little effect on this non-living rough stone. Suddenly his gaze paused, and a golden aura appeared before his eyes. It was a young man in plain clothes, with ordinary looks and a medium build. As if noticing Suan's gaze, the young man gave Suan a simple smile and continued to select the raw stones. Suan raised his eyebrows slightly. This Xiao Haizi is quite courageous. After changing his appearance, he actually ran to San Yuan Stone Workshop. Is he trying to hide the truth under the lamp? It's just that the golden aura is really too dazzling. This time, Xiao He didn't know that his identity had been discovered, and he was selecting the raw stones as usual, but he was a little surprised that the demon woman was actually rescued. It seems that these people are not simple, but it has nothing to do with him. He was very confident in his disguise. The mask on his face was of Taoist grade, which he carved out from a raw stone. After using this mask to disguise oneself, Ordinary Chenyang cultivators would not be able to detect it without careful investigation. It was with the help of this Taoist mask that he was able to escape the pursuit of the forces behind the stone shop many times and even dare to hide himself in the dark. Of course, the more crucial thing is that he has no resources for cultivation. The cost of practicing the Hunyuan holy body is too high. He glanced at the raw stones around him, and a barely detectable blue light flashed in his eyes. The eye of the source god is a supreme secret technique lost in the world of gambling on stones, which can sense the precious energy in the raw stone. The more precious the things in the raw stone are, the more treasure you will see. With this kind of pupil technique, he was naturally invincible in the gambling stone shop, and he even opened a spiritual treasure embryo, the void ring. Not only does it contain the power of the void, but it also comes with a huge space that can even accommodate living things and isolate breath. It can be said to be extremely precious. So except for some special poisons, he placed all his other belongings in the void ring. If it weren't for the group of people behind the gambling stone shop who couldn't afford to lose and started hunting him down after seeing him win something, he would have probably earned enough resources to break through to the purple mansion. Today's quality is exceptionally high. Looking at the dazzling treasures around him, Xiao He resisted the urge to buy. First, pick a few ordinary ones to make it look good. Don't make it too flashy. Previous lessons have taught him that this world does not respect human rights. He was just about to randomly pick 2 pieces of raw stones with less precious qualities when his eyes suddenly flickered. His eyes were fixed on a 2-meter-high rough stone in front of him. The precious aura that rose into the sky almost blinded his eyes. What is hidden in here? Xiao Hei's footsteps involuntarily moved towards the raw stone. This one. Before he could finish, a voice from the side interrupted him. I want this rough stone. The person who spoke was naturally Suan, who had been paying attention to Xiao Hei's movements. Although he is not planning to attack this guy for the time being, it does not prevent Suan from gaining villain value. Okay, sir. The servant who had been prepared came up quickly, and brought a few people to carry the raw stone in front of Suan, and then stood aside respectfully. Sir, are you going to open this raw stone here or in a separate box? Wait, what do you mean? Xiao Hei, who was standing by, couldn't help it. He stood up and said angrily, it was obviously me who saw this rough stone first. The precious aura of this raw stone is several times higher than that of the void ring he had seen before. How could he be willing to give up such a great opportunity easily? The female elder next to Suan frowned. She couldn't let this guy disturb the young master's interest. She was about to ask someone to kick this blind guy out, but Suan raised his hand to stop her. My little brother, it seems that I was the one who asked for it first. Suan looked at Xiao Hei with a smile, seeing the unfriendly expression on the face of the female elder and the respectful attitude of the servant next to her towards Suan. Xiao Hei's expression changed slightly and he came to his senses. He secretly regretted that he had been too impulsive just now. This person obviously had an extraordinary background, and his strength was far beyond his OWN. It would be unwise to come into conflict with this person, however, because the precious energy of this raw stone was unprecedentedly strong. He was unable to control it for a while, and strictly speaking, he was the one who spoke slowly, so it can't really be considered as snatching. I'm sorry, I just love this rough stone too much. He cupped his hands and smiled honestly. Sir, could you please let me have this rough stone? I, Xiao Hunyuan, will definitely reward you handsomely. I have the eyes of the source god and can tell that the contents of this raw stone are extraordinary, but this person doesn't know that. You never know, you might be able to get it by just fooling around. Di Mengyao had a strange look on her face. This guy was so arrogant that he just came up and asked others to give way to him. Suan smiled and patted Xiao Hei's shoulder, and the lavender mark quietly sank into his body. Ha, little brother, it just so happens that I like this rough stone too, but I can't give it up this time. Then, regardless of Xiao Hei's expression, Suan directly said to the boy, let's open it here. Yes, sir. The servant quickly called a professional stonecutter. The commotion here also attracted a lot of other customers to watch. Just like opening a blind box, these people really like to watch others cut the stones. The stonecutter fiddled with the machine and began to slowly cut the raw stone. Suan was also not idle. He tried his ability of clairvoyance, and the target was the raw stone that was being opened. The layer of raw stone with mixed energy was like a thick layer of armor, which brought a slight sense of obstruction to Suan, but it was quickly penetrated. Apparently, even the raw stone cannot block the power of clairvoyance. It seems that he had underestimated this magical power before. Soon the things inside will come into Suan's sight. Could it be a magical treasure, a million-year-old elixir, or Some top-level secret technique. After all, it was his first time gambling on stones, so Suan was quite looking forward to it. Then, this. His gaze fell on the inside of the stone, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. How could this be a thing? Watching the stone cutter peeling off the outer raw stone layer by layer, Suan raised his hand to stop him. "Let me do the rest." Under the gaze of the female elder, the stone cutter did not dare to say a word of objection and obediently put down his tools and walked aside. "Sir, please." Suan did not use those tools, but placed his hand gently on the raw stone. What is this young master going to do? Is he going to use some advanced stone breaking technique? No way, I just saw this young man just randomly picking it up. It doesn't look like he would gamble on stones. The people around saw what Suan did and couldn't help but talk about it. This raw stone is not cheap, it costs at least 10,000 spirit stones. If nothing good comes out of it, it will be a big loss. Someone looked at the area where the stone was placed and was secretly shocked. Maybe he has money. Damn it, why don't I have any money? Ask your father. Of course, Suan didn't know any stone cutting techniques, but he could see the inside of the raw stone and didn't need to be as careful as those stone cutters. The magic power in his hand surged, and there was a sound of shattering. The surface of the original stone cracked directly, and the broken stones fell off in an instant. Before the onlookers could be surprised at Suan's rough way of cutting the stone, they saw a divine light burst out, and a terrifying fighting spirit emanated from the divine light. The overwhelming fighting spirit seemed to tear the sky apart. Xingnan's expression became more serious and she stood next to Suan. Many people who had insufficient cultivation or a bad state of mind even felt their legs go weak and knelt on the ground. What on earth is this? Could it be that an ancient demon god appeared? After a full half a quarter of an hour, the divine light gradually disappeared. Everyone opened their eyes wide and craned their necks to look. Under Suan's hand, in the rubble, lay a silver-haired woman with her eyes closed. The woman's hands were folded in front of her chest, and her whole body was wrapped in gorgeous silver armor. There were still traces of blood on the armor, making her look like a female god of war fighting against heaven and earth. Her face was also extremely beautiful, with fairy-like features and lifelike appearance, as if she was not dead but still in a long sleep, but there was no trace of breath left in her body. How could a woman be chosen? After a customer was shocked, his pupils shrank sharply. This is actually the body of a Yuanshan master. The terrifying aura just now was definitely something that only a Yuanshan venerable could bring. That silver armor is also a spiritual treasure. Some people were sharp-eyed and noticed the aura of a spiritual treasure on the silver armor, and their faces were filled with amazement. In an instant, envious, greedy, and even evil eyes all turned to Suan, the corpse of a supreme soul. Although there is no breath of life anymore, this well-preserved corpse is enough to reveal the truth about the venerable's life. If the origin is also intact, one can even experience the mystery of the soul realm through the corpse. This alone is enough to drive those pure Yang masters crazy. This is an opportunity for the soul, not to mention there is also a magical treasure. In the crowd, Shohei stared at Suan. Damn, this rough stone should have been his. It should have been his. Calm down. He suppressed his resentment and slowly retreated behind the crowd. If a conflict occurs later, he can act accordingly. Money can move people's hearts. The more rational people recognized the female elder of Tsangyuan Holy Land, realized that Suan was not someone to be trifled with, and secretly retreated. But more people couldn't help but start bidding while notifying their own clan leaders and patriarchs. Sir, are you interested in selling this divine corpse? My Chow family is willing to pay 500,000 spirit stones. 500,000? You are kidding me. My Jin family is willing to pay 2 million. 5 million. The price kept getting higher and higher, but in reality, the amount of money offered might not even be enough to buy a spiritual treasure embryo, so it was just to fool fools. Suan was too lazy to respond to these people and directly put the god's corpse into the small world. Seeing that Suan had no intention of selling, many people's eyes flickered. This time, a loud voice directly overwhelmed the other voices. I, Hushan sect, offer 100 spirit stones to buy this divine corpse. Everyone was stunned and the stone archway fell silent. How many? Maybe they heard it wrong. 100 spirit stones? You offer 100 spirit stones for something that cannot be bought with 1 million spirit stones? Good guy, you are the one who can lower the price. There is another chapter, which will be published after midnight. Chapter 189. Lord Su has arrived, and Sangzhou has a clear sky. Everyone's eyes turned to the talented person who just spoke. I saw that this man was slightly fat, wearing a brocade suit, with fierce eyes and a bit of drunkenness on his face, and a strong smell of alcohol. It turned out that he was a drunk. He casually threw a bag of spirit stones in front of Suan and burped again. Boy, hand over the corpse. Seeing this man's arrogant look, Di Mangyao couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. He drank some horse urine and dared to cause trouble in front of the evil man Suan. It goes without saying that it's time to prepare for reincarnation. Seeing that Suan didn't answer, the man staggered and threatened, I am the young master of Hushan's sect. You'd better hand this to me obediently, otherwise I will make sure you can't leave here. And the little beauty next to you, hiccup, also, offer her to this young master. Di Mengyao's face suddenly turned dark. This kind of thing should just die.su and turned around and looked at the female elder in confusion. Is there a Hushan sect in Sungzhou? The female elder had cold sweat dripping down her forehead. She bent her waist and said firmly, Don't worry, sir. There is absolutely no Hushan sect in Sungzhou. Suddenly, a man who looked like a guard ran over with a panicked look on his face. Young master, young master. He grabbed the drunk man's arm, and seeing the cold look on the female elder's face, he felt a chill in his heart. This young sect master is the only son of the sect master of Hushan sect. He usually bullies men and women, and the sect has to clean up his mess many times. Fortunately, this young sect master is also somewhat reasonable and will not provoke people he shouldn't. He can even afford to kill Hushan sect members if they are killed by ordinary cultivators, but today, after drinking a jar of Tiangxi Anzui, I actually got into such a big mess. It's over now. I have to go back and inform the sect leader. He dragged the drunk man away quickly, but did not notice that several figures were following them in the Tsung Yuan stone archway. It's boring. Let's go. Suan glanced in the direction of Xiaohei, then walked out of the stone archway with a smile in his eyes. Many customers with ulterior motives looked at each other and followed from a distance, while urgently contacting their elders. Di Mangyao was a little puzzled, frowned slightly and asked in a voice transmission, Suan, why don't you let Sister Shangnan reveal her aura? As long as he reveals the aura of the Yuanshan realm, no one would dare to take the divine corpse. I can see you don't know how to fish. Suan knocked on Di Mengyao's head and said, just think about it. How many stone houses do these local forces have? How much money have they made over the years? When they make their first move, I will confiscate their property reasonably. Then, won't all these stone houses be mine? Well, you are so bad. Di Mengyao covered her head. Suan was a man with a dark heart and he always tried to trick people. Suddenly she remembered what happened on the immortal boat. At that time, Suan first pretended to be controlled by her, and then found an excuse to punish her severely. This similar method, hiss. Could it be that she was also tricked by him? Before Di Mengyao could figure it out, she heard Suan continue to transmit the message. These people will have two of them. Who knows how many dirty things they have done behind the scenes? I am just punishing the evil and promoting the good. Di Mengyao couldn't help but mutter after hearing this, how can they compare to you in doing all the bad things you have done? Suan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Mengyao, you are very dissatisfied with me. Being looked at like this by Suan, Di Mengyao felt her buttocks hurt again, and quickly changed her words, I just said that you are a very good person. She looked at Suan sincerely and firmly, I'm serious, the Marquis is here, Sangzhou will be peaceful, the Marquis is here, and there will be a blue sky. You guy. Suan withdrew his gaze helplessly. After revealing that arrogant appearance, Di Mengyao became like this. He continued to walk forward, playing with his newly acquired void ring. When he heard the system's voice that 700 villain points had been credited to his account, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. Xiaohei is a good guy, the baby is not bad, and there are many good things in it. The ring fell into his hands the moment everyone was shocked after he cut the stone just now. It can only be said that the effect of the diamond cutter is powerful yet quiet. Several people walked out of the stone archway in a swagger, and then flew quickly towards the outside of Lingyuan ancient city. It looks like he is trying to escape with a treasure. It just so happened that although the speed of these people seemed fast, they were actually only at the life pill realm. Even the female elder stayed in the stone workshop and couldn't catch up. They had reached the flat ground outside the ancient city and were about to speed up. The surrounding space suddenly froze. Young man, hand over the corpse of the god. An old man with a kind face appeared above and looked at them with a smile. Su and looked unhappy and a little flustered. Senior, Elder Hua from Tsung Yuan Holy Land is a friend of my master, and my master is also a pure yang power. He acted like a backstage disciple, like a disciple who had just left the sect. Ha, it seems that you are ignorant. There was a hint of murderous intent in the old man's smiling eyes, not to mention Elder Hua's friends. Even if Saint Lord Sun Yuan came, it would be useless. This is an opportunity for the soul. Call out. Brother Huan, please don't bully the younger generation. A few more streaks of light fell on this flat ground. 2 men and 1 woman, all of them were pure Yang warriors. The woman looked at Suan with a radiant expression. What a handsome man, it really made her heart itch. My young master, as long as you hand over the corpse, I can promise not to attack you. Even, she covered her chest and threw a coquettish look at Suan. It's okay to spend a good night together. Li Mei, go away. The old man's expression turned unfriendly. Young man, hand over the corpse quickly. Wait, how should we divide this divine corpse? We can't let you, Mr. Huang, take it alone. Another man spoke up. They are all pure Yang, and everyone has a heart to achieve the primordial spirit. Let's get the corpse first, and then discuss other things. 2. So everyone's eyes turned to Suan. Are you all here? Suan glanced at a few people with a smile on his face, no longer showing his previous panic. Huang Lao's heart skipped a beat. Playing tricks? What do you mean? The woman called Li Mei suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. It means, some people can go on the road now. Suan smiled, revealing 8 snow-white teeth. Bang, with a crisp sound, Mr. Huang, who came first, suddenly exploded into a bloody mist. Shengnan stood in front of Suan, and the terrifying aura of the Yuanshan realm instantly filled the entire venue, and the remaining 3 Qinyang were instantly pinned to the ground. Suan smiled kindly. Sorry, I don't like to look up and talk to people. Immediately afterwards, Shengnan snorted coldly, and 5 more embarrassed figures fell from the void. They were all cultivators in the pure Yang realm. Misunderstanding. Your Excellency, we are allies. Yes, we are here to help adults. Please spare my life, sir. Those people looked at 2 Shengnan and Suan with fear and dread, and started to speak without thinking. A dignified Yuanshan master actually concealed his cultivation to trick these pure Yang juniors. Where is justice? If we had known this earlier, we wouldn't have dared to come even if we had 10 times the courage. Who was the younger generation who reported the news to them? It was said that there were just a few life pills. What a fucking lie. Suan looked at the 8 people pinned to the ground, and raised his eyebrows slightly. One more. The next moment, the man who had discussed the division of the divine corpse also exploded into a bloody mist, following in Huang Lao's footsteps. Seeing that the number of people met the requirement, Suan nodded with satisfaction, and 7 true spirit contracts appeared in his hand. Those who sign live, those who do not sign die. Chapter 190, Acquaintances in the Divine Phoenix. Forbidden Land. Soon, 7 Shenyang monks with bitter faces returned to the city. In this way, 70% of the gambling stone shops in the ancient city of Lingyuan belonged to Suan. The reason why these people were not killed was simply because they were needed to run the gambling stone shop. Let's talk about Sun Yuan's stone archway. Seeing everyone leave, Xiao He rubbed his chin and put the bottle in his hand back into his arms. This top-grade aphrodisiac was quite effective. Combined with the alcohol, it directly brought out the true nature of the young leader of the Wushan sect. It's a pity that the Wushan sect is still not strong enough and has not been able to fully uncover that guy's background. It seems that the man's background is not simple. Even the people in the Sun Yuan Holy Land obey his orders. I don't know if he can escape the pursuit of others. However, it seems that it is difficult to get the divine corpse, which is a pity. Shaking his head, Xiao He continued to look at the raw stones. There are still a lot of good things here. Take out these pieces of raw stones for me. He pointed to 7 or 8 pieces of raw stones in a row to the servant. Sir, these are 25,300 spirit stones in total. Please pay first. The servant walked up to Xiao He with his signature smile. Yeah. Xiao He nodded, and was just about to take out the spirit stone from the void ring, but then he stopped where he was, lowering his head to look at his fingers with trembling hands. Where's my void ring? It is unlucky to enter the forbidden land of Xinhuang. The most terrifying forbidden land in Xinzhou. The divine phoenix forbidden land is enough to make most cultivators shudder at the mere mention of it. Even those raw stones were collected by the forces in Xinzhou from the outer perimeter of the Xinhuang forbidden land near the inner perimeter. But even so, there were often monks who were quarrying stones and died because of the terrible curse of the forbidden area, according to some legends in Xinzhou. This forbidden area is the resting place of a forbidden being, and these curses were set by that being to prevent outsiders from disturbing his sleep. As for the inner area, it has not been confirmed that anyone has ever come out of there alive. Compared to the outside, the curse inside the forbidden area is more powerful and terrifying. Even a pure yang cultivator would be doomed to death if faced with this horrific curse. However, today the forbidden area has welcomed a new challenger. After taking Di Mangyao and Shangnan into the small world, Suan looked at the void behind him. Higan Bana, you can go in too. No movement. Be obedient. Suan's voice became a little stern and the figure of Higan Bana then slowly appeared in front of Suan, without saying a word. Although Higan Bana's temperament became colder after practicing magic, Suan could feel that the woman in front of him was worried about him. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Suan gently hugged the red spider lily, feeling its soft body, and then took her into his small world. Then he walked slowly towards the Divine Phoenix Forbidden Land. I have to go and see what's inside and find out the truth, so as to avoid being hesitant when dealing with Xiao Hei. Moreover, Suan is quite confident in the system's substitute clayman. Ancient trees are dark and gloomy, and birds and beasts are roaring. The outskirts of the Divine Phoenix Forbidden Land seem to be no different from other places, but after entering here, Suan's heart seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, and he felt a little depressed. He frowned, and the Primordial Origin Sutra started to work, and soon the feeling faded away. It seems like there is something. Continue walking inside. There are still many monsters on the outskirts. However, what is surprising is that the monsters here have not yet developed their spiritual intelligence, even though they have reached the level of Purple Mansion Life Pill. It seems increasingly weird. Suan casually killed a life pill monster, but when he tried to explore its soul, he only found a chaotic memory and the simplest appetite. There was also some strange thing that seemed to want to enter his body through the monster. Fortunately, the effect of Taichu Origin Sutra is even better and it can dispel the weirdness, but the further you go in, the stronger the ominous feeling becomes, and you need to constantly circulate the Taichu Origin Sutra to dispel the oppressive feeling. This is? Suan stopped and a huge grave in front of him blocked his way. The grave is about 100 meters high and looks like a small hill. If there wasn't a broken tombstone standing in front of it, it would be hard to recognize that this was a grave. There was no grass growing on the grave, only desolate plaster, without a trace of life. The sky above was also dim, with a few black crows flying by, giving off an eerie feeling. Even with Suan's cultivation level, he couldn't help but feel a little cold at this moment. Is there any 10,000-year-old ghost? He looked at the broken tombstone. The top piece was broken, and on the lower part of the tombstone were 4 large, ancient characters engraved. The Tomb of the Hairy Monster. Suan read it out. There should be another word on this tombstone, but that piece has been broken off and disappeared. Next to the large characters is another row of blurry small characters, the style of which is somewhat different from the current characters. Suan could vaguely make out that this seemed to be a sentence to stop the person from moving forward. Is there a great terror ahead? He thought about the tomb owner's dissuasion and prepared to move forward. He had already consulted the system in advance, and even the curse of the substitute clay figurine could be transferred perfectly without any residue. Roar. At this time, a beast-like roar came from the tomb, and the grave suddenly exploded. A humanoid monster covered with red hair jumped out of it, let out a long roar to the sky, and rushed towards Suan. The monster's entire body was covered with long red hair, and in this dark environment, it seemed as if it was the ominousness itself, and under the red hair, the 2 black pupils of this monster revealed a terrifying murderous light. It was like a beast staring at its prey during hunting, with eyes full of animality and greed, without a trace of rationality. Since the tomb owner cannot be persuaded, he plans to resort to force, right? Looking at the red-haired monster that was rushing towards him, Suan couldn't help but complain. Then a huge star-like hand reached forward and grabbed Roar, Roar, Roar. The red-haired monster looks scary, but actually it is not that strong. It is only at the ordinary pure yang realm. After being caught by the star hand, it couldn't break free for a while. He could only roar in anger. At the same time, wisps of red air emanated from the red-haired monster's body, began to permeate the big star hand, and even spread towards Suan. Suan's eyes suddenly became fierce, and another larger star-like hand appeared, as if pinching an illusory big star, and pinching towards the monster. The dazzling starlight illuminated the dark valley a little bit. The big hands closed, and the illusory big star shattered. There was a loud bang, and the red-haired monster's body exploded, turning into the same red gas as before and scattered away. What on earth is this red-haired monster? It doesn't look like a puppet. Suan frowned, stepped over the grave thoughtfully, and walked towards the depths of the divine phoenix forbidden land. Different from the periphery, a faint red mist permeates the depths of the forbidden area. Even though Suan used his magic power to isolate it, the red mist still clung to the magic barrier, like a thorn in the flesh, as if it wanted to slowly contaminate his magic power. No wonder almost no one has come to the depths. Even an ordinary pure yang expert cannot withstand it here. Noticing that the red fog ahead was getting thicker, Suan couldn't help but hesitate. Although I have an extra life, I can't waste it. It would not be worth it if I fail to find the owner of this forbidden area and trigger the substitute claim.as for asking Shangnan to investigate. He had no such idea. This is a forbidden place, and even the soul may not be able to escape harm. Shangnan does not have a second life. Just as Suan was hesitating, a bright pearl suddenly seemed to sense something, flew out from the storage ring and landed in his hand. Then a circle of halo appeared behind his head. This halo matched his appearance, amplifying his light, wisdom and compassion, and forming a great light image. Suan looked like the Buddha who had come down to earth. Wherever he was immune to all kinds of attacks, and he immediately isolated himself from the surrounding red fog. Is this the Mani Pearl? Suan held the pearl in his hand, feeling amazed. I didn't expect that this precious pearl confiscated from the Buddhist girl would have such an effect. That Buddhist girl is not simple either. At least being able to isolate this red fog curse is definitely not something that a simple pure yang realm can do. I will have to find out more about that Buddhist girl next time I get a chance, but for now I should explore the divine phoenix forbidden land first. Holding the pearl, Suan walked forward again. No matter how thick the red fog was, it could not get close to Suan. The place where he walked was like a pure land, separated from this cursed forbidden area. Walking all the way to the center of the divine phoenix forbidden land, the red fog here suddenly cleared. The sky was clear and the earth was bright, as if we had arrived at a blessed land. An ancient blood-red hall appeared in front of Suan. The red of the hall was as transparent as jade, completely different from the surrounding red mist. The entire hall was actually made of phoenix blood jade. Even Suan could only sigh at the luxury, as this phoenix blood jade was the material for refining spiritual treasures. The atmosphere in the hall before him was peaceful and harmonious, but Suan felt a little more depressed. It's time to meet the big boss. He took a shallow breath and walked into the hall with a relaxed look. In the front hall, there are many carvings of phoenixes, which are lifelike and spread their wings as if ready to fly. They exude an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere, as if they came from ancient times and are about to be resurrected in the present. It seems that this divine phoenix forbidden land is really as its name suggests and is related to the phoenix. However, unlike the dragon clan, the phoenix clan has almost been wiped out now. Basically, only some mixed-blood phoenixes or luan birds that have joined the demon clan are left. Suan walked towards the central hall, his heart beating even faster. His Yangshan could keenly sense a feeling of extreme danger. Fear, there is great terror. It looks like it's inside. Suan suddenly pushed open the door of the central hall and looked inside. Let him see whether there is a ruthless person or a big monster in there. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Feng Xianzi. In the empty ancient temple, there was only a blood-red copper pillar standing in the center. Red chains emerged from the copper pillar, binding a beautiful figure. The graceful figure had her eyes slightly drooping and had an extraordinary temperament. She was wearing a fiery red dress and her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She looked exactly like Feng Luan, and even her aura was very similar, but compared to Feng Luan, this person has a bit more of a cold aura. Is this the forbidden existence in the divine phoenix forbidden land? The phoenix eyes of the phoenix Luan on the bronze pillar opened and looked towards the direction of the palace door, without any emotion in its eyes. It was not until she heard the three words Feng Xianzi that her eyes showed a slight fluctuation. You know her? She frowned and stared at Suan. Suan looked at Feng Luan with a serious expression. I wonder who you are, and why you look the same as my good friend? Friends? Feng Luan's brows relaxed, and she closed her eyes and remained silent again. Suan was stunned by this look, and it took him a while to realize that this was a way to chase him away. This boss didn't seem to intend to attack him, or was he sealed and unable to attack him? But of course he couldn't just leave like that, so he shamelessly took 2 steps into the hall and said, Senior, I am the imperial envoy of the Shang dynasty. I came here on the orders of the court to investigate the matter of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. I originally thought it was a conspiracy of the Dragon Clan, but now it seems that this matter is related to you, Senior? The imperial envoy of the Shang dynasty? Feng Luan raised her head again and looked at Suan. No specific emotions could be seen in her blood-red eyes, but they were like a deep well that could reflect people's hearts. After a moment, the Taichu rune in Suan's dantian trembled, causing Fenghuan to groan, and there was a bit more suspicion in the look she gave Suan. That matter is indeed related to me. It was my plan, but it will not affect Deshang. She replied. I wonder what the senior's specific plan is. Suan became more and more demanding and asked boldly. If necessary, I can also help seniors. Fenghuan glanced at Suan indifferently, not knowing whether he believed it or not. I need one of them to help me absorb the power of the curse after his physique is perfected. Suan understood in his heart that the physique must be Xiaohei's Hunyuan holy body, but looking at the look of this Fenghuan, it seems that she doesn't mind telling him, or doesn't care whether he ruins her plan. Is there a backup plan? Or, thinking of this, Suan took out a bunch of bottles and jars from his storage ring and asked tentatively, Senior, I have some elixirs for healing injuries and breaking the seal. Do you need them? Fenghuan's originally cold expression suddenly froze, and the moment Suan took out the pill, her phoenix eyes were fixed on Suan's hand. Then she took a step forward, and the chains and bronze pillars that bound her immediately disappeared. In front of Suan's stunned eyes, she instantly came in front of him and snatched away an exquisite small jade bottle that he moved freely, without any sign of being restrained. Fenghuan looked at the jade bottle, a hint of joy on her face, and a slight breath was emitted in the emotional fluctuations, like a deep sea, making people breathless. Looking at the terrifying figure so close, Suan swallowed softly. Director, someone is acting here. I want this. Fenghuan said while holding the jade bottle. Maybe because she took Suan's things, her expression became a little kindery given the situation. Suan naturally had no choice but to nod and say, Senior, take it. However, looking at the jade bottle in Fenghuan's hand, Suan was also a little confused. Although there were indeed many top-notch elixirs in his storage ring, how could they be able to work on a being that was suspected to be in the Dao fruit realm? The bottle looked somewhat familiar. He searched through his memory and then remembered it, his expression gradually becoming strange. Chapter 191, Fairy Foam can only suffer. However, at this time, Fenghuan had already opened the jade bottle, and the energy of yin and yang lingered out, as if it was about to evolve the supreme way. At the mouth of the bottle, Fenghuan raised her head and drank the spiritual liquid in the jade bottle. Then she pushed Suan out of the hall with a light palm. After closing the door of the hall, she began to refine the medicinal power of this magical medicine. It's over. Suan's eyes twitched. Even if the medicine was for Bodhisattva, even he would be crazy. Before, he just casually took out a batch of pills from the storage ring, but who knew that he would take out this medicine as well, and that person would take a fancy to it. Although that person is indeed strong, there is a high probability that he cannot withstand the effects of the drug. If he can, then things will be even worse. He was a little hesitant as to whether he should run away now, but before he could make a decision, the door of the palace burst open, and a huge hand condensed with magic power stretched out and directly grabbed Suan, who had no power to resist. In his pure Yang realm, magic power was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree in front of this big hand, unable to move at all, and was brought close to the woman, looking at the forbidden existence in front of him who had already entered the state. Suan smiled awkwardly, hurriedly took out a piece of white cloth, and was immediately pushed to the ground, with his clothes torn to pieces. Two white jade arms directly held Suan down, and the woman's eyes were full of charm and passion. Even though it is a high and mighty forbidden existence, it is now just a. Of course, Suan had no power to refuse and could only be forced to remove the membrane to defend the Tao after a period of inhumane torture. A certain forbidden being sat on Suan and gradually regained consciousness. Looking at the bloodstained white cloth in Suan's hand, murderous intent flashed in her eyes, but when she wanted to take action, an inexplicable feeling stopped her. Her expression changed slightly. Daogwo likes this guy? Originally, it would be fine to just slap him to death, but now things seem to be getting complicated. After putting on her clothes, she looked coldly at Suan, who was still sleeping. Get up, I won't beat you anymore. Suan rolled over and stood up, not caring about being naked, and gave the woman a standard smile. Senior, how does it feel to be a young man? Hearing Suan's tone, the woman was slightly angry. Don't think that you can become my Taoist partner after having sex with me. You are just my male favorite and tool for cultivation. Adjust your attitude, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Suan's eyelids twitched slightly. Yes, this is the first time someone dares to take him as a male concubine. I'll bully Fenghuan when I get back. Then may I ask, what is the relationship between you and Fenghuan? Suan did not argue with Huang Zhu, but asked with perfunctory respect. You can call me Phoenix Ancestor. The woman on the blood column paused for a moment on Suan's face, As for Feng Luan, she is the incarnation of my Dao fruit. She had just connected to this Dao fruit not long ago, and now she could vaguely sense that her Dao fruit had a very positive attitude towards this person, and even a bit of admiration. This was what really gave her a headache. It is obvious that Daogui is herself. Although he has no memories, his personality should be almost the same as hers. He has no interest in matters between men and women, so logically he should not have such feelings. Yet such an oversight occurred. Daogui. Suan's heart moved. He was indeed a strong man in the Daogui realm, and Phoenix ancestor. Isn't this the ancestor of the Phoenix clan, a powerful man of the same era as Zulong? Huangzu said, okay, I'll let Feng Luan bully me when I get back. He continued to ask, what is the curse here? I don't know either. When talking about the curse, Huangzu's expression became more solemn. After I achieved the Dao fruit, I was planning to ascend to the upper realms. However, as soon as I communicated with the consciousness of the upper realms and opened the channel, I was accidentally infected with this curse from outer space. Even though I had achieved the Dao fruit, I was still affected. I had to stop ascending and suppress myself with the Phoenix Blood Ancient Palace to slowly dissolve the curse. As she spoke, she looked at Suan again. Although the process was not very beautiful, the result was indeed good. Her current strength was a level higher than before, and she had a deeper understanding of the two principles of yin and yang in creation. Even if she relied on herself alone, she could get rid of these curses. It was obviously much easier than her original series of plans. If one did not take into account the certain costs that were lost, she was willing to answer Suan's questions because of this reason. This curse is so terrifying. Suan secretly clicked his tongue. The red fog curse was so powerful that even the Daogui realm had to suppress itself to dissolve the curse. Phoenix ancestor glanced at Suan and said, those curses from the outside world are just some of the auras that accidentally escaped when I was sleeping. The curse is actually in her body, and those copper pillars and iron chains are the embodiment of the curse. You're the second person to come here in all these years. Who was the previous one? Suan couldn't help but ask. He is also a human who came here to seek the opportunity of the Yuanshan. He was ungrateful and wanted to take away my ancient temple, so I let him experience the true curse. As Huangzu spoke, he looked at Suan meaningfully. Suan turned his head nonchalantly. Come to think of it, the last person that Huangzu mentioned couldn't be the teacher of the protagonist Dragon King. What a coincidence. Xiao He and I have a grudge. Whatever. He is of no use to me anymore. Huangzu said coldly. Obviously, she is not waiting for anyone to return in this world. Seeing that Suan wanted to ask more, Phoenix ancestor directly sealed Suan's mouth with his magic power. You have too many questions. I still need to remove the remaining curse. You can leave now. After saying this, he waved his sleeves without caring whether Suan agreed or not. In the blink of an eye, Suan was sent out of the Divine Phoenix Forbidden Land. Then she sealed the palace door and sat cross-legged. The bloody copper pillar appeared behind her again. She didn't care at all and looked in Suan's direction. I hope you don't do anything wrong. You scumbag girl, even worse than Muningjin. Outside the Divine Phoenix Forbidden Land, Suan cursed in grief and anger. Originally, he wanted to ask Xiao He where they were transported from, but he was sent out directly. The Phoenix ancestor also secretly left a mark in his body, apparently to prevent him from doing anything bad to Feng Luan. If it weren't for his Taichu Origin Sutra, which had an extremely powerful perception of the body, he would not have been able to discover this mark. Really, is he that kind of person? There shouldn't be more trust between people. He, Su, is a gentleman. 200 villain points were deducted, and a deceiving talisman appeared in Suan's hand. Heaven deceiving talisman, able to conceal detection, tracking, curses and other marks. His magical power poured into the talisman paper, then a layer of mysterious power wrapped around the mark. The Phoenix ancestor is still too young. After releasing Shangnan and the others from the small world, Suan chuckled as he looked at Mu Qianyi, who was all alone. Inside, Fairy Feng, Fairy Mu is still in need of a companion. It seems like you are the only one left to take over. After practicing dual cultivation with Phoenix ancestor, his strength increased to the middle stage of pure yang, and he was only one step away from the late stage. Next, if I bully Phoenix ancestor's Dao fruit once more, that should be about the same. Feng Xianzi can only suffer. Chapter 192, Many Children, Many Blessings. On the other side, Xingzhou Tianshui Holy Land. Feng Luan only felt a chill in her heart and woke up from her retreat. What's going on? She was confused and felt as if she was being stared at by something, but when she checked carefully, the feeling disappeared without a trace. It should be an illusion, maybe it's the after effect of increasing strength too quickly? Feng Wuan said to herself, her current strength has broken through again and has reached the peak of pure yang. She has also inadvertently comprehended various magical powers, as if she is having sudden enlightenment at all times. This speed of practice was simply unimaginable in the past, she asked her master, but Muningzhen still didn't understand what was going on. She only guessed that Feng Wuan had a special physique. Feng Wuan even wondered if she would be able to break through to her soul if she continued like this, but it was a good thing after all, and she could only put her mind at ease for now. She couldn't just stop practicing for fear of something going wrong. He stopped practicing and walked out of the inner room. I saw a disciple guarding the door, as if he had been waiting for her to come out. What's wrong? Feng Wuan asked with a frown. Not in Tianshui Holy Land, she basically handles all matters, big or small. As for the sect leader Muningzhen, he is actually very leisurely. The disciple bowed first, and then said angrily, Elder Feng, that person ran outside the sect again. These days, he has been harassing disciples outside the sect under the guise of his sister. Everyone is annoyed by him and doesn't want to leave the sect anymore. After hearing what the disciple said, Feng Wuan began to recall not long ago, a young cultivator was waiting outside the Tianshui Holy Land, trying to strike up a conversation with female disciples. This was because he had a sister from his clan practicing in the Tianshui Holy Land, and he was just hanging around outside the sect and didn't do anything particularly out of line, so the Tianshui Holy Land only gave him a warning. This young monk seems to be the head of a small family and has wives and concubines. Later, this man's talkativeness offended Chuyin once, and he was suppressed half to death by junior sister Chu's magic power, and then disappeared. I didn't expect that he would come here again after his injury healed. He is really unrepentant. Although the Tianshui sect does not prohibit its disciples from entering into marriage, it does not mean that such people can be tolerated. Feng Wuan looked at the disciple with cold eyes. You still ask me about such a small matter? Teach him a lesson. If he comes again, just deal with him directly. How can a disciple of Tianshui Holy Land become a concubine of others? It seems that it is time to standardize the sect system. In the past, the sect was purely supported by Master Muningzhen, and the sect itself had few disciples and an imperfect system. Now that it has been promoted to a holy place, it should look like a holy place. Yes. Elder. The disciple was startled and quickly followed the order. Hey, girl, wait a minute, girl. Outside the Tianshui Holy Land, a young man in flashy clothes and holding a spiritual folding fan in his hand shouted a few times and watched another disciple fly into the mountain gate, but he did not dare to follow him. And according to the rules of Tianshui Holy Land, any man who trespassed into the mountain gate could be killed directly, but he didn't dare to take the risk. These women in Tianshui are so hard to chase. Shin Kaishan opened his folding fan and fanned it casually twice, feeling a little discouraged. These fairies in Tianshui Holy Land are of very high quality, but it is really difficult to catch up with them. They all try to imitate the so-called sect leader, who only knows the great way. Don't you know that the trail is more comfortable? It's been more than 2 months, and he hasn't caught up with any of them. Before, there were a few disciples who were impressed by his superior conditions, but after he was beaten half to death by the elder of Tianshui sect, they began to avoid him. He clenched his fists and said fiercely, Damn it, I will get your sect leader sooner or later. Ding, an S-class high-quality mother body has been found. Please seize the opportunity, please seize the opportunity. Suddenly a mechanical voice sounded, and Shin Kaishan immediately looked around as if he had been injected with chicken blood. S-level mother body, this is the best. Finally, a woman in a tight suit and a ponytail came into his sight. The woman had a pretty face, a pure temperament, and a bit of heroic spirit. She did not look very old. At this moment, she was controlling the escape light and slowly landing in front of the mountain gate of Tianshui Holy Land. Fairy, wait. Shin Kaishan's eyes lit up and he ran over shouting, What a beautiful woman, just looking at her makes people love her. Who are you? Xiao Yulo frowned slightly and looked at the person who called her in confusion. She had just returned from the Red Spider Lily and was planning to visit the sect. She had no idea about what had happened in the Tianshui sect recently. Shin Kaishan closed the folding fan in his hand and bowed politely. Fairy, I am Shin Kaishan, the current patriarch of the Shin family in Xingyang town, and a senior alchemist. If you have to fart, do it now. Xiao Yulo said impatiently that it was not easy to get home, but he was blocked at the door. It felt bad. Shinkaishin's expression suddenly froze. This woman was beautiful, but why did she have such a bad temper? But then he quickly adjusted his expression and said with a smile, "Fairy, my sister Shenling is practicing in your holy land. I specially brought 3 bottles of Shangling pills for her. I wonder if this fairy can help me give them to her." As he spoke, he took out 5 exquisite jade bottles from his storage ring. Shangling pill is a high-level pill used to assist in cultivation. It is effective even for the Purple Mansion realm. It is the highest level pill he can currently refine. In order to get close to this fairy, he spent a lot of money. "You said you would bring her 3 bottles of pills, why did you take out 5? Xiao Yulo asked with a raised eyebrow. "Ha, I'm an alchemist and I have no shortage of elixirs. The remaining 2 bottles can be considered as the reward for the fairy helping me to pass them on." Shinkaishan laughed heartily and said generously, "Of the 2 extra bottles are of course a trick. The price of Shangling pill is quite high, and this fairy saw that it was profitable to help to pass it on, so she took advantage of it, and it would be easy to find her next time." Then after all this time, are you still afraid that you won't be able to catch her? In the beginning, he almost succeeded by relying on this tactic, but unfortunately he was severely injured by the elder of Tianshui Holy Land, which directly ruined his plan. "I see." Xiao Yulua suddenly smiled, more beautiful than a flower, and said, "Get lost." The terrifying murderous aura and pressure were released, instantly blasting the unsuspecting Shinkaishan and his pills away. The first thing members of the Higan Bana organization need to understand is the various routines. Members are strictly prohibited from getting emotional and are required to emphasize loyalty to their master Suan. Although Xiao Yulo only went in to study, but Shinkaishan's little thoughts had never escaped her eyes from the very beginning. At this moment, 2 female disciples carrying magic weapons walked out of the mountain gate. Seeing this scene, their faces changed slightly, and they hurriedly stepped forward to salute Elder Xiao. Xiao Yulua nodded, then looked in the direction of Shinkaishan and said unhappily, "What's wrong with that guy? Since when has anyone dared to stand at the gate of her Tianshui sect and harass the female cultivators?" Thinking this way, she obviously did not take Suan into account. Suan was much more unbridled in Tianshui sect. He not only harassed her, but also slept with her. After hearing the elder's questioning, the 2 female disciples felt even more disgusted with Shinkaishan. "Elder Xiao, that's a scoundrel. We'll deal with him right away. Go, and don't let me see her again." After getting Xiao Yulo's permission, the 2 disciples flew towards Shinkaishan. "Hiss, that's really heavy-handed. Why are they all so violent?" Not far away, Shinkaishan propped himself up and took out a healing pill with difficulty and swallowed it. This was the second time he was injured outside the Tianshui Holy Land. Aren't the monks in the Tianshui Holy Land said to have gentler temperaments? When I become stronger, none of you will have an easy time. He secretly made up his mind to take all the women of Tianshui sect into his pocket, then he stood up and prepared to go back. At this time, 2 female disciples landed in front of him and blocked his way. Both women had extremely cold expressions, and the magic weapons in their hands were still flashing with cold light. Gul-ung. Shinkaishan couldn't help but take a step back and swallowed his saliva. "What advice do you 2 fairies have? I'll teach you a lesson." The woman on the left is petite, but she is holding a sledgehammer, a magical weapon with spikes on the head, which looks very domineering. She looked at Shinkaishan's abdomen, seeming to be hesitating about how to start. Cold sweat dripped down Shinkaishan's forehead and he clamped his legs together. This was going to be serious. "Wait, fairies, wait a minute, let's talk it over. If you have something to say, No, don't hit there." Half an hour later, a ragged figure appeared above Qingyang town. "Mad, crazy bitch." Shinkaishan covered his crotch and fell down with lingering fear. His penis was almost cut off by the hammer. Luckily he ran fast. The Shin family is a local tyrant in Qingyang town and has a vast mansion. After he returned to the mansion, a large group of pregnant girls surrounded him, but most of them are mediocre women. Their looks are just okay, even inferior to the disciples of Tianshui Holy Land. He waved his hand and sent everyone away, then opened the system panel. Many children, many. Blessings system host, Shinkaishan lifespan, 102/289 wives and concubines, 18, children, 20 cultivation, early Purple Mansion realm. 18 wives and concubines are still too few, and the number of children born is too slow. Looking at the words 20 offspring, Shin Kaishan looked distressed. He is not actually from this world. It was just that he accidentally traveled through time to a dying old man with the same name and surname and took over that old man's body. The original old man's cultivation was only at the peak of spiritual power, and he was almost at the end of his life, half buried in the ground. It was simply a nightmare to travel through time and space to be such an old man. Fortunately, at the critical moment he awakened the system of having many children and more blessings. As long as you continue to have children, you will get rewards. The higher the talent of your offspring, the better the reward. For this reason, he took in many concubines in Xingyang town and became a bridegroom almost every month. After more than a year, not only did he break through to the Purple Mansion realm and solve his lifespan problem, he also mastered advanced alchemy techniques. If the system did not have the minimum requirements for the mother of the offspring, requiring at least E level, that is, a certain talent for cultivation and appearance, then he would definitely have more offspring. Tianshui Holy Land is no longer a place we can rely on right now. It seems we can only look around to see if there are any suitable women. He thought for a while, then gave orders, asking his tribesmen to continue looking for a woman for him. At the same time, in the small world, Suan was looking at the magical silver armor in front of him, with the sleeping female war god lying next to him. In fact, spiritual treasures are divided into high and low levels. For example, the true Yang Pearl can only be considered the lowest level spiritual treasure. It's just that there aren't many spiritual treasures in this world, so there's no clear division. According to the memory of the demon from before, this kind of spiritual treasure can be called acquired spiritual treasure, which can be divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. For example, the Tiamakin is a top grade acquired spiritual treasure. In fact, most of the spiritual treasures in this world are of low quality, and medium and high quality ones are very rare, but the silver armor in front of him was actually a mid-grade acquired spiritual treasure. He put down the silver armor and picked up a token. The 3 words Temple of the God of War were engraved on the front, and the position on the back was Deputy Temple Master. This token is also a spiritual treasure, and it also comes from the female war god. It should be an identity certificate or something like that, but it was hidden in the silver armor before and was not discovered. War God Temple, Suan muttered these words. He had asked Bianhua to check before. There has never been a top force called the Temple of War God in this world, and there has been no related record in ancient history. The identity of this female warrior is difficult to confirm. It seems that I can only go back and ask the ancestors. After helping the female war god put on her silver armor again and tidy up her appearance, Suan stepped out of the small world and appeared in the ancient city of Lingyuan. Take care of Xiao He first. The Hanyuan holy body cannot be wasted. Suan's lips curled up slightly, and he took out a ring-shaped magic weapon. He already had an idea about how to deal with Xiao He. Half a month passed in a flash. Xiao He returned to his old path of being hunted down by various major forces. However, this time the pursuit was far more fierce than before, causing him to escape death several times, and finally he was forced into a deep valley. Damn it, how come these people have such sharp noses? Xiao He cursed as he flew a large bowl through the valley, looking for a way out. He just visited the gambling stone shop again. Is it necessary to hunt him down like this? Moreover, these forces seemed to be serious and united to hunt him down. It was unknown how they managed to see through his disguise. If he had not been cautious enough, had a flying magic weapon on him, and his Hanyuan holy body recovered quickly and had strong combat power, he would have fallen into the hands of these people long ago. Xiao He is there. Don't let him get away. There were streaks of light flying in front. They were the monks who were chasing after him. When they saw Xiao He's figure, their eyes suddenly lit up. It's bad. Xiao He turned around and flew backwards, but at this time, a number of cultivators came up from behind to block him. The lowest among them was at the fetal breathing stage, which was equivalent to his cultivation level. There is even an old cultivator of the life Dan technique among them. Seeing this scene, Xiao He felt his heart skip a beat. It shouldn't be necessary. It would take such a big effort to deal with a little Karami who was in the fetal breathing stage. Xiao He, you can't run away. Today is the day you die. The old cultivator of Mingdan laughed strangely and stared at the young man riding the bull with his sharp eyes. Hand over your secrets of gambling on stones, and we can give you a dignified death. It turned out that it was a dead end anyway. Xiao He was furious and cursed. Old Biden, you are dreaming about your mother. Since I can't run away, I might as well curse for now. 18 years later, he is a hero again. Good boy, you have guts. Suddenly a low voice sounded beside Xiao Hei's ear, making his hair stand on end. Who? He turned his head and looked around, but there was no one around. Chapter 193 Black-Hearted Suan Playing Tricks. The Mingdan old cultivator snorted coldly and naturally. He couldn't hold back his face after being insulted by a junior like that, so he waved his hand and ordered his monks to take action. Xiao Hei hurriedly urged the spirit bull under him to dodge, and the golden energy and blood power of the Hunyuan holy body circulated, making him look like a golden god of war. Die! He knocked an attacking monk away with one punch, but more monks followed closely behind. Xiao Hei was directly plunged into a tough battle. Bang! The limbs collided, a blood mark appeared on the arm, and the monk in front of him was also knocked away. Then another magical weapon attacked from the side, and green light filled the sky. The wounds on his body kept increasing, golden blood was spilling all over the ground. The sun was setting in the sky, and he looked extremely sad. He, boy, are you willing to be my disciple? I can save your life. The same voice sounded again. This time Xiao Hei heard it clearly, but the attacks coming one after another from all around left him no time to think too much. I do. He shouted loudly, not bothering to distinguish whether it was true or false, and agreed directly. Very good, you will be my disciple from now on. The voice seemed to carry some joy. Xiao Hei struggled to hold on, his teeth clenched. King Hell, save me, boom. The moment he finished speaking, a black halo suddenly popped out from Xiao Hei's body, and the group of monks who were surrounding Xiao Hei were immediately bounced away. Then an illusory figure in a black robe appeared beside Xiao Hei, grabbed his collar, turned into a black light, and fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The monks who were chasing after him could only stare at the sky, at a loss as to what to do. Tens of thousands of miles away, in a hidden forest, the black-robed figure put Xiao Hei, who had escaped death, down and pointed his finger again. A burst of magic power stopped Xiao Hei's injuries. My good disciple, you can't go back on your word once you've made a promise. Huff, who are you? After taking a few deep breaths, Xiao Hei collapsed on the ground, looking at the black-robed figure with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Although he was very grateful to this man for saving him, he didn't know whether this man had any purpose. It would be bad if you just escape from the tiger's mouth and fall into the wolf's den. The figure in black robe had an old face and a thin figure, like a skinny old man, but his body seemed a little illusory and did not seem to be real. His eyes were far away, with a bit of vicissitudes. Who am I? I have been asleep for too long, I can't remember it, but you can call me Demon Master. Demon Master? Xiao Hei looked at the black-robed figure in surprise. The word demon is not a good word. Could this old man be a demon cultivator? When Demon Elder noticed Xiao Hei's gaze, he immediately grinned and said, my good disciple, you guessed it right. I am a demon cultivator. Come to think of it, it was you who awakened me. He looked at the black ring on Xiao Hei's finger and smiled strangely. Did I wake you? Xiao Hei also looked down at the ring in his hand. This was the Taoist weapon, the Hunyuan ring, that he had opened in that Sun Yuan stone workshop not long ago. Although it is not as good as the Void Ring, it is also a top-level storage magic weapon. Could it be that this old demon is living in it, and it is an antique from who knows how many years ago that he happened to dig out? After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but ask, why did you accept me as your disciple? You should know that the Hunyuan holy body is not very popular among those cultivation sections. The resources that Ling Yun's sect gave him before were of the lowest standard and were not enough for cultivation. He had no choice but to leave Ling Yun's sect and embark on the path of a casual cultivator. Even he himself is not sure that he can survive the heavenly tribulation and break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Why would this person be interested in him? If he didn't ask this question clearly, he wouldn't be able to believe it even if the person in front of him saved his life. Hearing Xiao Hei's question, the Demon Elder sighed, because I was also a Hunyuan saint body. What? Xiao Hei suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the old man in front of him. That's right. The reason why I accepted you as my disciple is because you and I have the same physique, and you can complete my unfinished wish. The old demon's eyes were filled with memories, as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of the ages. When I was born, the world had changed. The Hunyuan holy body had become a waste body and needed to go through a heavenly tribulation. Others said that my life was ruined. But I just don't believe in fate. Since I couldn't break through with normal cultivation, I went to grab resources. Since ordinary methods couldn't help me get through the heavenly tribulation, I practiced magic. In the end, I really found a way out. I discovered a magic technique that was extremely compatible with the Hun Yuan Saint body. With this technique, I broke through to the pure Yang realm, and my strength was unrivaled in the pure Yang realm. Xiao He listened with a hint of longing in his eyes. Pure Yang. The Hun Yuan holy body can actually achieve pure Yang. Sure enough, the Hun Yuan holy body is not the dead end of cultivation, he also has the opportunity to reach the pinnacle. The old demon continued to narrate. Unfortunately, when I was preparing to attack my primordial spirit with full confidence, I was surrounded and attacked by the righteous monks. After killing 5 pure Yang, I was finally defeated and fell. Only a remnant soul remained in this primordial ring until it was awakened by you. He put his hands behind his back and said, "The biggest regret in my life is that I have not been able to achieve the Yuanshan realm with the body of the Hun Yuan Saint body." The old demon looked at Xiao He again and said seriously, "I will ask you again, are you willing to be my disciple? If you don't want to, I won't force you." After listening to Mo Lao's experience, Xiao He felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. At this time, he learned that the demon master also had a Hun Yuan holy body and had a way to survive the heavenly tribulation. How could he refuse? He immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the demon master. "Master, please accept my disciple's greetings." Okay. Good disciple, get up quickly." The old demon stroked his beard and laughed, helping Xiao He up. With a sigh in his eyes, looking at Xiao He's expectant eyes, Mo Lao smiled and said, "Since you have become my disciple, I will pass on the technique to you. Your cultivation has reached the fetal breathing level, so you should switch techniques as soon as possible." As soon as he pointed his finger, a martial arts technique called the true body of the puppet demon was transmitted into Xiao He's mind. In a trance, Xiao He seemed to see a giant golden god roaring towards the sky, smashing the world-destroying punishment above his head with one punch, and then swallowing the vast thundercloud into his stomach like a whale. The golden light on his body became even brighter. Such a powerful scene almost made Xiao He's heart tremble. It can swallow the heavens and the earth, and all kinds of spiritual materials to refine its own body. It can withstand heaven's calamity, and when it is fully accomplished, its body will be like indestructible gold. It is truly mysterious. Under the guidance of the demon master, he closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began to practice his skills, but he did not notice the flash of mockery on the face of the devil, the true form of the puppet demon. Xiao He, please don't let me down." Suan smiled as he played with the martial arts technique called Puppet Demon Sutra that was manifested in the jade slip in his hand. The so-called true body of Puppet Demon is just the first part of Puppet Demon Sutra, and the second part is naturally Puppet Refining Sutra. This is also a top-level magic skill in the memory of that demon. This true form of demon puppet teaches how to refine oneself into a qualified puppet. Puppet demon that demon had once spread the previous chapter to deceive the monks, invade a world, threaten the safety of that world, and then secretly spread the true identity of the puppet demon. After obtaining the magical powers, those monks were forced to practice hard due to pressure, hoping to destroy the demons one day, but in reality they were getting further and further away from their goals. The black-hearted one asked the monk to refine himself into a qualified puppet for his use, and then used the puppet refining sutra to erase the puppet's emotions and control it. This fully automated production requires no manual labor. The capitalist saw it and said it was good. Tianma had used this method to refine many virtual immortal level puppets and 2 true immortal level puppets, which were extremely powerful and dominated the world. The special physique of the Hun Yuan holy body, especially the one that can absorb spiritual materials to continuously improve cultivation, can quickly cultivate the puppet demons true body to perfection, and it is most suitable to be refined into a puppet. As for the old demon, he was nothing more than an incarnation of Suan's divine consciousness. Controlled by Suan, he was used to guide Xiao He and harvest him at the right time. Chapter 194, Heaven and Man. A few days passed. Lingyuan ancient city, under the reluctant gazes of Sun Yuan holy lord and the powerful men from other forces. Suan set sail again with a ferry boat full of natural treasures and resources for martial arts. The fellow villagers in Sungzhou were good in every way except that they were too enthusiastic. He could not refuse their hospitality, so he had to bring some more local specialties with him. My lord is gone." In the ancient city, a middle-aged-looking Chunyang cultivator spoke in a choked voice with a hint of agitation. The people next to him looked at him in surprise. "Why are you crying?" Wu, I'm happy. Our family's resources have been piled up in the treasure house, and now it's finally empty." Wu. When he said this, many people around him began to choke with joy.at the bow of the immortal boat. After ordering D. Mangyao to count and organize all the treasures from heaven and earth, soon put them all into the small world. The huge immortal boat suddenly became much emptier. He did not take all the resources of those forces. After all, these forces also have a large family to support, and they cannot just plunder them all. They have to exhaust the resources sustainably. The main reason was that those forces were too enthusiastic and insisted on giving him half of their property, and he couldn't refuse. Humph, this evil villain will get his comeuppance sooner or later. Behind him, D. Mangyao secretly glared at Suan. Not only did he ask her to count the resources, but she took so long to finish sorting them out, and Suan didn't say a word. Don't ever let yourself find an opportunity, otherwise, she waved her little fists, imagining the scene where Suan was locked in a secret room, unable to move, and could only let herself do whatever she wanted. She felt slightly excited inside. At the time, even if he begs for mercy, I will make him lick it, Mangyao. Suan suddenly turned around and looked at D. Mangyao strangely. Why is your face so red? What kind of erotic dream is this? I'm not begging for mercy, ah. D. Mangyao woke up suddenly, covering her face and feeling extremely hot. She almost spoke out what was in her heart. I just stretched my muscles and bones, and I feel refreshed. She explained with forced calmness. He couldn't let Suan discover his little thoughts, otherwise his but would be in trouble again. Thank you for your hard work just now. Suan looked at D. Mangyao and said softly. He flipped his hand and took out a magic weapon that looked like a small light golden bell. The bell was hanging on a black collar and swayed, making a crisp sound. I'm going to give you a gift. I don't know if you like it. As he spoke, Suan walked forward, put his arms around the snow-white neck, and slowly helped D. Mangyao put on the collar bell. In the somewhat dazed gaze of her, the figure of the man so close to her filled D. Mangyao's eyes. This is an intoxicating atmosphere. He is really gentle. A strong sense of satisfaction instantly filled D. Mangyao's heart. The little golden bell fell on the dimple between the girl's collarbone, and the black collar embellished her beautiful jade neck, making it look more slender. It also made this noble and beautiful princess of the emperor have a more pure and lustful temperament, making her look particularly attractive, making Suan want to take a bite of her. He nodded in satisfaction, and all he needed to do was put another strap on the back. Do you like it? Suan asked. He liked it very much anyway. Yes, I like it. D. Mangyao replied a little awkwardly. In fact, even if Suan gave her a flowery cotton jacket, she would probably say she liked it. After all, this was the first time this person gave her a gift. Then why don't you continue? Suan's voice suddenly became sharp. The skills and supernatural powers contributed by those forces have not yet been classified. Oh, yes, okay. D. Mangyao took a deep breath, walked reluctantly to the pile of jade slips, touched the bell around her neck, and felt happy and motivated. Then she began to organize these skills and supernatural powers diligently. It is a huge project to classify the skills contributed by all the big and small forces in the entire Lingyuan ancient city and even half of Sangzhou. Returning to the room again, Suan called out the red spider lily. After asking her to stand still, he supported her body from behind and placed her hands in the right places. He knew that Higinbana had always been lucky. After sending people to hunt down Xiaohe several times and secretly intercepting several of his opportunities, Suan's villain value has reached 4000. The mood is right now. It's time to draw the lottery. Suan opened the lottery module and was about to draw the lottery, but suddenly he seemed to think of something and stopped. Etc. The luck of Higinbana is so strong even through her clothes. If you take off your clothes and have direct contact, your luck will be even stronger. Thinking of this, Suan's gaze shifted back to his hands, or of course, to the thing he was holding in his hands. The red spider lily is wearing a set of black clothes that never change, and it is the kind that is quite close-fitting. Judging from the feel, there should be a tube top inside. So we need. Suan stretched his hand upwards, grabbed the tight collar, and pulled it down hard. The collar burst open, revealing the dazzling moon. The milky white snow-white body was wrapped in a tube top, but due to its size, even the tube top could not completely cover it. A slight tremor was felt, and the skin on Higinbana's neck was glowing. That's embarrassing. My lord, although she didn't reveal too much, she still felt a little uncomfortable as she always dressed conservatively. Although she was trained to be a killer, it doesn't mean that she has no sense of shame as a woman. It was the queen mother who brought her up, and she had never had such contact with other men, and she. Suan remained unmoved, and with a light push of his hand he removed the restraining area. Don't move, hold your head high and let the Lord take a good look at you. Although she felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing Suan's orders, Higinbana had to suppress the shame in her heart, and stood up straight and held her chest high as Suan instructed. The painted railing is horizontally arranged in half, and the sandalwood trough is arranged sideways to cover one side. There is no more beautiful scenery in the world than this. Of course, Suan is not the kind of boss who doesn't care about his subordinates. In order to prevent his subordinates from catching a cold, he immediately took care to protect the beautiful scenery. Then he pushed her twice, and after passing on his warmth, he stopped. As a serious boss, he is not here to play with the red spider lily. It's just to get some European energy. System, draw a lottery. 2,000 villain points will be deducted. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the inferior heavily man-made pill. Inferior heavily man-made pill. It can change the male body structure, turning it into a female, but the transformation is limited to the surface, and the essence is still male. At the same time, the person who takes the pill can also obtain icy skin and jade bones, fake, and his charm will be greatly increased. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thai level technique Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Sutra. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Sutra, a top level technique for body refining. When practiced to perfection, it can lead to the state of Tai Dao fruit, the ultimate realm of strength. It possesses the power to carry myriad realms, and with a wave of the hand, it can shake the universe and destroy all realms. It is the magical skill that those who practice body refining dream of. Sun's eyes lit up. As expected, he knew that the people from Mr. O must be very European, not to mention the first inferior heavily man-made pill, which is equivalent to a higher-end Thai surgery and is of little use to him, but the Dragon Elephant Prison Sutra is different. It is definitely a martial art that transcends this world. Not only can he integrate into the Taichu Origin Sutra to increase his foundation, but Shangnan also has stronger skills. Unlike the red spider lily, Shangnan is not very suitable for practicing magic skills on the surface, and there are not many magic skills of Suan that are suitable for her. Although the Dragon Elephant Power Sutra that Shangnan practiced before was not bad, it had reached the limit of the Yuanshan realm. The founder of the Dragon Elephant Power Sutra was only at the Yuanshan realm, but with the Dragon Elephant Prison Sutra, Shangnan can continue to practice him. Moreover, the description of Tai Daogui in this scripture is absolutely extremely precious and priceless, and is helpful in verifying the Daogui realm. Xiaohua, you really are my lucky star. Suan showed joy on his face and bit the exposed shoulder of the red spider lily. A little sweet, eat a few more bites. Higinbana's hands, which had nowhere to put, were folded together and her body was slightly tense. Why does this sudden contact make my heart beat so fast? And Xiaohua, what is this name? However, it seems that what the Lord said is not impossible. She just stood there without any resistance. After Suan took a few more bites, he considerately put the bra back on Higinbana and helped her put on her clothes to cover up the unique scenery. Yet he paused for a moment on the mask but decided not to take it off, because when they first met, Higinbana begged him not to take off her mask. Of course, Suan could be sure that Higinbana was not disfigured and was not an ugly girl. This was his intuition since he started practicing yin and yang. Seeing Higinbana fidgeting, Suan nodded and said, "Okay, Xiaohua." After getting permission, the red spider lily quickly disappeared into the void. He is clearly an emotionless killer, but at this moment he feels like he is fleeing in panic. As the sky gradually darkened, Suan walked towards the other side of the ferry boat. There is a training ground here, where Shangnan usually practices. Since returning from the Divine Phoenix Forbidden Land, Shangnan seemed to have become more diligent. Except for spending some time on the immortal boat, she has never stopped her practice. At this moment, the blood and energy in the training ground were rushing to the sky. Shangnan moved the blood and energy throughout his body and practiced the Dragon Elephant Great Power Sutra. He was like a powerful god or demon, with unparalleled ferocity. Seeing Suan coming, she quickly gathered all her energy and blood and stood up, restraining her ferocity. She scratched her head and smiled foolishly. "Sir, you are here." His muscular body, which was strong but not bloated, could give people a strong sense of oppression just by standing up. In fact, after achieving the Yuanshan realm, Shangnan can already adjust her body shape, but it seems that she has gotten used to it and she still likes to maintain this body shape. Suan smiled and patted his broad and strong arms. "Shangnan, you should combine work and rest. Sometimes you should relax properly. You don't have to stay here all day." Ever since he met Shangnan, it seemed that he rarely saw Shangnan doing anything other than practicing, and this was even more so now. Shangnan has always been obedient to Suan, but this time she shook her head and said firmly, "I want to protect the young master." Chapter 195 Pure Phoenix. She originally thought that she was already at the Yuanshan realm and could protect the young master, but the divine phoenix Forbidden Land told her that there is always someone better. The soul cannot completely protect the young master, and even needs to enter the young master's small world to hide. So she needs more powerful power. Seeing this, what else could Suan say? A subordinate who was so hardworking and caring about his superior would make the boss cry. After giving some encouragement, he handed the Dragon Elephant Prison Sutra to Shangnan. Shangnan felt like he had found a divine book when he got the new martial arts technique. He couldn't wait to start practicing it, and his blood and energy began to surge. Suan quietly left the training ground. He returned to the bow and scolded Di Mangyao, who had just finished work, and then punished her by making her serve as his pillow. The night passed like this. After a few more days, the immortal boat arrived in Qingzhou from Sangzhou. This time Suan came for Feng Luan. The Tianshui Holy Land dominates Qingzhou and also influences several surrounding states. It truly has the aura of a holy land. In addition to taking over some of the resources of the former Blood River sect and the former power of the Shao family, there were also overtures from other sects and families. Today, the Tianshui sect is surrounded by spiritual mist, with an air of immortal charm, and the entire mountain gate has been transformed into a top-level spiritual place. Even the sect protection formation has been upgraded. If it were a formation like that of the Holy Son of Hawan, I'm afraid even the sect protection formation wouldn't be able to break. It is already a well-known female cultivation sect, and now it is even more famous throughout the world. Many family monks are proud to marry female monks from the Tianshui Holy Land. However, the Tianshui Holy Land itself places great emphasis on aptitude, and there is also a gender restriction. Muningjin used to manage the sect in a Buddhist way, and several of the disciples had no desire to accept new disciples, so the number of cultivators in the sect was really scarce compared to other holy lands and sections. However, men are not allowed to enter the gate of Tianshui sect. In addition, the current disciples of Tianshui sect respect Muningjin more than before and are devoted to cultivation, so there are not many people who can have a disciple of Tianshui sect as a partner. Those who can are married are female cultivators. When Tianshui sect had not yet been promoted to a holy land, the male cultivators could only sigh as they looked at the mountain gate of Tianshui Holy Land. However, all these restrictions apply to ordinary male cultivators. To Suan, Tianshui sect is his home. He can come and go as he pleases. If necessary, Tianshui sect can also become his safe haven. For example, now, well, no, not here. The woman's mouth seemed to be blocked, and the sound that came out was a little unclear. In the main hall of the Tianshui Holy Land, Suan sat on the throne of the sect leader, holding in his arms the fairy Chu, who was rumored to have a cold temperament and was not interested in worldly affairs. It's okay, the disciples won't come over. Suan said a comforting word, put his hands on her slender waist and buried them in the hem of her skirt. The hem of Chu Yin's skirt had been lifted up, and the hem at the back covered the bottom of the throne. I don't know when the troublesome trousers got stuck at the knees. Her face was slightly red as she looked at the bad guy in front of her. She knew she had no right to refuse, so she could only close her eyes. The lips collided and the mouth snakes intersected. As the third most important person in Tianshui Holy Land, Elder Chu is very famous in the hearts of the disciples. She has already broken through the pure yang and her authority is second only to that of the sect leader Muningjin and Feng Luan, but now in Suan's arms, she has become a little woman who allows him to do whatever he wants, doing this in such a solemn and dignified sect master's hall. Chuyin actually felt a little excited in his heart. How can you have such an idea? She's fallen. Suan hugged Chuyin tightly, then suddenly stood up and took her to inspect the sect's main hall. Chuyin just leaned on Suan, her face flushed. She was very familiar with the sect's main hall, but this was the first time she had been hugged like this. What are you doing? At this time, a clear female voice sounded at the door of the hall, startling Chuyin and making her tremble all over. It's Junior's sister. She turned her head and wanted to explain, but Suan pressed on it. Chuyin really didn't dare to open her mouth. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and close her mouth. At the palace gate, Xiao Yulo stared at the adulterous couple with wide eyes. They actually did such a ridiculous thing in the sect's main hall, the center of Tianshui Holy Land. This is the place that represents the highest authority of Tianshui Holy Land. How could they be allowed to make love with each other? It's shameful to play in such a sacred place. Why don't you take her with you? Eating alone is not a good habit. Senior sister Chu, let him go and let me do it. She couldn't wait to shout loudly, and in a flash she came to the two of them. In Chuyin's surprised eyes, she grabbed Suan's face and started biting it wildly. Suan's face was wet from all the operations, but fortunately, even the girl's saliva had a sweet smell. Brother-in, I miss you. After Xiao Yulo vented her lovesickness, her body immediately became weak and she leaned delicately on Suan. As she said this, she glanced at Chuyin with pride. She learned to address Suan as brother and from Yi liar. She happened to be younger than Suan, unlike Chuyin, who couldn't address him like that even if she wanted to. Chuyin, why does this junior sister feel a little bit disdainful? But soon she no longer cared about Sha Yulo, because Suan's hands loosened for some reason. She accidentally fell down while being held in his arms. In order to avoid falling, she could only support her body with her backhands on the floor. Suan hurriedly grabbed Chuyin's legs and tried to pull Chuyin up, but as luck would have it, her hand slipped and Chuyin fell again, thus entering the same cycle. The sun is at its zenith. The holy land of Tianshui is peaceful and tranquil, like a place for immortals to practice meditation. After dealing with the sect's affairs, Feng Wuan walked towards the sect's main hall. As the center of Tianshui Holy Land, the sect's main hall also needs to be replanned. Perhaps it can be expanded. The current main hall still does not meet the standards of a holy place. As she was thinking this, she just walked to the front of the main hall when a strange noise mixed with quarreling came into her ears. She frowned. Why was there someone else in the sect's main hall? From the sound, it seems to be junior sister Chu and junior sister Little. What are they arguing about? Feng Wuan did not use divine sense to investigate, because divine sense was not polite. She walked over and the sound became clearer. Don't you know that there is order of seniority? This was junior sister Chu's voice, and she sounded a little angry. Then the younger sister also loudly retorted, don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? Feng Wuan frowned even more tightly. They were all sisters, so there was nothing that couldn't be discussed calmly. Even if you see something good, there is no need to argue, you can share it together. She strode into the hall, preparing to persuade her two junior sisters, but then his figure froze in place. Yuan was seen sitting on the throne of the sect master with his horse and sword, while junior sister Chu and little junior sister were kneeling in front of the throne. The two seemed to be still arguing over something, even when they were excited, their heads bumped into each other. This kind of thing is beyond Feng Wuan's understanding. Seeing Suan's eyes looking at her, she was startled and turned around and ran away. He disappeared in the main hall in an instant, as if he had never appeared. Only after fleeing back to her Fengming Peak did Feng Wuan finally calm down a little. Junior sister Chu and the others, how come they? Although she had known about the relationship between Suan and Chuyin for a long time, this was the first time she had seen such a thing. Could it be that Suan has always been getting along with them like this, as a pure phoenix? She couldn't even understand her behavior for a moment. And she felt inexplicably unwilling in her heart. It was like something I loved was taken away by someone else. On the other side, after sharing the jade liquid, Chuyin came out of her previous state and leaned against Xiao Yulo, and the two of them became good sisters again. Suan, Gulong, did someone come just now? She asked while wiping the corner of her mouth. As a Purian cultivator, although most of her attention was focused on competing with Xiao Yulo, she still had a vague sense. Yuan rubbed Chuyin's head and said with a smile, you are right, Feng Wuan was here just now. What? Chuyin was startled and his face suddenly became embarrassed. She never thought that someone really came just now, and it was the senior sister. Doesn't that mean that the senior sister saw everything that happened just now? It's over. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. She covered her face and lowered her head. Sha Yulua, who was standing next to him, nudged Chuyin with his elbow in disdain. What's the big deal? It's just that someone saw us. It's not like anyone else will see us anyway, so why not just bring senior sister in as well? As long as we can pull the senior sister in as well and watch her ugly behavior, then it will be even. It can be seen that she really learned a lot in Higanbana. This. Chuyin hesitated and didn't know how to respond. After wiping Chuyin clean, Suan stood up, his lips curled up slightly. Okay, Feng Wuan, I'll go and deal with it. This Feng Xianzi is the main target of his trip. In Fengming Peak, Feng Wuan had just calmed down and dispelled certain images from her mind, but then she saw a figure falling into her yard without any hesitation. Fairy Feng, how are you? Suan smiled as if nothing had happened before. On the contrary, Feng Wuan felt a little embarrassed and replied unnaturally, Mr. Su, long time no see. Suan took a step forward and stepped into a safe distance from Feng Wuan. Didn't we just meet in the ancient land of Xingling before? Or is it that Fairy Feng misses me, so it feels like a long time since we last met? He stared at Feng Wuan with his eyes as if possessed by spirit. Feng Wuan blushed slightly, not knowing how to answer, so she had to change the subject. What were you doing just now? After asking this question, she felt even more embarrassed. Feng Wuan. Why are you asking this kind of question? It will make both parties speechless. It is better to just pretend that nothing happened. Yuan looked calm and said with a smile, just now I was treating them to a magical medicine I made secretly. Judging from his expression, it seemed like the communication just now was really normal. If Feng Yuan hadn't seen Junior Sister Chu and Junior Sister Chu with their butts naked at the time, she might have really believed it. Mr. Su and Junior Sister Chu have a really good relationship, she said with a hint of bitterness. Chapter 196. The turtle is real. It's not that she is jealous of Junior Sister Chu and the others, she has nothing to do with Su and we are just good fellow Taoists. There is no need to be jealous or envious. She wasn't jealous, she didn't care about it at all. Suan's head suddenly moved closer, which startled Feng Yuan. What are you doing? The distance between the two of them at this moment was less than an inch, almost face to face, and Suan could clearly feel the faint breath between Feng Yuan's breath. If Feng Xianzi wants, our relationship can be very good. What do you mean? Feng Yuan's heart trembled. Could it be that Suan thought she was the kind of woman who would be easily moved like Junior Sister Chu? If so, he really underestimated her. Although she had a very pleasant conversation with Suan, and Suan had saved the Tianshui sect and even saved her once in the ancient land of Xingling, but her heart of Taoism is indestructible. How could she? Suan suddenly hugged his waist, and their faces, which were already close, collided with each other. The rosy lips were blocked by the warm breath. Without any warning, Suan invaded her small mouth, which she usually used to scold her disciples. When she was completely unprepared, rush forward. Feng Yuan's eyes widened involuntarily and she looked at Suan in shock. How dare he do this? Finally, when the two were about to complete the exchange of saliva again, Feng Yuan suddenly pushed Suan away with a flushed face. As the actual controller of Tianshui Holy Land and the eldest sister of Sha Yulo and the others, her character has always been gentle yet strong, and she seldom scolds anyone, but now, she couldn't help but curse Suan. You are shameless. How can you be so worthy of Junior Sister Chu and the others? Suan also let go of Feng Yuan and sniffed the scent on his hand, with a slightly evil smile on his face. Ener and the others won't object. Besides, I never said I was a good person. Fairy Feng, please don't misunderstand. Then he licked the corner of his mouth, revealing an aftertaste. Besides, the taste of Feng Xianzi is great. Seeing this, all those playboys would call him an expert. Master Su, I really misjudged you. You are even more shameless than that scoundrel. Feng Yuan was furious and felt even more ashamed and angry. It's fine if you kissed me, but is it possible to say this out loud? As a pure phoenix over 200 years old, she could not bear to hear such words. Well, what's the scoundrel? Suan frowned and keenly grasped the key words. What kind of shit is worthy of being compared with him? Humph, a scoundrel who often harasses female disciples outside the sect. But now it seems that he is still far inferior to you, Master Su. Feng Yuan glared at Suan fiercely. At least that rascal was only harassing me verbally and trying to get close to me, and he didn't do anything out of line. But Suan really did it, and even dared to flirt with me in the Tianshui Holy Land. His first kiss was taken away from her so unreasonably. If it weren't for the fact that Suan saved me in the Tianshui sect, I would definitely make him pay. After hearing Feng Yuan's description, Suan's eyes flashed with hostility, and he became somewhat interested in this rascal. There was actually a bastard who dared to run outside his silver nest and cause trouble. The Tianshui Holy Land dominates Qingzhou, but not everyone has the courage to do so. Could it be another protagonist? Thinking of this, Suan temporarily gave up the idea of teasing Feng Yuan. I was planning to be more domineering and take Feng Yuan directly to the supermarket, but now it seems that it is better to deal with the protagonist first. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Fairy Feng, please think carefully about what I said before. Suan smiled evilly. With Feng Yuan's personality, if she wasn't more assertive, even if she had feelings for him, it might take decades, and he didn't want to wait that long. Seeing Feng Yuan in a daze, he reached out and pinched her buttocks hard, and then his figure disappeared on the spot. The slight pain from her buttocks brought Feng Yuan back to her senses in an instant, and the figure was no longer in front of her. Suan. Looking at the empty yard, she gritted her teeth and felt even more ashamed and angry. How ridiculous. He flirted with me time and again in the Tianshui Holy Land. Did he really think I had no temper? If it weren't for the fact that Suan was half her own, she would definitely go to her master to file a complaint. She didn't know yet that she was almost going to someone's little world to be with her good sister Mu Qiangi. Soon, the identity of the ruffian was revealed by Higan Bana. Tianshui Holy Land, as Suan's safe haven, is one of the key focus areas of the Bianhua organization. Naturally, they also know about Shen Kaishan, who was harassing outside the Holy Land. However, because this incident did not cause any substantial impact on the Tianshui sect, it was not specifically reported to Suan. The ancestor of a small family who was about to die suddenly took a concubine. After his son was born, he suddenly had an epiphany and his cultivation level improved. He also learned a technique of alchemy from somewhere. With this alchemy technique, he won the favor of children from small sects and small families. Then he kept taking concubines and looking for women. Now he has married 18 concubines. Oh, he is now planning a wedding for his 19th concubine. His current cultivation level has just broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. The information includes not only Shinkai-shan's information, but also his wives, concubines and children's information. There was nothing outstanding about those wives and concubines. Although they had the aptitude to practice cultivation, it was not strong. In terms of appearance, they were not as good as the maids in his mansion. After all, his maids were carefully selected, and some were even awarded by His Majesty. Their talents and appearance were excellent, however. Shinkai-shan was still strong and healthy. In just over a year, he married 18 wives and concubines and had 20 children. From this we can see that Shinkai-shan seemed to be marrying a concubine just for the sake of having a concubine. Suan frowned slightly. No, it was like marrying a concubine just to have children. From the beginning of fetal breathing, the ability of a cultivator to conceive offspring decreases. Shinkai-shan gave birth to more than 20 children in a year, which was possible because he basically sowed seeds every day. It stands to reason that after having finally changed his fate and gone from a dying man to a breakthrough into the Purple Palace, he should have practiced even harder. Instead, Shinkai-shan became lustful and served as a groom every month. If it was for dual cultivation, he wouldn't have left behind so many offspring. This situation, could it be that having many children means more blessings? Thinking of this weird and brutal school, Suan's eyes twitched slightly. What, the ancestor has taken a concubine again? What the heck is going on with the family? The way to expand the family is to start with marrying a wife. A very abstract genre, in which the protagonist is often stronger than a breeding pig. He is either breeding or on the way to breeding, and his children are dropping one after another. In this genre, all that needs to be done is to destroy the protagonist's lower body. Suan picked up the red spider lily beside him. He liked to touch it when thinking, which could make his mind more transcendent. If this were a martial arts world, it would probably be okay to cut it off. However, in the world of cultivating immortals, even regenerating a severed limb is not a difficult task. Even with special methods, there is no guarantee that there is no possibility of recovery, unless one specifically practices that special technique. Like the eunuchs in the imperial palace in the past, of course, most of the eunuchs in the imperial palace now should have been sent away. After the empress took office, most of the eunuchs with accomplishments were sent to the Suwanio division to serve as ministers, and ordinary eunuchs were gradually sent out of the palace. Those in the sutra repository were the last few. Now there should be only a few palace maids left in the palace, and no more eunuchs will be recruited in the future. After all, Suan didn't like the profession of eunuch from the bottom of his heart. Back to the topic, it is definitely not safe to castrate the protagonist, but it is not good to kill him directly as the benefits are too small. So, the heavenly man-made pill? Looking at the pill in his hand, Suan didn't know what he was thinking about, and his eyes gradually showed a bit of evil amusement. Xingyang Town, Shin family. Today, the Shin family's house is covered with red flowers and the word, which makes it look particularly festive. People nearby are not surprised, as they know that this means that old Master Shin has taken in another concubine. This is the 19th one. Some people looked at the gate of the Shin mansion and were secretly shocked, with envy in their eyes. I wonder if this old Master Shin can bear it. He also wants 19 wives. A person nearby couldn't help but laugh at what he said. Old Master Shin is getting younger and younger now. He has become a great cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm and is in great shape. Why are you worrying about this? Compared to the festive mansion, old Master Shin's face did not seem festive at all, but rather a little green, because he had another son. But the system did not send any reward notification. This is a fucking bastard. Shinkai-shan looked at his concubine and eldest son kneeling in front of him, and he couldn't stop the anger on his face, although he had known that such things were inevitable. After all, these women had no feelings for him. It was just a simple sexual relationship. In addition, he had many concubines, and even though his cultivation was okay, he didn't know how to practice dual cultivation after all, so it was impossible for him to take care of every one of them, and there would always be concubines who felt empty. But what he didn't expect was that it happened to him so soon, and it was his eldest son who cheated on him. This eldest son was left behind by the previous life. He is now over 30 years old, But surprisingly, he is still a filial son and cheated on his father, even though the other concubines did not get pregnant with other people's children. No one knew whether they had any affairs with the eldest son or other people. Seeing the concubine trembling while holding the child, Shinkai-shan couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. If you want to live a decent life, you have to have some green on your head. Before he traveled through time, he was a middle-aged man with an unhappy life, and he had long understood this truth. On weekdays, he also likes to watch some cuckold plots, and often posts comments in the comment section such as, "This is reality, it's almost the same as in real life," and "The turtle is real." Once someone refutes him, he will criticize those people based on their age, saying that they are too young and do not understand real life, because he has had many years of experience. As a cuckold, his reaction to finding out that he has been cuckolded is not as big as he expected. Think about it carefully. Wasn't Emperor Taizong of Tang Dynasty also cheated on by his son Li Ji? Lady Xianhua of Emperor Wen of Sui Dynasty was also taken by his son Yang Guang. It is common for emperors to be cheated on. It's no big deal for me to be cheated on. This is life. Comforting himself in this way, Shinkai-shan's complexion gradually returned to normal. Forget it, you should move out and follow Shenyang from now on. The concubine who was pregnant with a bastard was given to the eldest son, and she was asked to live alone in a small courtyard next door with his grandson. At the same time, he scolded his eldest son and then let the matter go. Thank you, sir. Thank you, father. His eldest son and concubine hugged each other excitedly, which made Shenyang feel a strange feeling in his heart. My head is itchy, is it going to grow grass? He shook his head and then looked at the other concubines with children. He has so many sons, and there will be even more concubines in the future, and he may not be able to take care of them all. If this happens again, just do it this way. He has many concubines anyway. Or wait until each son reaches adulthood and then give that son a concubine of his own. This idea suddenly popped up in his mind. It seemed feasible and could solve his son's desires and marriage problems. After dealing with the affair between his eldest son and his concubine, Shinkai-shan did not stay long and went to the front hall to prepare for the wedding. The concubine's wedding was certainly not particularly grand, but a banquet was prepared, and all the prominent figures in Xingyang town came to congratulate. The Shin family now has a very high prestige in Xingyang town. Shinkai-shan returned to his smiling face. Dear guests, dear friends, today is my, Shinkai-shan's, big day. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a group of people wearing sueniaosi uniforms walked in swaggeringly. The person in the lead was a woman dressed in black with sharp eyes and an ordinary face. Shinkai-shan, you're in trouble, come with us. The originally lively banquet suddenly became quiet, and Shinkai-shan's hand holding the wineglass shook. Sir, what have I done wrong? He asked cautiously. Although he did secretly kill several former rivals of the Shin family after his cultivation level improved, he believed he had done it covertly, and such a small matter should not have attracted the attention of the Suwanio division. We suspect that you are practicing magic, so we want to take you back for examination. The woman waved her hand, and two Suwanio division monks came to Shinkai-shan. Mr. Shin, please. Shinkai-shan looked a little ugly, and he moved his lips and slowly uttered a sentence. Today is my big day, I wonder if you can forgive me a little? The woman remained unmoved. With a hint of mockery on her lips, the two Suwanio division monks immediately took action to capture Shinkai-shan's role. Suddenly Shinkai-shan shouted loudly, and the magic power of the Purple Mansion realm suddenly poured out, instantly knocking away the two Suwanio division monks. The guests were watching this scene in shock and fear. Old Master Shin actually dared to confront the Suwanio division. I am a senior alchemist. If the masters of the Suwanio division need anything, I can help. However, if you arrest people based on suspicion alone, I, Shin, will not be able to comply. He said, half in a request and half in a threat. If these Sueniaosi monks are willing, he doesn't mind paying the price and spending some elixirs in exchange for peace, but the woman obviously didn't come for a few pills. She said coldly, take him down. Following the order from the black-clad woman, many guests dodged, and the Suwanio division monk attacked Shinkai-shan without hesitation. Shin Shishi's expression gradually became gloomy. Chapter 197 sent him to practice his skills. Of course he couldn't follow them in. These people came to arrest people without any evidence. If they were not hired by his enemies, then they wanted to arrest him to take the blame. Once in prison, they will be tortured into confessing, and the false information may become true. The government is not necessarily a place where reason prevails. Following it in will lead to death. At worst, he can just not marry and wander around the world to leave offspring. With the system of having many children, he will have a chance to turn things around. With a few loud bangs, the front hall of the Shin family was instantly blown up by the aftermath of the fight, and all the guests scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing away. Of course, there were also brave ones who chose to stay outside the Shin mansion and watch the battle. Although there are only 2 purple mansions among the Suwaneo division monks, they cooperate well and gradually compress Shinkaishan's living space. Even with the magical powers rewarded by the system, Shinkaishan is still forced to defend continuously. If the magical power rewarded by the system was not quite powerful, he would not be able to hold on for a moment. "You forced me to do this." Suddenly he shouted angrily, took a hit and retreated several meters, taking advantage of this opportunity to put a blood-red pill into his mouth. In an instant, his skin swelled slightly, and blood-red lines appeared. His whole aura suddenly rose a lot, and his magic power became even more violent. The soul-exploding blood-melting pill can increase a person's strength in a short period of time, but it will affect their potential and hinder their practice. He just refined one as a backup, and he never thought that there would be a day when he would actually need it. The sudden increase in the power of the magical power caused the Suwaneo division monks to be repelled for a while, but before Shinkaishan could become arrogant, the woman in black moved. A green light flashed, and Shinkaishan suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart. He bent his legs and suddenly lowered his body. Then the green light passed along his forehead, and he felt a chill on his head. Half of the scalp flew out along with the hair, and the originally thick hair turned into a bald spot. The exposed skull in the middle seemed to be dyed by the green light and turned green, and the green color spread along the skull and directly to his entire face. Now he has really become a green-haired turtle. Life pill. Shinkaishan didn't care about his image, he just looked at the woman in black with horror in his heart. This woman, the only one who was not wearing the Suwaneosi uniform, was actually a powerful life pill master. Is it necessary to use such a big fuss to capture a cultivator who has just achieved the purple mansion status? Bang! The woman in black said nothing and kicked Shinkaishan in the chest again. He suddenly broke through the wall like a cannonball and was blasted directly into a side room in the backyard. "Father, Master!" Several exclamations were heard simultaneously in the side room. Then Shinkaishan saw a scene that made him vomit blood. I saw that his eldest son, who had just repented, was actually playing with 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes with his 2 favorite concubines. As if to add interest, the sons born to his 2 concubines were placed beside the bed while Shinkaishan was fighting in the front. His eldest son was playing with his concubine in the back. "Puff! You!" His face turned even greener, he couldn't catch his breath and almost fainted. The woman in black robe flew into the room, glanced coldly at the 2 frightened concubines and eldest son, and then prepared to capture Shinkaishan. "I won't give in." Shinkaishan struggled to get up. He was a time traveler who was going to marry a beautiful wife worth tens of millions and have billions of children. How could he just die like that? Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for having children. I will reward you with a life pill cultivation experience card. It was his remaining pregnant concubine who gave birth at this very moment. Shinkaishan's eyes suddenly lit up and he chose to use it without hesitation. The cultivation level of the life pill realm emanated from him, and the injuries that had originally made it difficult for him to move were directly suppressed. "I can still fight again." He really wasn't destined to die. Shinkaishan stood up with a loud laugh, and used the cloud-acting hand seal to force back the stunned woman in black, and then glared at his eldest son fiercely. "I'll deal with you later." Humph. Although the woman in black was surprised at Shinkaishan's change, she reacted quickly. He calmly used his magical powers to fight with Shinkaishan. "Ha, you had a great fight just now." The magic power in Shinkaishan's body was even more powerful than the woman's at this time, and his magic power was comparable to that of the late stage of Mingdan. For a while, he suppressed the woman. The frustration from being beaten up before was swept away, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He is indeed the destined protagonist, and turning danger into safety is no problem for him. Once he has dealt with this woman, he will not let go of the forces behind her either. With the power of the system, he will surely reach the top of the continent. All goddesses, saints, and imperial daughters should be his. The woman in black turned a deaf ear to him and displayed her magical powers one after another. Murderous intent surged, and green light appeared. In fact, if he had been killed directly, Shinkaishan's body would probably have been torn into pieces by now, but Suen's order was to capture him alive, so she faithfully carried out the order. Ding! Suddenly, a flash of blood came from nowhere. It penetrated the space and passed through Shinkaishan's body in just a moment. Shinkaishan, who was originally laughing, suddenly had his magic power freeze. A big hole appeared below his abdomen, and he fell straight to the ground. The red spider lily in the dark took action. The woman in black bowed towards the void, then quickly sealed Shinkaishin's purple palace, and then put the soul-forbidden lock in her hand directly on Shinkaishin's body. Seeing his unwilling expression, the woman in black whispered, "It was really enjoyable just now." Then he slapped the angry Shinkaishin unconscious and flew towards the Tianshui Holy Land with him. The guests watching the scene couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune. They picked up a piece of the Chinese character and laughed, "Oh no! Now the great joy has turned into great sorrow." Shinkaishin's eldest son was relieved. Now that his father was gone, the concubines he had kept would become his. After an unknown amount of time, Shinkaishin slowly woke up. The surrounding environment seemed a little humid, and for some reason, he felt as if all his strength had disappeared. "You're awake. The operation was successful. Congratulations. You've become a girl now." An inexplicably terrifying speech was heard, and Shinkaishin subconsciously reached down before even opening his eyes. "No, it's really gone. No, it's even a little concave, just like those of his concubines." His hands began to tremble and he looked at the strange man in front of him with horror. "What have you done to me? It looks like there shouldn't be any side effects." Suan looked at Shinkaishin's energetic appearance and nodded with satisfaction. After taking the Tianren Hua Dan and putting on the Liuli Luoxian skirt, she is actually 3 times prettier than Fengran. The glazed fairy skirt obtained after killing the cross-dressing protagonist is, after all, a magical treasure. Although Suan does not wear it himself, he can refine the spiritual treasure and wear it on others. It just so happens that although Shinkaishin looks like a girl, he is actually a man in essence, which fits the definition of the Liuli Luoxian skirt. Plus, he wasn't bad looking either. When he put on the glazed fairy dress and got the icy skin and bones and stunning buff, he looked so charming and beautiful. If a man whose true identity you don't know comes here, I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself and be tempted. At this moment, staying in this dungeon, huddled in a corner, she looks even more fragile, pitiful, and sympathetic. System, save me." Shinkaishin was extremely shocked and angry. His Koan, his Ikuan who fought on the battlefield. What kind of evil organization is this that actually turned a 7-foot-tall man into a woman? Is the other world so dangerous? He frantically called for the system in his mind. In this situation, he could only hope that the system would be able to help. To receive the reward, please raise a child. System, how can I have children now? Can you help me recover first? The host can improve his strength, recover his body, and then give birth to offspring. Shinkaishin's eyes widened. How the hell am I going to improve my strength now? Can you give me an advance on the reward? To receive the reward, please raise a child day. Bang! Just as Shinkaishin was cursing the system in his heart, a slap woke him up. Looking at that charming little face, Suan calmly withdrew his hand and chuckled. "Remember, from today on, you are called Shin Shishir. Xiaohua, first send someone to send him to the brothel in Qingzhou to practice his skills. If he is useful, bring him back to the imperial capital." I remember that the Huanyue Pavilion in the imperial capital is still short of a top performer. Huanyue Pavilion is his property in the imperial capital, and is known as one of the top brothels in the imperial capital along with Xiaoxiang Pavilion and Tingfeng Pavilion. However, Tingfeng Pavilion once had a top prostitute, Fengran, who was ahead of several other brothels. Now Suan is also preparing to create his own top prostitute. Chapter 198, Jade Liquid is a true elixir. Yes. The red spider lily, which had a low presence nearby, responded. Shinkaishin has used many methods to seal her strength, including the secret technique of the Higan Bana organization, the magic soul sealing technique, Xingnan's magic seal of the Yuanshan realm, and the blood source sealing technique of Di Mengyao's demon clan. She is only left with the strength of an ordinary person. If he sends her to a brothel and assigns a life pill monk to guard her, he will not be afraid that she will run away. It is a good gimmick for a great monk from Zifu to go into the sea to pick up clients to increase his status. Shinkaishin's eyes suddenly widened, and his round eyes stared at Suan. What the hell? Send him to a brothel to practice his skills? Are you a devil? No, let me go. He belatedly realized what was happening and huddled up into a ball, hugging his body and shouting in panic. He is a real man. He just wants to bully others and not be bullied by others. Shinkaishin's opposition was ultimately of no use, as he was knocked unconscious and put into a sack by 2 ordinary-looking female cultivators in black robes. When I woke up the second time, a strong scent of powder entered my nose with a familiar taste. He just felt pain in his mouth, as if he was injured. My body felt like it was in a carriage. And even my hands and feet seem to be. That was the AI Kuan he once had but lost, Shin. Kaishin's eyes were bloodshot and he almost died. System, save me. To receive the reward, please raise a child. Ugh. Furious, Shin Kaishan straightened his body suddenly and rolled his eyes. The back mountain of Tianshui sect, Suan had a wonderful encounter here. At least in his opinion, it was beautiful. For those who feel unhappy, there is grass on their graves. Oh, no, Qinyan's body is gone, and there is no grave. Certainly the back mountain of Tianshui sect has now undergone some renovations and is no longer the gloomy and desolate place it once was. The spiritual treasure that was once suppressed here became a prop for Suan's daily entertainment, and this place was transformed into a fairyland. The scenery is beautiful. The spiritual energy is abundant and the climate is pleasant. The lake is so clear that you can see the bottom, like a magical spring. A palace with an ancient style was built next to the lake. This is the place where Muningzhen, the sect leader, practices seclusion. She has always disliked caring about the mundane affairs of the sect, so she built a palace alone in the back mountain. As in the past, disciples of the Tianshui sect and outsiders are still prohibited from entering here, but it is still much more relaxed than before. Disciples such as Feng Wan can come and inform Muningzhen if they have any matters. Feng Wan was standing outside the palace at this time. After hesitating for a while, she walked forward. Suan has been too arrogant in Tianshui sect these days. Not only does he play around with his two junior sisters in the sect all day long, but sometimes he even asks the disciples of Tianshui sect to help him push his buttocks, and he doesn't even avoid her. That scene was simply unbearable to watch. What does Suan think of the Tianshui Holy Land? You have to know that the disciples of Tianshui sect are all high and mighty goddesses outside, but now they are being ordered to do this kind of thing. Where is the sect rules and reputation of the Holy Land of Tianshui? The key point is that junior sister Chu and the others actually followed suit. They have absolutely no sense of shame. How can she build the Holy Land with these junior sisters together? So she came here specifically to ask her master Muningzhen to come out and teach Suan and junior sister Chu a lesson. At the very least, don't disturb her mind in front of her anymore. In front of the palace, she raised her hand slightly and was about to knock on the door, but a voice came and made her hand freeze in midair. Well, really, that's it. Well done, master. There is a formation set up in the palace, which has a certain sound insulation effect. So the sound is not clear and is very vague. Feng Wan just felt that it sounded somewhat familiar. It seems to be Suan's, but how could Suan appear here with master? I must have heard it wrongly. Perhaps master was experimenting with some magic. She shook her head and didn't think much about it. The arm continued to knock down. Boom boom. Master, can I come in? No, Boji can. I have something to do now. Muningzhen's voice came from inside, and the tone was a little strange. It seemed as if something was attacking her mouth. Feng Wan's pupils shrank suddenly. Why does this sound seem somewhat similar to the sound made by junior sister Chu and the others? Could it be that? She quickly dismissed this horrible thought. How could master be the same as junior sister Chu and the others? This must be a joke. It's impossible. Suan is the only man in the sect. Master would never do that kind of thing with a junior like Suan. After all, Muningzhen's image of a cold and noble female cultivator who was devoted to the great Tao was too deeply rooted in people's minds, so Feng Wan didn't have too much doubt and threw the idea away. Master, I will wait outside, she said as she stood at the door of the palace. Wanner, you should leave first. I may need to be in seclusion for a while and cannot come out for the time being. Muningzhen's voice was heard again, and this time he seemed very calm and composed, with a bit of immortal air. Just by listening to the sound, one can imagine a peerless fairy sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed, meditating with her eyes closed. Well, master, I'll come back later. Although Feng Wan wanted to rectify the atmosphere in Tianshui Holy Land, she did not disturb her master when she heard that he was going into seclusion. At worst, I can indulge Suan and the others for a few more days, and let master give him a good lesson when he comes out of seclusion. I just don't know if I can get a good rest these few nights. Thinking of the scene where Suan dragged Shuin to her bedroom in the middle of the night to do that kind of thing, Feng Wan felt ashamed and angry. Alas, Mr. Su is good in other aspects, but he is too licentious. Until now, she still thinks Suan is a good person. Realizing that Feng Wan had left the back mountain, Muningzhen in the palace finally breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at Suan fiercely. Originally, it was impossible for the soundproofing formation in her palace to transmit any sound, but this little scoundrel chose to lower the effectiveness of the formation and deliberately let Feng Wan hear it. Even later when I was talking, I almost let the cat out of the bag.su and smiled evilly. Not afraid of such a look at all, he stroked Muningzhen's head and pressed it gently, easily diverting her attention. Master, take it. This is my special elixir. Of course, a good thing like jade liquid should be presented to Master as a gift. Muningen rolled her eyes at first, but then frowned slightly. With a look of shock on her face, her foundation seemed to have been strengthened a little. Although this elixir is not very effective for Muningen, the slight enhancement it provides cannot be felt without careful investigation, but you have to know that she is now a Yuanshan venerable. Even those precious and top-grade elixirs may not be effective on a Yuanshan venerable, and Suan's jade liquid can actually improve her foundation, and she doesn't even have drug resistance. This, how horrible, according to her perception just now. With the effect of Suan's jade liquid, even if a female cultivator with no talent drinks this elixir for a long time, she will probably become a top genius. If this matter were to be known by some female cultivators who have failed to break through, Su and would probably be surrounded by a large group of evil women whenever he goes out. At one point, she even had the thought of keeping Suan and enjoying him slowly. As long as she drinks the jade liquid for a long time, her cultivation will be able to break through again within a few years. In the long run, the legendary Dao fruit realm may not be a dream. Fortunately, Muningen was determined in the Tao and suppressed this idea. Although she and Suan were not true master and disciple, she could not do anything to hurt this little scoundrel. Seeing Muningen's expression, Suan couldn't help but smile. What do you think, master? I didn't lie to you, did I? The Yuanyang immortal body, which is a fusion of the Yuanyang holy body, immortal muscles and bones, an array of original immortal energy from the beginning of the world, is sublimated to the extreme and is not comparable to ordinary physiques. Every part of his body can be called an elixir of life, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is Tang Monk's flesh, especially his jade liquid. I don't know if it's because the fusion material contains the Yuanyang holy body, a physique suitable for dual cultivation, but the effect is stronger than his blood. Not only is it effective, but it also has no side effects. If one person can achieve enlightenment, it is no longer a dream to bring his sister to heaven. Of course, after taking the jade liquid, the woman will become more dependent on him, and will feel alienated or even disdainful of other opposite sexes except him. However, this effect is just icing on the cake for Suan, who has the Nirvana Sutra. Upon hearing this, Muningen couldn't help but give Suan another blank look. After cleaning up the remaining jade liquid, she stood up. You little liar. And he said he didn't lie to her, she was practicing at the time, and this little liar came running over from somewhere and said he wanted to hug her. He even pretended to be pitiful in front of her, saying that he had lost his mother since childhood and missed his master's hug. She felt sorry for Suan but couldn't refuse, so she had to let him do what he wanted. As a result, he hugged Suan and carried her to the bed, but his hands were still not honest. After hugging for a while, he said that it was uncomfortable to hug through clothes, and threw the robe aside. Then he bared his fangs and stuffed the love bell into her stomach. It hasn't been taken out yet. She reached out her hand, ready to take out the magic treasure, but then a big hand pressed down on her buttocks. Wait a minute, this was only the first half, there's still the second half. Suan slowly stroked Muningen's cheek with his other hand and lifted the chin of the beautiful woman in front of him. She had a slender figure and a fairy-like appearance. She must be a fairy in a painting on earth. He gently touched the tempting red lips. Master, rinse your mouth first, I will need it later. As a powerful man who travels across Qingzhou and is famous throughout the world, she is the goddess in the hearts of countless powerful monks. Now that we have finally acquired the strength to compete with it, of course we have to give it a good beating. Today is the day for him to avenge his previous shame. Are you sure? Muningen narrowed her eyes slightly. Could it be that she had been restraining her strength before, giving Suan the illusion that he could win? I'm sure. Suan smiled faintly without showing any sign of weakness, and even sat up straighter with his head held high. With a thud, Su Xiuan tapped Muningen's little face to show respect. He now has pure Yang cultivation, Yuan Yang immortal body, and with the blessing of the Hahuan Sect's secret book, he can naturally fight against opponents of higher levels. Even if it is a supreme soul, he will be beheaded today. The soundproofing formation in the palace began to work again. The emotion is gentle and relaxing, and the eyes are lowered and looking downward. At first, the body was transformed and slapped, and then it was started from the beginning. Some lift their feet over their shoulders, while others lift their skirts to reach their stomachs, but he also hummed and chattered, and raised his head high. Then, I will post one chapter first, and those who go to bed early can read the next chapter tomorrow. Chapter 199. Going to keep Fairy Mu company. After 3 days and 3 nights, Suan walked out of the palace, looking at the sunlight in the sky. He smiled disdainfully. He won this battle. What a great Yuanshan master. He still lost under his crotch and was forced to shout out all kinds of humiliating names. Boom. Suan pressed his hand against the palace gate to support himself, but his legs went weak and he almost fell down. Xiao Hua, come and help me. Higanbana appeared beside Suan in time, supported Suan with some heartache, and let Suan lean on her body. My lord, it's okay, let me take it easy. Suan waved his hand, his face was rosy but not pale. The secret book of Hahuan can create almost unlimited energy, so there is no problem of lack of energy. However, it takes mana to activate the secret book of Hahuan, and practicing dual cultivation with someone with stronger cultivation will consume even more mana. What's more, Muningjin is much stronger than him. He still has enough energy to fight again, and even feed Yi Lyre, but his mana is almost overdrawn. Of course, Muningjin is even more miserable now. I in the slightly chaotic palace, Muningjin's snow-white body lay quietly on the bed, like a sleeping beauty. She was naked and her body was covered with magical medicine, including the place where orders are issued and the place where the 5 grains are reincarnated. They are all filled with elixirs. After a long while, she used her magic power to relieve her physical fatigue before sitting up. She gritted her teeth in hatred and could still smell the scent of Suan. This little scoundrel. Unlike Suan, she was only tired mentally and physically. When Suan was practicing the Taichu version of the Hahuan secret book, her mind and body were also immersed in the Yin Yang Dao. Although there were many benefits, there were also great consumptions. However, Suan's growth was indeed beyond her expectations, and she was defeated after 2 days and 2 nights. For the next day and night, he tormented and played with her. It will use her body in various ways. Of course, this was also the case on her own initiative, otherwise a Yuanshan Venerable would not be so fragile. Although she seemed to have been teased to the point of losing her mind, she actually still had tremendous magical power. With just a slight move, she was able to seriously injure the unsuspecting Suan. Even at her level, the so-called pleasure can be blocked, and the touch of the body will not bring her any emotional changes. There is no possibility that Suan will fall because of his strength in some aspect. That is to say, she was willing to accept the pleasure that Suan brought her. Just at noon, in the main hall of Tianshui sect, Fenghuan called 2 more junior sisters over. Since Suan was away these days, she decided to take the opportunity to teach her junior sister a lesson. She didn't dare to confront Suan, but she still had the courage to take advantage of the time when Suan stopped educating her junior sister. I must not let my junior sister be led astray by Suan. Big sister, we got it. We will pay attention to the impact. Calm down and drink some water. Looking at the solemn atmosphere in the hall, Xiao Yulo brought over a glass of water with a playful smile. Ha! Fenghuan's eyes narrowed, and immediately frightened Xiao Yulo so much that he dared not say a word. This senior sister is still very authoritative in their hearts. Junior sister Chu, little junior sister, our Tianshui Holy Land is the top cultivation sect in Qingzhou. We should focus on cultivation. Matters between men and women are just a diversion in our spare time. We should not indulge in them, let alone neglect our cultivation or even disregard the image of our sect. You must know that cultivation comes first. If you achieve the primordial spirit in the future, you will have 10,000 years to enjoy yourself. Why rush for the moment? Fenghuan took the water and took a sip, then began to explain the pros and cons earnestly and persuade her junior sister, but Xiao Yulo only responded perfunctorily, and Chuyin on the side simply lowered her head and didn't even look at Fenghuan. Fenghuan was so angry that she looked at the 2 junior sisters angrily. Do you understand what I said? I understand, but senior sister. Xiao Yulo raised his head, and his heroic face looked directly at Fenghuan. We are improving faster when practicing dual cultivation with Brotherin, and I feel that my aptitude has improved after practicing dual cultivation with Brotherin. She had just broken through to the life pill realm not long ago. Now not only has her realm stabilized, but she is also heading towards the middle stage of the life pill realm. Chuyin standing by also nodded in agreement. She had the same feeling. You Luo, you are simply hopeless. Fenghuan was really furious. What has become of the little sister who was once the most obedient? She naturally didn't believe that dual cultivation was faster than normal cultivation. If this were true, the Hahuan sect would have been the largest sect in the world. The 2 former venerables of the Hahuan sect were able to achieve their primordial spirits by absorbing the essence of others, rather than practicing dual cultivation. Moreover, even with the Hahuan sect's supreme skill, the Hahuan secret codex, it is impossible to improve one's aptitude through dual cultivation, unless one uses another person as a cauldron to plunder. So what Xiao Yulo said was naturally just sophistry in her eyes, but this time, facing the angry Fenghuan, Xiao Yulo was not afraid, but showed an excited look. Big sister, try it yourself, and you will know after you try it. Fenghuan laughed angrily. How can I try? Before she could finish her words, her voice stopped as if it was stuck in her throat. A big hand quietly wrapped around her waist, the man's breath was gently exhaled beside her ear, blowing the tender earlobe. Feng Xianzi, if you want to practice the Yin Yang Dao with me, I am very happy to help you. Suan appeared behind Feng Luan without anyone noticing. Su, Master Su. Feng Luan, who was originally planning to scold her junior sister, suddenly couldn't hold back any longer. Her earlobes turned red and she quickly pulled Suan's hand away. Because of some psychological reasons, she has not dared to meet Suan these days. Now that she was discovered by the real owner after scolding her junior sister for not being obsessed with Suan, she was actually a little flustered in her heart, and even had the illusion that she had done something bad. I don't, if Fairy Feng doesn't make a choice, then I will help you choose. Suan took a step forward and gently placed his hand on Feng Luan's snow-white shoulder, with a hint of evil in his eyes. No. Feng Luan wanted to struggle, but somehow, she felt so weak that the cup of water in her hand slipped and she collapsed in Suan's arms. The fallen cup hit the ground and the water in the cup spilled all over the floor. You Luo, you. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. At this time, Feng Luan had no idea what was happening. The junior sister, who has always been the most sensible, actually drugged herself. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Xiao Yulo raised his head and showed a devilish smile. You drugged me? Suan raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Yulo did not discuss this matter with him. It's just a medicine that temporarily suppresses magic power and Yang God. This is a precious medicine made by me using 10,000-year ice lotus and heavenly soul fruit. It can strengthen the body and soul. It's very expensive. Xiao Yulo felt a little distressed when he looked at the clear water spilled on the ground. This is a special medicine made by the Higan Bana organization. It is extremely expensive and essentially improves a person's magic power and spirit. However, it will temporarily affect the use of magic power and spirit while doing so. Moreover, the conditions for using this medicine are very strict. It must be taken orally and its effect lasts for a short time. It can only work if Feng Luan trusts her, but soon Xiao Yulo raised his head and looked at Suan eagerly again. Brethren, please let senior sister try the Yin Yang Dao. As a pure Yang power, this medicine will lose its effect in 1 or 2 minutes at most. It will be difficult to coerce the senior sister at that time. You. Feng Luan was furious. The junior sister, whom she had always taken care of and trusted, actually treated her like this. Feeling the heat coming from behind her, she felt a mixture of fear and anticipation. Suan wouldn't really listen to his junior sister. Mr. Su, don't do this, otherwise our master will definitely be angry when she comes out of seclusion. She tried to use Muningzhen's name to make Suan retreat. Oh. A smile appeared on Suan's face. Little Muningzhen, at most she can come for another 3 days and 3 nights, but Feng Luan actually dared to threaten him. At this time, Xiao Yulo said very considerately, Brethren, don't worry, we will help you keep it a secret from master. Feng Luan's face darkened and she looked at Chuyin for help. Chuyin was a little ashamed and turned her head slightly. Senior sister, I'm sorry. The attitude is very clear. Feng Luan was full of helplessness. Why were all her fellow apprentice sisters so rebellious? Feeling her knees being picked up by Suan, her heart was pounding. She didn't know whether it was because of fear or something else. Mr. Su, please put me down and don't do anything wrong. This will make our master unhappy. She advised softly. In fact, she didn't know why, but she couldn't say anything harsh to Suan. Then let your master come in person. Of course, she may not have the energy now. Suan had an evil look on his face, and he stepped into the small world while holding the beauty in his arms. I was still hesitant, but I dared to threaten him. It seems that the only option is to let Fairy Feng meet Fairy Mu. Fairy Mu must be very lonely alone. As soon as she entered the small world, Feng Luan's feeling of weakness gradually faded away, and her physical and spiritual state also showed a slight improvement. The effect of Xiao Yuluo's medicine disappeared. It is already incredible that this kind of medicine can affect the pure Yang power in a short period of time, and naturally it cannot last for long. However, Feng Luan had no intention of taking any action. She just gently pushed Suan's chest. Mr. Su, where are you taking me? Suan's mouth curled up. Take you to meet your old friend. Feng Luan was startled when she heard this. Her old friend? What old friend? Aren't you going to do something shameful with her? Before she could figure it out, Suan carried Feng Yuan into the Taishu Immortal Palace. Looking at this real immortal residence, which was actually a magical treasure, Feng Yuan only felt that Suan was very wealthy. In the side hall of the Immortal Palace, Mu Qiangyi was looking at the ancient book in her hand quietly. This was what Suan left for her to pass the time. Although it did not contain any magical powers, she felt that it was more precious than these. It contains the thoughts of ancient sages and even the teachings passed down by Taoist masters, which is rare even in the sutra library of the demon-suppressing sect, but Suan generously sent her a bunch of them. Suddenly, the palace door opened and Mu Qiangyi closed the book. She had already prepared for the evil villain Suan to come back again, but when she looked up, her expression suddenly froze. Phoenix 1. Chapter 200, already covered with traces of Suan. How come her best friend is here? Fairy Mu's pupils shrank, and she suddenly remembered what Suan said when he was teasing her. Feng Yuan might come to accompany you one day. Chapter 141, I didn't expect that this would become a reality today. A feeling of sadness welled up in her heart. Sure enough, Feng Yuan also fell into the clutches of this devil. Although she was arrested because of Feng Yuan, she actually didn't hate this good sister too much, because she knew that Suan, the evil man, was hiding very deeply, and Feng Yuan was just deceived. And now, this devil is ready to show his fangs to Feng Yuan. When Feng Yuan heard the noise in the hall, she turned her head in surprise and her eyes widened a little. Xiongyi, why are you here? Didn't the people from the demon-suppressing sect say that Mu Qiangyi went out to look for an opportunity to break through to her primordial spirit? At that time, she envied Mu Qiangyi's talent, who was about to impact her soul. Why am I in this strange place now, and wearing such? Suan, what are you going to do? Mu Qiangyi stood up, her breasts half exposed, her skirt barely covering her hips, and an angry face on her stiff body. This is the clothes that Suan specially prepared for Fairy Mu in Taishu Immortal Palace. It is only for him to appreciate. Don't you know what I'm going to do? Putting the confused Feng Yuan on the bed, Suan walked forward and hooked his hands around Mu Qiangyi's neck. He lowered his head slightly, and slowly slid his nose down along the girl's skin, greedily sniffing the fragrance of the fairy. You devil! Feeling the tingling sensation on her neck, Mu Qiangyi's legs felt a little weak. She really couldn't understand Suan. How could a demon not rule or destroy the world but have sex every day? There must be a bigger conspiracy. Never give in to this guy. In fact, she was not afraid of being killed or cut. The worst that could happen was death. She was just afraid that Suan would hold her head and lift her legs. Fairy Mu, it seems you miss me a lot. Suan's hand gently stroked the smooth long legs and held the delicate earlobe. This caused a slight blush on the fairy's face. You are talking nonsense. I wish I could kill you. Mu Qiangyi felt weak all over and wanted to turn around and knock down the villain, but she could do nothing. After all, she was just an ordinary person. But your body tells me that you can't wait, Fairy Mu. Suan smiled wickedly and gently lifted up the hem of her skirt, which was not long to begin with. This fairy, whose magical powers were sealed, had unexpectedly performed water magic that did not require any magical powers to activate. Fairy Mu's body had already absorbed Suan's breath. Feng Yuan on the side was stunned. What is going on? Xiongyi called Master Su a devil and had a very subtle attitude towards him, and there seemed to be an improper relationship between the two. Should she leave? First, Feng Yuan quietly moved towards the door, but then Suan looked over there. Feng Xianzi, don't try to run away. Suan snapped her fingers. We agreed to reunite you sisters today. Feng Yuan only felt a chill under her body, and her conservative outfit was replaced by a hot and sexy long skirt. The long skirt was longer at the back, and the hem in the front just covered 3 inches below her navel. Apart from that, there is nothing. Mr. Su, what are you going to do? Feng Yuan said stutteringly, covering her chest. The usually gentle and strong senior sister also started to act like a daughter at this time, except for some female cultivators working in special industries. Normal female cultivators like those in Tianshui Holy Land actually dress conservatively, wearing long pants under their skirts, and wearing such revealing clothes like now really challenges her mind. Fortunately, besides Suan, Mu Qiangyi was the only one present at the scene, otherwise she would not be able to accept it. Feng Xianzi, why do you have to ask when you already know the answer? Suan gently stretched out his hand and took Feng Yuan into his arms. His pure yang magic power could not be used at all at this moment and could only be blasphemed by Suan at will. I don't know, Master Su, there is something going on in the sect. Can you let me go back first? Noticing the big hand playing tricks on her buttocks, Feng Yuan began to back down. She was not prepared in the first place, and her feelings were very vague. She herself hadn't figured it out, and it was only because of her junior sister's calculations that she reluctantly followed Suan into the small world. And now it seems that Mr. Su was not as simple as he thought. Muciani on the side glanced at her best friend and shook her head gently. How naive, too naive, I haven't even seen the true nature of this demon yet. How could he possibly escape once he falls into Suan's hands? It seems that Fairy Feng is a master at pretending to be confused. Suan raised the corner of his mouth and raised his hand lightly. The Hahuan bell enters the body. Unfortunately, what I, Su, hate the most is pretending to be confused. The Hahuan bell, start at first gear. Suan did not maximize the effect of the magic treasure. Wouldn't it be more interesting to let the two of them maintain their own consciousness? Mr. Su, don't there seem to be a pool of spring water in Fenghuan's eyes, full of spring? Under the effect of the Hahuan bell, the fear in her heart quietly dissipated, and then the shyness of a girl came over her. Why is young Master Su like this? It's not like she doesn't agree to take it slow. Muciani, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her good sister in trouble. With Fenghuan to share the burden, he should have suffered less today. But then his knees went weak and he fell to the side of the bed with his head pressed down. It was obvious that Suan had no intention of letting her go. Then Fenghuan also knelt down in a daze, following Muciani. Looking at the two fairies kneeling in front of him, Suan's eyes were full of evil light. Feng Fairy, today is Yuran Mu Fairy's home court. Watch carefully and learn well. Fairy Mu, let's start with you. He stroked Muciani's head as if he was stroking a puppy. Hearing those words that could not be refused, Muciani bit her lip lightly. Despite her reluctance to serve Suan, her seal had been loosened and she only needed to take more elixirs. Then you will be able to escape from the clutches of the devil. Today's endurance of humiliation is for a bright future tomorrow. Fenghuan next to him was stunned for a moment. Didn't Xiaomi just say that she wanted to kill Suan? Why are you so proactive now? Then should she also? After all, young Master Su saved me and the Tianshui sect, and I have nothing to repay him with, so just consider this as a reward. She comforted herself in this way, and then lowered her proud head with peace of mind. In the Divine Phoenix Forbidden Land, a peerless figure was sitting cross-legged in the ancient temple. Behind him stood a red copper pillar. At this moment, the chains extending from the pillar had all broken, and even the pillar itself was covered with cracks and looked shaky. Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes abruptly, and his aura shook. The cracks on the copper pillar also expanded a little bit in an instant. This damn bastard! A hint of anger appeared on Huangzu's face, and his body trembled slightly. That bastard somehow managed to bypass her mark and actually destroyed her Dao fruit. The most important thing is that she can empathize with Daogua's feelings and cannot block them out. So at this moment, she was able to experience that almost real pleasure simultaneously. A phoenix ancestor gritted his teeth, and soon after, a strange groan was heard in this quiet ancient temple. In Taishui Mortal Mansion, Mu Qiangyi took the initiative to help Suan handle the last step. After hesitating for a while, he gently brushed the corner of Fenghuan's mouth with his finger, and then put his finger into Fenghuan's mouth and her shocked eyes. Is this still her good friend? Fairy Mu avoided Fenghuan's gaze and licked the elixir clean. It really tastes. Ugh, she just wanted to break the seal as soon as possible and restore her strength. The blush on Mu Qiangyi's face flashed away, and then she turned into an expressionless fairy. He shook off Suan's hand that was stroking his head. You evil thief, I will not surrender. All her initiatives were just to endure humiliation, and she would never yield to this evil villain in her heart. You naughty boy. Suan slapped her on the white buttocks. Then I'll take Fenghuan out first. Tell me when you've finished reading the book. Just shout to the sky. Mu Qiangyi snorted lightly and ignored Suan. It was not until Suan carried Fenghuan out that she sat on the bed, with a confused look in her eyes. After Suan brought Fenghuan back to Tianshui Holy Land, he helped Fenghuan change back into her previous clothes. Mr. Su. Fenghuan looked at Suan shyly as he grabbed her little feet and helped her put on her embroidered shoes. Even though she had done everything, she still felt a little embarrassed. Call me master. Suan paused, grabbed the slender ankle and smiled. Master Su, you. Fenghuan blushed, and after stuttering for a long time she still couldn't utter this name. This was the name that Suan forced her and Mu Qiangyi to say when they were excited. I didn't think it was a big deal at the time, but thinking about it now, it's really embarrassing. How could she call out such an embarrassing name? Could it be that the Yin Yang Avenue really has such magical power? No wonder the two junior sisters are obsessed with this, and the most amazing thing is that what the younger junior sister said seems to be true. Her strength seemed to have really improved, and it was faster and more solid than simple practice. By the way, Xiongyi. Fengluan looked at Suan with some concern. She still values Mu Qiangyi, one of her few friends. She was not a fool and could see that Mu Qiangyi seemed to be imprisoned in that place by Suan. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. Suan smiled as he played with the tender palm. He himself had no intention of doing anything to Mu Qiangyi. It was simply that the girl was too straightforward. She would shout and kill the evil cultivators when she saw them. He would release her naturally after he had educated her well. If he can't be educated well, he will have to be locked up forever. Okay then. Fengluan didn't say anything more after hearing Suan's promise. As long as this little sister's life is not in danger, and now her perspective on things has gradually shifted towards Suan. After capturing Fengluan, the Tianshui Holy Land completely became Suan's silver nest. The goddess of Tianshui, who is unattainable in the eyes of outsiders, may be called by Suan to do a pushover at any time. The holy body that seems inviolable in the eyes of outsiders may have already been covered with traces of Suan. Another half-month passed, and after experiencing the kindness of the fairies in the Holy Land, Suan reluctantly boarded the ferry boat to return to the imperial capital. At the same time, a meteor fell from the sky under the bright sunlight. Not many people noticed it. In a villa in the imperial capital, a young man was sleeping soundly on a recliner. Suddenly, a green light burst into the young man's body. The young man's body trembled, and the struggle on his face flashed away. Then he slowly opened his eyes, with a vicissitude and detachment in his eyes that did not match his age. I actually escaped, and I am still in this world. I never thought that I, Wuji Shinzuan, would have such good fortune. There was a look of joy on his face, but there was extreme murderous intent in his eyes. Aotua, when I return to the immortal realm, I will kill you all. He was originally a true immortal in the fairy world, known as the Wuji Immortal Lord. He was also very famous in the fairy world. He achieved the realm of true immortal in just 30,000 years and was hailed as the seat of the immortal king. During an expedition to clear out the demon clan outside the domain, he accidentally obtained an innate spiritual treasure, the Gate of Heaven. However, he did not expect that he would be betrayed by his best friend, the immortal Aotua, who took advantage of his weakness caused by the evil spirit and joined forces with the foreign demons to kill him. Fortunately, he was not destined to die. At the critical moment, a wisp of his remaining soul activated the Gate of Heaven and escaped from the fairyland, and by chance, he came to this legendary world of origin. There has always been a legend in the fairy world that those who ascend from the origin realm will become fairy kings. To achieve the Tao fruit in this realm is equivalent to having crossed the biggest bottleneck between the true immortal and immortal king realms, and one can steadily enter the immortal king realm. However, because of the incident that happened 300,000 years ago, there is no immortal king anymore in the immortal world. Many immortal lords are eager to become the new immortal king and rule over the immortal world. The realm of origin has also become the target of many immortals, but no one has ever found any trace of this world. But Chu Wuji came to this world by chance. With such great fortune bestowed upon him, he will surely attain the realm of immortal king this time. A confident smile just appeared on the face of this Wuji immortal. Then the sky suddenly changed and thunder roared. Chu Wuji's expression suddenly changed, and he frowned as he looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. It's the way of heaven. Is the way of heaven in this world so exclusive? He looked grim. Given his current situation, it would be bad if he was targeted by the heavenly Tao. A small green door appeared in front of his chest, with clear light flowing, and then a series of spells that concealed the secrets of heaven were cast. Wrapping himself, although this would cause the remaining soul to be more seriously injured, he had to use it. Above the sky, the thunder surged angrily, but ultimately it couldn't find its target and dissipated. The intensity of this divine power was far below expectations. Chu Wuji's face turned pale, his soul was hit hard again, but his eyes gradually brightened, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin. So that's how it is. The way of heaven in this world has fallen into silence and has been temporarily replaced by a termite. God helps me. Originally his goal was to become the immortal king, but now it seems that if he can refine this realm, even the legendary Forbidden Emperor realm is not impossible. After a long while, the expression on his face gradually faded and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This body also has the surname Chu, Chui, the bastard of the Chu family. I will take your name and make it famous throughout the world. I'm a bit stuck today, I'll update 4000, no need to wait catch up on the extra episode at night. Chapter 201 Cut it off. Talented people don't need this. In front of Wu Xuanho's mansion, a carriage slowly stopped. The beautiful woman stepped down from the carriage holding the hand of her maid. With a look of fatigue on her pretty face, she looks to be in her 30s, but there is no trace of time on her skin, which is as smooth as jade, with the tenderness of a girl and the plumpness of a young woman. I don't know when the Marquis will come back. She sighed. The door of the mansion opened and she was about to go in. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the side. Butler Tang, what a coincidence, you just returned home too. A fair-faced young man in a brocade robe ran up to Tang Shujun and greeted him awkwardly. Yet he wanted to move forward, but was stopped by the maid from the Marquis's mansion. Mr. Chu. Anne Tang looked at the young man in front of her with a slightly cold gaze and a hint of disgust. The fair-faced young man seemed unaware. He tossed his hair and tossed his head, revealing a handsome smile. Then he looked at Tang Shujun with a sharp gaze and said, Butler Tang, there is a singing party tonight in Chengdifang, east of the imperial capital. I wonder if Butler Tang would be willing to honor us. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, the affairs of the Marquis mansion are very busy and I don't have any free time. Anne Tang declined politely. This Mr. Chu is from the Chu family in the imperial capital, which is also a big family in the imperial capital. She would not cause trouble for Suan at will, but there was no way she would accept these invitations. How could she not know what this person was thinking? In recent days, when she was dealing with the affairs of some industries in the Marquis mansion, she often ran into this person. At first, she thought that this person wanted to contact the Marquis through her, but later, he kept pestering her and inviting her to dates. Fortunately, he had guards arranged by the Marquis by his side, and he didn't let this man get within 3 feet of him. Later she simply avoided this man, but she didn't expect to be blocked at the gate of the Marquis mansion this time. I don't have time today, what about tomorrow? The pale-faced young man seemed to not understand and continued to ask enthusiastically, there is also a singing party tomorrow. I wonder if Butler Tang is free. I'm not free tomorrow either. Anne Tang's voice gradually became colder, and after she finished speaking, she walked directly towards the Marquis mansion, not wanting to pay any more attention to this dogskin plaster. But soon the pale-faced young man blocked the door and looked at her with a grin on his face. If you are not free tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow. There will always be a free day. Butler Tang, please don't be so heartless. Get out of the way. Anne Tang's eyes became increasingly fierce. She felt relieved when she sensed the figure of the black-robed woman behind her. This was the guard Suan left for her, with the cultivation level of Mingdan realm. If she had not been concerned about this man's identity and the fear that he might affect the Marquis, she would have sent him away long ago. After all, because of her identity, she felt a little inferior in her heart and did not have much confidence. She did not dare to affect Suan because of her own affairs. Butler Tang, please give me a chance. I am inviting you sincerely. As long as Butler Tang agrees to date me, I will stop pestering him. The pale-faced young man still had a bit of pride in his eyes and did not retreat a single step. This was a tactic he learned from a book. To keep pestering, the thicker-skinned a man is, the closer the goddess is to you. The atmosphere on the field gradually cooled down and bang, until a slap sounded, mixed with the young man's cry of pain, breaking the silence. My lord, you're back. Tang Shujun's joyful voice rang out as he looked at the figure standing in front of him. Ho, Lord Ho? The young man with the red and swollen left cheek was about to curse, but then his face changed drastically, his pupils shrank sharply, and he looked up at Suan tremblingly, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Why did this Marquis suddenly come back today? Thinking about how he had caused trouble in front of the Marquis's residence and had just been discovered by the Marquis, he felt dizzy and almost fainted. I haven't been back for a while, how come all these monsters and demons pop up? Suan glanced at the pale-faced young man and waved his hand. 2 figures in black robes stepped forward and captured the young man. Take him away for a thorough interrogation, and teach him all the etiquette of the Suanio division. After arranging the young man, Suan looked towards Tang Shujun and smiled gently. Aunt Tang, are you okay? Aunt Tang felt her heart beating a little faster and quickly shook her head. No, it's okay. She felt a little uneasy. After all, today's events were caused by her. The Marquis would be disappointed in her if he saw this scene when he came back. No, Lord, please spare me, Lord, him. The young man let out a shrill cry, and was immediately put into a sack by the skilled sealing force. After the outsiders left, the only ones left were our own people. D. Mangyao curled her lips and looked around this strange yet familiar Marquis. To be honest, I haven't had a good look at the Marquis mansion many times. What impressed me most were the secret room and that little bitch Yi liar. My lord, Aunt Tang hesitated and stepped forward to explain the whole story to Suan. In fact, She was not afraid of trouble, but she was afraid that Suan would alienate her because of it. Seeing Suan raise her hand, she subconsciously closed her eyes. If the Marquis wanted to punish her, she was willing to bear it, but the palm just fell lightly on the face and caressed it gently. To be honest, this scene is a bit incongruous. Suan's cultivation progressed quickly, so he always looked very young. If he dressed childishly, he could be called a teenager. Although Aunt Tang did not look old, she looked very mature, like a plump young woman. This time, the young man was caressing the young woman's face, while the young woman was enjoying the sense of security brought by the young man. Shu Kuan. You are my woman too, don't be afraid of causing trouble. Suan called out her name this time. He gently held Aunt Tang's soft body in his arms and stroked the young woman's head as if he was comforting a kitten. No need to be so cautious, just treat me as your backer. Tang Shujun's delicate body trembled, and she completely softened in the young man's arms. With tears welling up in her eyes, the Marquis said that I am his woman. She buried her head in Suan's chest and felt extremely at peace for the first time. She always knew that there was a huge gap between herself and Suan. The Marquis was like the sun, born to shine upon the world, but she was just an ordinary girl, born as a guard in an ordinary family, with no talent. She was just lucky enough to be brought to the Marquis's mansion and her life changed. So she never dared to have any extravagant thoughts, nor did she ever think about fighting for anything just because she had had such a good time with Suan because she was afraid of being abandoned. She worked very hard to learn how to manage the estate. She didn't even dream of becoming Suan's concubine. As long as I can stay by the Marquis' side forever, that's enough. But at this moment, the sun shared its light with her, directly filling the young woman's heart. Suan patted Aunt Tang's snow-white back gently. He never spared his tenderness to his own people. It's not your fault that you are good-looking. If there is such a person next time, just take my warrant and notify the Suanio division to arrest him. Yeah. Aunt Tang responded softly. How hypocritical. Di Mengyao muttered nearby, looking at the two of them sourly. My lord, I have asked clearly. In a courtyard of the Marquis's mansion, Higanbana brought up the confession of the fair-faced young man. After various means of questioning, the information presented to Suan had been confirmed to be authentic. Suan took the confession and looked at it for a few seconds. With a strange look on his face, the young man was a member of the Chu family in the imperial capital, so it wasn't a big deal. The Chu family has only one ancestor, Chunyang, and Suan doesn't even think highly of him now. He thinks he can be killed with a few slaps. But the idea of that fair-faced young man was really strange. He actually wanted to get close to me through Aunt Tang. The young man's mother was just an unfavored concubine of the head of the Chu family. She was pregnant with 2 sons, and this young man was one of them. Because he was not valued by his family but had no other options, the young man decided to find another way out. He wanted to marry the steward of Suan's mansion, and then use this opportunity to get in touch with the Marquis's mansion, hook up with the Marquis, and then use his own power to increase his voice in the family. On the other hand, this guy also has a soft spot for young women, so he really has his eyes on Aunt Tang. What a talent! Suan sighed. It was amazing that someone could have such a weird idea. He put down the confession and tapped the corner of the table. Help him cut it off. A real person doesn't need to be burdened by love. The guy had good sense, but not much. He didn't even think about why there were no other men in his Wushuan Marquis mansion except him. By the way, remember to ask Suaniaosi to use the secret technique to cut it more thoroughly. Suan gave the order. After castration using secret techniques, it would be impossible to regenerate the severed limbs unless the Chu family was willing to pay a huge price for this bastard. Suan stood up and stretched. It was time to have a good sleep after returning to the Marquis mansion after a long absence. Suan closed his eyes and randomly chose a yard based on his feeling. A youthful and energetic voice sounded beside his ears. Suan could identify the owner of the yard without sensing the distinctive words. Hey ha! I can fight 3,000 emperors with my own hands and sweep across 14 states with my 2 palms. I, the great immortal Enran, have made decisions for eternity, and I am respected by all races. How can you, a mere child like Suan, come forward and kowtow to me? Hey! You evil creature, if you still don't submit, take this ancient emperor's seal from me. The girl in the fluttering white dress spoke irrelevant lines, and her hands kept hitting the stakes made of special metal in front of her. It was as if he was treating Suan as the target in front of him and was venting his anger. The last palm strike was very impressive and actually left a palm print of neither shallow nor deep on the pole. If it hits a smaller earth and rock hill, it would probably cause a landslide and cracking of rocks in an instant. Ayn Rand put away her slender intender. palms, put her hands behind her back, and assumed the posture of a master. Su and narrowed his eyes. This girl has a rebellious mind. Bang bang bang, he clapped his hands in a very respectful manner. Great immortal and Ran really has boundless magical power. Suan is just a nobody. Hearing the loud applause, and Ran froze in her tracks, then she turned her head stiffly, and Suan's figure appeared in her sight. She couldn't help but smile. Master, when did you come? Suan looked at and Ran with a half-smile, and replied faintly, it started from someone saying that Suan kowed out in front of the immortal and Ran. Who is this immortal and Ran? His name is similar to mine. And Ran tilted her head in confusion at first, then flew into a rage, her face flushed. Doesn't this person know that you are so glorious and great? How dare he insult you? I, and Ran, will never forgive this person. As she spoke, she secretly observed Suan's expression. You girl! Suan tapped the girl's head. I've said it, my master, I'm very generous. Ouch! And Ran covered her head and cried out in pain, her eyes rolling around like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Master, you must have heard wrongly. I am your most loyal little maid. It is better to believe that all officials in the Qing dynasty are honest than to believe that the master is magnanimous, leniency to those who confess, life imprisonment, severity to those who resist, and return home for the new year. What are you going to do, master? Suddenly her body felt lighter and Suan carried her on his shoulders. Anran's face showed horror. It's over. Is it possible that I will be eaten up by this perverted master today? Do you want to put up a symbolic resistance? I heard that men like this kind of half-hearted resistance. Do what? Suan laughed evilly. Interrupt. And Ran was stunned at first, not understanding what he meant. She immediately thought of something and her face turned red. Her body was still pure, but her spirit had long been trained into the shape of Suan in Di Qingxian's body. She was no longer the little girl who knew nothing before. What a bad master, she cursed inwardly, while at the same time feeling a little hopeful. Master, don't you practice? And Ran licked the corner of her mouth gently, and drew circles on Suan's body with her fingers, with a hint of charm in her voice. She and Suan had tried everything with the body of the demon queen before, but she had never tried it with her own body, which was a great pity. And our cultivation has reached the middle stage of fetal breathing, and even if she does those things, it will not damage the foundation of her cultivation. Even if you are the master, there is no reason to refuse. Bang, the door closed and the sleeves fluttered. Practice, must practice. Pushing the pillow on the mattress is like being drunk, and adding more wine seems like nothing. The flower heart is completely gone. When June sighs for the thin Shangru. That night, little Anran had a happy smile on her face. That night, Yi Liar felt extremely helpless. In the dark secret room, she looked at the beautiful woman in front of her who looked like a fairy or a demon, and gritted her teeth. Whatever you want to do, Brotherin will not let you go. Who would understand? I was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night and dreamed that I gave birth to a lovely daughter for Brotherin. I was feeding my daughter and Brotherin at the same time. But when I woke up, I was tied up in a secret room, and in front of me was a bad woman who looked like a bad person. Ha, Yi Liar, you have come to this day too. Di Mangyao sat in the familiar secret room, feeling a little sad and emotional. In the past, she struggled here and had no freedom, but today, she took the initiative to step into this place, and the little bitch Yi Liar became her prisoner. Looking at Yi Liar being tied up, waves of pleasure surged into her heart. This feeling is almost as bad as being punished by Suan. Oomph, woman, you must be jealous of me because you can't get Brotherin. Yi Liar snorted coldly, with an expression that showed she had seen through everything. When she was in the demon tribe, she saw through the mind of this little bitch. He must be jealous that she is favored by Brotherin. I advise you to let me go quickly, otherwise I will let Brotherin tie you up and you can only look at me but not eat me. You will be so greedy. She threatened like a kitten. The corner of Di Mengyao's eye twitched, and she squinted and stared at Yi Liar. Others might just think of this as a threat, but she really has memories. This Yi Liar is indeed a stubborn person. Looks like I need to teach you something about respecting the strong. The heavenly demon order appeared in her hand, and she smiled evilly. If I can't control Suan, can I control you, little bitch? Chapter 202, Your Majesty is not wearing anything today. Chapter 202, Your Majesty is not wearing anything today. Of course she would never do anything to hurt Yi Liar. otherwise it would be counterproductive if Suan hated her. She still had a certain understanding of Yi Liar's position in Suan's heart. If Suan's lackeys were ranked, Yi Liar would definitely be at the top, but besides hurting others, there are many other ways to insult them. For example, kneel down and call me mistress. Of course, it was impossible for Yi Liar to kneel down as she was still tied up. However, she could not resist the power of the heavenly demon order and could only open her beautiful mouth and shout out that name in an extremely humiliating manner. Mother! Oh! Di Mengyao responded, and suddenly felt her whole body refreshed, like a traveler who drank ice water in the desert. The comfort was so great that she couldn't stop. 100 more times, she ordered. Yi Liar clenched her fists. Madam, madam, madam. Di Mengyao gradually lost herself in the call of madam. This night was extremely tormenting for Yi Liar. So, early the next morning, Yi Liar found Suan crying and told him about Di Mengyao's evil deeds. Whoa, brotherin, she tied me up and forced me to call her mistress. She lay beside Suan, clinging to Suan's body with a look of grievance on her face. She also said that she and you are a perfect match. And she also said that I was only worthy of listening to the foot of her bed. That pretty face caressed by tearful eyes looked particularly lovable. Okay, brotherin will avenge you and help you beat her butt. Suan stroked Yi Liar's snow-white back helplessly. In fact, every move of Di Mengyao last night fell into his eyes. With him and Shangnan in the Marquis mansion, any movement can be sensed. However, seeing that Di Mengyao was only controlling Yi Liar's words and not doing anything excessive, he didn't care. Well, I'm going to beat her, but until it's swollen. Yi Liar said fiercely with red eyes. That bad woman must be hung up and beaten with a whip to relieve the anger in her heart. Okay, you go out first. Suan rubbed Yi Liar's little face. And Ran was still sleeping beside her. She had really consumed too much energy last night. This body cannot compare to Di Qingxian's imperial body, but she still wants to play the same trick she used in the Demon Emperor's palace, and then she collapses from exhaustion. Woo, I don't care, I want to eat brotherin, woo. Yi Liar howled in a naive way, and disobediently lifted the quilt from above, pressing Suan's body and shoving her little head inside, leaving only half of her little butt exposed, pressing against Suan's face. Then the quilt suddenly bulged up. Suan could only be forced to bear it, looking at Yi Liar on his body and Ran beside him. He couldn't help but sigh. Is this his life? It's really depraved. As an important official of the court, a genius of the royal family, and a great and powerful pure yang, how could he be so depraved? It is really wrong. Bang! Suan slapped Yi Liar on her little butt. The quilt shook instantly. I'm so damn idle. I've become a demon. How can I save the world without falling into depravity? After clearing away the distracting thoughts of doing business in his mind, Suan's face became cheerful. As the quilt shook, and Ran, who was originally sleeping soundly, was also awakened. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Suan in confusion. Hey, master, why do you have a butt on your chest? Immortal and Ran sat up in surprise and lifted the quilt to reveal what was inside. When she saw the scene clearly, her face turned red. Just as he was about to escape, he was pulled back by Suan and joined the battlefield again. The sun is rising, scorching hot in the Taiyuan palace. The empress's aura was as vast as the ocean. Hidden in that slender and graceful body is the great power to turn rivers and seas upside down and pluck stars and moons. The black bird above was circling and singing, its wings fully grown, almost ready to soar into the sky. Wait a little longer. The empress whispered. She restrained her aura and looked at the jade box beside her hand. This is the Daoyuan Dan that Xiaoanzi gave her. She felt that after taking this pill, she would have a high chance of achieving the state of a primordial spirit, but what she wants is not probability, but absoluteness. Her Yangshin is still a little short of perfection. Putting the jade box away again, she looked outside the door and smiled a little, but then restrained herself. Come in. The palace door opened and a familiar figure trotted in, heading straight for the phoenix couch. I wish your majesty great success, everlasting happiness, and a long life. While Suan was flattering him skillfully, he reached out to the bed and spread apart the emperor's legs. It's still a long way from being perfect. The empress raised her body slightly to cooperate with Suan's movements, as if placing her jade feet in Suan's arms had become a habit. It would be abnormal if I didn't do this if Suan came one day. It's only a matter of time. Your majesty is as virtuous as the emperor, and has done more great deeds than our ancestors. In the future, you will surely lead our great Shang to the heavens and make it bigger and stronger. Suan smiled flatteringly. When the time comes, I will be behind your majesty to chat with your majesty and become your pillar of support in your spare time. He lowered his body, gently grasped one of the ice cream-like jade feet, and lifted the Empress's upper leg first. Perhaps because of her overly large movements, the Empress's skirt was lifted up along with her slender legs, just in time to meet Suan's sight. A glance lasts a lifetime. Your Majesty is not wearing any clothes today. For a moment, Su paused, his hand pinching the jade foot tightened slightly, and even his breathing became heavier for a moment. Fortunately, he had a strong will and he looked away with difficulty and put the jade feet in his arms. The other jade leg was placed underneath, and it was very easy to put both jade feet into his arms. Suan pinched His Majesty's slender and flawless jade feet and suppressed the restlessness in her heart. He raised his head and was about to say a few more words of flattery when he saw that the gaze of the supreme and noble Empress in front of him was somewhat dangerous. Xiaoanzi, you didn't see anything you shouldn't have seen, did you? The Empress's voice was calm, but there seemed to be murderous intent hidden in it. She always dressed casually in her bedroom, especially after he had just finished soaking in the spiritual spring. He suddenly had an epiphany, so he put on an imperial robe and began to practice. In addition, he was completely unprepared for Xiaoanzi, which seemed to have led to something bad. Suan's heart tightened, and he felt that both of his eyes were in danger. He held the two jade feet in his arms with a bewildered look. Ah, Your Majesty, did you have something just now? I was so absorbed in thinking about new massage methods that I was distracted in front of Your Majesty. I really deserve to die. No one can find fault with this perfect expression. You really didn't see it? The Empress's beautiful face came closer, her phoenix eyes showing a hint of smile, her perfect lips curled up. If you saw it, tell me, I won't blame you. This look actually has a strange charm. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from His Majesty, Suan's heart was swaying. When the Emperor showed such a smile, even immortals and gods could not control themselves, but he is the only man in the world who can see this smile. Chapter 203. Have you seen it? Yes, Suan felt that he was almost completely captured by the woman in front of him, and telling a lie would be a blasphemy to this woman. He quickly lowered his head and dared not look again. What is Your Majesty talking about? He has never had any resistance to this Empress sister. Fortunately, after appreciating many fairies and goddesses, reason still prevails at critical moments. There are some things that you can never admit. Admitting it could cost lives. Little Anzi. The Empress lifted Suan's chin with her slender jade fingers and looked directly into Suan's obsidian pupils. A few strands of her black hair fell in front of Suan's face, bringing with them a faint fragrance that made Suan feel itchy and almost unable to control himself. You are not honest, she said in a flat voice with certainty in her tone. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I am an honest man. Suan's eyes widened. How could he be slandered like this? His hands, as he held the Empress's beautiful jade feet, were trembling, as if he had suffered a great injustice and was about to shed tears. I am an honest and upright person. I have always been diligent and hardworking. Your Majesty, please trust me, trust me. The Empress's eyes became colder and colder, and Suan's expression became more and more anxious. He didn't even care about hierarchy and leaned forward against the Empress's legs, as if he wanted to lean his whole body against her. Puff. Seeing Suan's aggrieved expression, the Empress couldn't help laughing out loud. Then she felt that she had lost her dignity, so she gently covered her mouth and returned to her normal state. Forget it, just pretend you didn't see it. If you do it again next time, I will not let you off easily. After teasing Xiaoanzi for a while, she revealed the matter. Although she knew that Xiaoanzi was really dishonest, she still couldn't bear to torture him. After all, I can't really do anything to Xiaoanzi. He is my younger brother whom I have beaten since he was a child. Even if she was willing, her mother wouldn't allow it. The Empress's jade feet slightly bent, arched in Suan's arms, touched something, and quickly shrank back, forcing herself to remain calm and said, "Stop pinching me, massage my feet." Suan pinched so hard just now that faint red marks were left on the white lotus feet. If it is a crime, pinching the Emperor's feet is at least a crime of disrespect. Yes, Your Majesty. Suan let go of her hand and pretended to wipe away her non-existent tears. I wiped my hand across my nose, bringing with it a pleasant scent. Your Majesty's feet smell so good. His hand slid down the Empress's slender calf, caressing the jade-white skin seriously, gently rubbing and playing with those 10 delicate, pearl-like toes. It's so bold and daring. It doesn't look like a massage at all, but Suan looked very focused, like a master. The question is about the new massage technique I learned. The Empress didn't seem to notice anything. She closed her eyes and quietly enjoyed Suan's caress. There were only the Emperor and his minister in the hall, and it seemed quiet and harmonious. I heard that you kidnapped the demon clan's princess, the empress suddenly asked. Yes, your majesty. Suan answered truthfully. Even if he did not admit it, the empress knew about it. Demon Yao's affairs could not be concealed, and there was no need to conceal them. Then he showed a flattering smile on his face, and his hand slowly slid up along the jade feet. Your majesty, the demon princess was arrogant and refused to be educated. She sneaked into our human area without permission and was caught by me. I am preparing to educate her and use a stick to make her understand the greatness of our great Shang dynasty, and then send her back to the demon tribe. The demon tribe only has this one heir now. Aren't you afraid that they will go crazy if you hold him hostage? The empress looked at Suan with interest. Oh, by the way, I forgot that you have a close relationship with the demon clan's Qing emperor. I guess the demon clan's princess is just a relative. Suan seemed to sense a hint of murderous intent from Sister Ruwashi's words, and his hand that had slid to his knee paused. Why do I feel like Sister Ruwashi is jealous? Our emperors born to be incompatible with each other. His mind moved slightly, and his face was serious. Your majesty, I am only friends with the demon clan's Green Emperor. The Green Emperor admires the strength of our great Shang and wants to make friends with us, so he appears to be closer to me. As for some false statements from the outside world, they are all fabricated by people with ulterior motives. Your majesty must not believe them. The relationship between him and Di Qingxian was just that of a confederate. At most, he had invited Di Qingxian to drink the jade liquid. There was nothing wrong with calling them friends. Anything that stigmatizes Su is fabricated and is just dirty water thrown by people with ulterior motives. Oh, that woman is not that simple. The empress glanced at Suan, with a warning in her half-open eyes. Be careful, don't be fooled by her. Di Qingxian is a hundreds-year-old demon woman. She took over the power of the demon clan in the chaos, put down the rebellion and eliminated the evil. Within more than 20 years, she stabilized the situation of the demon clan and restored the strength of the demon clan. She is no ordinary person. Even if something really happened between him and Xiaoanzi, he was probably just playing with her feelings and trying to gain some benefits from it. She was afraid that Suan would be blinded by the beauty and fall for it accidentally. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I know what's going on. Suan felt a little warm in his heart, and he lifted the empress's skirt up again, and pressed it towards her thigh without making a sound. As long as Your Majesty is here, my heart will not be lost. Looking at Xiaoanzi's gaze, the empress felt a little uncomfortable. However, although she felt that this statement was a bit ambiguous, she still felt quite useful about it. Finally, my love for this younger brother was not in vain. Suddenly her delicate body trembled. Well, what are you doing, Xiaoanzi? Suan suddenly took out a pair of white stockings and was putting them up her legs. The sock opening was around her thighs, just enough to touch the beautiful scenery lightly covered by her dress. She pressed down on that part of her dress and narrowed her eyes slightly. Xiaoanzi, wouldn't you, Your Majesty, you may not know that this is a massage tool. Suan's expression remained unchanged. He grasped the empress's other jade leg, and began to pull the white silk up along the toes. The whole process was very smooth, and he stopped just where the empress's bare hands were pressing on her dress. The snow-white and light silk wraps around two slender and round legs. Two pure white snow-white feet rested on Suan's hands, like the pure snow lotus on the top of the snow mountain, or like mouth-watering ice cream, making people want to take a bite. The white silk with a pure temperament blends perfectly with this pair of noble and flawless legs. It actually makes this noble empress look more charming. Massage props? The empress frowned slightly but did not stop Suan. She had never heard of wearing special socks for a massage. Suan's hands wandered over the empress's white silk legs, and he responded at the same time. Your Majesty, this white silk was woven by the embroiderer in my palace using 1,000-year-old ice silk. It can warm the skin, relieve fatigue, and make me more motivated to massage. Of course, the last half of the sentence is the real reason. Is that so? The empress's brows relaxed and she reluctantly accepted Suan's explanation. Then there was another hour-long period of pushing, kneading, and pressing, from the base of the thighs to every toe. Suan's service was very meticulous, making the empress moan with comfort from time to time. Finally, Suan reluctantly walked out of Taiyuan Hall with the massage props. Xiaoanzi. A figure in a red dress appeared out of nowhere, and Suan was so scared that he quickly put the massage props in his hand back into the storage ring. Sister Hongxiao, it's you. Looking at the delicate and elegant lady in red in front of him, he greeted her. Yes, the people active in Taiyuan Palace are usually only Qingling, Hongxiao, and a few female guards. Hongxiao reached out and held Su En's head. The majestic mountain was close to Su En's face, but she didn't care. There was teasing and curiosity in the corners of her eyes. Xiaoanzi, tell me, did you see it? She lowered her voice. What did you see? Su En looked puzzled. Xiaoanzi, you know what I'm talking about. Hongxiao gently tapped Su En's nose, and a look of anticipation appeared on her gentle and pretty face. Su En looked at Hongxiao strangely and turned his head towards the direction of Taiyuan Palace, but he was caught in a state of tenderness. Sister Hongxiao's warm bosom had already wrapped around his head, so he had to turn his head back. This place is less than 200 meters away from your Majesty. Sister Hongxiao, do you think that His Majesty won't hear you if you lower your voice? No, maybe Sister Hongxiao was sent by His Majesty to test him out. Su En's thoughts flashed through his mind, and he said calmly, just look. Hongxiao was stunned for a moment when she heard that, then she smiled and pinched Su En's nose. Well, Xiaoanzi, you're still playing dumb with me. Have you seen it or not? Su En chuckled and shook his head, shaking off Sister Hongxiao's hand. See. Little Anzi is really naughty. Hongxiao said angrily, pressed Su En to her chest, and rubbed Su En's head. After noticing that her chest was a little wet, she let go of Su En with a slightly blushing face. You've really grown up. Tell me, did you watch it or not? Su En wiped the corner of his mouth and smelled a milky fragrance. This European energy must be very strong, but he is not someone who gives in easily. He cannot be moved by poverty or bend by size. Looking at Sister Hongxiao's expectant eyes, he smiled and said, just watch. Hey, you. Hongxiao laughed and was angry. She poked Su En's head hard, and her jade finger brushed across the corner of Su En's mouth to wipe away the glittering hair. Forget it, go back. Then Sister Hongxiao, I'm leaving first. Su En's gaze paused at Sister Hongxiao's heart for a moment. He really wanted to get some of Sister Hongxiao's good luck. Let's go, let's go. Hongxiao waved her hand, watched Su En gradually go away, and asked loudly again. Xiaoanzi, did you really see it? Su En's voice came from afar, look. Looking at the figure disappearing from her sight, Hongxiao couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. Hongxiao, come in. At this time, the Empress's voice, which was filled with shame and anger, came from Taiyuan Hall. Hongxiao blinked her big eyes and looked around. What? Your Majesty, you said you wanted to find Qingling. Okay, I will go and call her over. As she said this, she quickly moved away from Taiyuan Palace. Red Peony. Back to the home mansion, Su En was just about to take a closer look at the massage tools to see if there was any room for improvement, but a legal white-haired loli got entangled with him. Her small breasts pressed against Su En's chest, and her rosy red pupils were filled with greed. Wha, Swan, you smell so good. A pair of bare snowy little feet wrapped around Su En. Xiaobai took a deep breath and showed an intoxicated look. Xiao Shuazu also began to sway happily. I don't know since when, but this girl developed the habit of not wearing shoes in the Marquis's mansion. She would only reluctantly put on her little embroidered shoes when she occasionally went out shopping. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in the Marquis mansion, so Su En let her do as she pleased. So you've run out of pills again? Su En held the little but hanging on his body with one hand and gently stroked the snow-white and smooth hair with the other hand. He remembered that he gave the little guy 50 bottles before going to Tsangzhou. According to Xiaobai's eating speed, it will take 2 or 3 months. It's impossible for him to finish it so quickly. Not really. Xiaobai shook his head and blinked his red eyes at Su En. But you smell so good, you seem to taste better than the elixir. As she said that, she bit Su En's neck. That he didn't really bite it, the little guy was still rational. He just licked it gently, as if he was eating ice cream. With a look of deep satisfaction on his face, the slender little snake slid up and down the skin of Su En's neck. The gentle airflow brings a tingling sensation, coupled with a slightly moist touch of this is provoking. Su En's hand that was holding the little but couldn't help but move the small body was quickly explored thoroughly. Su En's voice became a little dry. Xiaobai, do you want to eat something more delicious? More creamy? Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He let go of Su En's neck and said excitedly, if you want it, give it to me quickly. Then you must be obedient. Su En held Xiaobai in his arms and stepped into the inner room. Looking at the neatly made bed, Xiaobai was a little confused. Where's the delicious food? Lifting up this petite body, Suan's dark eyes were filled with a hint of evil. The delicious food is right here, but you need to work hard to get it. As my little mount, it has been eating and drinking for free for so long, and it is time for it to fulfill its duties. Xiaobai's face changed slightly when he noticed something was wrong. She looked at Suan and stammered, You want, this king, why don't you wait for me to change my body? She has made some progress by eating top-grade beast spirit pills. For example, she has no problem controlling her body and turning into the 1.9-meter tall queen she used to be. However, her magic power was interrupted by Suan as soon as it was brewing. No hurry, there's still a lot of time, let's take our time. Suan looked at the pitiful little condom on the bed, and with a wicked smile on his face, he held the snow-white feet in his hand. Xiaobai, let me take you to eat your favorite. Xiaobai looked at Swan fearfully, then touched his small mouth and swallowed. Gulon, then be gentle. Turn around, the snow is flowing, and I climb onto the bed and embrace the beautiful girl. The mandarin ducks dance with their necks intertwined, and the emerald birds return to the cage. Her eyebrows are furrowed in shyness, and her red lips are melted in warmth. The air is fresh and the fragrance of orchid is sweet, the skin is smooth and plump. Chapter 204, Jade Liquid becomes elixir. From lowly to mature lady and then from mature lady to lowly. The change in body size brought Suan an excellent comfort experience. It must be rated 5 stars. This mount is not in vain. Rubbing the little lowly with tearful eyes, Suan picked her up and held her in his arms. It's like a soft little pillow, extremely comfortable to hug. Woo, you bad guy, you hurt me. Xiaobai pounded Swan's chest. The mature lady form is only a temporary form of hers, which requires magical power to maintain. Suan also did some fancy tricks, which caused too much mental stimulation for Xiaobai to exit the mature woman mode on the spot. Then he sat on Suan and shrank his body. Suan could only say that this feeling was unprecedented. So you won't play next time? Pinching the little lowly's puffy cheeks, Suan smiled. Woo, no way. Xiaobai punched Suan's chest again. His small fist didn't use much force, it was more like a massage. I want to eat delicious food. It hurts. Well, it didn't hurt that much, not as much as the pain she'd felt when she was a little beast fighting in the secret realm. The Demon King was also trained step by step, but she had been able to remain calm before. But now she couldn't help but want to cry in front of Suan. When did she become so fragile? Okay, next time I'll be gentler and won't let you suddenly quit. I'll definitely serve my little white girl comfortably. Suan gently stroked the delicate skin. The palm of the hand gently stroked Xiaobai's buttocks, and a gentle magical power smoothed out the slight pain. No! Xiaobai shook his head again and grabbed Suan's big hand. Try it next time. It won't hurt when I get used to it. The little lowly said seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you. Rubbing the little lowly's delicate cheek, Suan couldn't help but lower his head and take a sip. Although she is hundreds of years old and can transform into a queen, this little girl is still like a little girl most of the time and likes to act coquettishly occasionally. Xiaobai also stretched out his little snake and tangled with Swan, but more often it was Swan's big snake head that was wreaking havoc. After staying in Suan's arms for a while, the little lowly happily left with a bottle of Jade Liquid pill. According to Xiaobai, it would be a waste if it could not be digested all at once, so he should take it home and savor it slowly. Jade Liquid pill. Suan looked down at himself, the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he had thought of some interesting way to play. He took out the pair of white stockings from the storage ring. They felt as delicate as skin and carried the fragrance of His Majesty's body. It only reaches the thighs, which is still a bit short. Next time, you can try shredded pork for your majesty, or purple and red. Suan began to ponder the feasibility of deceiving His Majesty. Huanyue Pavilion, one of the top high-end brothels in the imperial capital. However, not many people know that this is the property of Wushuan Hosuan. Originally, Tingfeng Pavilion was ahead of several other brothels, but after Feng Ran's disappearance, a large number of Tingfeng Pavilion's customers were lost. In addition, Lord Song behind Tingfeng Pavilion compensated Suan with a large sum of spirit stones, so now Tingfeng Pavilion has fallen to the bottom. Recently, a new top performer named Shin Shishir has joined Huanyue Pavilion. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, she is also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It is even said that she is a great monk in the Purple Mansion realm. Although Zifu is actually nothing in the imperial capital, it is rare to find Zifu cultivators engaged in this industry. In addition, this Master Shin is 3 times more beautiful than Feng Ran at the beginning. She has a transcendent air of a fairy and is willing to play dirty tricks with guests. For a time, Huan Yue Pavilion was crowded with people. Even many young masters from aristocratic families came here specifically to see this beautiful courtesan. Even though Huan Yue Pavilion raised the price to 1,000 spirit stones, it still attracted a steady stream of people, and many people even queued up to live in Huan Yue Pavilion. Just imagine a great purple mansion cultivator moaning softly under you. Who can bear this feeling? Plus, Huan Yue Pavilion accepts group purchases. As a result, on the day with the highest customer flow, the new Master Shin even set a record of serving 100 customers alone. That he can be said to be the performance champion, and he alone drives the sales of the entire Huan Yue Pavilion. Of course, some people also noticed that this Master Shin did not seem to be doing this voluntarily. Even her cultivation was sealed. The sorrow in her eyes was so gentle and heartbreaking, but who could care less? Those who can run brothels in the imperial capital are all extremely powerful people, and few people are willing to provoke them. On the second floor of Huan Yue Pavilion, the Chu brothers sat together. Brother E, I won't say thank you anymore, it's all in the wine. Chu Shan took a gulp of sake and looked at Chu Yi with a familiar look in his eyes. Alas, there's no need to do this. Chu Yi was somewhat helpless. I just helped this so-called brother to cure his root disease, but he insisted on dragging me to the brothel. That it's not that Chu Yi has any misophobia, but his heart has long been filled with the figure of a person, and since that person died, there is no room for anyone else. Another thing is that these brothels are full of vulgar women. What good stuff can there be? After all, he is the dignified Wuji immortal lord. How could he possibly get involved with these? Rubbish. That's impossible, Brother E. If it weren't for you, my second half of life would be ruined. You are my second parent. Chu Shan touched down again and felt the real existence. He was very grateful in his heart and looked at Chu Yi with more gratitude. That day he was put in a sack at the gate of the Marquis Mansion and thrown into the Suenio division, where he received all kinds of punishments as soon as he opened his eyes. In the end, those Suenio division monks even used a secret method to cut off his offspring, just to harass a steward. The Marquis was so petty as to do such a wicked thing. Chu Shan secretly hated her, but he didn't dare to show it. After he walked out of Sueniaosi with difficulty, he hurriedly saw a doctor, but the news he was told was that it was basically impossible to cure. Not only does it require a huge amount of resources to make up for the lack of origin, but it also requires a great Pure Yang Master to personally resolve the curse at the loophole before it can be restored, and that large amount of resources refers to the resources that can force a person to reach the level of life pill. If one has good talent, it is possible to achieve Pure Yang with the help of these resources, but not to mention that he is just a bastard son of the Chu family. Even if he is a legitimate son, he may not be able to make the family spend so much. He immediately felt that his life was bleak and boring, until he met Chu Yi, a brother he had little contact with before, who used a special method to help him restore his abilities. From then on, he regarded Chu Yi as his real brother. Moreover, his intuition told him that Chu Yi was not an ordinary person, and following him might be his opportunity. Thinking of this, he toasted Chu Yi again. If it weren't for the inappropriate generational differences, he even wanted to kneel down and acknowledge him as his godfather. Chu Yi calmly accepted the thanks from his younger brother Chu Shan. The original owner of this body was even less favored than this Chu Shan, and was born to a maid. Chu Shan's mother was at least a concubine, but he was purely an accident. It just so happened that Chu Yi's residual soul was severely damaged and he needed to practice again. He was unable to use the power of the immortal lord. The help of the family was very important in the early stage. This body has poor aptitude and its strength is only at the entry level. Even if he has various secret methods to rebuild his foundation, he still needs resources. This is also the reason why he chose to help Chu Shan. Otherwise, how could the dignified Wuji immortal lord save a mortal? Chu Shan pulled Chu Yi aside to express his gratitude, then slapped the table impatiently. Why the hell isn't it our turn yet? In order to thank Chu Yi and test his abilities after recovery, he spent a lot of money and specially ordered the top courtesan Shin Shusher 1,000 spirit stones. It still hurts just thinking about it now. The turtle man from Huan Yue Pavilion nearby hurriedly ran up to apologize. Sir, please wait a moment. Miss Shusher still has 2 groups of guests. It will be ready in a while. Shin Shusher's business is so popular that those who are waiting in line can only wait slowly. Damn, what kind of efficiency is this? Chu Shan complained, but didn't say anything else. However, Chu Yi was more interested. He wanted to see how beautiful Shin Shusher was that so many people were willing to line up for her, and why such a woman would fall into prostitution. Chapter 205, Shirshir suffers, Immortal Venerable feels distressed after about half an hour. It was finally Chu Yi and the others' turn. Although he had no intention of accompanying Chu Shan in the Double Dragon and Phoenix show, he followed anyway. The Wuji Immortal Lord wants to broaden his horizons. Following the pimp through the corridor, we came to a room. The wooden door was made of top-quality pear wood and was carved with exquisite patterns. It didn't look like a brothel, but more like the door of a young lady. Mr. Gui gently pushed the door open, smiled and made a gesture of invitation to Chu Yi and the others. A fragrance wafted in through the door, making Chu Shan's heart restless. Brother Yi, let's go, it's our turn. He took Chu Yi's hand and walked in without saying anything. The room was exquisitely decorated, as if one had come to the boudoir of a lady from a noble family. There were aromatherapy diffusers on the table next to it, and the bedding on the bed was brand new. A fairy-like beauty wearing a glazed fairy dress was sitting in front of the window in a daze. Her pretty back alone was enough to trigger people's endless reverie. There was no extra odor in the room, except for the incense and the faint fragrance emitted by the girl. Although there are many customers, Wan Yue Pavilion does a good job in this aspect. As if she sensed that a guest was coming, the girl stood up with a somewhat lonely figure, turned around and her pretty face came into the eyes of the two men. His eyebrows seemed to be frowned, his eyes were filled with resentment and sadness. And there was a hint of sorrow between his eyebrows. She really has an ethereal appearance, and carries a bit of an otherworldly air. It is also like a fairy disturbed by the mundane world, showing a sense of brokenness that makes people feel pity. Chu Shan was stunned for a moment. At this moment, he seemed to understand why this Miss Shirshir had so many repeat customers. This fairy-like person, just thinking about her graceful appearance under me, I can't help it. He swallowed his saliva, patted Chu Yi's shoulder and made a difficult decision. Brother Yi, you come and drink the first soup. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Brother Yi is his adopted parents, but she is just a woman, just a woman. He resisted the urge to pull the shy Chu Yi up. I pulled it, but it didn't budge. Chu Yi was seen standing there like a wooden stake, motionless, looking at Miss Shirshir with shock in his eyes. Brother Yi, come on, stop looking. Chu Shan thought Chu Yi was just obsessed with looking at the beauty, so he smiled and pushed his body to urge him. The delicate beauty is standing there. What's the point of playing with the romance if you don't get involved? Time is the spiritual stone. He feels so distressed. It took only half an hour at most to complete the project after spending 1,000 spirit stones, and my brother is still waiting for his soup. I don't know if Brother Yi can last long there. How about he use his mouth? Shi Niao? Chu Yi finally reacted. His lips moved and he looked at the woman in the green glazed fairy dress in front of him with some uncertainty. The figure in my memory vaguely merges with the figure before me, that jade body that seemed to be forged with all the energy of the sun and the moon, and the dress that was almost identical. Even their eyebrows and eyes are somewhat similar. There was just a slight noticeable change in her temperament, as if a fairy was pulled into the mortal world and forcibly tainted with a bit of vulgarity. Are there really such similar people in the world? Could it be reincarnation? I am Master Shin. Hearing Chu Yi's words, Shin Kaishan shook his head. Seeing that the two did not move, he bit his lips lightly and took small steps to greet them. Many guests like to play something excessive, but he has no power to refuse. After experiencing the training of those madams, he has accepted his fate and dares not resist at all, at least on the surface. Seeing the beauty approaching him, Chu Shan already showed his pig-like appearance. Hey, Miss Shirshir. His dirty hands involuntarily pinched Shin Kaishan's pretty face. Since Brother Yi doesn't want to go, he won't be polite. The face as bright as the silver moon was right in front of him, but then the dirty hand was grabbed just as it was about to get close. A large hand grasped his arm tightly like an iron clamp, causing him some pain. Brother Yi? Chu Shan looked over in confusion, and the one who caught him was Chu Yi. You can't touch this woman, Chu Yi said in a cold voice. Chu Yi glanced at the younger brother coldly. Chu Shan's hair stood on end and he felt a chill in his heart when he was looked at. At this moment, he seemed to see the ancestor of the family who was high above everyone else and held the power of life and death. No, not even the ancestor has such power. Who is this brother? Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Yi. He withdrew his hand timidly, not daring to confront Chu Yi. After shocking his younger brother, Chu Yi looked at Shin Kaishan again, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The green lotus fairy Li Qingyao, an old friend of his, the glazed fairy dress had charmed countless geniuses in the fairy world, and her suitors were numerous. Even Chu Yi had been attracted to her. It was only when he met the love of his life not long after that he let go of the sudden excitement that had arisen in his heart. But even so, the two are still friends. Later, Li Qingyao was ambushed by the demons from outside the domain and died, and her spiritual treasure Liu Li Luoxian's skirt was also lost. When Shui went to support her, it was too late. He only found the remaining demon aura at the place. This is also a big regret in his memory. My two lords, Shinkaishin's heart skipped a beat when he saw Chuyi's nostalgic look. I can't pay him back. Could these two be trying to play tricks on me? Although he liked to play tricks when playing with his concubines in the past, he only knew what pain was when it was his turn. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Shui quickly comforted the woman in a gentle voice after noticing her fear. Can you tell me how you got here? In her previous life, Fairy Qinglian was chaste. Although she had a wide range of friends, she had never been heard of having an affair with any male cultivator. He did not believe that this person who looked similar to Fairy Qinglian would be a promiscuous woman. I volunteered. Shinkaishin's face turned pale, and he remembered the training of the madam. He clenched his sleeves and lowered his head. Don't be afraid, tell me, maybe I can help you. Shuyi's voice carried a sense of conviction and closeness. Shinkaishan unconsciously loosened his hand and looked at the handsome young man in front of him. His straight man's heart was pounding. I am, involuntarily, he told his experience. Of course, he concealed many facts and only said that he was an honest and hard-working practitioner from a small family in Qingzhou. That day was the auspicious day when her father was marrying a concubine, but suddenly the Sueniasi came to slander her father as a demon cultivator and arrested her as well. Then she was given to a marquis who seemed to be of extraordinary status. The marquis saw her extraordinary beauty and sent her to a brothel. So that's how it is. That marquis really deserves to die. There was a hint of murderous intent in Chuyi's eyes. Just based on the possible connection between Xin Shishir and Qingyao, the marquis was doomed to die. Shushan, is there any way to take Miss Qing Shishir out of here? Shui looked at his younger brother who was sitting beside him. The original body he occupied was a nobody and had no connections at all. There was also a look of hope in Shinkaishin's eyes. It seemed that this person really wanted to save him. He's had enough of being bullied all day long. The people in Huanyue Pavilion were not kind to him and hardly gave him any rest. If he was not essentially a great monk of Purple Mansion, he would have been killed by this long ago. Even so, she was now exhausted, and if she could go out, she would not want to stay here. Chu Shan's face turned bitter when he heard this. Oh my god, why did this Igor think of redeeming someone? I should not have brought him to the brothel if I had known this. What is going on? Not only did I not get to eat the meat, but I also had a lot of trouble. He spread his hands and said, Brothery, it's not that I don't want to help. Miss Shishir is like a goose that lays golden eggs. Look at the customer flow in the past few days. Huanyue Pavilion will not be sold. Even if it is sold, we can't afford it. You can earn tens of thousands of spirit stones in a day and bring in a large number of customers. Which brothel would be willing to sell such a good courtesan? Even if Huanyue Pavilion agreed to redeem him, the price would have to be over 1,000,000 spirit stones, and even if they sold him they wouldn't be able to pay the ransom. Chu Shan stated the reasons and tried to persuade Chu Yi to give up this idea, but obviously Chu Yi is not someone who will give up. Seeing Shinkaishin's dim eyes in front of him, Chu Yi's heart tightened. He patted Shinkaishin's little hand and comforted him. Don't worry, I have a way. As the Wuji immortal, how could he watch this man who looked so much like his old friend being violated by other men again? Since Huanyue Pavilion can't redeem me, then I'll go find the owner of Huanyue Pavilion, find that marquis. Shuyi's eyes were so cold that Chu Shan jumped up from his seat in fright. My dear brother Yi, please don't be impulsive. The two of them are just illegitimate sons of the Chu family. He is not valued much in the Chu family, let alone Chu. The owner behind the Huanyue Tower is not someone they can afford to offend. These top-notch brothels are backed by wealthy families and the powerful. Even the Chu family may not be able to compare with them. Although I know Chu is not simple, he will definitely stand out in the future. But no matter how simple Chu is, he is just a small cultivator who has not even reached the spiritual movement realm. He can be killed with a slap. If they anger others, both of them might be handed over by the family. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Shui shook his head. He was arrogant, but not stupid. He still needed time to develop, or unless it comes to a truly critical moment, he will not use the remaining soul power that is about to dissipate. I have some skills that I can trade with them. Chu Shan, can you contact the person behind this? Looking at Chu Yi's inquiring eyes, Chu Shan gritted his teeth and said, I'll try. He walked out of the room. With his relationship with the Chu family, he believed that they would still give him face if they only met once. Thank you, thank you. After watching all this, Shin Kaishan excitedly held Chuyi's big hand and said sincerely, this is a good person, save him from the fire and water. If he wasn't a man, he would have wanted to marry her. If Chuyi was willing, he wouldn't even mind opening his legs, since there were so many people who had slept with him anyway. Looking at the young man in front of me now, he is getting more and more handsome. Ahem. Feeling the softness coming from the palm of his hand, Chuyi pulled his hand out calmly. A hint of fragrance rushed into his nose, making him feel a little reluctant. No need to thank me, it's just that I'm not used to seeing certain things. He had no intention of telling anyone about the fairy Qinglian, as it involved his biggest secret. Soon, an old woman with silver hair and gorgeous clothes followed Chu Shan over. Seeing Chuyi's low level of cultivation, the old woman's eyes suddenly showed some disdain. The brothel was a place where people would climb up to the powerful and look down on the weak. You want to redeem Shirshir? It's me. Chuyi said calmly, not taking the old woman's contempt to heart. He didn't care about the looks of the ants. Ha, Miss Shin is the pillar of our Huanyue pavilion. It's impossible for her to be sold. Don't even think about it. The old woman looked at Chuyi with ridicule. As the person in charge of Huanyue pavilion, if it wasn't for giving face to Chu Shan, she wouldn't even bother to come. After saying this, the old woman turned around and wanted to leave. At this time, Chuyi's unhurried voice sounded from behind her again. Nothing is impossible in the world. I can exchange it for advanced skills that can be cultivated to the pure Yang realm and 2 magical powers suitable for the Mingdan realm. The old woman's body suddenly stopped, her breathing became heavy, and she turned around and looked directly at Chuyi. Boy, are you telling the truth? The skills that can be cultivated to the pure Yang realm are the foundation of those big families and sects. And there are also 2 life-saving elixir magical powers. The value of this thing cannot be measured by simple spirit stones. If you really want to sell it, it will cost millions of spirit stones, and you may not even be able to buy it. Of course. Chuyi's face was calm. The old woman looked at Chu Shan suspiciously again. Could a little monk really come up with such a thing? Seeing this, Chu Shan could only bite the bullet and say, Brother E is my biological brother. I can guarantee it with the reputation of the Chu family. The old woman looked at Chuyi strangely when she heard that. Is this also the son of the Chu family? Why is his cultivation so low? I need to inform the higher-ups about this matter. She hesitated for a moment and said that Shin Shirshir's affairs were not something she could decide. How long will it take? Chuyi asked with a frown. Maybe tomorrow. The old woman gave a time. She wanted to meet Butler Tang first. Chuyi frowned even more tightly. Then what should we do with Shirshir tonight? What should I do? Of course I will continue to receive customers as usual. The old woman sneered. It was still unclear whether this would be successful. If she received 1 less customer, she would lose a lot of spirit stones. Humph. Chuyi looked at the old woman with a slightly cold expression. I can give you another private practice method to directly reach the life pill, and let her rest tonight. He could sense that Shin Shirshir's body was already very tired, and if she continued like this, it might damage her essence. He felt sad to let his old friend suffer such a crime. The old woman's breathing quickened when she heard this. Although the technique to make the life pill was not that precious, it was still very valuable, at least worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. She was almost about to agree, but when she remembered the Marquis's order, the greed in her mind was instantly awakened. She has no power to make a decision on this matter. Resisting her inner desire, she refused verbally. I have to receive guests, this is the rule. Then he left the room without giving Chuyi a chance to speak. If she let Chuyi continue talking, she was afraid that she would be doomed if she wasn't careful. Half an hour passed quickly. Chuyi was pulled out with a dark face. He stood in the corridor and watched 5 big men excitedly walk into Shin Shirshir's room. Chu Shan, who was standing by, felt his teeth aching. He stared at the door and looked at those big men as if they were his enemies. Damn it! Others can play with it as they please, but I spent money and I can't touch it. He spent 1,000 spirit stones on Master Shen but didn't even touch her. Others could stand up and kick, but he could only stand outside and stare blankly. What a huge loss. Chapter 206. Please take the blame for a while. The next morning, he moved in Randashian's feet away from his face and took his hands away from Su Shueju's pussy. Su and sat up, feeling soft underneath. Thought it's my sister-in-law's, but I don't know what Yi Lier has been doing these past 2 days, and she didn't join in. He moved forward again and sat on the edge of the bed. Come in. Aunt Tang, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, pushed the door open and walked in, looking at the obscene scene in the room without changing her expression. My lord, as soon as she opened her mouth, her lips were blocked, and her whole body was forcefully pulled into his arms and caressed wantonly. She did not struggle, but took the initiative to respond. I just sighed in my heart that the Marquis energy is really endless. After tasting Aunt Tang's red lips, Suan finally let go of the plump body in his arms and looked at the young woman he had developed. You have also reached the peak of fetal breathing. Follow me to practice these few nights and strive to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Aunt Tang's face flushed and her eyes were full of anticipation. She certainly knew what Suan was talking about. Yes, sir. It's a pity that Shi Yun has not made any movement so far and just keeps practicing. Her thoughts flashed through her mind, and she turned to business. By the way, Lord Marquis, there's a letter from Huanyue Pavilion. After telling Suan everything, Aunt Tang said nothing more. Although Shen Kaishan was kept in a brothel, Suan had to decide everything concerning him, and no one else had the right to interfere. You mean the one who took out the technique as a young cultivator in the Dao entry stage? Suan narrowed his eyes slightly and slid his big hands over this plump and mature body. Although the Pyongyang realm skills were nothing to him, they were still a valuable item that attracted many people to fight over if placed outside. Why would a small cultivator have the right to do so? Yes, he is the younger brother of the man from the Chu family. I think his name is Chu Yi. Aunt Tang straightened her body so that Suan could touch her more easily. Chu Yi. Suan muttered the name as he stroked her fingers gently, his thoughts and body not affecting each other. Just tell him I need to check the technique first and then give you a reply, and ask him to meet in the afternoon. Okay. Aunt Tang's breathing quickened slightly, and she rubbed her body left and right. Suan soon realized something was wrong. It turned out that he had a fever. To this end, Dr. Su immediately asked Aunt Tang to pose like a puppy and gave her an injection to eliminate the toxins from her body. The next day, in a private room of Huanyue Pavilion, Chu Yi was drinking tea calmly, with Chu Shan and Shen Shishir sitting next to him. Chu Shan felt so distressed at this moment. In order to let Master Shen suffer a little, at Chu Yi's request, he emptied his family's savings and spent a large sum of money to buy 3 hours from those customers who had waited in line. His savings of many years. Shen Kaishan looked at Chu Yi with a little concern. Brother Yi, is this really okay? This old man has become accustomed to Shen Shishir's identity. Don't worry, he's just a powerful person. Chu Yi gave Shen Kaishan a reassuring look, with a hint of smile on his lips. Brother Yi, money can make people's hearts flutter. What if that person, if he wants to play dirty, I will make him pay the price. Chu Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. How could he, the dignified Woji immortal, be afraid of a mortal noble? If that person really dares to have evil intentions, he also has his own ways. After hearing what Chu Yi said, Shen Kaishan had no choice but to put his worries aside for the time being. Soon, the door of the box opened. A young man with a kind and handsome face walked in first, then came Tu Xingnan's sturdy body, which gave off an oppressive feeling. Chu Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. Chu Shan's face showed horror, and Shen Kaishan seemed a little afraid and nervous, but Chu Yi was looking at Tu Xingnan. Because Tu Xingnan's aura was restrained, Chu Yi could not sense Tu Xingnan's specific realm, but he felt a great sense of danger in his heart. This person is at least a cultivator at the life pill or even pure Yang realm. In the past, cultivators of this level were nothing in his eyes, and there were a lot of them. But now, unless he used the power of his residual soul, he would definitely not be able to defeat them. He just glanced at Suan. His aura was unstable and it seemed that his cultivation level was at most Purple Mansion realm. Chu Shan was shocked simply because he recognized Suan. He didn't expect that the owner behind Huanyue Pavilion was actually the Marquis who cut off his offspring. As for Shen Kaishan, he was afraid that if Suan revealed his male background, Chu Yi would no longer choose to save him. When Suan saw Chu Yi for the first time, he smiled warmly. This blinding golden color is indeed a rising leak. It seems I came to the right place, I just don't know what type of protagonist he is. The golden light is a bit bright. I need to ask Higan Bana to investigate carefully. This must be Brother Chu, he is indeed a rare talent. He sat opposite Chu Yi with a smile on his face. This look made Chu Yi stunned for a moment. He thought that this powerful man would use threats or inducements to force him to hand over the martial arts. Unexpectedly, he was so kind that he couldn't handle it anymore. It's me, about redemption. After all, this was not the original Chu Yi. Chu Xianzuan reacted quickly and stared at Suan. In principle, I agree to redeem her. I feel really bad for Miss Shen's tragic experience, but... Suan seemed to be hesitant to speak. Just what? Shui looked at Suan and asked with a frown. Alas, you don't know this. Suan looked at Chui, then at Shin Kaishan and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I have no grudge against Miss Shin, so why should I torture her like this? It's just that the Shin family in Xingyang town offended Wu Yang, the commander of the Qingzhou Suanio division. It is said that one of his nephews was killed by the Shin family. It was at his request that I placed Miss Shin in the brothel. He looked reluctant, as if he had no choice. Commander Wu, please bear the blame for a while. Shin Kaishan looked suddenly enlightened. It seemed that among the enemies he had dealt with before, there was one with the surname Wu. However, he did not expect that he would be related to the commander of Qingzhou Suanio division. No wonder Suaniasi suddenly came to the door that day. Seeing Shin Kaishan's expression, Shui believed Suan's words a little more. In fact, Wu Yang knew nothing about it. It was just Suan who was making it up anyway. Qingzhou is far away, so it all depends on him. How do you plan to deal with Shirshir's redemption? Shui looked at Suan calmly, and then glanced at Shangnan behind Suan. I'm sure the Marquis is not afraid of Wu Yang either. Well, it's hard to say whether I'm afraid or not, but I have some businesses in Qingzhou that need Commander Wu to take care of. Suan first pretended to be helpless, then changed the subject. But I see that Brother Chu is very talented. I wonder if you are willing to make friends? It seems like he is optimistic about Chu Yi's potential. Chapter 207. Brotherin, they all bullied me. Chu Yi raised the corner of his mouth. Not everyone can be my friend. If the Marquis returns Shirshir to freedom, I can accept you as my friend. As the Wuji immortal lord, he used to look down upon even the Suxian. It was a huge bargain for a mere ordinary noble to recognize him as a friend. Therefore, there is a hint of alms in this voice. You. Tu Shangnan glared at him, anger surging in his eyes. This person is really arrogant. Ha, Brother Chu is really a true person. Suan didn't get angry but laughed instead. He stopped Shangnan, who was a little angry, and waved his hand. No problem. From now on, Miss Shirshir is a free person. A faint smile also appeared on Chu Yi's face. This Marquis was quite sensible. You will be glad you made the choice you made today. Suan did not show any anger at being underestimated, and chatted enthusiastically with Chu Yi for a while. After a round of flattery, he did not even ask for any martial arts techniques. He patted his new friend Chu Yi on the shoulder and left the box. In the carriage, Suan was thinking about the news about Chu Yi. Although this man was very arrogant, he was surprisingly alert. He just perfunctorily answered his indirect attempts to inquire about the origin of that technique. Moreover, this person gave him a feeling of arrogance, but it was not the arrogance of Long Ao, who treated his enemies as stepping stones. It is a kind of arrogance that comes from the top down. As if everyone here is an ant to it is possible for such arrogance to appear in a powerful person who was invincible in the world, but it is problematic no matter how you look at it when it appears in a small cultivator who has just entered the realm of Taoism. Sir, why? At this time, Shangnan couldn't help but speak. In her opinion, Shui just now was simply insulting the Marquis and deserved the death penalty. If Suan hadn't stopped her, she would have taken action, but Suan was not angry. He even wanted to make friends. Shangnan, sometimes friends are meant to be sold. Suan patted Xingnan's thigh with a dim look in his eyes. Being Suan's friend, there would be nothing wrong in using my life to pave the way for his eternal path. As for Shin Kaishan, he had contributed 1,000 villain points to him in the brothel. Recently, his mentality was close to collapse, and the villain points he contributed were getting less and less. He was also marked with the purple spirit seal, so it was okay to give it to Chu Yi for the time being. Soon the carriage returned to the Marquis mansion, and the Higan Bana organization, which had spies all over the imperial capital, also reported the news about Chu Yi. There is not much information about Chu Yi. Before this, Chu Yi was just a nobody. As a bastard of the Chu family, he was not valued. After his mother's death, he stayed in a small courtyard left by his mother. He seldom went out. He had poor cultivation and a very cowardly and cautious character. Until recently, he came into contact with his younger brother Chu Shan, and he was suspected to have used magical means to help Chu Shan cure his roots, and then was taken to Huanyue Pavilion by Chu Shan. His personality is also completely different from before. As for how Chu Yi obtained those skills, Higan Bana had no idea. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. The bastard of the family has a sudden change of character. This should be rebirth or time travel. Suan tapped the corner of the table to judge, but if he was reborn, it's not like that. He doesn't have that kind of foresight, and he actually doesn't have any hatred towards him as a villain. Could it be time travel? However, it is unlikely that one could produce that level of skill simply by traveling through time. It is more like a strong person taking over another's body. The person who could make Shangnan unable to sense the aura of possession must be at least the soul of the primordial spirit, or even a stronger one. Could it be related to the abnormal heavenly punishment that occurred not long ago? Suan guessed, although the divine punishment that occurred not long ago only lasted for a moment, it was still noticed by many people. However, the source was not traced back, so it was left unresolved. The timing just happened to match. After guessing that the new protagonist might be a powerful person who had taken over someone else's body, Suan temporarily gave up the idea of letting his subordinates take action regarding possession of another person's body. After taking over another person's body, one's strength will be weakened and may even need to be rebuilt, but if you don't care about the cost, it's okay to use the essence of the soul to temporarily exert some of your peak strength. He couldn't bear to let Shangnan or the red spider lily be harmed, and cultivators with lower cultivation levels might not be able to force him into a desperate situation. We need to find a chess piece. Suan felt a little uncomfortable as his arms were empty, so he pulled the red spider lily into his arms. Continue to pay attention to Chuyi's movements in the imperial capital and report to me at any time. As the protagonist, even if he doesn't take action himself, there will definitely be other minor villains who will confront him. Even if there is no conflict, you can create it. When the time comes, just go with the flow and let others explore the way. Yes, my lord. There was a slight tremor in Higanbana's voice when she answered, because Suan's hands had already reached into her lapels. I can only say that the cultivation world is still good. After carefully checking his subordinates' health, Suan sighed. Because of their practice, monks can control their own hair growth, especially about a certain place. They are basically little white tigers, soft and cute. On the other side, Shinkaishan cried for joy after being freed. Thinking of the torture he had endured during these days, he grabbed Chuyi's hand and kept thanking him. Miss Shirshir, there is no need to do this. Seeing that Shinkaishan was holding on tightly, Chuyi could only sigh. Brother E, just call me Shirshir. Shinkaishan held Chuyi's hand and felt at ease. Out of some tacit understanding, Suan did not reveal his identity, and he did not tell what happened in the dungeon. If it weren't for Brother Yi's help, I don't know how much humiliation I would have suffered. As he spoke, he couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing the beautiful woman crying, Chuyi was at a loss what to do. He could only hold Shinkaishan's hand with a little force. Don't worry, Shirshir, I will make Wu Yang pay the price. And that marquis, if you want revenge, I can help you in the future. A newly acquainted friend is naturally not as important as Shin Shirshir, who is very similar to an old friend. Yeah. Shinkaishan responded softly, raised his eyes to look at Chuyi. His eyes were like autumn water. Brother E, why are you so nice to me? As a virgin for thousands of years, Chuyi had no experience in dealing with such things and his face immediately turned red. Anyone else would help with this, but how can I bear to let a woman like you stay in a place like that? Not to mention the 30,000 years of cultivation, Chuyi's emotional experience is actually blank. Even his so-called beloved, the unrestrained fairy Ruoshua, was actually just a one-sided admiration from him. Although they were good friends, they had never had such intimate contact. Chuyi felt somewhat inferior at the time and was hesitant to express his feelings. When he became an immortal and famous throughout the world, and wanted to confess his love to that stunningly talented woman, he found out that Ruoshua had already passed away. Being ambushed and besieged by demons, he chose to self-destruct, and his body and soul disintegrated and he died. It didn't even leave a trace between heaven and earth. Finally, with the help of a good friend who was able to calculate all the mysteries of heaven, it was calculated that Ruoshua's soul had been reincarnated, but the specific location of the reincarnation could not be found. This is his biggest regret, and the reason why he is so keen on exterminating the demons. Perhaps, if he had confessed his feelings earlier and been with Ruoshua, she would not have died. Thinking of his beloved, Chuyi's murderous intent rose again. When he became an immortal king, he would definitely wipe out the entire demon clan. At this moment, the crisp sound in his ears quickly brought him back from his memories. Brother E, you pinched me and hurt me. Ah, sorry. Chuyi quickly pulled his hands away. only to find that both of Shirshir's hands were left with red marks from his pinching. It's okay. Shin Kaishan shook his head. Those men won't help. They will just pounce on us like wild beasts. He looked resentful and tears welled up in his eyes. The only one who helped me was Brother E. He had already seen through those men. They were just a bunch of selfish people who only thought with their lower bodies. Watching the interaction between the two, Chu Shan behind him silently lowered his presence. He seems a bit redundant. As for what he wanted to do at first, it seemed that he was going to use this courtesan to test his recovered genitals, and now he has emptied all his spirit stones. Let alone the oiring, he can't even afford to light up the 79. Don't worry, no one will bully you anymore, I said. Shui made a serious promise. As the Wuji Immortal Lord, he always keeps his word. Thank you, Brother E. By the way, I don't have a place to live right now. Can I? Shin Kaishan looked at Shui somewhat awkwardly. He was helpless in the imperial capital, and the seal in his body had not yet been released. According to Suan, his seal was set by Qingzhou commander Wu Yang using a secret treasure, and only Wu Yang himself could break it, but he didn't dare go back to Qingzhou now. You can stay at my place first. Although my place is not big, there are still a few empty rooms. Shui agreed readily. In this way, the two of them walked towards Chuyi's courtyard, talking and laughing all the way. As for the younger brother Chu Shan who followed behind, he was completely ignored by the two, but on Huan Yui Pavilion's side, without the signboard, many customers have left out. Of course, there were also many people who came specifically for Shin Shirshir who were dissatisfied. For example, the young master of the Zhou family in the imperial capital, Bang. How on earth do you guys do business at Huan Yui Pavilion? Zhou Lin stood up and slammed the table angrily. He had already made an appointment for 2 hours today, but he was told that Shirshirshin had been redeemed by someone. Even if Huan Yui Pavilion gave him a double refund, it couldn't calm his anger. As the young master of the Zhou family in the imperial capital, he reached the peak of fetal breathing at the age of 20. His father once said in public that he had the talent of pure yang and was the future heir of the Zhou family. When has anyone dared to play tricks on him like this? Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry. We are just following Lord Su's orders. I hope you won't make things difficult for you. After sending away the group of troublesome old men, the old woman came over and moved directly out of the backstage. Su, Lord Su? Master Zhou's voice suddenly weakened, and his original anger was extinguished. In the imperial capital, who else can be directly addressed as Lord Su? Apart from the extremely powerful Marquis Wu Shun, who else is the most famous? This Huan Yui Pavilion is actually that person's property. Zhou Lin immediately put on an apologetic smile, and his expression became humble. I was too impatient just now and said something wrong. I hope Madame Li won't blame me. He is not a fool to be able to become the young master of the Zhou family. There are only 2 pure yang cultivators in the Zhou family in the entire imperial capital. Even the former Ji family cannot compare to them, and that Wushuan Ho Xuan is a favorite of His Majesty and a second-rank official in the court. Even his ancestor has to be polite to him when he meets him. How could he offend this gentleman just because of a prostitute? Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. The madam also took advantage of the situation and smiled. In fact, Shin Shirshir was redeemed by a bastard of the Chu family using the pure yang realm skills. If Master Zhou still wants to see Shirshir, he can only go find that person. Zhou Lin's eyes lit up. Pure yang realm kung fu. His Zhou family may only have 3 copies of this level of martial arts. He knew that the Chu family only had 1 ancestor left in the pure yang realm, and his lifespan was not long, which was not comparable to that of their Zhou family, let alone a bastard of the Chu family. Judging from what the old procuress said, could it be that? Then he hesitated again. What about the Marquis? The Marquis is also quite curious about that man, but the Marquis has always been kind and righteous, and does not want to break the rules of Huan Yui Pavilion. The madam smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. With some thoughts in mind, Zhou Lin left Huan Yui Pavilion. What the madam said was just a casual move by Su, and if the fact that Chui possessed the pure yang kung fu was inadvertently revealed, it would naturally attract the covetousness of others. In the Marquis mansion, and Ran was teaching a few friends how to play cards. The 4 beauties have different styles and looks, and they are all top-notch. Sitting together at this moment, they look extremely pleasing to the eye. Suddenly Elir threw down the cards in her hand, her face full of depression. No more fighting, no more fighting. Lear, you're cheating again. Su Shuizhu looked at the good card she had finally drawn, and a few black lines appeared on her forehead. She pinched Lear's little face, leaned over and said sinisterly, people who cheat will have their grandmothers shrink. Li Zixuan glanced at Yi Liar's chest when she heard this and laughed secretly in her heart. Liar's chest was already small enough. If it got smaller, wouldn't it really become a flat plate? Wow, you're so vicious. Yi Liar shrank back and covered her chest, as if she had heard the most horrifying curse in the world. Bounce! Bounce, she screamed. Shu just smiled lightly and straightened her chest. Suddenly, Yi Liar seemed to see two big buns shaking, which made her eyes turn white and she felt as if she had been hit hard. She quickly turned her head, only to see Li Zixuan and Ran also puffed out their chests. A big apple and a small watermelon. The two said nothing, yet it seemed as if they had said everything. Why Yi Liar looked down at herself again. The huge gap in strength between the two little lemons almost made her despair. At this moment, she seemed to feel the deep malice from the world. What's going on? Suan's voice came from behind, and then Yi Liar was lifted up and put into a warm embrace. Looking at Yi Liar, who looked depressed in his arms, Suan couldn't help pinching her small and delicate nose. Tell me about it. Seeing Suan coming, Yi Liar seemed to have found a backer. She buried her head in Suan's chest and sobbed. Wow, brotherin, they all bully me. Chapter 208. Are you so cool? Suan looked across and saw Su Shueju and the others with innocent faces. After asking for a long time, I found out that Yi Liar had bad luck and would cheat by throwing the cards on the table from time to time. Then the three women joined forces to launch a European attack. For a moment, Suan looked at the tearful person in his arms and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl deserves it. In fact, in terms of cultivation, Yi Liar is the highest among all the girls. She is at the peak of Purple Mansion. If she cooperates with Suan in practicing a few more times and relies on the increasingly powerful power of Jade Liquid, it is possible for her to reach the life pill. But facing Su Shueju and the others, Yi Liar was still the one being bullied. Okay, don't cry. Suan wiped the tears from the corners of Yi Liar's eyes. He couldn't tell whether the girl was crying for real or fake, so he could only pat her back gently, like coaxing a child. Didn't I tell you, Liar, you are a scarce resource? Brotherin likes you very much. Brotherin, the girl stopped sobbing and leaned against Suan's chest lovingly. The depression in her heart disappeared instantly, as if the sky had cleared after the rain. Her brotherin said he liked it very much. That's enough, she doesn't care about anyone else anyway. Big cow. Yi Liar muttered as she turned her head to look at Su Shueju and the others. I still care a little. Suddenly, she squeezed her legs together, etc. She grabbed Suan's hand as it reached into her dress. Brotherin, today is not enough. We need another day. How about I help you with my mouth? She blinked her eyes and looked at Suan with a slightly pleading look. Suan was a little confused. Normally this little girl is the most active, but these days she has not taken the initiative to look for him. She is either practicing with Tang Shiyun or playing cards with a few people. It was obvious that he was very hungry, but he just endured. It can't be that my period has come. Logically speaking, the first step for a female cultivator to build her foundation is to slay the red dragon, so there shouldn't be such a thing as menstruation. Well, brotherin, wait for me for one more day, just one day. Yi Liar grabbed Suan's fingers and acted coquettishly. Well, if you don't give me a reason then, don't even think about getting out of bed. Suan tapped the little girl's head and didn't reach out again, just help her warm up those little breasts. Although Yi Liar would not refuse if he really wanted it, since the girl had begged him, he naturally would not force it. Brotherin, I know you are the best. Yi Liar happily left a mark on Suan's lips, then slid down Suan's arms very smoothly and lowered her head. In a small courtyard in the imperial capital, Chui slowly exhaled a breath, his eyes sparkling. The spiritual energy around him surged, seeming to revolve around him. After these days of improving his body, his cultivation has recovered to the spiritual realm. Although this body is in poor condition, with the presence of the immortal Master Woji, it can naturally be transformed from decay to magic. If Chu Shan had not had any spare money and could not buy many resources, he would probably have entered the fetal stage, but his soul remained the same. That kind of injury could not be recovered in a short time, unless there were top-notch treasures. Chui walked out of the room, and Shin Kai-shan, who was watering the flowers outside the yard, immediately turned around. Brother E, you're out? He looked tenderly. Yeah. Chui also smiled. Master, wait a little longer, I will be able to remove the seal for you soon. Even though the seal was a bit tricky, from his perspective as a true immortal, it was not impossible to break it. When his cultivation reaches the purple palace and he can use it to heal the injuries of his soul, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. At that time, this seal will naturally be broken. Shinkai-shan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I'm not in a hurry." His mentality has changed now, and he doesn't care so much about strength. "Brothery, you, boom boom." At this time, there was a violent knock on the door. Chewie frowned and walked forward to open the gate. A young man in brocade robe and two strong men were standing in front of the door. It was one of the strong men who knocked on the door. He looked unfamiliar and was not someone he knew. "What's up?" "Oh, boy, you are so cool." The young man in brocade robe sneered, and two sturdy men immediately stepped forward and blocked in front of Chewie, exuding the aura of the Purple Mansion realm, and their momentum was terrifying. Chewie didn't even move his eyelids. "If you're fine, please go back." "Boy, I heard that you bought the Oiran. Here is a spirit crystal. Let me play with her for one night." The young man in brocade robe threw out a light blue crystal. The value of this spiritual crystal is roughly equivalent to 1,000 spiritual stones, and it is condensed from extremely concentrated pure spiritual energy. Of course, most spirit crystals are artificially made. Although there are natural spirit crystals in the mines, their number is extremely rare, and the amount of spiritual energy they contain also varies greatly. The spirit crystal fell at Chewi's feet. Chewie did not lower his head, but a cold look flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't care about the provocation of the ant, this person was really courting death by insulting his old friend. "Take the spirit crystal and get out of here." The young man just laughed when he saw this, and reached out to push away Chewie, who was blocking the door. The next moment, snap, the young man's hand bone was broken and he suddenly let out a scream. Chewie calmly withdrew his hand. The two guards nearby reacted and immediately became furious. "How dare you!" The two men raised their hands and hit Chewie, but Chewie was like a swimming fish. His steps were mysterious and unpredictable, implying the meaning of space, wandering between reality and illusion, making the attacks of the two people miss, and instead destroying the surroundings of the yard to pieces. "Boy, you actually dare to attack me. Do you know who I am? You're fucking dead." The young man covered his severed hand, furious. "Catch him, I'm going to break his hands." Chewi's eyes flashed with mockery, and he smiled at the monks from the Imperial City Division who were rushing over here. "I don't know who you are, but you have led the people from the Imperial City Division here. Damn it, kid, just wait for me." The young man glanced at the monks from the Imperial City Division, called back the two strong men, turned around and left. As the Imperial City Bureau guarding the Imperial capital, it has enormous power and even some aristocratic families dare not provoke it. If the matter gets out of hand in the Imperial capital, he will be arrested even if he has a distinguished family background. Even if he is bailed out by his family members, he will still be humiliated. Of course, this does not apply to those with special permission from the Emperor. Looking at the young man's leaving figure, Chewie, who was standing in the broken courtyard, his eyes moved slightly. In fact, even if there were two Purple Mansion cultivators present, he had the confidence to kill the young man in one fell swoop. This was the difference in realm. The essence of his soul is still in the true immortal realm. He is highly skilled in magic and supernatural powers, so it is not difficult for him to fight by leaping 1 or 2 levels, but he could feel that there was a life pill monk hiding in the dark, who seemed to be the young man's protector. It was too difficult for him to fight against the life pill monk now. Moreover, if we kill him directly, the noise will be too loud and we may have to leave the Imperial capital, which is also troublesome. However, Chu Shan can check the identity of this young man. Anyone who offends the Wuji Immortal Lord will never survive. "Brothery, I'm sorry, I'm in trouble again." Shinkai-shan, who was hiding aside, walked forward with an apologetic look on his face. "It's okay, just some minor issues." Chewie shook his head and didn't take the trouble to heart. At most, he is just an ordinary nobleman. No one can touch the people that the Wuji Immortal Lord wants to protect. In an alley in the distance, the young man stopped, the arrogance on his face gone. With a cold face, he took out a pill from the storage ring and swallowed it. Soon his broken bones and muscles recovered. That boy is really not simple. Zhou Lin looked in Chewi's direction with a fiery gaze. He could see clearly that Chewie only had the spiritual agility cultivation, but he was able to make a cultivator like him who was practicing fetal breathing unable to react. His footwork just now was even more mysterious. It seems that the inheritance this person has obtained is extraordinary. Even the inheritance of Xinyang cannot be so powerful. The primordial spirit, it must be the primordial spirit. If he could obtain this inheritance, his Zhou family would be able to take a step forward, and his status in the Zhou family would also be greatly enhanced. The most crucial thing is that Chu Yi is just an unappreciated illegitimate son of the Chu family. The Chu family doesn't even know the news of this inheritance, so there is no need to be wary of Chu Yi's background, and even if the Chu family knew about it, he didn't intend to let go of this inheritance. A legacy that is most likely to be at the level of the Yuanshan spirit is too tempting for the Qinyang family. Let's go back. He needs to think about it carefully, as this concerns his soul and he must not make any mistakes. Chapter 209 Yi Liar's Gift. Silently watching the conflict between Master Zhou and Chu Yi, Sun was thinking about adding fuel to the fire. The Zhou family is probably qualified to create conflict with Chu Yi. In fact, the demons in the demon suppression tower can also be used, but releasing demons in the imperial capital would make too much noise and easily attract the attention of other spirits, which would be too troublesome. How about Shen Kaishan to stimulate Chu Yi? Thinking of the information sent by Higan Bana, Chu Yi seemed to attach great importance to Shen Kaishan, far more than that little brother. If Shen Kaishan died in front of Chu Yi, and the murderer was still the Chu family, then, brother-in. With the sound of silver bells, the girl fell into Suan's arms. It was the girl Yi Liar. At this moment, she was leaning on Suan with her legs crossed, with joy in her two big eyes. Brother-in, guess what I brought you? The girl said mysteriously. Well, you brought me a lively, well-behaved and cute little beauty. Suan rubbed Yi Liar's head and said with a smile. Yi Liar immediately lowered her head with a blushing face, feeling happy in her heart. Even if you say so, brother-in, you are still wrong. This is a gift I specially prepared for brother-in. Having said that, she didn't keep anyone in suspense and took out an exquisite jade bowl from her storage ring and placed it in Suan's hand. Brother-in, take it. Then a round and plump spiritual date with a fluorescent color was placed into the jade bowl. Then she kept moving, taking out spiritual fruits one after another as if offering treasures, and soon filled the jade bowl. The spiritual fruit is crystal clear, moist, and smooth. In addition to the spiritual dates, there are also lychees and small spiritual peaches. Yi Liar's complexion also turned completely rosy. Brother-in. Her voice was a little breathless and her eyes were filled with anticipation. This is a method I read in ancient books. It is said that the spiritual fruit cultivated in this way can increase cultivation, and it tastes excellent. I don't know if you like it. That ancient book said that the piney fruit produced from the yin essence of a female cultivator with a pure yin body can nourish the vital energy and is a precious fruit and a rare treasure among immortals. The best effect is achieved after being nourished for 7 days. However, this was her first attempt and she didn't know how effective it would be. You girl, you have a heart. No wonder I've been holding it in these days. It turns out it's because of this. Seeing the girl's slightly nervous expression, Suan smiled and picked up a spiritual fruit and put it into his mouth. The rich juice exploded in his mouth, and the fresh and sweet taste spread to the entire mouth. Suan's eyes lit up slightly, and there was a fresh fragrance of a young girl lingering in his mouth and nose. It had a different kind of sweetness than simple spiritual fruit, leaving a long aftertaste. Good. He said it sincerely. Both the spiritual energy and the taste are a level higher than ordinary spiritual fruits. It seems that the ancient book is indeed real. He. Yi Liar immediately showed a satisfied smile, feeling that the past 7 days were worth it. Brother-in, let me feed you. She picked up a spiritual fruit lightly, her watery pupils revealed a bit of charm, and her pure and lovely face was filled with burning desire. Like a little fox, he turned around and knelt on Suan. She has been holding it in for a long time these days and it's about to break down. The little head leaned closer, her small tongue pushed the spiritual fruit into Suan's mouth, and then she moved forward. The spiritual fruit in the jade bowl was quickly consumed in this erotic feeding. Then the two of them looked at each other knowingly. In return, Suan donated generously, given a generous amount of elixirs as a return gift. Yi Liar was already not far from a breakthrough, and now that he had taken the elixir, his bottleneck became even more shaky, and he was only one step away from reaching the life pill realm. The two did not stop until it was completely dark. On the other side, in a villa of the Zhou family. A Mingdan cultivator and 5 Zifu cultivators stood in front of Zhou Lin with respectful expressions. Mr. Lin, what do you think of Chu Yi? Are you sure you can take him down in a short time? Zhou Lin looked at the only life pill cultivator among them. It is not advisable to cause too much noise in the imperial capital, not to mention that it is related to the inheritance of the soul. so it is natural to be cautious and not leak it. This is why he used Shinshirshir as an excuse to find Shui. The old man called Elder Lin hesitated for a moment and said, "Young master, based on my observations yesterday, there should be no problem. But that kid has extraordinary physical skills. To be safe, it's best to lure Shui out." Zhou Lin nodded upon hearing this, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. "Then let's find an opportunity to kidnap that Master Shin." He could see clearly that Shui cared a lot about Shinshirshir. As long as he could kidnap Shinshirshir, Shui would naturally be able to control her given the relationship between them. You can also experience the wonderfulness of the courtesan Shinshirshir, killing two birds with one stone. He did not report Shui's matter to the family. He wanted to solve the matter himself and prove his ability as an heir to the family. Another thing is, he didn't think that Shui, who was only in the spiritual realm, could escape his control, even if he has inherited the soul. He is, after all, just an unappreciated bastard of the Chu family. The advantage lies in him. He can easily deal with the helpless Chui with the power he controls. As long as he obtains this inheritance, his position as the young master will no longer be disputed. Even those elders who were at odds with him had to support him. The entire Zhou family will also prosper because of him. Zhou Lin, who was fantasizing about the future, did not realize that a barely perceptible black light flashed in the depths of the eyes of the skinny purple mansion realm guard who was standing respectfully at the side. He lowered his head and revealed a slightly strange smile, and then became the same as the other guards. Shenkuan Pavilion, the largest auction house in the imperial capital, backed by the royal family. It has the best credibility. Shui glanced around the auction house and nodded slightly. The scale of this auction house was quite large. It is not much different from some auction houses in the fairy world. He came here with the intention of exchanging some low-level skills for cultivation resources. Brother Chu Shan no longer has any spirit stones in his hands, and his original body has no savings either. If he simply practices hard, it will take him an unknown amount of time to recover his strength, and he was also prepared to help Shirshir break the seal as soon as possible. Therefore, it is necessary to exchange resources. It would be even better if we could win one or two precious spiritual medicines. I hope he won't be disappointed here. Just thinking, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, stared straight ahead with his pupils constricted, and his body began to tremble slightly. The whole person felt like being struck by lightning. That is, Ruoxue. Looking at the woman in front of him who was wearing a white dress and had a calm temperament, he clenched his fists with excitement, and his eyes could no longer accommodate anyone else. There's no mistake, she is definitely Ruoxue. Standing there, he was unwilling to take his eyes away. If Shinshirshir's appearance is only somewhat similar to Qingyao, then Ruoxue's appearance is exactly the same as the woman in front of him. Looking at the woman who looked like the fairy Ruoxue whom he admired in his previous life, Shui was almost too excited to control himself. I didn't expect that I would meet Ruoxue's reincarnation here after searching for many years. It turned out that he was extremely lucky. Not only did he come to the realm of origin, but he also met his old friend Qingyao and his beloved Ruoxue one after another. Seeing the figure in the white dress preparing to leave, he didn't care about anything else and ran forward. Ruoxue. I'm not in a good mood today. I'll update another chapter later. Chapter 210. Sir, you are bad. The woman in white dress didn't pay any attention to the shout, but Shui immediately stood in front of her to block her way. Shuizhu frowned, stopped, and looked at the strange man with displeasure. Who are you? The female guard of Higanbana also appeared beside Su Shuizhu, looking at Shui vigilantly. Shuin arranged a guard from the Higanbana organization to be around his woman, mainly for safety reasons, as he didn't want to see any bloody plots. Seeing the two people's reactions, Shui quickly took a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions. The current Ruoxue's true spirit has been reincarnated, but has no memories and doesn't remember herself. She was a stranger. His behavior just now was indeed too abrupt, but he did not regret it. Instead, he looked at Su Shuizhu with sharp eyes. The girl looks very similar to a friend of mine, so I was so excited that I offended her. May I ask if you could tell me your name, young lady? Hearing this, Su Shuizhu's face turned cold. Get out of the way. She never had a good face towards strange men who came to chat with her. Besides, Suan was still waiting for her, so he didn't have time to chat with such a person. Sorry to bother you then. Hearing the woman scolding, Shui was not angry at all. A look of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. As expected, even after reincarnation, Ruoxue still had the same temper. This was the impression he had of Ruoxue. He didn't bother her anymore and made way out. Now is not the right time. After returning, I will let Chu Shan find out Ruoxue's current identity. and then I will go to meet her. I believe that with my sincerity, I will be able to impress Ruoshua when the time comes. They will be a couple of immortals and return to the immortal world, which will be a beautiful story. Looking at Su Shueju's departing back, he had an obsessive look in his eyes. Ruoshua, this time, I will never miss you again. It was not until Su Shueju walked into a private room and disappeared from view that he withdrew his gaze, and the desire to restore his strength became stronger. Enter the box and meet Su, and the coldness in Su Shueju's eyes disappeared in an instant, and her pupils became brighter. She transformed herself into a little woman, took lotus steps and sat down beside Suan gracefully. He put his hands on Suan's shoulders and began to massage them consciously. If Chui saw the scene, it might break the impression of Fairy Ruoshua in his mind. How could Fairy Ruoshua, who was always cold to others, act like this? Sir, do you remember the first time we met? Su Shueju leaned against Suan's body, revealing a look of nostalgia. It was in Shinkuan Pavilion that she met Suan, and then she was bewitched by this bad guy and gave him her true heart. Come to think of it, if she hadn't met Suan, she might still be worrying about the damn engagement that old man had made. Of course I remember. Snow bamboo is dazzling no matter where it is. Suan's hand stroked the woman's delicate and pretty face, and his fingertips slid to the edge of her scarlet lips. This time, I was originally going to accompany Shueju to revisit the old place, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. He saw everything just now. It seemed that the protagonist knew Shueju. Was he a reincarnation, or similar flowers? You know what, the look in Chuyi's eyes just now was so damn similar to that of Dragon King Lingchen. You're lying. You were just looking at Li Zixuang and ignored me. Su Shueju said something in a resentful tone, and a small lilac tongue came out of her mouth and licked Suan's fingertips. The alluring charm in her eyes almost overflowed, like a bewitching enchantress. Sir, who do you think is better, me or Zixuang? Her massaging movements became heavier. This type of question is usually called a life-threatening question, but Suan just smiled faintly and pinched the naughty tongue. I don't have an answer to this question yet. Why don't you and Zixuang kneel together next time? Whoever feels more comfortable will be the better one. Sir, you are bad. Su Shueju pulled out her tongue and moaned, then patted Suan's chest with her delicate hands, as if accusing Suan of being absurd, but in her heart she was thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Should I give Zixuang some medicine to make her agitated and lose her mind in advance? Then I can win with my skills and become the final winner, stepping on Zixuang to gain the greatest favor from the young master. Aren't best friends meant to be sold? Today, poor Li Zixuang was still kept in the dark, not knowing that Su Shueju, her best friend, fell in love with Suan because of her, because she saw Suan threatening her and kidnapping her in public. This made the bad woman feel amorous for a moment. The fact that they became best friends was because Su Shueju had feelings for her. Man, not long after a brief introduction by the auctioneer, the auction officially began. Chui sat casually in the lobby without choosing a private room. To him, it's the same whether it's a box or the lobby. The first auction item, the Tao weapon, the mysterious cloud mirror realm. This Taoist artifact is full of Taoist rhyme. It is a top-grade Taoist artifact. It is mainly used for defense and contains. The auctioneer spoke incessantly on the stage, and many people in the audience were also interested. A high-level Taoist weapon is a treasure even for some big families. In other places, you may not be able to buy it even if you want to. Chui, however, had a calm expression. He glanced at the Xin Yun mirror realm and said calmly, rubbish. The material of this Taoist weapon is acceptable, but the refining technique is a bit poor. Otherwise, the power of this Taoist weapon can be doubled, and it is even possible to refine it into a spiritual treasure embryo. He didn't deliberately lower his voice. As a result, this immortal Master Chu was met with a barrage of cold sarcasm from the people around him, but he remained indifferent and didn't care about the ridicule of these ordinary people. As the Wuji immortal, these people are just ants to him. Would you care if the ants roared at you? Amidst the ridicule, the first Xin Yun mirror realm that Chui called garbage was finally bought by someone from the Xin family in the imperial capital for 8 million spirit stones. The second item to be auctioned was a book on martial arts. This technique is called 5 Extremes Condensing Essence Sutra. It is a technique for the pure Yang realm. The magical power cultivated is strong and pure, and it can overwhelm others with force. Even people with poor talents can achieve certain success by practicing this technique. Looking at the martial arts book, Chui curled up the corner of his mouth. It was just a relatively low-level martial arts book in his memory, but it was considered top-notch in this world. This martial arts technique was originally intended to be used to redeem Shishai. As expected, Shui was once again met with ridicule from the crowd. What are you laughing at? You don't think you can afford it? Ha, you poor fellow, I'm afraid you just sneaked in here to gain some experience. Take a good look at these things. You will never be able to afford them in your lifetime. Shui shook his head. What a bunch of blind people. Little did they know that the owner of this technique was him. I'll pay 4 million spirit stones, and my Joe family wants this technique. A loud voice rang out from the box on the second floor, then someone else started bidding, and the corners of Chuyi's mouth tilted even higher. The higher the price these people bid, the more spirit stones he would get. As for the ridicule of the ants, he didn't care at all. Looking at Chuyi being mocked by the people around him, Suan in the box secretly clicked his tongue. TSK, look at his character, no wonder he can be the protagonist. Come to think of it, this Chuyi might have a sarcastic aura. Someone like him couldn't be like Chuyi. If an ant dares to show its teeth to him, he will destroy its ant nest. After a round of bidding, the head of the Zhou family finally bought the martial arts book with great reluctance. The next series of items were auctioned, but none of them were particularly outstanding. During this period, Suan also bought a spiritual necklace for Su Shuizhu as a gift. The next auction item is the God-shaping flower. This flower grows in the void, absorbing the complex thoughts between heaven and earth. It takes 10,000 years to grow. It is also called the flower of spirit. It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It is beneficial to the soul. Here we come. Chuyi sat up suddenly. The elixir known as the God-shaping flower is rare even in the fairy world, mainly because it requires too high a growth environment and is too fragile during its growth period, and will die if not handled with care. I didn't expect it to be found here as well. Spiritual medicine of this level would have a certain effect even for his current soul injury. With this flower, his recovery speed will be greatly shortened. By then, it will be easy to help Shishir break the seal. Looking at the flower that was as transparent as crystal, Chuyi's eyes were filled with determination to win. The bidding has already started and the price is still rising. This God-shaping flower, if obtained with the life pill, can help the transformation of the soul and increase the chance of breaking through to the pure Yang. If Chun Yang is obtained, it can also increase the strength of Yang God and improve cultivation, so naturally there will be many contenders. Listening to the shouts and scrambles, Chuyi smiled confidently, stretched out a finger and prepared to bid. 10 million spirit stones. Suddenly a female voice came from the box, causing Chuyi's expression to freeze instantly. It's Ruoxue. Chapter 211. I want to play what Yi Liar has played. The bid of 10 million shocked everyone instantly. The amount just reached 6 million, and now it has increased to 4 million spirit stones. The scene was quiet for a while. Although this pearl elixir is precious, the price of 10 million spirit stones is something that even the big families would have to think carefully about. It is not something that can be easily taken out. Besides, this flower can't really help the life pill masters to break through to pure Yang. It just increases the chances a little bit. If it fails, the investment will be wasted. 10 million at a time. The auctioneer on the stage banged the hammer. Chuyi looked distressed. Why was it Ruoxue who bid the price? Does she also need this rare flower? 10 million twice. The hammer sounded for the second time. Gentlemen, my mother's soul is damaged and needs this flower to heal. I hope you can give me some face. Su Shuizhu's voice came out again, with a bit of pleading, which instantly made Chuyi's heart tighten. He put his hand down helplessly. Since Ruoxue needed it, he would give it to her anyway. It's not like we won't be able to find other elixirs in the future. Just then, another male voice sounded. 11 million. Miss Su, your mother has nothing to do with me, but I cannot give up this divine flower. The man's voice was a bit teasing, and just hearing it made people angry. 1,100 and 100,000. Su Shuizhu gritted her teeth. 12 million. The voice continued to raise the price calmly. 1,000. Su Shuizhu's voice was trembling, as if she was crying, but in the end she did not shout out the price. Obviously, she couldn't come up with any more spirit stones. Chuyi clenched his fists, with anger burning in his heart. They already said they wanted to treat my mother, but they actually raised the price. This is simply inhumane. He is truly a selfish person. However, this also gave him an opportunity. As long as he bought the God-shaping flower and gave it to Ruoshua, Ruoshua would definitely be very touched and would look at him with new eyes. By then, the relationship between the two will be closer. After reincarnation, Ruoshua didn't remember herself, so it was most appropriate to use the God-shaping flower to get close to Ruoshua. 13 million, he shouted, raising his hand. The scene suddenly became quiet, and all the mocking people around stared at Chui in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Chui endured it without changing his expression. In the end, although he was once again ridiculed and even suspected of malicious bidding, Chui still bought the God-shaping flower at a price of 16 million, which was exactly the total amount of spirit stones he earned from selling his skills and magical powers. The spirit stones were all spent before he even got them in his hands, but he was very happy about it. It was just a few spirit stones, so why would he, the Wuji immortal, care about that? If I can use these spirit stones to make Ruoshua happy, then it doesn't matter how much I spend. Sir, how was my performance just now? In the box, Su Shueju had a smile on her face and was trying to take credit for it with Suan. She didn't look as sad as one might imagine. Her mother didn't even know that her soul was damaged. Suan kissed her lightly, let go of her delicious red lips, and whispered, "Not bad. I'll turn you into a puff as a reward when we get back." Hearing this, Su Shueju couldn't help but think of a certain scene, and her earlobes suddenly turned red. Or, let Zishuang push your butt. She whispered, after all, she was my best friend who had helped me get married, so I should at least give her a sip of soup when I ate the meat. It's definitely not because I want to show off in front of my besties. Suan didn't say anything, looking at Chui below who had a proud and happy expression. It was just a test. Since Chui is really willing to give money, then of course I will accept it. From this it seems that he really cares about Shueju, so he can make some good plans accordingly. The male voice that raised the price just now was naturally made by Suan. It was to test Chui and consume Chui's spirit stones. It doesn't matter even if Chui didn't bid, because this God-shaping flower was given by Qiankuan Pavilion, and Qiankuan Pavilion is Sister Ruwashi's property. Even if it costs tens of millions of spirit stones, these spirit stones will eventually flow into His Majesty's treasury. Isn't this just like flowing into Mr. Su's home? Once Chui's attitude is determined, it will be easy to target him later. Shueju, if you do this from now on, putting his arm around the beautiful woman's shoulders, Suan instructed. Shueju raised her lips and smiled evilly. Master, leave it to me. After the auction, Shui paid the spirit stone and got the God-shaping flower. Qiankuan Pavilion was also very considerate and gave him a beautifully shaped spiritual jade hairpin. When he came out, Su Shueju was no longer in Qiankuan Pavilion. I should go back. Shui held the jade box containing the God-shaping flower and a spiritual jade hairpin, feeling a little lost. Then he quickly adjusted his mood. When I find out Ruwashiwa's current identity, that will be the time for us to meet. After putting the God-shaping flower and the jade hairpin into the empty storage ring, he stood up and walked towards the direction of Chu Shan's residence, and impatiently pulled out Chu Shan, who was playing with a woman. Brothery, this should be Su Shueju, the eldest daughter of the Su family from the Yongwei Marquis residence. Looking at the portrait that Chui drew from memory, Chu Shan put on his clothes and answered. This was a maidservant in his house who was not bad-looking. He was just about to use her to test his penis. When he was about to take the last step, Chui suddenly rushed in and almost frightened him to death. He looked at the portrait with a strange expression. Could it be that Shin Shishir could no longer satisfy Brothery and started to inquire about other people? Su Shueju is also well known in the imperial capital, but her family background is a little poor and the Yongwei Marquis mansion has long been in decline. Otherwise, she would have had a chance to be selected as one of the 4 beauties in the imperial capital. Then he hesitated for a moment and looked up at Chui. But Brothery, it seems that this Miss Su has an engagement. Chui's expression changed, his brows knitted, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Who is it? The person who took advantage of the fact that Ruoshua had no memory of her past life after reincarnation and arranged a marriage for her through her family is definitely not a good person. Ruoshua should not be bound by an engagement. Seeing this, Chu Shan's heart skipped a beat and he grabbed Chui's hand. Calm down, calm down. Brothery, the fiancé is dead. It is said that he sneaked into the mine without permission and encountered danger, and died. This is just a rumor outside, and he has no idea about any other news. Chui's frown finally relaxed when he heard that Ruoshua's fiancé was dead. Yes, how can a mere mortal be worthy of Ruoshua? That he must not have been so lucky, so he died suddenly. In this world, he is the only one who was worthy of Ruoshua. After asking Chu Shan about Su Shueju's news, Chui was satisfied. Chu Shan, can you help me keep an eye out for the elixir that can restore the soul? Tell me when you find it. After patting his younger brother on the shoulder and leaving a few words, Shui rode on Chu Shan's carriage and headed towards the direction of the Yongwei Marquis' mansion. He couldn't wait any longer, only Chu Shan was left standing there with a complicated expression. Shui felt a little nervous when he parked the carriage in front of the gate of the Yongwei Marquis' mansion. I am about to meet Ruoshua, and what identity should I use when meeting her, pursuer, or friends? Chu Xianzuan hesitated to step forward and knock on the door. It's you! What are you doing here? Without any warning, the door suddenly opened. Su Shueju walked out and saw Chui standing in front of the door with a look of surprise and vigilance on his face. She immediately stepped back and waved her hand to close the door, etc. Chui didn't care about that and said quickly, Miss Su, I'm here to help you. Help me? Su Shueju's expression changed slightly and she stopped what she was doing. I don't remember knowing you. Miss Su, please treat me as a kind stranger. Shui looked at Su Shueju with a look of heartache in his eyes. Ruoshua's steps are now unsteady and there is a hint of sadness between her brows. She must be worrying about her aunt's affairs. He took out the jade box containing the god-shaping flower, and on top of the jade box was an exquisite jade hairpin. I think this thing should be useful to Miss Su. I thought Ruoshua would be happy to see the god-shaping flower, but Su Shueju took a step back instead. Although she looked at the elixir with desire, she did not reach out to take it. I have no relationship with you, why would you give me this elixir? Seeing Ruoshua's vigilance towards him, Shui couldn't help feeling distressed. It seemed that if he didn't explain it clearly, Ruoshua would not accept the god-shaping flower. After hesitating for a while, he raised his head. Miss Su, let me tell you a story. He looked at Su Shueju sincerely. I once had a dream. A long time ago, in a vast world, there was a young man who was arrogant and didn't want to join many sections. He wanted to travel the world with his sword. He also made a name for himself and made a few good friends. But the good times didn't last long. One time, the young man offended a powerful force and was forced into a desperate situation. He was in danger and dying. Just when he was in despair, a girl named Ruoshua appeared and saved the young man. The narration was vivid and full of emotion, and they were all Chui's own memories. It seems like a confession, but also like a regret. In the end, the young man reached the top, but he could no longer find the girl. After ending this story, Chui's eyes were fixed on Su Shueju. This is the story of him and Ruoshua. Ordinary people might be moved by the boy's deep affection, but Su Shueju felt nothing in her heart and was even a little speechless. Having said so much, it turns out to be a story of unrequited love. The dog was saved by the girl, and then fell in love with her and became friends with her. While maintaining their friendship, he secretly loved her and practiced hard, hoping to reach the top and marry her, but no matter how much she said, the girl didn't fall in love with the dog. Otherwise, how could the dog have been in love with her? He would have been in love with her in both directions long ago. She even put herself in the girl's shoes and felt that the girl was taking advantage of the dog. Even though she was complaining in her heart, she still showed a touched expression on the surface. She supported the door with her hands and swayed her body. Why does this story feel so familiar to me? She held her head and closed her eyes tightly, seeming to have a headache. Ruoshua, you remembered. Shui's eyes lit up and he wanted to go forward to support her. Then a black-robed female guard appeared, looked at Shui coldly, and supported Su Shueju. Shui smiled awkwardly and stopped. He thought he could take the opportunity to touch Ruoshua just now, but it is also true that no matter in the past or present life, Ruoshua has always been a woman who keeps herself clean. Even as her good friend, I have never had any physical contact with her. This is also the reason why I like Ruoshua so much. You called me Ruoshua. Yes, that's what you called me when you first saw me. Are you saying that I am that girl? Su Shueju seemed to have recovered, rubbing her eyebrows lightly with a look of shock in her eyes. I'm sorry, I can't remember. It's okay. Shui quickly comforted her. If you can't remember it, don't think about it anymore. Please accept this god-shaping flower and heal your aunt's soul trauma first. He handed the jade box forward again. Su Shueju hesitated for a moment and nodded. Thank you, I really need this now. After all, her mother's soul was seriously injured. The female guard stepped forward, took the jade box and hairpin from Chui, and handed them to Su Shueju. Looking at the divine flower in the jade box, Su Shueju was stunned for a long time. Then she picked up the hairpin on the jade box and suddenly smiled, which amazed the moment and made Chui stunned. It seemed as if he saw the girl who rescued him again. This hairpin is very beautiful. Can you tell me your name? Shui, my name is Chui. He replied stupidly. Su Shuaju looked at Chui with gratitude. Chui, you are a good person. Even after the door of the Bo mansion was closed, Chui was still in a daze for a long time. Ruoshue said I was a good person and even accepted the hairpin I gave her. Sure enough, my behavior moved her. She's also interested in me, so keep up the good work. He pumped his fists, excitement written all over his face. If we develop further, maybe I can hold Ruoshue's little hand. When he thought of that scene, the Virgin almost went to heaven. In Su Shueju's boudoir, Fairy Ruoshue was kneeling at the head of the bed, letting the man rest his head between her legs. Her slender jade fingers were gently pressing on the man's head, doing the work of a maid. There was a hairpin thrown beside the bed, but no one took a second look at it. Sir, that Chui, Su Shueju smiled and told Suan everything she had just heard. Suan hummed softly, yet he really didn't expect that Chui was not from this world. It seems that Chui's cultivation is more than just the soul realm. I just don't know how much more it can be used. As he was thinking, his eyes suddenly went dark. It turned out that Su Shueju bent down and covered Suan's eyes with a pair of snow beads. Sir, is this force appropriate? She gently put her fingers into Suan's collar, shaking them up and down with a hint of smile in her words. What Chui said should be true. Suan said. It doesn't matter. A slender finger blocked Suan's lips. I don't care about past or present life, I only care about you. Su Shueju's voice became a little deeper, and her other hand pressed on Suan's chest, and the warmth was transmitted between the two. Sir, now it's your turn to fulfill your reward. She rolled her tongue lightly, with a seductive smirk. I want to play what Ji Liar has played before. Chapter 212 Trampling Suan, the soft fragrance carves into human pass. The flowers are already withered when the east wind blows. When spring comes, the dewdrops seep into the water, and when the rain passes, the stream becomes like ripples. Chui hurried back to his courtyard with excitement. Ruoshue's image is still in my mind. When he approached the courtyard, his expression suddenly changed and he stopped. There seemed to be a strange sound coming from the courtyard. Ah, no, let me go. This is Shursher's voice. Not good. Chui suddenly became alert, and his figure flashed and instantly appeared in the courtyard. This time, Shin Shursher was being held up by a strong man and clamped in her armpits, while another strong man was grabbing Shin Shursher's moving legs with his hands. Being very naughty, Chui got angry immediately. Court death. His magical powers were gathered in one palm, and a hint of destruction was born in his palm. The dark divine light evolved, like the darkness of the destruction of the universe, and it seemed as if there were areas of empty space perishing in it, filled with rage. Chui's palm strike would have made even the life pill cultivators change color. The sturdy man who was pinching Shinshirshir's feet just reacted and turned around to block with his fists. The moment the fists and palms made contact, the sturdy man looked puzzled, wondering why he didn't feel anything. His consciousness was a little slow. The other sturdy man who was holding Shinshirshir looked terrified. He watched helplessly as his companion's body began to disintegrate and disappear from his fist, as if it had been wiped out from this world. His companion is at the Purple Mansion realm. Humph. Chui passed through the body of the man in front of him and struck another strong man with his palm. The sturdy man no longer cared about his mission. He threw Shinshirshir into the sky, turned around and tried to escape, but Chui is faster than him. In an instant, Chui caught up with him, his figure like a ghost. A palm strike landed on the sturdy man's back, instantly penetrating his strong protective magic power. The sturdy man felt that all his magical powers were dissipating and his limbs seemed to be falling apart. He collapsed to the ground and could not move. Tell me, who sent you here? Chui caught the falling Shinshirshir with one hand, stepped on the sturdy man's neck, and looked fierce. He didn't expect that someone would come and kidnap Shinshirshir after he had been away for a while. If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. No one, well, it's just us two brothers who want to play with this bitch. The sturdy man knew he couldn't run away, so he didn't show any fear and sneered at Chui. He was deliberately provoking Chui. Looking at the frightened Shinshirshir in his arms, Chui's face became even colder, and a green light flashed in his eyes. Tell me, who asked you to come? When the sturdy man saw the green light, his expression suddenly became confused and dull. It's Zhou Lin, the young master of the Zhou family. After saying this, the strong man woke up immediately and his face turned pale. Zhou family. Zhou Lin. Chui read the name, his face became stern, and he stepped down, sending the strong man to meet his companions. Looking at this somewhat messy courtyard, His anger grew even greater. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lin had not given up yet and even resorted to such despicable means to in broad daylight. He raped a woman. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly his face turned pale and he coughed violently several times. Shin Kaishan, who was standing by, quickly stood up and supported Shui, and asked worriedly, "Brothery, are you okay?" "Fine." Shui covered his chest with one hand and waved it. Just now, in his extreme rage, he triggered a trace of the destructive state of mind that he had once comprehended, causing his body to be somewhat overwhelmed. This body is too fragile. Fortunately, it was not used for a long time, otherwise it would probably collapse directly. "Brothery, I'm sorry. It's my fault." Shin Kaishan lowered his head guiltily. He seemed to have become a burden to Chui. "Don't blame you. I will take care of this matter." Chui took a deep breath, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That dandy young man from the Zhou family has jumped out in front of him again and again. It seems that he needs to find a way to get rid of him, but he couldn't let the Zhou family notice him. "I hope Chu Shan can find a spiritual medicine that meets my requirements quickly. My lord, all the high-level spiritual medicines related to the soul in all the businesses in the imperial capital are here." Antang took out 5 jade boxes from her storage ring and placed them on the table. Spiritual medicines that can repair the damage of the soul are already rare, and this kind of spiritual medicine that is effective on the pure Yang realm is rare even in the imperial capital. Of course, the actual number is definitely more than 5. These 5 are just the ones on the surface. Every family and every ethnic group may have a collection. Well done. Suan smiled. Chui clearly intended to buy the god-shaping flower at the auction. This guy who took over someone else's body must have suffered damage to his soul. What the enemy wants must not be given, although it cannot be completely blocked. It can at least slow down Chuyi's recovery. Next, it depends on the operation. By the way, where's Shueju? Suan put his arms around Antang's slender waist. Didn't Shueju say that the fun of pushing butts wasn't enough without someone around, and she told him when she went back to the Marquis mansion that she would bring Li Zixuan along? Why is she nowhere to be seen now? Antang thought for a moment and said, "It seems that she was dragged to your room by Mangyao." "My room?" Suan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that there was a secret room under his room, the Chamber of Secrets. Shueju seems to not know that Di Mangyao was her cousin Su Mangyao. Could it be that in her previous life Shueju had a grudge against Di Mangyao? Could it be that she is going to follow in Yi Liar's footsteps? Suan's spiritual thoughts directly enveloped the Marquis mansion. Sure enough, a scene of a loving sister and a filial sister was being played out in the secret room. The dear cousin, holding the heavenly demon order, was forcing her sister to say things like, "I am only worthy of listening to the sounds at the door," and "Mangyao, be gentle when you and Suan do it, it hurts me." Although Su Shueju was clearly very resistant, she had to say such words under the control of the heavenly demon order to satisfy Di Mengyao's twisted desires. "Go on, Suan is only worthy of being stepped on by Master Mangyao." Looking at her cousin's angry eyes, Di Mangyao became more and more excited. "That's it, hee, let you betray me in your previous life. In this life, I can do whatever I want as Suan, and you can only listen to the noise outside the door. Your beloved Suan will also be stepped on and squeezed hard by me." Hiss. When she thought of Suan being forced by her to lick the soles of her feet humbly and then being rubbed by her at will, Di Mengyao's little feet in the embroidered shoes couldn't help but tense up. This scene is very exciting just thinking about it. "Who are you going to step on?" A voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Of course it's Suan. Why are you here?" Looking at Suan, who appeared behind him at some point, a flash of panic crossed Di Mengyao's face, and she quickly put away the heavenly demon order. I was playing games with Sister Su." Seeing that Suan noticed Su Shueju, she hurriedly found an excuse to leave. Su Shueju, who was silenced by the heavenly demon order, uttered angrily. Su and injected a magical power into Su Shueju's body, helping her to lift the ban on speaking, and then looked at Di Mangyao with a gentle face. "Mangyao, you really like playing games. Can I play a game with you?" "Okay, no, I don't want to play." Looking at Suan's expression, Di Mangyao shuddered and quickly shook her head. "I always feel like something terrible is about to happen." Suan raised the corner of his mouth, lifted Di Mengyao's chin, and looked into those lively eyes. "This is not up to you. You have to play this game even if you don't want to. To join a group, you can pull down the profile and join the group with one click." Chapter 213. This is not a waste of rebirth. In the dim secret room, the light source was deliberately dimmed. making the overall atmosphere even more eerie. In this open space, a cross made of gold and iron was placed in the middle. A beam of light shot down from the top and landed on the woman tied to the cross. The woman's legs were tied together, her feet hanging in the air, her wrists were tied with ropes. Her whole body was illuminated by light, and her hair was loose, covering her perfect face. Looks like a sinner awaiting trial. What are you going to do? The woman raised her head and looked at the three familiar people in front of her, gritting her teeth. Why Eliar smiled mockingly, with an evil look on her face. She was holding a spherical magic weapon in her hand. Haha, mistress, right? This is the magic weapon Hawan Bell that I specially borrowed from brother and madam. You are blessed today. She emphasized the word mistress particularly strongly, as if she was venting her resentment at having been persecuted before seeing the situation reversed and the evil girl who had bullied her before being tied up. Eliar laughed triumphantly. Oh, by the way, I have to remind you that this Hawan Bell can burn a person's evil fire and make him unable to release it. She walked to the cross with light lotus steps. Hearing Eliar's words, vague and painful memories flooded into Dimenyao's heart. That damn extreme challenge, and that damn Eliar, even though she was from the Golden Crow clan, a divine beast of fire, and controlled the golden flame of the sun, she was powerless against the evil fire. What are you doing? Go away! She shouted loudly, trying to scare away the evil woman in front of her. However, her strength being temporarily sealed not only failed to stop Eliar, but made Eliar even more pleased. Rest assured, madam, I will definitely make you hungry to death today. She stretched out her hand, and the magic bell of love began to work. First gear, start. Affected by the spiritual treasure, Dimenyao's body was instantly wrapped in evil fire and was forced to straighten up. The two beautiful little feet twisted restlessly. This fire comes from the heart, and cannot be resisted by the physical body or magic power. She couldn't help but look at Suan for help, but Suan just spread his hands. Mengyao, this is also a game. Su Shueju, who was watching Eliar's operation, covered her mouth lightly and smiled, with a strange look in her eyes. My dear sister, I really didn't expect that you would have such a big change and give me such a big surprise. It's just that your previous behavior made me, your sister, very sad. If Suan hadn't said it, she wouldn't even know that the princess of the demon clan would be her former silly and easily fooled sister. Sister? A sister who pits her sister? Dimenyao's body trembled slightly unconsciously, but she still looked at Su Shueju without showing any weakness. It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet, sister. Su Shueju chuckled, leaned on Suan, raised her head and offered her red lips to him. As their lips intertwined, her jade fingers moved lightly, helped Suan take off his clothes and reveal Suan's perfect body. Sir, I still have many questions about the yin and yang, she said in a coquettish tone. Dimenyao, who was affected by the Hawan Bell, felt the evil fire in her heart agitated. You guys, damn it! She closed her eyes, not wanting to look at the disturbing scene, but after closing her eyes, Suan's figure became clearer in her mind. Suan's every move, every word, and even that evil smile echoed in his memory and could not be blocked out at all. And there is my sister's slightly provocative laughter. I seem to have become the clown peeping through the crack of the door. Anger, rage and evil fire intertwined. Humph, this is your punishment for not following martial ethics. After slapping Dimengyao hard on her despicable body, Eliar restrained her envious eyes and happily rushed towards Suan. Brethren, I want to practice too. Hearing Eliar leaving her side, Dimengyao could no longer hold back and opened her eyes. At this moment, she seemed to see the ultimate truth of yin and yang. The scenes that came into her eyes almost made her eyes widen, and a pink luster gradually appeared. This is Tao Avenue. I really want to. She bit her lip, suppressing her body's instinctive desire for the Tao, but as she looked at the three people in front of her, her eyes gradually became blurred. Why did she have to suffer this kind of sin? Even though she was reborn, from the moment Suan revealed her identity, she knew that she had never escaped Suan's control. This man is like a curse to her. Although she had guessed it a long time ago, she only realized at this moment that although she had escaped from the secret room on the surface, she had actually been in Suan's secret room all along. It would be fine if we were just in a secret room. But why can she only look but not eat now? Isn't this a waste of rebirth? Under the effect of the magic treasure, the feeling of emptiness in the body is even worse than in the previous life. The girl clenched her fists. The power of the spiritual treasure seems to have been raised to a higher level. I don't know how much time has passed. The sweat on Dimenyao's body slid down her slender legs, wetting the ground below, but she was still in that state, tied to the cross like a saint about to be burned. The power of the spiritual treasure prevented her from even reaching her peak, and instead stimulated her spirit to become even more exhausted. On the other side, Su Shueju had collapsed due to lack of strength. As for Yi Liar, this evil-minded girl, I wonder if it's because she's too greedy. After taking many elixirs, he actually took this opportunity to collapse and condense all his magic power into one, and to gather his essence, energy, and spirit, and to reach the realm of life elixir in one fell swoop. Possessing a purine body, she seemed to be exceptionally powerful in absorbing the jade liquid immortal elixir. Wearing a white water-made wedding dress, she sat cross-legged in mid-air, practicing martial arts with a solemn expression. She was like a holy female bodhisattva who had just donated her pure body to Suan. It also looks like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world and has her body defiled. This breakthrough did not last long. After just a moment, Yi Liar opened her eyes again with excitement in her eyes. Brethren, I made a breakthrough. From today on, Yi Liar is also a life pill expert. Falling from the air, Yi Liar aimed precisely at Xiao, and her somewhat weak legs were wrapped around Suan's waist. Now she needed to practice the yin yang Dao to consolidate her cultivation. A pair of big eyes looked at Di Mangyao, and her eyes rolled around, as if she had thought of a new way to play. Brethren, this is so tiring. Why don't we find a shelf, she said, with the idea of educating Di Mangyao. Suan naturally did not refuse. This girl Di Mangyao is too rebellious and always wants to turn the tables. She needs to be carefully trained and polished. Just like that, Yi Liar placed her hands on Di Mangyao's shoulders, with a big smirk on her little face. Hee, do you really want it? I just won't give it to you, Lululu. This is, the punishment that a mean villain deserves. Chapter 214. Chu Xianzuan's revenge. Her arms and body pressed against Di Mangyao, treating the emperor's daughter as a shield. He even deliberately showed a smug look in front of Di Mangyao. Brother An's great magical power. Ha, you can't enjoy it, young mistress. Even though they were so close, Yi Liar spoke particularly loudly. This girl is up to no good. Watching Suan helping Yi Liar to comb her meridians and consolidate her cultivation with a bit of doting, and Yi Liar's boastful expression, however, the magic weapon's influence on her continued, preventing Di Mangyao from releasing her evil thoughts. Finally, she had a mental breakdown. Di Mangyao lowered her head. Woo, I was wrong. The proud princess of the demon clan burst into tears, her eyes watering. Think about your experiences in your past life, and then think about your experiences in this life. Why is her life so miserable? I won't dare to do it again, woo. Seeing this arrogant woman admit her mistake, Yi Liar let out a breath of anger, and the unhappiness she had felt from being bullied by Di Mangyao disappeared. Who is the mistress? You are the mistress, woo. Di Mangyao seemed to have become a little punching bag, with tears in her eyes. Who is only worthy of listening to the foot of the bed? I only deserve to listen to the foot of the bed. After sincerely admitting her mistake, Yi Liar, who was already unable to stand steadily, reluctantly expressed her forgiveness. Game over. Then Suan reached out to take back the Lingbao Hawan bell. Without the suppression of the spiritual treasure, her long-suppressed evil thoughts were finally released. At this moment, the imperial daughter on the cross was finally freed and her spirit ascended to heaven. Well, she fainted. In the last moment before she fainted, she was still thinking of the plan of turning over and stepping on Yi Liar. With the memory of countless times of extreme endurance in her previous life, how could she give in so easily? It's just a pretense. When the time comes, I will make Yi Liar suffer. The punishment was over, and the residue on the three women was dealt with. Then Suan carried them out of the secret room one by one and put them on the bed. During this period, Su Shueju was still very unwilling, and hugged Suan's body tightly as if she wanted to stay close to him, but her strength was too poor. In the end, Suan could only support her and reward her with another practice, finally done. In the empty courtyard, Chui looked at the pattern drawn with blood in front of him and smiled. He stretched his stiff body, perhaps because he had used a large amount of blood. Even after taking the blood replenishing pill, he still felt his head was a little heavy, as if he was wearing a heavy hat. Zhou Lin, no one can protect you this time. He shook his head. After dealing with this enemy, he could concentrate on recovering his strength. Then, he would rely on his own strength to gain the highest fame in this world, and then pursue Ruoxue openly and make Ruoxue fall in love with him. He imagined himself shining brightly, arriving at the Yongwei Earl's mansion with the most precious gift in the world, and proposing to Ruoxue in public. He couldn't help but feel excited. By then, even a pure and innocent woman like Ruoxue would be attracted by me, thinking Of this, Shui couldn't help but smile foolishly that he didn't know yet that the person he couldn't let go of was being put in by Suan. It took a lot of effort to come back to my senses from my fantasy. He looked at the bloody pattern in front of him, with a curled mouth. The soul falling technique was a strange and evil technique that he had accidentally obtained from a demon from another realm in his previous life. Most suitable for yin yang, although there may be certain side effects, they are harmless. With my own strength, it is not difficult to use this technique to kill that Master Zhou. Moreover, the symptoms of the person being affected are as if he has suddenly contracted a strange disease, which cannot be linked to him at all. During their first confrontation, he had intercepted a wisp of Zhou Lin's breath, which was enough to perform the soul falling technique. As Chui slowly injected his magic power into the blood-colored pattern, the blood-colored pattern seemed to have some miraculous reaction, as if it had come alive. A strange and terrifying atmosphere permeated the courtyard. The light dimmed a little at this moment. It was as if some supreme being had cast his gaze here, and Chui also felt as if he was missing something. At this moment in Zhou Mansion, Zhou Lin was looking at old Lin with a gloomy expression. Why haven't Ada and Air come back yet? It's been a whole day. Even if he was planning to secretly play with that Shinshirshir behind his back, he should bring her back to him after the fun. Elder Lin bent his waist and lowered his head. Young master, maybe there was an accident. I will send someone to investigate. In fact, he didn't quite understand why Zhou Lin would go to so much trouble to target Chui. I just thought it was all because of that Master Shin. Forget it. This time, I'll trouble you, Mr. Lin, to personally capture that Shinshirshir. I won't. Snap. Zhou Lin was halfway through his words when his eyes suddenly bulged out. He slammed his hand on the table and sat up straight with his body stiff. Well, young master? Mr. Lin was shocked and hurried forward to check. The old hand was placed on Zhou Lin's shoulder, and magic power flowed into Zhou Lin's body to prepare for exploration. Zhou Lin's eyes rolled back, and his whole body instantly seemed as if the spine had been pulled out, and he turned into a puddle of mud and collapsed on the seat. Young master! Old Lin realized that something was wrong and hurriedly transferred his magic power to Zhou Lin, but these magical powers were like a drop in the ocean, with no response at all. He was panicked and hurriedly took Zhou Lin to fly towards the direction of the head of the family. Zhou Lin got a strange disease and fell into a coma? Upon hearing the news, Suan frowned. Zhou Lin, the son of the Zhou family, suddenly experienced a physical change. His body began to devour his own magic power and vitality, and he fell into a coma. Although similar strange diseases have occurred before, but it is very problematic when it happens to Zhou Lin, because Zhou Lin has just gone against Chu Yi in the blink of an eye. He got a strange disease, and he didn't believe that the two were unrelated. This Chu Yi does have some skills. Suan knocked on the corner of the table. After all, before taking over another's body, this may have surpassed the realm of the soul. Even though he is a bootlicker, the means he possesses should not be underestimated. A dark light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a skinny guard beside Zhou Lin changed his expression slightly and looked in Zhou Lin's direction. Standing at the head of Zhou Lin's bed were several elders of the Zhou family and a tall and powerful Pure Yang master, who was Zhou Lin's father and the patriarch of the Zhou family. There were also doctors who were invited one by one. After these doctors used various methods to diagnose, they all shook their heads and sighed. This disease is strange. Your Majesty, I am sorry that I am not well trained and cannot help you. Alas, I can prescribe a prescription to suppress the loss of vitality, but it is only a temporary solution and not a permanent cure. Upon hearing this, the face of the head of the Zhou family became increasingly gloomy. Through the skinny guard's eyes, Suan directly observed Zhou Lin's situation. Is this the soul falling technique? This kind of magic seemed to exist in the memory of that demon. This magic is actually not very powerful, and it is useless for ordinary people because it consumes luck, and ordinary people do not have enough luck to even activate this magic. This method will only be effective for those with great luck. The solution is actually very simple. Just kill the person who casts the spell. But if Chui is killed, what is the use of Zhou Lin? Fortunately, Suan doesn't really need Zhou Lin to unlock the soul falling technique. Young master! With a wail of grief, the skinny guard cried bitterly and lay on the head of the bed. When everyone in the Zhou family saw this, they could only sigh and say that this boy was truly loyal, but no one noticed that a demon seed had quietly merged into Zhou Lin's body. The soul that had been in deep sleep was instantly awakened, and Zhou Lin suddenly sat up from the bed, shocking everyone. The remaining few doctors who were preparing to investigate retreated one after another. Leonard, you're awake. The head of the Zhou family was overjoyed. Dad? What's wrong with me? Joe Lin was still a little confused. His memory stayed at the moment when he asked Mr. Lin to get the person. A group of doctors were amazed and came forward to diagnose the patient. Then he was surprised to find that Joe Lin's body had actually recovered. Everyone in the Zhou family smiled when they saw this. Suan in the Marquis's mansion also smiled. He was only using the demon seed to forcibly stimulate Joe Lin's soul and temporarily suppress the soul falling technique, but in this way, Zhou Lin's soul would be destroyed in a short time. But chess pieces are just about playing their part. No one cares what happens afterwards. Chapter 215, Shin Kaishan falls for Chui. When Zhou Lin woke up, he had a vague feeling that he didn't have some strange disease. The person who harmed him was Chui, and he firmly believed in this feeling. Revenge must be taken. At this moment, Zhou Lin even put aside the inheritance of the soul. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to make Chui pay the price. He wants Chui to die. It was a dark and windy night. Dark clouds obscured the bright moon and the sky was gloomy. Sitting in the courtyard, Chui was thinking about Chu Shan. He was not unaware of Chu Shan's emotions, although he felt that this younger brother was a little greedy, did not know how to repay favors, and was slow in doing things. I asked him to find a magic medicine to restore his soul, but there has been no definite news after several days. But after all, I still need him now, so I have to give him some benefits. As for giving Chu Shan some skills, he had never thought about it. Chu Shan's talent was average, and practicing was a pure waste of time. I remember that Chu Shan was cut off because he was pursuing the steward of Suan's mansion. His thoughts flashed through his mind. Lord Su was also a sensible man. Su and could send the housekeeper from the mansion over to be Chu Shan's concubine. This would just help resolve the misunderstanding between the Marquis and Chu Shan, and also make Chu Shan behave himself. He never thought about the possibility that Suan might disagree. When Suan wanted to make friends with him, it was obvious that he had already seen his potential. I think as long as Suan is not stupid, he will give him this face. Just as he was thinking about it, Chui suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. His pupils constricted, and his figure flashed away in an instant, and then a black light cut through the space and pierced through the place where he had just been like lightning. Who? He shouted in a low voice, looking alert. Two purple mansion guards appeared on both sides of Chui's courtyard. Without making any sound, they rushed towards Chui at the same time. The mission they received was to kill Chui. Chui's pupils constricted. Two more purple palaces. Could it be that he is from the Zhou family? Shouldn't Zhou Lin be in a coma now? He had not recovered from the injury from last time, so he did not dare to rashly induce the intention of destruction. So he fought back and forth with the two purple mansion guards for a while, and destroyed the courtyard to pieces. At this moment, a scream came from the room. At Shursher, Chui's face suddenly changed. Divine light surged in his palm, forcing the two people in front of him to retreat, and he rushed into the room. A pale figure broke through the room and was thrown towards Chui. Chui hurriedly stepped forward to embrace Shursher, and then a skinny figure flew out right behind him and landed a solid palm on his chest. Chui just groaned and swung his palm towards the skinny guard. The skinny guard retreated quickly, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Although the body he controlled was only at the Purple Mansion realm, Chui's current physical realm was so agile that he actually managed to hold on a swish. Another cold light flashed, and old Lin, who was hiding in the dark, made his move. With the cultivation level of Mingdan realm, the first move he made was a fatal blow. The cold and sharp ice knife compressed the extreme chill, with the sharpness that could cut through everything, and went towards Chui's neck. The knife took less than a second to strike, and an ordinary person would have no time to react. It was as if Mr. Lin had foreseen the death of this young man, as he had never failed before. However, clang, there was a sound like metal colliding, and Lin Lao's pupils shrank sharply. The blade of the ice knife was actually blocked by a flesh palm. How is this possible? The extreme coldness alone is enough to freeze a small area of sea. How could it be possible for a human body to withstand it? You are all going to die. Chui's eyes were fierce and he no longer hid his strength. The intention of destruction burst out, and the ice knife turned into powder in an instant, and even old Lin, who was holding the ice knife, changed his expression drastically, but it was too late to get rid of it. The strong sense of destruction seemed like the death knell of the world approaching its end. Lin Lao's pupils gradually widened, his lips slightly opened, and he wanted to say something, but his body turned into ashes and dissipated first. This life pill powerhouse didn't even have the time to display his might. Seeing Chui's terrifying ferocity, the remaining two Zifu guards' faces changed and they retreated one after another. But then Chui caught up to them and hit them to death with one palm each. He once aroused the will of destruction in the fairy world, and when the great Tao of destruction was befallen him, even the true immortals had to avoid his edge. Even if he could only a tiny trace of it at this moment, how could a few mortals resist it? When he wanted to get rid of the remaining skinny guard, he only heard a strange laugh, and the skinny guard actually dodged with his strange body skills. He, you're done. Do you know who you've offended? Just wait, you and everyone around you will suffer. It was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional, but a barely detectable demonic aura emanated from the skinny guard, and then his figure disappeared into the darkness. Shui did not chase after him. His face was full of horror at this moment. Demons, how could there be demons in this world? Just that wisp of demonic energy was even purer than some of the demons he had killed before. Although he knew that there were demonic cultivators in this world, he did not care too much about it. He just thought that they were just some cultivators with evil cultivation methods, but now it seems that the demon cultivators in this world are possibly connected with the demons from outside the realm. Shuyi's heart seemed to be covered with a layer of gloom. The Zhou family in the imperial capital is not simple. Looking at the completely dilapidated courtyard, Shui hugged Shinshishir and fled straight away, flying towards the direction where Chu Shan was. They could not stay in this place any longer. The distance between their residences was not far, and he soon arrived at Chu Shan's courtyard. Who? Chu Shan heard the noise and came out to check. He was startled when he saw Chu Yi's figure. Brother Yi, why is it you? What are you doing, Puff? Just as Chu Yi was about to answer, his body swayed and he fell to the ground with Shin Kaishan in his arms. The skin cracked and blood gushed out all over the body. The whole person instantly turned into a bloody man. Brother Yi! Brother Yi! Shin Kaishan, who fell down, didn't care about the pain and quickly got up. Seeing Chu Yi's condition, he became panicked. He didn't care about the blood on his body and stretched out his hand to block the bleeding cut on Chu Yi's skin. Cough cough. Chu Yi's eyes widened, and the magic power in his body, under his extremely delicate control, forcibly healed his broken body, allowing him to temporarily regain the ability to speak. Help me prepare the body-strengthening flower, 100 yuan grass, and earth spirit fruit. Crush the 3 kinds of spiritual medicines, mix them together, and feed them to me. After saying this, he closed his eyes and fainted as if he could no longer hold on. In fact, if he hadn't been in control of this body, it would have completely collapsed due to the use of too much power. But even in the situation just now, he still did not use the power in his residual soul. The residual soul lingered in this body and still retained consciousness. He just put this body to sleep. Brother Yi! With tears in his eyes, Shin Kaishan stood up and looked at Chu Shan, remembering Chu Yi's words. The spiritual herbs that Chu Yi just mentioned obviously need to be obtained by Chu Shan. Chu Shan cursed in his heart and asked someone to carry Chu Yi into the room. His spirit stones have been used up. Although these spiritual medicine beads are not high-level spiritual medicines, they are also very expensive. It seems that he can only sell a few magic weapons to exchange them. Although his offspring had been reconnected, he felt that he had not been happy at all during this period. Alas, his magic weapon. Seeing Chu Shan's look, Shin Kaishan thought that Chu Shan didn't want to pay, and he felt confused. Chu Shan, you must save Brother Yi. He held Chu Shan's slightly plump hand and bit his lips with his teeth. As long as you are willing to save Brother Yi, I can. As he said this, he lowered his head. He was very confident about his current appearance. After all, he used to be priced at 1,000 spirit stones at a time in Huanyue Pavilion. As long as Chu Yi can be rescued, it doesn't matter if Chu Shan plays with him, he can no longer live without Chu Yi. Chu Shan wanted to decline, but when he saw the shy look of the woman in front of him and felt the warm touch on his hand, his breathing became heavy. To think that he had paid for it in the beginning. Because of Chu Yi, not only did he not get any exposure, but he also emptied all his savings. Even though Chu Yi had done him a favor, he had been busy running around for Chu Yi and had even emptied out his family fortune, so it couldn't be said that he owed him anything. Even relatively speaking, Chu Yi's help to him was just casual. While he almost gave his all, since I don't owe Chu Yi anything now, then it wouldn't be a big deal to ask for a little reward while helping Chu Yi. Anyway, Chu Yi is in a coma now and knows nothing. Now only I can save Chu Yi. You can ask me to save him if you want. Do it right next to Chu Yi's bed. Chu Shan's voice was low and hoarse. Okay. Shin Kaishan lowered his head and agreed with gritted teeth. As long as I can save Brother Yi. After driving away the servants who were taking care of him, the two came to Chu Yi's bedside. Looking at Chu Yi, who looked miserable and unconscious, sadness emerged in Shin Kaishan's eyes. Bang! Chu Shan slapped Shin Kaishan on the buttocks. Look at Chu Yi, stick your butt out. His voice sounded a little excited. The experienced Shin Kaishan was very familiar with this action. He might have served more customers than he knew. But when he looked at Chui at this moment, he actually felt a sense of guilt in his heart. But when he saw Chu Shan's eyes, he still bent down obediently for brotherly. On the bed, Chuyi's eyelashes moved. He was very conscious and knew what the two people around him were doing. So a feeling of anger arose in my heart. Although he only regarded Shin Shirshir as an old friend, it is undeniable that he had a special possessiveness towards Shin Shirshir in his heart, otherwise he would not have kept her in his yard. But what are they doing now? He even wanted to find a wife for Chu Shan, but this is how Chu Shan treats him. Damn it, after being angry for a long time, Chui still did not choose to take action. If he used this body again now, it would most likely cause its complete collapse. At that time, even if he took over another body, it would inevitably cause greater damage to the remaining soul. After all, Shin Shirshir was not worthy of him doing this. The most important person in his heart is Ruoshua. Unlike Shin Shirshir, Ruoshua is pure and flawless, and is the most suitable Taoist partner for him. The bed began to shake, and Chuyi's body also shook slightly. 3 minutes later, Chu Shan let out a long sigh, shook his body, put on his clothes, and patted Shin Kaishan's buttocks. The courtesan of Huan Yue Pavilion is really powerful. Cool. Finished. Shin Kaishan was stunned in front of the bed, then stood up. He still didn't feel anything. Then he pulled his thoughts back to the present. Now was not the time to think about this. He turned to look at Chu Shan, his fists clenched, with humiliation in his eyes. Remember what you said. Don't worry, Chu Shan, keep my word. Chu Shan glanced at the unconscious Chui, sneered, turned around and left the room. Chuyi's Dao heart is slightly damaged. Reward 500 villain points. Looking at the 500 villain value added on the system panel, Suan nodded with satisfaction. He just did some casual manipulation, controlling the skinny guard to plant evil spirits on Shin Kaishan's body, which could induce negative emotions in people. The IT seems to be working pretty well now. In addition to the time when he tricked Chui at the auction, Suan's villain value has now returned to 4,000. The protagonist is indeed very wealthy, but even what happened today couldn't force Chui to use the power of his soul. It seemed that his soul was really seriously injured. It's not that Suan didn't want to pursue the victory, but he was afraid that Chui would forcibly abandon this body and take over someone else's. It would be troublesome for him to find Chui again at that time. We must give Chui a reason to take action. He rubbed Shueju, who was as docile as a cat, in his arms, and pressed down. Shueju immediately understood, glared at Suan, and squatted down. The best way to deal with a bootlicker is of course a goddess. After using the jade liquid to help Shueju improve her qualifications, Suan went to the palace. Your Majesty must be complaining about not going to the palace these days. The imperial palace of the great Shang dynasty was filled with beautiful girls. When the palace maids, both big and small, saw Suan, they all bowed to her. Some of the younger palace maids had curiosity in their eyes, and were then pulled by the palace maids beside them to bow to her. At present, there are completely no eunuchs in the palace, all of them have been cleared out. Now Suan feels much more comfortable when looking at the palace. Maybe I can try having sex in the palace someday. I walked all the way to the front of Taiyuan Hall, and saw a figure in green holding a book and concentrating at the door. After coming out of the ancient land of star spirits, Qingling went into seclusion to strive for the pure Yang realm. Now it seems that the breakthrough has been successful. Sister Qingling, what are you looking at? Suan quietly walked around behind Qingling and put his arms around her waist. Qingling's body trembled immediately, and the magic power in her hand burst out instantly, directly turning the book into powder. No, I didn't see anything. There was an unnatural blush on her face. She didn't resist Suan's touch, but she seemed a little nervous. Shaoan, why are you here? I'm here to see His Majesty and Sister Qingling. Suan pressed his body against Qingling's back, without any intention of exposing her. He buried his body in hers and took a deep breath in ecstasy. Well, I want to get close to Sister Qingling. This look also has a bit of coquettish charm. Qingling's body gradually relaxed, feeling the warm and strong body behind her. Her hand gently covered Suan's hand on her waist, and her cold face showed a little more warmth. I miss Shaoan too. Chapter 216. Mother, Sister Ruoshi is mean to Mefer Qingling, who usually speaks few words. To say such things bluntly had already exhausted all her accumulated courage. But how could this bad guy Suan let anyone off so easily? He put his head on Sister Qingling's shoulder, and his other hand pressed on Sister Qingling's shoulder without knowing when. How much do you miss me? Yes, I. Qingling's face flushed, not knowing how to answer. Thinking about tea and food? Although it was true, she really couldn't say such words. Suddenly, Suan exerted force with his hands and twisted Sister Qingling's body around. Then he held Sister Qingling's head with both hands and kissed her without hesitation. Qingling's pupils dilated slightly faced with Suan's sudden attack. She was so panicked that she didn't know what to do. Even when facing a powerful enemy, she can still swing her sword calmly, but at this moment she was really panicked. Looking at the familiar handsome face in front of her, her eyes gradually became intoxicated, and her hands unconsciously wrapped around Suan's back. Well, what a strange feeling. Is this the kiss described in the book? Although she had no experience, she responded to Suan very clumsily and proactively with the knowledge she learned from books. Suan's hand slowly slid down and embraced the slender waist, absorbing Sister Qingling's breath aggressively. A long time, until Suan's hand climbed up to her treasured place and started to play tricks. Qingling suddenly woke up, her neck flushed with red, and she quickly reached out to push Suan away. For fear of hurting Suan, she did not use too much force and just pushed gently. Suan let go and stepped back, looking at the shy Sister Qingling, with a slight smile on his face. It seems that Sister Qingling really misses me. Shaoan, you are here to see His Majesty, right? His Majesty is in the Sinaying Palace now. I'm leaving first. Qingling looked shy and didn't dare to look Suan in the eye. After she finished speaking, she ran away as if escaping. Only after escaping into an empty side hall did Qingling cover her chest and heave a sigh of relief, the blush on her face still not fading. Why is Shaoan so bold today, being so strong towards her? Then she secretly regretted in her heart why she ran away. Actually, if it's Shaoan's turn, it doesn't matter what happens. Could it be that Shaoan misunderstood that I don't like him? For a moment, Qingling was worried and anxious. Oh, my book. Qingling felt a little regretful when she thought of the book that she had destroyed with her own hands. The book Sword Fairy Sister Falls in the Clutches of Milk Dog Brother is the sequel just written by the author of The Cold and Pure Sword Fairy Sister. There are only a few copies circulating in the entire palace. It seems that I have to go to the place where the palace maids live and see if I can seize another one. Sister Qingling is really shy. Standing in front of Taiyuan Palace, Suan licked the corner of his mouth with a hint of aftertaste. Unfortunately, the current environment is not suitable for doing anything else, so I can only accept Sister Qingling's first kiss. He turned and walked towards the Sinaying Palace. This time, the Queen Mother and the Empress were sitting at a stone table outside the palace. The mother and daughter were communicating with each other. Sister Hongxiao was also standing by and serving them. She was originally the Queen Mother's maid. Seeing Suan coming, the Queen Mother raised her eyebrows and a look of joy flashed across her face. Honor, you're here. Mother, Sister Ruwashi, Sister Hongxiao. Suan greeted the three people with a bright smile and walked to the stone table. Isn't this Lord Su? The Empress glanced at Suan calmly, chuckled, and said with a hint of coldness, "Why did Lord Su come to my palace when he was not playing with your maids in the Marquis mansion?" This tone, Suan's heart skipped a beat. No way, I've always been thinking about your Majesty. It's just that I've been busy with my training recently, so I'll come to see your Majesty and Mother whenever I have time. With a flattering smile on his face, he walked behind the Empress, put his hands on her soft shoulders and began to massage them diligently. You are telling lies all the time. Do you know that you are committing the crime of deceiving the Emperor? The Empress's expression remained cold and her voice was hard. Xiaoanzi is too dishonest. Don't think she doesn't know that Suan accompanied the eldest lady of the Yongwei Marquis mansion to Qiankuan Pavilion a few days ago. Suan looked distressed when he saw this. Sister Ruwashi, don't be so serious. Oh, the Empress was about to scold this guy, when Suan's fingers inadvertently stretched forward, and then quickly pressed on both sides of the Empress's lips, and then lifted them up. Suddenly, the Empress's majestic face was forced into a funny smile. Poochie. Hongxiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud. Only Xiaoanzi could do such a thing. Even Gong Yueru couldn't help but smile. Only the Empress suddenly pulled Suan's hand away, feeling extremely ashamed and angry, and could no longer maintain her cold expression. How dare you, little Anzi, to commit treason? She stood up and prepared to teach this ignorant brother a lesson. Suan had anticipated this. He shrank back and quickly rushed behind Gong Yueru, grabbing the corner of the Queen Mother's clothes. Mother, look, Sister Ruwashi is mean to me. Su Ruwashi was so furious when she heard this. How could this be possible? This despicable and scumbag brother actually used his mother to suppress her. Ruwashi. The Queen Mother frowned and glared at the Empress. Su Ruwashi gritted her teeth. The suppression from her bloodline forced her to sit down angrily no matter how unwilling she was. At this time, Suan poked his head out from behind the Queen Mother again, supported the corner of his mouth with his fingers and made a face at Sister Ruwashi. The Empress widened her eyes. Shaoanzi, you, The Queen Mother said softly, instantly calming the Empress's anger. She sat on the chair with a depressed face, and began to think about how to deal with Shaoanzi after leaving the Sinaying Palace. Honor, come sit next to Mother and let her take a good look at you. Gong Yueru turned her head and her expression became doting and gentle when she looked at Suan. Mother. Suan responded obediently, and then sat on the stone chair beside her with his mother. Honor has really grown up. Looking at the handsome and resolute face in front of her, Gong Yueru sighed softly, with a gentle smile on her face, and stroked Suan's face with her 5 fingers like when he was a child. She has already reached the pure Yang realm. Perhaps it won't be long before Honor can truly break away from her protection. For a moment, she felt a little more lost. If he could see what his mother was thinking, Suan gently pressed the back of her hand and said, "No matter how old I am, I will still be your Honor." The Queen Mother also smiled. What a loving mother and filial son scene. It made the Empress eyelids jump. Who is the biological child? Seeing Sister Ruwashi being cold-treated next to him, Suan considerately stretched out his other hand and held the Empress's soft hand. Sister Ruwashi will always be Sister Ruwashi. The Empress tried to pull her hand away but failed. She snorted but did not refute. Chapter 217. Ruwashue was caught. After taking the medicine and using the power of the elixir to repair his body, Shui woke up. Looking at Chu Shan, who was still respectful in front of him, he remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Chu Shan, is there any news about the Zhou family recently? Rumor? Chu Shan thought about it carefully. I heard that the young master of the Zhou family suddenly fainted, and many doctors could not find the problem. Later, he woke up on his own. Zhou Lin is awake. Shui shouted, his pupils constricted and his brows deeply furrowed. When he heard that the doctor didn't find any problems just now, he thought it was normal. After all, this soul-catching technique is almost unsolvable below the level of the primordial spirit, and there is no way some ordinary people could discover his method. But what about Zhou Lin waking up on his own? How did he crack it? Could it be related to the evil energy that he had sensed before? Brother E, what are you doing? Xu Shan, this period may not be safe. You should take Shirshir to find a secluded place outside the imperial capital to hide. Shui said with a serious face, the Zhou family is actually connected with the demon clan. The matter is obviously not simple, and that Zhou Lin has now set his sights on him. Letting Chu Shan take Shin Shirshir away was also to prevent her from staying in the imperial capital where it would be too dangerous and become his weak point. Chu Shan's face lit up when he heard this, but he quickly suppressed his expression. Brothery, what about you? Shin Kaishan on the side clenched his fingers, bit his lips tightly, and looked at Chui, wanting to say something but stopping himself. I'm going to take care of something, and I'll come out and meet you guys later. Shui patted Chu Shan on the shoulder, and an imperceptible special magical power flowed into Chu Shan's body along with the contact between the two. He now needs to let this younger brother take Shirshir out, so as not to turn against him directly, but since he could cure Chu Shan's root of descent, he could naturally also destroy it. This magical power contains a hint of yin and yang mysteries. Although it cannot turn Chu Shan into a woman, it can allow him to retract his penis into his abdomen. Okay, Brother E, I'll listen to you. Xu Shan rubbed his hands and smiled innocently. It seems that he can have fun with Shin Shirshir again these days. Although he felt a little panicked at the beginning when he did this, he also felt a little guilty and sorry for Chui. But once this kind of thing started, it was out of control and he couldn't go back. Well, please. Chui nodded, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. By the time he had figured out everything about the Zhou family and was leaving the city to reunite with them, Xu Shan would be dead. The two men each had their own ulterior motives, yet they appeared to be friendly and respectful brothers. They are really a perfect match. Watching Xu Shan taking Shin Shirshir away, and Shin Shirshir's frightened and reluctant look, Shui hardened his heart. He had no intention of hiding. Even if he hides, he can only hide for a while, not forever. Besides, when did he, the Wuji immortal, fall to the point where he was forced to flee in a panic by mortals? What we need to do now is to kill Zhou Lin first. This person has targeted him repeatedly, he deserves to be killed. As for the Zhou family, with his methods, he could kill Zhou Lin without leaving any trace. But it was inevitable that the Zhou family might suspect him through the previous dispute between the two. When facing such a family, if you are suspected, there will be countless troubles. Chui couldn't help but think of Suan. Perhaps he could ask this marquis for help. In front of the marquis mansion, Suan looked at Chui, who came to visit, with a friendly face. Brother Chu, rest assured. Leave the Zhou family to me. I will not sit idly by and watch such a tyrannical family. I am just afraid that the Zhou family will do something desperate. Brother Chu, it is better for you to stay outside the imperial capital and avoid the limelight. He reminded with good intentions. I know that. Thank you for your help, my lord. Chui bowed. For some reason, he always felt a little uncomfortable. He just felt that the way Lord Su looked at him was as if he was looking at some kind of elixir or magic weapon. He refused Suan's invitation to go in for a cup of tea. Without thinking much, he said goodbye and left. Watching Chui walk away, the smile on Suan's face faded. Is Chui going to deal with Zhou Lin? His eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking about. When he returned to the mansion, a small black tower appeared in his hand, the 8 desolate demon suppression tower, the legacy left to him by his cousin Lu Chen. A magical treasure that is no weaker than the heavenly demon harp, but it requires spending real money to unlock it. Suan waved his hand, and then countless spirit stones and spirit crystals flew out from the small world like a tide and rushed towards the 8 desolate demon suppression tower, totaling 65 million spirit stones. It almost turned into a long river of spiritual stones. Just the little bit of spiritual energy that escaped when being absorbed by the demon suppressing tower made the backyard of the Marquis' mansion briefly transformed into a top-level spiritual land. Even some of the largest families in the imperial capital may not be able to come up with so many spirit stones. For example, regarding the former Ji family, as the one who confiscated the family property, Suan had the most say. If one did not count the industries, magic weapons, and elixirs that the Ji family possessed, there would not be that many spirit stones alone. Thanks to his years of hard work as an official, as well as his diligence in confiscating property and never missing a single needle or thread, he was able to save up some wealth. Looking at the thousands of spirit stones left in the small world, Suan couldn't help but sigh. Now I am really clean-handed. It's hard to be an honest official these days. That night, outside the mansion of Earl Yongwei, Chui stood outside for a long time, finally mustering up his courage, putting on a self-proclaimed sunny smile, and prepared to knock on the door. After dealing with Zhou Lin, he might have to leave the imperial capital temporarily, so naturally he wanted to see Ruoxuet again. I believe that with the help of the God-shaping fruit, Ruoxuet's mother's spiritual injuries should have been healed. Ah, who are you? No. As soon as he placed his hand on the door, he heard the sound of a woman struggling coming from the mansion, but the sound soon faded away. Then, a black figure was seen grabbing a woman and flying away in the night sky under the moonlight. The woman's profile inadvertently appeared in front of Chui, and it looked extremely familiar. That was the goddess he had been thinking about. Ruoxuet. Thieves, please leave. Chui's eyes were red with anger, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Without caring about anything else, he immediately chased after him. Although his speed could amaze the average purple mansion realm cultivator, it was still far inferior to that of the black-clothed figure. In the blink of an eye, the black figure disappeared carrying Ruoxuet, and no one knew where he went. Damn it! Chui's eyes were red, and he waved his fist in hatred, but suddenly his expression froze. Wherever the black-robed man passed, there seemed to be a faint demonic aura. This demonic aura was extremely faint, as if it was caused by some special escape technique. If it weren't for his keen perception, he really wouldn't have been able to detect it. Demons? He no longer hesitated and followed the direction of the evil spirit. At the same time, Qinglin Villa is Zhou Lin's property and also the place where the young master of the Zhou family usually plays. At this time, he was drinking gloomily, and a beautiful maid was serving him carefully by his side. After waking up from the coma, the young master's already bad temper became even more violent. Damn it, Chui. After taking a sip of the bitter wine, Zhou Lin suddenly cursed. The people he sent, including old Lin, were all killed by the friends invited by Chui. Only one guard managed to escape and come back to report. You have to know that these people are all his confidants, and old Lin is the protector specially arranged for him by his father. He is not strong enough and currently has no power in the family. The only people he can call upon are these few confidants. But now they are all gone. Even old Lin, who was in the life pill realm, is dead. All the plans I had made before became a joke. He, the young master, has become a joke. There are many people in the clan who have ideas about the position of the young master. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid his position will be in danger. Therefore, he became more and more angry towards Chewie. Why couldn't Chewie just die quietly? Why did he have to go against him? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He simply threw the wineglass down and reached out to rub the maid's body with extra force, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart. The wineglass fell to the ground and turned into pieces. The maid frowned at Zhou Lin's arrogant behavior, and had to endure it in secret without making any sound. Ugh! The maid accidentally stepped on the broken pieces of wineglass, which pierced her embroidered shoes and caused her to scream in pain. Then she quickly covered her mouth and her face turned pale. Zhou Lin grabbed the maid's hair and pulled her head towards him, his face grim. Do you think I'm a joke too? Ah, say it. He grabbed the maid's head and smashed it against his knees. Bang. Go ahead. Bang. The maid didn't dare to resist. She only whimpered a few times, then trembled and fainted. Zhou Lin was still not satisfied, so he hit the maid a few more times before throwing her body to the door like garbage. Bang. The door opened and hit the maid. The skinny guard lowered his head and glanced at the maid who was blocking the door. His face was bleeding profusely and he was unrecognizable. He was barely breathing. If there was no miraculous medicine to save him, he would probably not survive. He calmly stepped over. Young master. Is there anything wrong? Seeing that it was his bodyguard, Zhou Lin regained some patience. The skinny guard took out a spiritual hairpin and presented it to him. Young master, I have found out that in addition to Master Shin, there is another woman who has a close relationship with Chewie. This is the hairpin that Chewie gave to that woman. I have already captured the woman and locked her up in a side room of the courtyard, waiting for the young master to deal with her. Oh. Zhou Lin's eyes lit up, and he took the hairpin and looked at it. Really? If he could use this opportunity to control Chewie and force him to hand over the inheritance, the previous minor losses would be nothing. Even the family would only say that he, the young master, did a good job. For some reason, he did not doubt why his guard acted on his own initiative. It is absolutely true. Young master, you can go to the side room to check. When Zhou Lin heard the guard's assurance, joy flashed in his eyes. He took the hairpin and walked directly to the side room. When he passed the door, he kicked away the maid who was in the way. Looking at Zhou Lin's back, the skinny guard's eyes revealed a hint of barely detectable mockery. Chapter 218. Ruoshua was offered to the demon lord. Half a minute later, Zhou Lin walked out of the side room with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Why does Chuyi's woman look like a man? Although playing with Chuyi's woman gave him a sense of relief, that woman did look a little too rough and there was something off about her. Have I been thinking too much these days? He shook his dizzy head, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he became more sober when the cool breeze blew. Zhou Lin, you are looking for death. Suddenly, a hoarse voice like that of an evil spirit came, which frightened Zhou Lin. When I looked up, I saw a familiar figure standing in front of me. It's you. He was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but let out a cruel smile. Chewie, it really is the hell without a door that you came by yourself. Before this, Chewie chased the evil spirit all the way to Qinglin Villa. Following the evil spirit, he sneaked into the villa, and then saw Zhou Lin walking out of the side room with his trousers held up in one hand, and the hairpin he gave to Ruoshua in the other hand. In an instant, many thoughts came to his mind, and the murderous intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. The exposed Chewie was also surrounded by the guards who rushed to Qinglin Villa. There were 20 fetal breathing. And one purple palace, and the skinny guard was not among them. Ha ha ha. Seeing the rapt Chewie, Zhou Lin, who was standing behind the crowd, showed a hearty smile, with lustful intent in his eyes. TSK, Chewie, that woman in there is your woman, right? Do you want to guess what I just did in there? He didn't know that old Lin was killed by Chewie. Now that he was protected by so many guards, he felt that he had the advantage and naturally mocked him. Die. You are all going to die. Chewie clenched his fists, his eyes were icy cold, and a sense of destruction lingered. After refining the power of the elixir, his body's endurance became slightly stronger. When he unleashed this destructive power, all the guards surrounding him were turned into ashes in an instant. Zhou Lin's laughter came to an abrupt end, and the expression on his face gradually became stiff. Wait! Chewie, bang! Chewi's body was as fast as lightning, and with extreme anger, he kicked Zhou Lin in the lower abdomen. This kick physically helped to incapacitate the young master of the Zhou family. His eyes bulged out and he seemed to have turned into a hunchback shrimp, unable to move. Then Chewie bypassed Zhou Lin and rushed into the room quickly. Ruoxue. I saw a figure on the bed, curled up in the corner with his legs hugged and wrapped in a quilt, with his head buried deep in the quilt. He looked lonely and sad, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Shuyi's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a blockage in his heart. Pain surged into his heart like a tide, and he stretched out his hand towards the figure with trembling hands. Ruoxue, UF** King Chu Shan. Why is it you? The person on the bed raised his head and Chu Shan's big face came into view. The original blockage, discomfort, pain, and anger in his heart seemed to be stopped at this moment, and Chui even stopped breathing for a moment. Brother E, you are finally here. When Chu Shan saw Chui, he couldn't stop the tears on his face. He threw back the quilt, exposing his eye-catching body, and pounced on this good brother. Chui frowned, then gradually calmed down, wondering what was going on. Wasn't it Ruoxue who was captured? Why did it become Chu Shan? Shouldn't Chu Shan take Shirshir out of the city? He pushed Chu Shan away with some disgust. Brother E, you don't know. Chu Shan was pushed away and leaned against the bed crying. Not long after I left the capital, I found that my penis was sunken, so I asked 2 guards to take Miss Shin away first, and I went back to the capital to find you. I don't know which bastard hit me with a club, and I woke up in this bed. I am miserable. After crying for a while, he covered his sunken area and wiped the corners of his eyes, looking at Chui with hope in his eyes. In fact, he couldn't wait to take advantage of Shin Shirshir after leaving the city. As a result, after stripping Shin Shirshir of her clothes, he found that his little Kuan was missing, and he and Shin Shirshir became sisters. However, he certainly couldn't tell the truth in front of Chui. Now he can only hope that Chui can find a way to help him. Where is Shirshir now? A cold light flashed in Chuyi's eyes. Chu Shan's eyes flickered. In a private manner in the suburbs, Brothery, you must save me. Let's talk about it later. Chui looked at Chu Shan deeply, but finally did not make a move. He originally had done something to Chu Shan so that he could sense Chu Shan's location, but now Chu Shan and Shirshir are separated, and he is the only one who knows where Shirshir is. In order to save the power of the residual soul, he did not do this to Shirshir before, but he did not expect that something went wrong. When he walked out of the room, Zhou Lin was still lying on the ground wailing. Shu Yi's attack was extremely heavy-handed. With one kick, all of Zhou Lin's magic power was dispersed, making it impossible for him to escape. Tell me, where is Ruoxue? He grabbed Zhou Lin's head as if he wanted to crush it. The evil energy stays in this place, it must be related to Zhou Lin. Ruoxue? I don't know. Zhou Lin twisted his head and looked struggling. That's the woman you just kidnapped. Tell me. Shuyi's eyes flashed green, and his hands exerted more force. Looking at the green light, Zhou Lin's expression gradually became confused and dull, with a dark light hidden in the depths of his eyes, hidden in the dark pupils and unable to be detected. He is in the Zhou family, deep in the Zhou mansion, the demon lord. Shuyi's expression changed slightly. It was indeed related to the devil. He hurriedly asked, what devil lord? Zhou Lin opened his mouth vaguely. Yes. At this moment, a black light quietly attacked Chui from the darkness. It was like a silent thunder, carrying with it extremely restrained murderous and demonic intent. Chui seemed unaware until the black light was close to him. He suddenly turned his head and said sternly, I've been waiting for you. He turned around and threw a punch. His hand seemed to transform into a poisonous dragon. In a flash, it crushed the black light and penetrated the attacking figure without any hindrance. The power of destruction raged out from the wound. What? The skinny guard's eyes widened slightly and he looked at his chest in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that he would die so hastily. His body gradually became heavy and his magic power began to dissipate. Tell me, who is the demon lord and where is Ruoxue? Chui asked with a cold face. The skinny guard raised his head and paused for a moment, looking at Chui with a weird smile on his face. Chui, don't be so complacent. Your woman has been offered to the demon lord. The demon lord will avenge me. After saying this, he used the last bit of his magic power to attack his own soul, ending his life prematurely. Zhou family, Ruoxue, demon lord. Throwing away the corpse in his hand, Chui inexplicably felt a little depressed. It was like a big net was being put around me. Oh, I am the Wuji immortal. He looked determined. After asking Zhou Lin again, he only got the news that Ruoxue and that demon lord were both in Zhou's mansion. Chu Shan, find a place to hide. Wait for me to rescue Ruoshua and then help you restore your functions. After saying something to Chu Shan, who was hiding in the room, regardless of whether he heard it or not, Chui picked up Zhou Lin's broken body and flew directly towards the Zhou family. No matter who it is today, no one can stop him. If anything happens to Ruoshua, he wants the Zhou family to be buried with her. Chapter 219. You beast! You damned bastard! Chui is on his way. The demon lord is playing with fairy Ruoshua. You devil, don't even think about making me surrender. Su Shuizhu held a long sword in her hand, her face full of unyielding spirit. She looked at the person in front of her with gritted teeth, but there was a hint of seduction in her eyes, and her clothes were half-covered. Su smiled faintly and lifted the chin of the fairy in the white dress in front of him. Since you know I am a demon, do you know what a demon's methods are? What on earth do you want to do? Su Shuizhu raised the sword to strike, but immediately she felt her shoulders go numb, and the sword slipped out of her hand and fell to the ground. It turned out that his cultivation was sealed in midair by the devil Suan. Her body softened and she was about to fall, but Suan reached out and picked her up, squeezing her. It would be bad if the beauty got hurt. You, let go. Su Shuizhu's body was soft, and she pushed weakly, her eyes were full of autumn water, and she looked particularly pitiful. Fairy Ruoshua's body is truly beautiful. It looks like I am blessed today. Suan put his big hands on the beautiful woman's body, and roughly tore off her dress and the inner covering, revealing her beautiful and tender beauty. Luoluo green leaves, new weeping tongue seeds, the fragrance of powder is lingering, and the scent of flowers is hard to dissipate. Su Shuizhu was panic, but she covered her waist and cursed, You beast, you damned devil. Suan smiled and said, Fairy Ruoshua, your body is much more honest than your mouth. It seems that I can make further progress on the Yin Yang Avenue today. So his hand reached out for those round, jade-like legs. No. Don't. Su Shuizhu was so scared that her face turned red and she cried out at the devil in front of her. No, stop it this time. Shui was still on the road. About half a cup of tea passed, carrying Zhou Lin. Shui finally arrived at Zhou Mansion. The magnificent mansion covers a vast area and is grand and splendid, with a fairy palace and jade pavilion, embellished with fragrant grasses and precious trees, showing its gorgeous style. The Zhou family, which has a history of 10,000 years, has a greater foundation than the Chu family. There are two great pure yang masters in the clan. The head of the Zhou family is at the peak of his career. The ancestor of the Zhou family is also a master of alchemy, and it is said that he is nearly 4,000 years old. His original longevity pill can even prolong the lifespan of a pure yang realm cultivator. Many noble families in the imperial capital have friendships with this ancestor. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be no changes in the Zhou family for the next 1,000 years, but accidents always come more suddenly than expected. With a loud bang, the gate of Zhou Mansion burst open with a loud bang, and a 100-meter area was covered with cracks. Shui directly and forcefully announced his arrival. He did not choose to sneak into the depths of Zhou Mansion, where there were two pure young auras guarding it. If he wanted to go in, he had to fight first. Who dares to offend my Zhou family? Came an angry voice. One by one, cultivators with terrifying auras appeared in the void, all looking at Chui with anger on their faces. It has been a long time since the Zhou family in the imperial capital was provoked like this. Save me, a weak voice came from Chui. That's it, young master. A sharp-eyed cultivator recognized the person Chui was holding and exclaimed in surprise. How bold! Some monks even turned pale with anger. Presumptuous. Boy, let go of my young master. The Zhou family's cultivators were so angry that they were shaking all over, but they didn't dare to take action. The young master is in this man's hands. If someone is accidentally implicated during the action, who can afford to take responsibility if the head of the family is held accountable? Shui glanced at these people coldly, pinched Zhou Lin's neck and brought him in front of him. Call your family master out. You! A group of monks were extremely anxious when they saw Zhou Lin in danger. I am coming. Behind the cultivators, a sturdy middle-aged man walked over with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. His face was dignified and he had an aura of authority without even getting angry. He was the patriarch of the Zhou family, the mighty Qinyang. Looking at the broken body of Zhou Lin in Chuyi's hands, his eyes turned cold. Who are you, and why did you offend my Zhou family for no reason? He felt that the Chuyi in front of him was a little unpredictable. Although he seemed to be only at the Lingdong realm, he seemed to be hiding something. Therefore, he did not choose to take action at the first time Zhou Lin's eyes lit up. Father, father, save me. Shui increased the strength in his hands. Listening to Zhou Lin's painful groans, he sneered, hand over the woman and the demon cultivator you captured, otherwise, no one in the Zhou family will be spared. How dare you? The head of the Zhou family's pupils shrank slightly, and he laughed in anger at the shameless Shui. I want to see how you are going to destroy my Zhou family. After saying that, he took a step forward, and in an instant, he crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and came in front of Chui as if he could shrink the earth into an inch. His big hand pinched Chuyi's right arm, like a Mount Sumeru pressing down. The palm was as heavy as a mountain, confining the space. It seemed slow but was actually fast, and it was about to crush Chuyi's arm. He planned to rescue his son first, but the next moment, Chuyi's figure disappeared instantly, making the attack in vain. The head of the Zhou family turned around abruptly, only to see that Chui had appeared behind him at some point. Is this the Zhou family's way of entertaining guests? Chuyi's eyes were as sharp as torches, and there seemed to be blazing flames in his eyes. The aura of his whole body continued to rise like a flame eruption. The moment the head of the Zhou family took action, he directly used part of the power of the residual soul. When facing the life pill, he might be able to kill it unexpectedly by relying on the intention of destruction, but the pure Yang realm is not so easy to solve. But he, the Wuji immortal, is not afraid. Since you don't care about Zhou Lin's life, there's no need for me to keep him. He felt disgusted just holding Zhou Lin in his hands and had wanted to kill him for a long time. Father, save me. Sensing something bad was happening, Zhou Lin let out the last cry of his life. Then Chui suddenly exerted force with the hand that was pinching the neck, and in an instant the head of this young Master Zhou was separated from his body. This scene stunned the monks present. You actually killed him. Patriarch Zhou was shocked and angry. Although he was surprised by Chuyi's momentum, he didn't expect that this man would actually dare to kill his son. This shows that he really wants to fight to the death with the Zhou family. Boy, I want you to be buried with my son. His eyes were wide open, and he was indignant. Zhou Lin is not only his most outstanding son, but also the future heir of the Zhou family. Regardless of whether he is a father or the head of the family, he must grind this man to ashes. Everything is wrong. The void collided, the heavens were in chaos, the space squirmed and twisted, and it seemed to be divided into countless pieces. This is the magical power that the Zhou family is famous for. Even pure Yang cultivators at the same level have to deal with it with caution. Chui only felt that the world was in chaos, and the space around him seemed to have turned into swords and knives attacking him. The entire space was filled with various threats that wanted to completely dismember him. Little trick. He chuckled with disdain in his eyes. This way of space is too superficial. It is just an advanced form of space strangulation, and yet you dare to name it something like Zhu Tianquo, a town. A light blue portal with mysterious patterns appeared behind him. The chaotic space returned to normal in an instant, and all the chaos seemed to be smoothed out by an invisible hand. Innate spiritual treasure, the door to the sky. Although his remaining soul is unable to unleash the full power of this magic weapon now, it can undoubtedly be used to suppress this small magical power without any problem. The head of the Zhou family turned pale and vomited blood. The strong suppression from the Tianyu gate directly caused his magical powers to backfire on himself. Master. The cultivator from Zhou family was shocked. What kind of magic weapon is this? The head of the Zhou family ignored everything else and looked at the light blue portal with fear on his face. The magic weapon that will kill you, Shui said sarcastically. Without any further delay, he attacked the head of Zhou family with the Tianyu gate in his hand. His remaining soul was already seriously injured, and if he continued to use it for too long, he might even die. Get rid of this guy as soon as possible and rescue Ruoshue. Master, I'm here to help you. All the cultivators treated it as a formidable enemy, and followed the footsteps of Patriarch Zhou to kill Chui. A moment later, Master, I'm leaving first. Master, my grandmother is about to give birth. Master, my wife is getting married. My grandpa is dead. The few cultivators who were still able to survive and were still standing gave a wry smile to the head of the Zhou family, then turned around and fled to look at the pools of blood and flesh on the ground. Those who rushed forward actively are already dead. If you don't escape, you will be dead. You bastard. The head of the Zhou family covered his chest with his hands and glared at the guy who said his grandfather was dead. His eyelids were twitching. That was his grandson. Want to run? Shuyi's eyes narrowed, and the gate of Tianyu trembled again. Suddenly, the fleeing monks fell down like shot birds, creating deep pits where they landed and turned into a pool of meat paste. My Zhou family doesn't have the woman you want. The head of Zhou family had an unpleasant expression on his face, because all those deep pits were filled with his Zhou family members, the backbone of his Zhou family. Where did this person come from? He was so powerful that he, a Chunyang cultivator, was almost powerless to resist. Humph, let me go deeper and take a look and I'll know. Chui looked at the depths of Zhou's house with a slightly concentrated gaze. After using his residual soul, he sensed the strong demonic energy and bloody evil energy hidden there. Moreover, how could the information he obtained by using magic to confuse Zhou Lin be false? No. The Zhou family head's face changed, and he forced himself to stand in front of Chui. If those things of the Zhou family were to be exposed, it would be a crime leading to the extermination of the entire clan. Seeing this, Chui felt even more that something was fishy. The divine light of the Tianyu gate in his hand shone brightly, and he was about to kill the head of the Zhou family here. After a while, there was a pool of fresh meat paste on the ground. Chui turned into a stream of light and flew towards the depths of Zhou mansion, his face turning a little paler. Even though he only used part of the power of his residual soul, it was already a huge burden for his already seriously injured residual soul. We must find Ruoxue as soon as possible. When they arrived at the center of Zhou mansion, several cultivators in the Life Dan realm who were guarding this place rushed over, but were easily killed by Chui. Then he looked downward. The evil spirit is right underneath, and it seems to be covered by something. Chui looked at the exquisite and magnificent building. If he had not used his residual soul to gain extremely strong perception, he would not have been able to sense this demonic energy. Crack. He opened his mouth and uttered a word, and the avenues between heaven and earth seemed to be moved. A crack appeared on the ground below, and it actually separated into two directions. The things below also came into his sight, and Chuyi's pupils shrank sharply. That's it. Chapter 220. How did my slander come true? A huge blood-red tree stood in that place that looked like a blessed land. Its trunk was bloated and had disgusting tumors on it, which made people feel disgusted just by looking at it. There are 7 or 8 fruits hanging scattered on the tree, all of which look like babies, with curled up bodies like they are still in the mother's womb. Unlike the disgusting giant tree, this fruit has a refreshing fragrance. Just smelling it makes you feel refreshed, and even your body can feel a faint sense of desire. Previously, the tree seemed to be blocked underground by a large formation, without leaking any breath, but Chuyi's actions at this moment just broke the formation. There were a few demon monks standing next to the giant tree. They were not very powerful, only at the Purple Mansion realm. They were now hiding aside in panic. Chui looked at the tree and felt that something was wrong. Where is Ruoxue? As he was thinking, an old voice sounded, with extreme anger. Who dares to ruin the ancestors' opportunity? An old man in green holding a white jade cane came from the air, looking at the attacking Chui with murderous intent in his eyes. He was about to seize the opportunity to attain the spiritual spirit, but was disturbed by this person and awakened from his retreat, thus failing in his attempt. How could he not be angry? This was a chance for a breakthrough that he had spent so much time and effort to gain. The hatred of those who block the road is irreconcilable. He hates it. Seeing this old man in green, Chuyi's eyes became more solemn. This old man's cultivation had reached the peak of pure yang, his yang spirit was perfect, and he even had some signs of yuanshan. He was far beyond what the previous head of Zhou family could compare to. Is this the ancestor of the Zhou family? However, with the gate of Tianyu, he was confident that he could suppress this person. Boy, come and die. The Zhou family ancestor's aura was faintly in harmony with the surrounding heaven and earth. The white jade cane in his hand emitted a lustrous white light. When the cane came down, it was like a world crushing down on him, shattering the space in front of him layer by layer. Chui held the gate of heaven in his hand and moved it towards the white jade cane. The Zhou family's ancestor showed disdain on his face and swung his staff 3 times faster. Bang! The next moment, a sharp roar was heard, and the white jade crutch flew backwards. The ancestor of the Zhou family also flew backwards, with his whole body full of magical power surging. He finally stood firmly in the void again. He looked at the light blue door in surprise and asked the same question as the head of Zhou family. What kind of magic weapon is this? Humph, I'll use my magic weapon to kill you. Hand over Ruoxue, otherwise. Chuyi's face was stern as he activated the gate of the sky. In an instant, a divine light shone brightly, and the light blue mysterious portal turned into a stream of light and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. The ancestor of the Zhou family, who was originally gathering all his magic power to resist, was suddenly stunned. What kind of move is this, sending away one's own magic weapon? Does this person mean that he can be suppressed without any magic weapon? Or does this magic weapon have to be thrown far away before it can be used? Chewie was stunned for a moment, and then his deafening voice rang out on the field, "My door." There was still disbelief in his eyes. What on earth had just happened? Where did his magic weapon go? Good boy, prepare to die. The Zhou family's ancestor let out a sinister laugh. Although I don't know what happened, it is obvious that the magic weapon of the person in front of me must have been taken away by someone else, so of course I have to kill him while he is weak. Chewie felt a chill in his heart. Who on earth could sever the connection between him and the magic weapon in an instant? That is an innate spiritual treasure. It is the spiritual treasure that he brought across the border, his trump card. But when he saw the ancestor of the Zhou family attacking, he had no time to think and could only resist hastily. Sword intent of great destruction. Chewie pointed his finger as a sword and drew a trace of the great Tao of destruction upon himself. Compared to the destructive intent that was previously displayed in a small fight, this great destructive sword intent was much stronger. The Zhou family ancestor's face froze. Sensing a dangerous aura, his muscles bulged and he turned into a 100-foot-tall blood-red giant, exuding a barbaric aura. The white jade cane in his hand also turned into a blood jade cane. The aftermath of the fight between the two men shattered the luxurious mansion into pieces. The remaining people in the Zhou mansion fled one after another, and even the soil under the blood-red giant tree was broken, revealing white bones. They were curled up tiny corpses, most of which were only half a meter long. Hiss. The head of the Imperial City Department, who was attracted by the noise in the dark, gasped. If he saw it correctly, those were the corpses of babies. This was a magic tree that was kept captive with the corpses of babies. What on earth is the Zhou family doing? Thinking of this, he was ready to show up and help the strange young man capture the ancestor of the Zhou family, but then an indifferent voice came into his ears. Master C, don't panic. Wait until those two are both injured, then capture the Zhou family members. As long as they don't cause any damage outside the Zhou mansion, you don't have to take action. Lord Su. Looking at the elegant young man who appeared before him, the chief of the Imperial City Department stopped. He was a little surprised, wondering how this person could appear here. But then he looked at Suan and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Is there a problem? Suan raised his eyebrows. No, I'll listen to you, Lord Marquis. The chief of the Imperial City Department shook his head. His heart was already in turmoil. When did this Lord Su achieve pure yang? That pure and powerful aura, like the scorching sun, was definitely not forcibly enhanced by elixirs, and the foundation was extremely solid. How old is Lord Su? Maybe less than 30. He achieved pure yang before the age of 30. What kind of talent is this? I think he was only at the Purple Mansion realm when he was 30 years old. Even the late emperor didn't have this talent. It will definitely become a primordial spirit. This kind of talent is definitely a rare genius, just like Emperor Yuan and Taizu, who have left their names in ancient history. Yet if this news gets out, I'm afraid that the number one genius in the imperial capital who has never been evaluated will have a whereabouts. In the past, he was just being polite because of his power, but now he has a little more respect for Suan from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, this person is highly valued by His Majesty. There are even rumors that His Majesty has not yet chosen a partner. It was for this reason that he chose to give Suan face. Otherwise, as the head of the Imperial City Department, it would be his duty to step forward to stop the dispute. Seeing that the head of the Imperial Department did not take any action, Suan nodded, looked at the blood-red giant tree and the several demon cultivators hiding under the tree and shivering, his eyelids twitching. I was just slandering you, how come it came true? This Zhou family is really colluding with the evil cultivators, using X-ray vision to observe the soil beneath the giant blood-colored tree from afar. There were at least 1 million baby skeletons in it, or even more. Some of the skeletons had already decayed and looked like they were quite a few years old. These should not be people from Dashang. He frowned. He had never heard of a large-scale case of missing babies in Dashang, even if it was mortals. If a large number of them disappeared, it would attract the attention and investigation of the imperial court. But the Zhou family did not have the courage to do so. In addition to the chief of the Imperial City Division, there were many Qinyang and even Yuanshan who noticed the movement here, but none of them chose to take action. Suan alone could sense no less than 10 divine thoughts, all spying on this place. The fight between the Zhou family's ancestor and Chewie was contained within the Zhou mansion and did not affect the outside world. Coupled with the exposed demon cultivator and the blood tree, it was obvious that the Zhou family was up to something. No one wanted to get involved in this mess. If they were dragged into it by the Zhou family, they would be in trouble. Finally, above the Zhou mansion, Shui spat out a mouthful of blood, and the sword intent of great destruction in his hand dissipated, and his body and even his soul showed a trend of decay. Chapter 221 Routine. Heaven's handwriting. He began to think of giving up. He couldn't go on like this. If he continued like this, his remaining soul would definitely not be able to bear it. Even now, his remaining soul was already injured and close to death. Next, unless he uses the remaining original power of his remnant soul, although this could kill the Zhou family ancestor instantly, he himself would not survive. He is the dignified Wuji immortal lord. He wants to prove the existence of the immortal king. How could he exchange his life with a mortal? What's more, there was no trace of Ruoxue here. Obviously, Ruoxue was probably not here. He couldn't fight to the death with this mortal here. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he hated the person who took away his Tianyugate even more. He wanted to grind him into ashes and tell him the price of offending the Wuji immortal. If this magical treasure existed, the ancestor of the Zhou family would have been suppressed to death by him long ago. No matter who you are, I will find you out. After swearing secretly in his heart, he retreated explosively, avoiding the attack of Zhou family ancestor, and then the destructive sword intent wrapped him up and turned into a sword light and escaped. On the ruins of the Zhou family, only the wounded ancestor of the Zhou family was left. He let out a long howl and calmed down, sensing that many divine thoughts were watching this place, and that the people from the Imperial City Bureau had also surrounded this place. He knew that the blood infant fruit tree had been exposed. With a thought, he restored his body to normal size, landed on the blood infant fruit tree, and prepared to escape with the treasure tree. As long as the tree is still there, he still has hope of a breakthrough. As for the Zhou family, he no longer cared about them. As long as he is alive, the Zhou family will not. Bang! The old body exploded and a fist slowly retracted. Shengnan remained calm, holding his still struggling Yangshin in his hand. Hiss, Master Yuanshan. It's the newly promoted Dragon Elephant Venerable. She actually took action. Hey, there's also that Wu Shunho. Why is he here too? Several divine thoughts were communicating with each other. The director of the Imperial City Department also stepped forward, stood in midair and bowed to the people around him. He felt a little proud in his heart, for he was the only one who knew how talented Lord Su was. Looking at the Zhou family cultivators who were still standing by the Zhou family and watching the battle, he sneered. The Zhou family raised the demon tree. The leader of the thieves has been killed. Why don't you surrender quickly? At the same time, the monks from the Imperial City who had been prepared for a long time began to arrest the Zhou family members in a tough manner. No matter what the specific situation is, this magic tree alone is enough to cause trouble for the Zhou family. The prying thoughts gradually dissipated. No one dared to spy on a Yuanshan venerable. That was simply seeking death. Yuan walked to the pit where the blood infant fruit tree was. When his aura was quiet, it was difficult for others to observe his state. It's not that I'm deliberately hiding my cultivation level, it's just that it feels too stupid to reveal my aura all the time. The reason why he showed off his skills in front of the chief of the Imperial City Department was to prevent him from causing trouble. This time, those demon cultivators were still under the blood tree, protected by the blood tree. Although they were unconscious, they were not dead. Yuan glanced at the bones under the tree and then at the strange blood tree. Master, seal off this place first. Shangnan, search the soul of the old ghost of the Zhou family and extract useful information. Yes, sir. Shangnan replied. The chief of the Imperial City Division did not object and ordered the monks of the Imperial City Division to seal off the place. Shangnan pinched the yang spirit that had been rolled into a small ball, and his spiritual thoughts penetrated directly into the man's yang spirit through the Taoist gloves. A cultivator at the Yuanshan realm, even if he is not proficient in the method of searching souls, can easily search the souls of cultivators below the Yuanshan realm. After noticing that Shangnan was still using the Taoist gloves he had given her, Suan narrowed his eyes slightly and thought that perhaps it was time to upgrade Shingnan's equipment. Soon, Shangnan sealed the young god into a jade bottle. Sir, we have found out. She looked at the blood-colored giant tree and said, this tree is called the blood infant fruit tree. It is a spiritual plant cultivated by the Zhou family's ancestors and the Wanshou demon sect in the north. It absorbs the blood, soul, and innate energy of infants to nourish the blood infant fruit. It takes about 100,000 infants to nourish one fruit. One fruit can increase the lifespan of the pure Yang realm by 100 years. As she spoke, a rare look of disgust appeared on her face. As for these babies, they are all goods shipped from the north. They are babies mass-produced by the Wancho demon sect through artificial breeding. The longevity pill that the Zhou family leaked out was also made with the blood infant fruit as the material, but it seems that it can only increase the lifespan by 2,000 years at most. This is the limit. The ancestor of the Zhou family lived nearly 1,000 years longer than other Qinyang because of this. 2,000 years of life? Suan raised his eyebrows, thinking it was ginseng fruit for ordinary people. Increasing lifespan by 2,000 years is indeed extremely precious. It can increase the chances of a Xunyang cultivator breaking through to the Yuanshan realm. Even if one does not try to break through, one can still watch the changes in the world for 2,000 years. There is great terror between life and death. Even the Supreme Soul has an end of life. How many people in the world can see through life and death? It is not surprising that some unconventional methods have emerged to prolong life, but this thing is really useless to him. The first golden finger he looted was the fruit of immortality, which gave him endless life. He had already achieved the immortality that others pursued. The people around him are confident that they can turn him into a genius even if they use jade liquid to feed him. When I help my sister ascend to immortality in the future, there will be no need to use such dirty tricks, and I don't know if there will be any side effects. Then destroy, wait. Just when he was about to ask Shengnan to destroy the fruit tree, Suan stopped talking, moved his eyes, and wrapped the blood infant fruit tree with a magical power, put it into the small world, and then tried to stimulate the heaven and earth of the small world to digest the blood infant fruit tree. This piece of heaven and earth naturally has the ability to refine all things and return them to their original origin. Faced with the mighty power of heaven and earth, even if it is just a small world, it is not something that a spiritual plant can resist. The blood infant fruit tree trembled, and the unripe fruits on it shook and cried like a baby, weeping and complaining. For a moment, a cold wind blew in the small world, but it was soon pierced through by the chains of rules. All the cold wind and cries disappeared. This magic tree that absorbs nutrients from others to grow has now also become nutrients, and the small world has expanded a bit more. Just barely. It's worth 20 million spirit stones. Suan smacked his lips. Suddenly, a feedback of origin and some information came from the small world, making him frown slightly. There are actually some things hidden inside this blood infant fruit tree that can transmit the souls absorbed by the blood infant fruit tree to an unknown place. At the same time, the sky was changing with clouds and thunder rumbling, and heavy rain was falling. Suan raised his eyebrows and looked at the vast sky. Is it you who are causing trouble again? The thunderclouds roared for a while, then soon dispersed and the rain stopped. Suan looked at the corpses buried in the bloody soil and shook his head. Let's cremate them. This place doesn't look auspicious. These corpses are the goods of the north. Even if they are taken away, no family will claim them. If left alone, they may breed some evil spirits. It is better to return them to nature. After turning the corpse into ashes, Suan looked at Tu Shengnan again. Shengnan, is there any other information? What he meant was that the treasures and immortal treasures secretly hidden by the Zhou family were ill-gotten gains that naturally could not be left to corrupt people's hearts. However, Shengnan misunderstood and told the origin of the blood infant fruit tree. The ancestor of the Zhou family was originally just an ordinary Qinyang cultivator, but he accidentally obtained a mysterious secret method on the bank of the Qin River, which was called Tianqingjing. By eating the essence of young children, absorbing the pure air of heaven and earth, and drawing the true meaning of heaven, one can transform into a yang spirit. In short, this is a secret method that helps those in the pure yang realm break through to the Yuanshan realm. Even if this kind of soul achieved through secret methods is the weakest soul, a soul is still a soul, and the ancestor of the Zhou family could not resist the temptation. He was overjoyed to obtain this secret method. He studied and practiced it day and night, and even secretly contacted the Wancho demon sect in the north to buy children for practice. However, when the Zhou family obtained the secret method, the ancestor was nearly 3,000 years old and his lifespan was almost over. However, there are very few things that can prolong life in the pure yang realm. In order to prolong his life, he combined the classics of both the righteous and evil paths, cooperated with the Wancho demon sect, and finally cultivated a spiritual plant that could be used to prolong life, the blood infant fruit tree. The ancestor of the Zhou family was originally a master of alchemy and was well versed in the properties of various spiritual plants. He was also inspired by the Heavenly Purity Sutra and was able to cultivate the blood infant fruit tree. The blood infant fruit produced by this tree can not only prolong life, but also assist in the practice of the Tianqingjing Sutra. After that, he practiced hard for hundreds of years and finally reached the realm of Yuanshan. The ancestor of the Zhou family had a good idea. Although he colluded with the evil cultivators, this crime could be serious or minor. If he successfully broke through his soul, even if he was discovered by the court, he would not be held too accountable in this regard. After all, the materials he used did not come from Deshawn, but who could have imagined that before he could achieve the Yuanshan, the entire Zhou family was thrown out as a chess piece by Su. Routine, it's all routine. Listening to the story of the Zhou family's ancestor, Su sighed and thought of Xiao No need to think too much, it must be another little trick of some bastard. The so-called Heavenly Purity Sutra and the Blood Infant Fruit Tree are probably the work of heaven. The Heavenly Purity Sutra is not necessarily more righteous than his demon puppet's true body, and the nutrients of the Blood Infant Fruit Tree have been mostly usurped by this bastard. The ancestor of the Zhou family was still in the dark and thought he had got a great opportunity. It is possible that the day you enter the realm of the soul is the day you become a puppet. It seems that we have to defeat the Wancho demon sect and pull out some of the parasites along this line. By the way, where is the Zhou family treasure house? Now that we are here, we have to take some local specialties before leaving. When Suan left the empty Zhou family treasury, Chui also fled back to Qinglin Manor. With a sweep of his mind, he grabbed Chu Shan, who was hiding in the rockery, and flew out of the imperial capital without looking back. Go, show the way, to where the master is. Shuyi's face was extremely pale, and his aura was gradually declining. Brother E. Looking at this figure with a completely different aura from before, Chu Shan swallowed his saliva and still said with gritted teeth, Brother E, I feel some unbearable pain down there, how about you help me recover first? Chapter 222, Wash and it can still be used. Looking at Chu Shan bargaining, Shuyi's eyes were filled with disgust. If his current strength had not supported him in searching the soul, Chu Shan would have been dead. A strange magical power emanated from his hands and rushed towards Chu Shan's lower limbs. It felt tingling and numb, but Chu Shan felt it in just a moment. He reached down and showed a look of joy. It's growing, it's growing. His Ikuan finally grew out. God knows how painful it was to have my penis retracted into my abdomen. It was not only physical pain, but also mental pain. Stop talking nonsense and take me there. Shuyi's voice became even colder. He has no time to waste. Seeing Shuyi's cold eyes, Chu Shan felt a chill down his spine and dared not hide it anymore. Brother E, it's in that direction. Shui lifted Chu Shan and immediately turned into a beam of light and flew in that direction. Along the way, his aura dropped from the Mingdan realm to the Zifu realm, and then to the Taishi realm. Finally, he stumbled and landed in a beautiful manner. As Chu Shan said, this place is indeed hidden enough. It is located in a small forest, quite quiet. I don't know how Chu Shan came up with the idea of building a manor here, but why is there such a kind of decadent music coming? He frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart, and walked towards a room without even having time to settle accounts with Chu Shan. I didn't expect that we two brothers could afford to play with an oiring, and a purple mansion master at that, too, ha. A rough voice seemed to be mixed with loud slaps coming from the room. It's great, brother, but what if the master suddenly comes back and finds out? Another voice asked with a hint of worry. What are you afraid of? It's not that fast to go back and forth from the capital. The rough voice laughed a few times, then lowered its voice a bit. Besides, even the master secretly plays with this bitch, so what's wrong with us playing with her? Ask this bitch if she dares to tell anyone? Ha, what Big Brother said is true, but then Chewie would become a green-haired turtle, wouldn't he? If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, how would that fool know? As he spoke, the applause became louder and louder, mixed with the woman's cries of pain. Chewi's face turned completely dark and he kicked the door open. The lights in the room were dim, and two naked strong men were attacking Shinshirshir from the front and the back. They looked like Chu Shan's two guards. Chu Shan, who was jogging behind, was also stunned when he saw this scene, with cold sweat on his forehead. Holy shit, these two guards were actually cheating on him. Although I knew that these privately recruited guards were unreliable, I didn't expect them to be so unreliable. Not only did she cheat, but she was also discovered by Chewie. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and didn't know how to start. For a moment, Shinshirshir was speechless. Her expression was numb, and her eyes were red and dry, as if she had run out of tears. The moment she saw Chewie push the door open, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in her eyes. Mm. Several pairs of eyes looked at each other and the applause stopped. Well, sir, please listen to my explanation. The guard with a rougher voice looked a little embarrassed and stepped out reluctantly. The other guard seemed to be just a little bit away. After being frightened like this, the whole person started shaking. We didn't mean to do that. In fact, they didn't know why they were so impulsive. When they saw Shinshirshir, they couldn't control their inner desires, as if there was a devil tempting them. Chuyi's eyes were as cold as a knife, with murderous intent rising to the sky, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Brother E, wait. Chu Shan raised his hand and wanted to say something of the next moment. The two guards were separated from their heads and bodies, and blood splattered everywhere. Even though the power of Chuyi's residual soul is declining now, he still has no problem dealing with these two cultivators who are not even at the Purple Mansion level. Brother E, you're back. Shin Kai-shan, who had lost his support, collapsed to the ground, and a smile finally appeared on his dirty face, perhaps due to the damage to his throat. His voice was a little hoarse, but one could vaguely hear some happiness in it. Sorry, I'm back late. Looking at the girl's expression, Chuyi felt complicated and a little painful. If he had not handed Shinshirshir over to Chu Shan, how could she have suffered such a disaster? Chuyi untied his robe and put it on Shinshirshir, then picked her up from the ground. Then he looked at Chu Shan, who was standing at the door, with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. Chu Shan laughed awkwardly, took a few steps back, and shrank his neck. Brother E, this has nothing to do with me. I have always been loyal to you. Chuyi said nothing, but his momentum became more fierce. The headless bodies of the two guards were still placed behind Chuyi, as if telling Chu Shan that this was also his destination. Chu Shan became more and more panicked and wanted to escape, but found himself trapped in the spot and unable to move. Despair appeared in his eyes. He knew how powerful Chuyi was, but he didn't think he could kill Chuyi. Brother E, no, don't kill me. I am your brother, your real brother. Seeing Chuyi approaching, Chu Shan's teeth chattered. The fear of death was approaching, and even the newly grown AI koan was no longer fragrant. If the upper head is gone, it's no use growing a lower head. You will die too. Chuyi's voice stopped abruptly when he said the word death. Plop. His knees went weak and his entire momentum suddenly plummeted to the bottom. He fell to the ground with Shinshirshir in his arms. His remnant soul was too badly injured. He got really angry when he saw Shinshirshir being bullied just now, and he used too much force. Now he can't hold on any longer. When Chu Shan realized that the power that was restraining him had disappeared, he was stunned for a moment. Then he rubbed his rapidly beating heart and laughed heartily as if he had survived a disaster. Ah, Chuyi, this is my fate. You can't kill me. Now, it's my turn. Looking at Shinshirshir, who was trying hard to help Chuyi up, he couldn't help but reveal a lustful light in his eyes. Chuyi was going to kill him, so why should he be polite? Although it was dirty by the two guards, it can still be used after washing. Thinking of this, he took a step forward. Chu Shan's body swayed, and before he took the second step, a thin sword light pierced through the back of his head, leaving a finger-sized hole. Then with a bang, Chu Shan's body fell on his back. Seeing the enemy dead, Chuyi closed his eyes and fell limply on Shin Kai-shan's body. His body and soul could no longer withstand the torture. Brother E. The experienced Shin Kai-shan ignored the pain in his body and touched Chuyi's face with heartache. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that Chuyi was still breathing. Then he gritted his teeth, carried Chuyi on his back, and walked towards the room. Chapter 223, Demons Devouring Immortals. An hour had passed since Chuyi fell into coma. Brother E. Shin Kai-shan sat on the edge of the bed, still looking a little tired, and still wearing Chuyi's robe. But he had replaced the soiled bedding on the bed, wiped Chuyi's body with a hot towel, changed him into clean clothes, tidied up the room, and dragged the bodies aside. This tortured body is already exhausted, but Chuyi showed no signs of waking up. The injury Chuyi suffered was not the same as last time. His physical body was damaged, so he didn't know what to do for a moment. He could only find some medicine to repair the body in the manner and make a medicinal soup. It was also thanks to the alchemy skills that were rewarded by the system that he had the ability to identify medicinal materials. Shin Kai-shan scooped up a spoonful of dark green medicine with a spoon, blew on it lightly, and sent it to Chuyi's mouth, but the potion did not flow into Chuyi's mouth, but slid down his lips, making his pale face look a little greener. Shin Kai-shan quickly picked up the handkerchief and gently wiped the stains on Chuyi's face. Looking at the handsome face of the young boy sleeping on the bed, his eyes gradually became obsessed. Finally, he made a decision. He scooped up a mouthful of medicine and put it into his mouth. Then he slowly lowered his head with some trepidation. The red lips pressed against Chuyi's lips, and a mouthful of medicine passed into his mouth. There is a bitter taste of medicine in the mouth, but the heart is full of sweetness. He stood up again with a flushed face. Even though he had been toyed with by others countless times and even had sucked the guard's dirty thing not long ago, but in front of Chuyi, he was still extremely shy. Chuyi felt a little helpless while he was sleeping. His remaining soul was too seriously injured and he had no medicine to heal it. He had no choice but to rest in this way. He could no longer control this body, but he could still sense the senses of his physical body. So he knew exactly what Shinshirshir did just now. Alas, why bother Shirshir? These medicines are of no use to him. He had to admit that when those soft lips touched him just now, even his mood was stirred. The girl's lips smelled particularly sweet, but I didn't know why the medicine also had a strange smell of heather. Hey, why is it dark? The light outside the window grew dim, and Shinkai-shan could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Judging from the time, it shouldn't be evening yet. He picked up the medicine bowl, stood up and walked to the window, pushed open the doors and windows, and dark clouds covered the sky, as if they were about to press down on the sky. The sky outside the manor became even darker, as if there were unknown creatures hiding inside that could even devour the light. Is it going to rain? Shinkai-shan's heart tightened, and he felt something was not right. Snap, a flash of lightning flashed down, briefly illuminating the extremely dark area and revealing what was hidden inside. Bang! The medicine bowl smashed directly to the ground, and the green medicine that had been painstakingly brewed inside spilled all over the floor. Shinkai-shan's face was filled with horror. He stared at the darkness, his body shaking uncontrollably. At the moment the lightning flashed, he saw a huge, hideous, and terrifying ghost head. The ghost stared at him and seemed to be drooling. Another flash of lightning flashed across the sky, this time illuminating a wider area, and Shinkai-shan fell to the ground. Demon, they are all demons, thousands and countless demons. At this time, outside the manor, in the void, terrifying demons gradually gathered here. Suddenly, evil winds blew up and demonic energy surged into the sky. The evil spirit rolled over and covered the sky, and the demonic shadows were fascinating, from the purple palace down to the pure yang of life. Pill up of the shapes are varied and bizarre, including human, animal, and strange shapes. Seeing so many demons gathered together, even the great Shenyang would be frightened. If it weren't for a huge magic formation that locked the aura here, I'm afraid it would have attracted the powerful soul masters in the imperial capital to take action. The jet-black pagoda was held in his hand far away in the Marquis's mansion in the imperial capital. Suin casually controlled the body of a Lifedan demon and watched the situation in the courtyard from a distance. Before this, he did not let the demon stay and wait near the courtyard, mainly to prevent Chu-Yi from discovering anything unusual and escaping directly. Only after confirming that Chu-Yi and Shinkai-shan were together based on the purple spirit seal did he set up the formation and put 48,000 demons into it. It's time to kill Chu-Yi. Suin controlled the demon suppressing tower and his mind moved. Go, my men, devour all the living things in this formation. The first 4 floors of the demon suppressing tower began to glow at the same time. And this magical treasure, the first, second and third floors are completely empty, without a single demon left, and the 4th floor is also mostly empty. Suin led all those low-level demons into the function of the 8 desolate demon suppressing tower is to lock up creatures with demonic energy inside, and then slowly refine their true spirits with the help of the demon suppressing tower. This tower has 8 floors, and the higher the floors, the more terrifying the demons are. Those who have refined the 8 desolate demon suppressing tower can control these demons. The reason why there is a cultivation requirement for the 5th opening is because the monsters above the 4th level are too powerful, and it is easy to be backfired if the cultivation level is low. Looking at the quaint little tower in his hand, Suin raised his eyebrows. He didn't know who made this demon suppressing tower. The demons inside do not look like creatures from this world. The demonic aura of these demons is somewhat similar to the demonic aura in the Nirvana Sutra, and their images are somewhat similar to those in the memory of the demon. It's a pity that the intelligence of the demons in the first 4 levels has been worn away by the demon suppression tower, so nothing can be learned from them. Ouch! Roar! Sizzle! Buzz! Countless roars and strange noises were heard, as if the heaven and earth were performing an evil musical, which made people shudder. The demon hiding in the darkness no longer hid its body at this moment. In the area covered by the formation, the animals and some initially intelligent monsters living inside were instantly torn to pieces, their flesh and blood were eaten, and then these monsters rushed towards the manor one after another. In order to prevent Chu-Yi from taking over another's body and escaping, Suin directly destroyed all living things here. As for these monsters, it is impossible for them to be possessed unless the demon suppression tower is destroyed. Ah! Don't come over here! Looking at those horrible demons with bloody smell, Shinkai-shan stood in front of Chu-Yi's bed in panic. Even at this moment, he did not forget Chu-Yi. The fast-moving demon had already opened up the space, and it was the demon head that Shinkai-shan saw at the beginning. It was a demon with only a head, full of sinister evil aura, and at least 10 feet tall. The ferocious big mouth alone took up half of the head. Black liquid dripped from its mouth, corroding large holes in the ground. Its two eyes as big as wheels stared at the two people beside the bed with greed in their eyes. "People, smell good." The sound was like the teeth of a saw scratching on a block of iron, sharp and piercing, yet extremely loud. The bloody mouth opened even wider, as if it wanted to swallow the bed and the two little people in front of it. Shinkai-shan was so scared that his legs went weak, but he still did not retreat a single step. Instead, he raised his small fist with a ruthless look in his eyes and hit the ghost head hard. The weak fist hit the ghost head, but couldn't even make it move. Instead, Shinkai-shan's own arm was injured by the evil energy and exploded instantly like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It does not know its own strength. The ghost's big mouth slowly closed just as the two were about to die at the hands of the devil. A faint sigh was heard. Well. Gitu's movements stopped instantly. "Brother E." Shinkai-shan turned his head in surprise. Chui, who was originally unconscious, sat up with a bright light in his eyes and a golden gauze on his body. The golden light broke through the dark clouds in the sky. He looked like a true god who had descended to the world to break the darkness of this turbid world with infinite power. "The demons must be killed." The majestic voice fell, and the ferocious ghost head collapsed in an instant. Even the thousands of demons that entered the manor disappeared instantly. Using the last of the original soul power of the remnant soul, Shuyi's cultivation level temporarily surpassed Chunyang, and he even had a hint of immortal charm. If the Zhou family's ancestor was here, Shuyi would be able to kill him with just one slap. Roar. Outside the manor, those strange-looking monsters couldn't help but roar in fear when they saw Chui. A bunch of little devils. Shuyi's gaze passed through those trolls, as if he was trying to find a certain figure, but the only response he got was the roars of these demons. The moment he saw the attacking demons, he had figured it out. "I'm afraid everything is a conspiracy. The Zhou family is a conspiracy, Ruoshui is a conspiracy, and even these monsters are a conspiracy." The demon lord, whom he had never met before, seemed to know his identity and lured him into the trap step by step, consuming his strength, but he couldn't figure out who that person was and how he discovered his identity. Could it be some demon lord who was once his enemy? He couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it any further. He looked at Shinkai-shan, who was still silent after his arm was broken. His eyes softened a little and he pointed with one finger. A magical power entered Shinkai-shan's body, and the flesh on the broken arm began to grow, and a new arm grew out in an instant. Even the restrictions in his body that sealed his strength were broken, and his cultivation level was restored to the Purple Mansion realm. "Brother E." Shinkai-shan looked at Chui in shock and admiration, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. At this moment, he was looking at his hero. Sure. Shuyi's eyes were a little complicated. He could now vaguely see that Shurshan's body did not seem to be that simple, but he did not have time to think about it. "Sure, I will eliminate these demons later. You, find a chance to leave and stay alive." Judging from his tone, these terrifying demons in front of him seemed to be just a bunch of small fry. However, for him, who had once been an enemy of the demon lord of the demon clan, these monsters that were not even at the level of their primordial spirits were indeed like this. "Brother E, you." Shinkai-shan had a bad feeling in his heart. Chui said nothing more, and looked at the monsters with a slightly focused gaze. Among them was even a demon that had half-stepped into the realm of Yuanshan. It was an ape demon, holding a mixed iron rod in its hand, more than 10 feet tall, with a face like a butcher's teeth, eyes like copper bells, and the air from its breath caused gusts of fishy wind. The demon's muscles bulged all over his body, and his body seemed to be made of fairy gold and divine iron. Even Shuyi's eyes became a little more serious. Chapter 224, Such a vicious demon lord. Judging from the physical body alone, this demon has truly entered the realm of Yuanshan. His strength is several times stronger than that of the ancestor of the Zhou family. 10 ancestors of the Zhou family are not enough to defeat this demon, but now it just requires a little more effort on his part. Roar. Under the urging of the demon suppression tower, the demon attacked Chui again. The demons in the Purple Mansion and Life Pill realms are not even qualified to be cannon fodder here. Their role may be to be devoured by the big demons to recover from their injuries, and to harass Chui with their lives like flies and mosquitoes. Even those powerful and ferocious demons in the Pure Yang realm could hardly withstand 3 moves of Chui. Huff. There was a popping sound in the An iron rod thicker than a person came smashing towards Chui with overwhelming force. The ape demon took action. Humph. Chui raised his palm to meet the attack, and the tiny flesh palm blocked the huge iron rod. Great destruction. Sword intention. The terrifying sword intent condensed and turned into a huge black sword hundreds of feet long. Such sword intent seemed able to even cut down immortals. Shui raised his hand and chopped it down. At this moment, it seemed as if the real end had come. Even the entire space would be destroyed in front of this huge black sword, and even the formation that blocked this place was shaking. The ape demon roared, his muscles bulged, his eyes bloodshot, and he swung the iron rod to meet the enemy, not wanting to be outdone. But the indestructible mixed iron rod that had accompanied it for countless years only blocked it for a moment before it was cut into two pieces by the destructive sword. Intent. Then the sword intent continued to move forward, tearing a huge hole in the hard skin of the ape demon, causing the giant demon to howl, "Court death." Seeing that there were still demons waiting for an opportunity to attack Shinshirshir, Shuyi's eyes focused, and without even looking at them, a stream of magic power blasted behind him. Several sneak-attacking demons were instantly turned into ashes. This time, the ape demon attacked again, swinging its iron fist that could destroy mountains and break peaks. Before the fist landed, the terrifying gust of wind alone was enough to destroy ancient trees and blow away people and animals, but to Shui it was like a spring breeze on his face. Not even the corners of his clothes could be blown away. He also punched back. Shui's entire body was not even as big as the fist, so the scene looked a little funny. Two fists, one big and one small, collided with each other. It's like an ant trying to shake an elephant, but the elephant is instead knocked away by the ant. Shui was just about to take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill the ape demon completely, but the attacks of several pure yang demons in the surrounding area came again. The rich demonic energy enveloped Shui, and some demons even approached Shui and exploded. At the same time, dozens of demons in the Purple Mansion Life Pill realm attacked Shinkaishan from different directions, forcing Shui to return to defend. Although these monsters were not as powerful as Shui at the moment and could hardly cause any harm to him, they were able to delay time. As long as time goes on, Shui will naturally lose. How long can his residual soul essence burn? The wheel of extinction. Shui also realized this problem. His sharp eyes suddenly opened wide, and a black divine will emitting the aura of great annihilation appeared behind him. Today, I, the immortal venerable, will restore peace to the world. The terrifying divine light of annihilation swept across the 8 directions. Even the lawless ape demon showed a rare look of fear. A minute later, the evil spirit dissipated. These horrific monsters that could overthrow an entire state were not even left with a single corpse. Shinkaishan stood on the ruins of the manor, still in shock, but his eyes were filled with indescribable emotions as he looked at Shui. It was this person who rescued him from the brothel and saved his life time and time again. Shui was standing in the air, looking at the great formation that sealed the sky and the earth. His face was extremely cold and he gathered all his magic power. The terrifying sword intent slashed across the formation like a heavenly sword. Click, click, the formation let out a wail and broke apart. There's still time to go to the imperial capital. Shui didn't think much and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the imperial capital. That he wanted to find Ruoshua, who might have fallen into the clutches of the demon lord. Moreover, if he could find the precious medicine to restore his soul in time, he would still have a glimmer of hope of survival. Shinkaishan raised his hand, but ultimately did not call out to Shui. The light gradually faded away, and Shui's speed was extremely fast, but suddenly, evil spirit attacked again. Roar! A pure Yang realm demon stood in front of him. There are actually demons hiding outside the formation. Shui's pupils shrank slightly. Would Shirshir, he paused for only a moment, and the demon turned into ashes, but he still chose to move forward. Then he encountered 2 pure young demons in front of him, but he couldn't stop them even for a moment. Shui broke into the imperial capital. He didn't know what the consequences would be if a soul that was not recognized by the emperor entered the imperial city. Not surprisingly, he was suppressed by the luck of the great Shang dynasty. His aura suddenly dropped to a lower level, and his strength was suppressed to the pure Yang realm. Damn it, the luck of this mortal dynasty is so strong. Shui groaned, his blood boiling and his soul aching, as if he saw an infinitely majestic black bird sleeping in the void, giving him a cold look that is the embodiment of the fortune of this dynasty. He was secretly annoyed in his heart. If he had known that the dynasty's luck was so powerful, he would have seized its luck to repair his soul. Unfortunately, there was no time now. His mind searched the surroundings wantonly. It is both a search for Ruoshua and a search for the elixir. Stop. At this time, a pure Yang cultivator stopped in front of Shui and looked at him solemnly. I am the deputy envoy of the Imperial City Department. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the imperial capital? Shui showed impatience. He didn't have time to explain anything and was just about to send the monk away, but suddenly, he groaned, his face turned green, his pupils dilated, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. which turned black in color, that he was actually poisoned. When the memories flashed through his mind, and Chui soon realized that something was wrong. The bodies and demonic energy of those demons were mixed with a deadly poison. He covered his chest, his whole body turned blue and green, even his hair turned green, and his resolute face showed a bit of desolation. What a cruel method! The demon lord simply treated those monsters as sacrifices. This poison can even invade the soul. It is not only effective on him, but also on those demons. That if he could have expelled the poison from his body before, but now his body is that of a weak mortal, and the strength of his remaining soul is suppressed by the dynasty's luck, he is unable to do anything about the poison for a while. Chui, with green hair standing on end, gritted his teeth, and his body turned into a green light and fled, rushing directly towards Wu Shunhou mansion not far away. Suan is his friend and also has an extraordinary status. If Suan had the elixir that could restore his soul, then he still had hope. Presumptuous. The imperial city official Chunyang's expression changed and he quickly chased after him. If this man were to hurt the marquis, he would probably have to take off his hat. Bang, here, Chui crashed heavily into a courtyard of Wu Shunhou mansion, creating a big hole. At this moment, even his pupils began to turn green. The remaining soul was corroded to the point that even his spiritual thoughts and magic power could no longer be used. Suan. He had no choice but to shout loudly. The deputy envoy of the Imperial City Division who was chasing outside was stopped by the steward of the Marquis's mansion. Please move aside. A dangerous person has entered the mansion and may be harmful to the Marquis. He seemed a little anxious. Aunt Tang looked at this Chunyang great man with a calm expression, and said neither servilely nor arrogantly, Sir, that person is the Marquis's friend, and the Marquis will make his own arrangements for that person. The Marquis has ordered that from now on, no one is allowed to enter the Marquis mansion. Upon hearing this, the deputy envoy of the Imperial City Administration hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to retreat. Since he was Marquis Su's friend, there was no need for him to meddle in other people's business, but he still stayed outside the Marquis mansion and did not leave. In addition to this deputy envoy, the rest of the divine thoughts that wanted to investigate were also blocked by two Shengnan. One by one. Tada to die in the backyard of the Marquis mansion, footsteps were heard, and Chui, who was in the pit, raised his head with difficulty. I saw a young man in luxurious clothes and with a gentle smile on his face walking into the courtyard. Hey, why is there an extra big leak in the backyard? Chapter 225. Brother Chu, look at who I am. Suan smiled widely, looking at the person who had blended into the grass, as if he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Brother Su, bah, it's me, I'm Chui. Chui spat out the dirt in his mouth, turned over with difficulty, and lay on his back. He had never been so embarrassed before. Seeing Suan approaching, he showed some hope in his eyes, and opened his mouth with all his strength. Brother Su, ahem, do you have any precious medicine to repair the soul in your house? Just these few words seemed to have consumed all his strength, and his chest began to rise and fall violently. Brother Chu, why is it you? Suan was shocked and squatted down. My dear brother, how did you become like this? You look just like that green-headed turtle. The embarrassment on Chuyi's face flashed away, and the arrogance he once had on his green face was gone. Ahem, Brother Su, I don't have time to explain now. Feeling the residual soul that had begun to dissipate, he felt a little anxious. Brother Su, do you have a precious medicine to help me survive this disaster? I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. If it were any later, his soul would have been torn apart and completely disappeared into the world. Suan was shocked when he heard this. Who could actually hurt you, Brother Chu, to such an extent? After saying this with concern, he leaned down again with a sad face, looking embarrassed, and couldn't help but sighed. Brother Chu, you don't know, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I can't do anything. The precious medicine related to the soul in this imperial capital has long been taken away by a mysterious person. Even in my mansion, there is no such precious medicine. Mysterious man? Chui felt that the speed at which his residual soul was dissipating was getting faster and faster. In just a short period of time, a quarter of it had already dissipated. Suan shook his head with some self-blame. Not long ago, a mysterious person bought all the soul treasures in the imperial capital. Even I don't know his identity. Chui was silent. The mysterious man who bought the precious medicine was probably the unknown demon lord. No wonder I haven't found any precious medicine related to the soul since that auction. It turned out that I had been in his calculations from the very beginning. It was because I came from the fairyland and had too high an opinion of myself that I did not take the people of this mortal world seriously. Instead, I was easily calculated by him, and now I was reaping the consequences. Forget it, it's God's will, it's time, it's fate. Spreading his hands, the anxiety on Chu Yi's face disappeared. He could feel that his remaining soul was dissipating faster and he was no longer able to recover. Brother Su, as a friend, I would like to ask you for one more favor. Looking at Suan, a pleading look appeared on his face. As he was about to die, Shui put aside his arrogance as an immortal. Suan's expression became serious, and he patted his chest and said cheerfully, Brother Chu, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Help me find 2 people and take good care of them. Shuyi's lips moved, the light in his eyes was fading, and even opening his mouth took all his strength, but he still insisted on finishing his words. One is Shin Shirshir, whom you know, and the other is the eldest daughter of the Yongwei Marquis mansion. Her name is Su Shuizhu. Help me find them. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, as if he wanted to hold Suan's hand, but in the end he didn't have the strength to lift it. After hearing Chuyi's words, Suan was silent for a moment. I will do my best to fulfill Brother Chu's will. He frowned slightly, hesitated for a while and finally said, But Brother Chu, there is something I have been hiding from you. In fact, Shin Shirshir, he is a man, not a girl. He once talked to me and asked me not to reveal his background, but now I can no longer hide this matter from you, Brother Chu. As he spoke, Suan took out a photostone. Without waiting for Chu-yi to speak, he started playing a video. The screen appeared in front of Chu-yi. The location seemed to be in a dark dungeon. In the cell was a man whose body color was somewhat similar to Chu-yi's current one. He was tied up and lying on a haystack, seemingly sleeping. The man was extremely ugly. Not only was his skin a disgusting green color, his face was also somewhat distorted, as if he had been abused. Even his head was bald, and he looked like a green-haired turtle without a shell. After a while, the bald man's face in the video changed. The few strands of hair that he had originally had all fallen off, and then strands of black hair began to grow out from his smooth scalp. His skin turned from translucent green to snow white, and his rugged body gradually shrank and became slender, and his facial lines changed. He actually transformed from an ugly man into a beautiful woman, who looked exactly like Shin Shirshir. She looks pretty and charming, with no trace of her previous ugliness. Even though Chu-yi had sensed something was wrong a long time ago, he couldn't help but feel nauseous at this moment. The pretty figure and the ugly bald man's face combined together. Shirshir. No, that guy's surname Shin turned out to be such an ugly guy. Thinking of him feeding him medicine with his mouth and even sticking out his tongue, Shui wanted to get up immediately and kill the monster. The excitement made his soul collapse even faster. Who would have thought that he, the great Wuji immortal, would be defiled by an ugly man before his death? Unfortunately, he is dying now and can't do anything. Su and put away the photostone, then sighed, Brother Chu, you know now, but you still want to take care of Master Shin. Hearing that he had gained more villain points, his expression did not change at all. This photostone was originally used to observe the effects of the heavenly and man-made elixir, but I didn't expect it could be used here as well. Well, forget it, Brother Su, help me find the eldest daughter of the Yongwei Marquis mansion and take good care of her. If she doesn't have enough talent, find her a good family to marry into. Finally, a look of relief flashed in Chu-yi's eyes. He felt that his residual soul was on the verge of complete collapse. Even his true spirit began to disintegrate. Even a true immortal could not save him. The only thing he cares about now is Ruoxue. He can no longer live, but Ruoxue still needs someone to take care of her. Brother Chu, do you have any last words? Suan asked with a smile. His smile seemed a little weird at this moment. There is one more thing, one more thing. Be careful of the demons and the demon lord. Shui used up his last bit of strength, his fingers trembling slightly. You must be careful of the demon lord. The demon who calls himself the demon lord has an extraordinary origin and is definitely not someone that ordinary people can deal with. He only hoped that Suan could rescue Ruoxue from the devil, so that he would be at peace even if he died. After listening to the last words of his good friend, Suan stood up and looked down at Chu-yi in the pit. The expression on his face was not clear. Brother Chu, look at who I am. Demonic energy emanated from his body, and the terrifying demonic energy instantly surrounded him, transforming into thousands of demons kneeling down in worship. What a demon lord that has come to the world! He is truly filled with demonic energy. Chapter 226 Sister Ruwashi, Let's Dance. Fortunately, the formation of the Marquis Mansion had already wrapped up the mansion, and the flow of yin and yang Taoism had sealed off the entire mansion tightly, without any breath leaking out. Otherwise, this terrifying demonic power alone would be enough to shake the imperial capital. Chui looked at Suan, who was in front of him with overwhelming demonic power, and his eyes suddenly widened like copper bells, full of disbelief. This mortal Marquis, who he thought was quite sensible, turned out to be the demon lord who was plotting against him, from beginning to end. He didn't even know that the enemy was right in front of him, and even ended up falling into the trap. How ridiculous! He stared at Suan in a daze, as if he wanted to stare Suan to death. What a deep thought. This man never took any action from the beginning and always looked harmless. I only knew his identity before his death. Suan lowered his eyes and smiled. His eyes were kind, his expression was not like a demon but like a Buddha, but the words he said were chilling. Brother Chu, you can die in peace, I will not break my promise to you. As for the fairy Ruwashiwe, she tastes great. I will definitely nurture her well and train her to be my little whore. You. Even though Chui was filled with rage, he had no power to vent it. His remaining soul had been exhausted by the effects of the poison in the battle with tens of thousands of demons. Looking at Suan's boundless demonic energy that was evolving into a demon world, Chuyi's eyes gradually became unfocused. The demonic energy on Suan is so pure that even the demon lords he has fought before cannot compare to it. This is not the kind of demon that should appear in this world. Demon lord, it turns out you are really the demon lord. He laughed miserably, and his aura disappeared. The soul is scattered and the true spirit no longer exists. A generation of Woji immortal lord, but he died in such a miserable way. Ding, the reincarnated immortal Chui was killed by the host, and the villain value was 2500 ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist and dropping the golden finger. The origin of the immortal soul. The voice of the small system came into my mind. 2005. Suan's eyes lit up slightly. The reincarnated immortal lord has a very prominent background and seems to have come from the immortal realm. Among all the protagonists, Chui contributed the most villain value. He is really a fat leak and deserves this identity. He even felt that if Chui had not lost some of his luck through the soul falling technique, he would have been able to gain more villain value. Suan looked at his villain value on the panel. Previously, there were 4,000 villain points. The 10,000 demons devouring immortal forced Chui to use the essence of his own soul and obtain 1,000. Before he died, he struck Chuyi's heart of Taoism and made another fortune, also obtaining 1,000. Including the final kill reward. The number now stands at 8,500. If you save up a little more, you can make 10 consecutive draws. Suan looked at the fallen golden finger again. Chuyi's golden finger is the innate spiritual treasure in his own soul. The innate spiritual treasure has been robbed by himself, so it is not surprising that this one dropped. The origin of immortal soul. It can transform a person's soul into an immortal soul and produce miraculous changes. This simple introduction made Suan's expression change slightly. Transform into an immortal soul. His body can already be said to be an immortal body. The Yuan Yang immortal body. If the soul also transforms into an immortal soul, it will become an immortal right away. It turned out that he was overthinking it. The origin of the immortal soul flowed into his young spirit, sublimating his soul, as if a jade-like hand was gently massaging every part of his soul, making him moan comfortably. Unconsciously, the immortal light on the body surface became brighter and brighter, the body and soul became more harmonious, and the temperament became more transcendent. I feel as if I am about to escape from this world. After a while, the essence was absorbed completely. He opened his eyes, and a fairy light flashed in his eyes. The aura on his body gradually subsided, and he no longer had that feeling of being on the verge of ascending to heaven at any time. He plucked out a strand of hair, blew it gently with a smile on his face, and it fell to the ground and turned into an emperor wearing a black phoenix robe and with a majestic face. His flawless facial features outlined a beauty that was enough to take one's breath away, the most beautiful in ancient and modern times, unique in the world. Well, let's dance. Suan had a serious face and expectant eyes. The woman transformed from hair was about to dance upon hearing this, but the next moment, the loud sound of birdsong exploded from the soul, and the woman in front of her was instantly transformed back to her original form, turning into a strand of hair and falling down. At the same time, Suan felt an extremely majestic gaze coming from the central palace, with a bit of scrutiny. Even the formation of the Marquis Mansion that was powerful enough to block the spying of the soul could not block this gaze. Ahem, Sister Ruwashi, I'm conducting an experiment. Yes, an experiment. Suan scratched his head and gave an innocent smile towards the direction of the palace, like an innocent child, with clear eyes without a trace of impurities. After a moment, there seemed to be a soft hum in the air, and the feeling of being watched disappeared. Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he would have to prepare some gifts for Sister Ruwashi to appease her next time he went to the palace, otherwise his face would be in trouble again. He knew that Sister Ruwashi didn't take action just now because she saw it was him, otherwise, if it were someone else, he would have been in ruins. It seems that Sister Ruwashi is not far from completely controlling the destiny of the Black Bird. According to the legend, when one reaches the Dao fruit realm, one will feel a response when one calls his name. If its appearance is changed or its image is reshaped, anyone who dares to desecrate it will surely cause a catastrophic disaster. This newly learned ability cannot be used indiscriminately. The origin of the immortal soul did not make him immortal, but it made Suan's soul undergo a transformation, and he possessed the characteristics of the immortal world in advance. A wisp of residual soul could be resurrected, and a thought could be attached to an object to change into 1,000 things, whether it was a living thing or a dead thing. He could change it. It will. Of course, only when you know more can it become real, just like Suan conjured up a mobile phone, but without understanding the structure of the mobile phone, what he conjured up was just a shell. The Sister Ruwashi who just appeared is actually his incarnation, and she also possesses some of his strength. This is somewhat similar to the legendary magical power of blowing hair into form. However, in Tianma's memory, normal immortals do not have this magical power. This should be the wonderful change mentioned in the introduction of the origin of the immortal soul. In addition, the harmony between the immortal soul and the immortal body also enabled his jade liquid to be enhanced again, and the effect seemed to be even better. Shueju and the others are so blessed. He has to thank Shui for sending him the good stuff. Looking at Shui's corpse lying on the ground with his eyes open, he shot out a burst of true fire, burning the body of his good brother to ashes. Then he used his magic power to roll the ashes into a ball and threw it into the space crack that he had created casually. The main reason was that he didn't want the corpse to pollute his mansion. To be Suan's friend, one must have a spirit of dedication. There is no need for graves or anything like that, as they occupy land and waste resources. He called 2 maids and asked them to change all the soil in the area, and then Suan left the courtyard directly. He thought about the last words Chui said before his death. It turns out you are really the Demon Lord. The title of Demon Lord is taken from the Nirvana Sutra, and his demonic aura also comes from practicing the Nirvana Sutra. The Nirvana Sutra is not a practice method of this world, but a practice method that was born from the essence of a world after the destruction of a great demon world. However, whether it was that heavenly demon or the demons in Chuyi's memory, the demonic energy they carried seemed to be very similar to the demonic energy he cultivated, but the quality was a little inferior. Could it be that the demonic world is the place where the devil was born, and it is also related to the fairy world? Suan guessed randomly. The demon came from a world dominated by magic. When he left that world had not yet been destroyed, so no more information could be obtained for the time being. However, it can be seen that the demonic energy in his body is closely related to the demons that Chui mentioned. Chapter 227. What kind of elixir is this? Jade liquid pill. Outside the Taiyuan Hall of the Imperial Palace, a day had passed since Chui was killed. After taking good care of Su Shueju according to Chuyi's will, Suan came to visit Sister Ruwashi with gifts. As the Empress of the Shang dynasty, she was wealthy in China and lacked nothing. So Suan made a box of pastries using spiritual fruits. Xiaoanzi, you are here. A bright and gentle voice sounded, and a red dress with a faint fragrance appeared in front of Suan. Sister Hong Xiao. Suan greeted and looked around. Why can't I see Sister Qingling? Logically speaking, Qingling has already broken through to Chanyang, and her retreat should be over. As soon as I came here I thought of your sister Qingling. What's the matter? Are you unhappy to see me, or are you two having some affair? Hong Xiao asked in a tone that sounded both resentful and teasing. There was an inexplicable light flashing in a pair of peach blossom eyes. Suan took Sister Hong Xiao's hand and said with a smile, how could that be? Of course I'm happy to see Sister Hong Xiao. I'm just confused as to why I didn't see Sister Qingling today. Hong Xiao did not resist Suan's contact. She smiled and held Suan's hand tightly and said, then you, Xiaoan, will be disappointed. I'm afraid you won't be able to see Qingling in the near future. After a pause, she explained, after Qingling broke through to Chanyang, she fully accepted the inheritance of Qing Xiaoyuan Jun and was allowed by His Majesty to retreat in the Hualing Pool. When the retreat is over, it will be a smooth journey to achieve Yuanshan. The Hualing Pool is a precious place for spiritual practice in the Imperial Palace. It was formed by gathering the spiritual energy of the Earth's veins with great supernatural powers. It is usually used for the breakthrough of concubines in the palace who are valued by the emperor. This precious land is rarely used in the current dynasty, and only the empress dowager occasionally enters it to practice. When he was a child, Suan once sneaked in with the empress to take a bath. Sister Hongxiao started to complain again and glanced at Suan. Xiao Qingling is a good opportunity, unlike me, who is old and weak, and Xiao Anzi doesn't think highly of me. If Hongxiao said this to others, I wonder how many people would be embarrassed. At the age of less than 200, he has already reached the middle stage of pure yang. It can be said that he can be called a genius no matter where his soul is placed, surpassing countless mediocre people in the world. Suan held the soft hand in his hand, feeling the smoothness of her skin. He looked directly at Hongxiao and said seriously, Sister Hongxiao, what nonsense are you talking about? I have always regarded Sister Hongxiao as my relative. The relationship between relatives has nothing to do with strength. Little Anzi is really good at talking. It seems that your sister's love for you is not in vain. Hearing what Suan's relatives said, Sister Hongxiao's mouth corners couldn't help but curl up. She pointed a finger at Suan's lips, and her jade finger brought a faint fragrance. By the way, His Majesty was furious yesterday. What did you do, Xiao Anzi? She put her other hand around Suan's shoulders, and her soft and mature body pressed against Suan without any hesitation, with a smile on her face and a hint of gossip in her eyes. Sister Hongxiao, how can you slander someone out of thin air? Suan blushed and said with wide eyes, I didn't come to the palace yesterday. How can you say that His Majesty is angry because of me? Your Majesty is in the Taiyuan Palace, how can you admit these things? Are you afraid that His Majesty will hear it, Xiao Anzi? Hongxiao smiled, then you can send a message. Suan, then why didn't you say this in passing? Isn't this the same as telling the emperor that you want to discuss how to rebel through letters? It's not me, it's definitely not me. He denied loudly. That's not it, but when His Majesty is angry, he says he wants to hang someone up and spank him. Hongxiao looked at Suan with a teasing look on her face, with uncontrollable curiosity in her eyes. Do you want to tell me so that I can help you with some advice? Her fingers lightly stroked Suan's palm, with a bit of temptation, like an enchanting enchantress, tempting Suan to say something he shouldn't say. Well, from my perspective, Sister Hongxiao, you are almost at the late stage of Chunyang. Suan quickly changed the subject. From his point of view, the spiritual light emerging from Hongxiao's body was a sign of a breakthrough. Hongxiao glanced at Suan and didn't ask any more questions. She sighed and said, it's not that easy to break through the pure yang realm. At my current cultivation speed, if I don't have the opportunity, it will take me another 7 or 8 years to break through to the late pure yang realm. It is not easy to practice in the pure yang realm. Not everyone can be like Shengnan, who can eat real dragons for a meal. It is normal to be slow in breaking the mirror. Some life pill cultivators have very poor foundations, and even if they manage to break through to pure yang by chance, it is difficult for them to make any progress afterwards, and it is common for them to be trapped in the early stage of pure yang for their entire lives. In comparison, Sister Hongxiao's breakthrough speed is already very fast. But it can't be compared with someone like Suan who cheats. Then Hongxiao smiled and moved her head closer, almost rubbing their noses against each other, and her warm breath hit Suan's face. She said jokingly, whenever you have something good in the future, remember your sister Hongxiao. My future depends on you. In the future, good things. Suan fell into deep thought. It seemed that it was true. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but at that moment a small jade bottle happened to slip from my sleeve. Without waiting for Suan to speak, Hongxiao reached out and took the jade bottle, her eyes moving slightly. Xiao Anzi, is this the elixir you prepared for me? This. Suan didn't know how to answer for a moment. Hongxiao opened the jade bottle, revealing the milky white pill inside, and a refreshing fragrance wafted out. It doesn't smell like elixir, but it has its own flavor, like a pill made from some magical medicine. One can roughly judge that it is some kind of tonic. Smelling the fragrance of the elixir, Hongxiao showed a slightly intoxicated look. This smell is so familiar, it's similar to the one on you, Xiao Anzi. Can I eat this? Of course, I can. But Sister Hongxiao, before Suan could finish his words, Hongxiao impatiently took out one and put it into her mouth. The milky white pill dissolved into liquid when it entered the mouth, emitting a warm energy that nourished the limbs and bones. It contained wisps of immortal spirit, which was extremely magical. It spread throughout the body and even the young god was slightly nourished. What's even more rare is that the taste of this pill is unexpectedly delicious. Hongxiao's eyes lit up and she asked, what kind of medicine is this? Ahem, this is called Yuya pill, a special pill I made. Suan covered his mouth and coughed. Looking at Sister Hongshao's slightly satisfied look after taking the pill, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. This is the jade liquid pill that was personally drawn by Su Shueju and shaped by Suan using his magic power, made from fresh jade liquid. It is pure natural and has no additives. It was originally food prepared for a little white dragon, but seeing that the usually lazy little white dragon happened to be in seclusion, he kept it on his body. Temporarily unexpectedly, Sister Hongshao accidentally ate it. Of course, he had to admit that he did not have a strong intention to stop it, otherwise he could have taken the jade bottle back at any time. Chapter 228, Shutting His Majesty's Mouth. Jade liquid pill, nectar, wonderful. I feel that the time for my breakthrough can be advanced by at least half a year. Feeling the subtle changes in her body, Hongshao looked at the bottle of pill differently. I thought it was some kind of tonic prepared because there were many female relatives in Shaoanzi's mansion, and I was planning to use it to make fun of Shaoanzi. I didn't expect that this was actually such a precious medicine that could help in spiritual practice. It can even be effective for the pure Yang realm, and is extremely precious. Without even looking at the remaining pills, she sealed the jade bottle and handed it back to Suan, saying solemnly, "Little Anzi, put it away. Don't leave these pills lying around like this in the future." Looking at the pill in front of him, Suan coughed lightly and said, "Sister Hongshao, I'll give it to you. After all, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, so he is not worthy of enjoying the elixir he produced." Hongshao refused and wanted to say something else. A woman should not take away what others like, but then he heard Suan's voice. Suang did not hide his thoughts from Sister Hongshao and directly told her the origin of the jade liquid pill. As a result, Hongshao's originally calm expression gradually changed, her eyes gradually widened, and her pretty face turned red, as if steam was about to come out. What she just ate was Shaoanzi's. This gentle yet somewhat sinister woman could no longer maintain the warm smile on her face, and her hands holding the jade bottle tightened. "Good, you little Anzi." She pretended to hit him. Suan dodged as expected, and his hand touched Hongshao's European chi. Then he came to the door of Taiyuan Palace in one step, turned around and said, "Sister Hongshao, I have something else to do, so I will go to see His Majesty first, and we will talk next time." After saying this, he walked into the hall and closed the door. "This brat." Hongshao covered her chest and looked at the closed palace door with an angry look on her face, but when she thought of Suan's embarrassed escape, she suddenly laughed out loud. They just do weird things. They deserve to be beaten. She picked up the jade bottle in her hand and squeezed it again and again, and finally put it into the storage ring. This kind of bad stuff can't be leaked out to harm others. Along with the mechanical sound of the system, Suan had completed a single draw with the help of Sister Hongshao's luck. Looking at the new prize, his face turned a little strange. He could draw something like this time, maybe we can be a little bolder. In the Taiyuan Palace, the Empress was sitting cross-legged on the phoenix couch with her eyes slightly closed, as if she was practicing. She did not react even when someone approached her. However, Suan could feel that the Empress was simply sitting there. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Suan called twice and waved his hand in front of the Empress's face. "I made you some iced cake." The Empress still did not respond. Suan smiled in his heart, and simply took out the prepared cakes from the storage ring, placed them on the bedside, opened the box, and then picked up a piece of cake that was as colorful as jade. "Your Majesty, this is made by me. Would you like to try it?" The Empress's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then her alluring red lips were blocked. Suan put the pastry directly on her lips. "Your Majesty, I am sorry." Suan apologized, then reached out and pinched the Empress's delicate jaw, preparing to stuff it directly in. The Empress finally couldn't sit still anymore and opened her phoenix eyes with anger. "Presumptuous. My dear Lord Su, you have disturbed my practice for no reason. You, woo-woo." Before the Empress opened her mouth to say a few words, Suan, who was quick-witted, stuffed food into her mouth. The handsome man who commanded the world was suddenly blocked and speechless. "It happens again." She glared at Suan fiercely with anger in her eyes. "Your Majesty, how does it taste?" Suan asked expectantly. "It's just barely acceptable." After eating the cake that Suan forced into her, the Empress said this against her will, and then she came back to her senses and glared at Suan. "My dear Lord Su, you were so brave." "Yes, Your Majesty is right. Have another piece." Suan picked up another piece and fed it to the Empress. "I learned to make this specially for Your Majesty." I wonder if it suits your Majesty's taste. The Empress reluctantly ate the second piece. She didn't expect that Shaoanzi had this skill. Lord Su, are you listening to me? Listen, Your Majesty, please continue. Suan nodded very seriously, took off his shoes and climbed onto the phoenix couch. Shaoanzi, what are you going to do? The Empress' pupils suddenly shrank and she no longer cared about being angry at this guy. How dare he climb onto her bed for no reason? Your Majesty, I have found a magical object and I am here to present it to you. However, it will only work if you use massage. Please get in the right position, Your Majesty. Suan flipped his hand and took out a small glass bottle, which was filled with a colorless liquid like water, but if you look closely, you will find that there seems to be a world evolving in the water, giving rise to all kinds of Taoist rhymes and exuding an infinite mysterious aura. Looking at it is like looking up at a sacred mountain standing in the endless void. Fairy level massage oil, extracted from the essence of the Taishu divine flower, supplemented with 18 kinds of precious medicines and the essence and blood of female divine beasts. It has many wonderful uses such as strengthening the body, nourishing qi, and benefiting the spirit, improving understanding, and increasing Taoism. Remember that this product is for external application, not for internal use. This is the prize I won thanks to Sister Hongshao's good luck. Even with the Empress's knowledge, she was stunned for a moment by this small bottle of water. What kind of water is this? Even the Taiyin true water and Xiantian mysterious water, which are hard to find in the world, do not have such a scene. It was not until Suan fiddled with her body and lifted her up that she came to her senses and said angrily, Lord Su, you are so presumptuous. Let me do it myself. After lying down in a prone position, the Empress felt secretly annoyed, her eyes slightly cold. This little Anzi has become more and more outrageous recently. He always commits crimes against his superiors and even has the ability to transform himself into her. If this continues, it will be disastrous. As the Empress of the Shang dynasty, her dignity must not be offended. After Suan finishes the massage, she will find a reason to hang him up and spank him hard. She must let him know who is the older sister. Even his mother couldn't help him this time. Your Majesty, I begin. The black bird robe was pulled up, revealing 2 snow-white, slender legs. The feet were as white as snow, and the 10 toes were delicate and attractive, without the slightest flaw. Suan sat on the Empress's buttocks. Maybe it was because he was familiar with it, so he didn't explain this time and the Empress just accepted it. After applying the fairy-grade massage oil on both hands, I could feel my magic power improving just by the contact of my skin with this magical item. Suan did not delay. He grabbed one of the jade feet with a serious expression, played with it carefully, and started massaging it. His expression was focused, not an inch of skin was missed. Shaoanzi, be gentle. The Empress let out a soft moan. Perhaps because of the massage oil, her skin became extremely sensitive at this moment. She felt as if there was a flash of lightning when she was just lightly touched. Chapter 229. Your Majesty, I didn't see anything. Your Majesty, please be patient. This holy water needs this special method to be better absorbed. Suan made up an excuse without stopping his hands to follow the fragrant and tender jade feet down to the smooth and jade-like thigh roots. Soon the entire thigh was covered with massage oil, and the fair and translucent skin felt moisturized, making people want to taste it. But Suan still did not stop, and his hands repeatedly wandered on the Empress's thigh. Feeling the warm touch on her legs, the Empress couldn't help but close her eyes and clench her fingers. Apart from Shaoanzi, the only one who could receive such an intimate touch was the Queen Mother. Even the Queen Mother had never experienced such an intimate touch until she grew up a little. Shaoanzi, are you ready? She urged. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Repeated massage can promote the absorption of the magic water. Suan's hands changed from rubbing to pinching, and he pinched the roots of the thighs playfully, still with a serious look on his face. Your Majesty's thighs are so fun. Upon hearing this, the Empress could only grit her teeth secretly. At this moment, she actually had a feeling as if she was in the clouds and had a glimpse of the avenue. Gradually, she actually felt that her spiritual power had improved a little. Even my understanding of Tao has improved a little. Finally, Suan seemed tired and put down the thigh that he had played with repeatedly. Before the Empress could breathe a sigh of relief, the other jade foot was picked up again. It took Suan half an hour to complete the massage of the Empress's legs. Next up, Suan sat on the Empress's buttocks, turned around and looked at the Empress's profile. Even from this angle, the Empress's profile is still flawless, with the bones of an immortal emperor, but this face that is both majestic and beautiful now has a hint of blush. Your Majesty, would you like me to help you undress next? Loosen your clothes. The Empress's breath seemed to be disordered for a moment when she heard this, and then she reacted. Do you want to press the top too? In the past, when Shaoanzi gave her massage, he only massaged her thighs at most, but judging from the situation, Shaoanzi now seems to want to help her massage it, but even siblings can't be this close. She subconsciously wanted to refuse.At this time Suan spoke again. Your Majesty, this magic water must be applied all over the body to achieve the greatest effect. Don't give up halfway. He advised earnestly, seeing that the Empress was still hesitating and seemed to be willing to move. Suan was delighted and pretended to be pitiful, lowering his eyes and head, and raised his nose. Hold both hands in front of you, fingers clenched. Sister Roashi, do you dislike me? His voice was a little depressed, but he looked like a poor abandoned little creature. Even though she knew that this guy was probably acting, the Empress still couldn't bear to throw him off her. Oh, that's all. As if she had found an excuse, the Empress sighed softly, her mind moved slightly, and the Suanio imperial robe on her body slid to the side like a curtain of water. This imperial robe is also a top-notch Taoist artifact. It is made of phoenix blood silk and purple cloud mist. It was woven by the top embroiderers in the palace and refined by the Empress Dowager herself, since the purple clouds are top-level spiritual objects created by heaven and earth, and only a small piece of them can be found in the vast sea of clouds. This emperor's robe has the possibility of transforming into a spiritual treasure.It also has many functions, such as being able to remain uncontaminated by pollution, avoiding wind, water, fire, and being immune to all kinds of attacks. Of course, for the Empress, it mainly serves a decorative purpose. After taking off the Suanio emperor's robe, she was left with only a bra and panties on her body. The body is white as mutton fat. Jade was almost completely exposed in front of Suan. Sensing the slightly fiery gaze coming from behind her, the Empress felt a little flustered and comforted herself that this was just for practice. Anyway, when I was a child, Shaoanzi and I secretly ran to the Hualing pool to bathe together. We had seen each other naked a long time ago, so it was nothing. Your Majesty, I am here. Suan's voice was 2 degrees lower than before. The Empress's expression remained calm, even the slight blush on her face had subsided, and she warned, My dear Su, this time is for cultivation, don't let your imagination run wild. After all, he is an emperor, how can he behave like a shameful girl? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I am a righteous person who regards beautiful women as dead bones. I will never have any evil thoughts towards Your Majesty. Suan sat on the Empress's underwear, speaking with certainty and in a high-sounding manner, but his hands were already covering the snow-white waist and back. The peerless beauty is virtuous and genuine, with skin and bones like snow and a spirit like the moon. It tastes snowy, greasy, and crispy when you touch it. There is no greater treasure in the world than this. When you reach your snow-white neck, gently part the hair and apply it finely with your fingers, feeling the big hands playing tricks on her. The Empress suddenly felt that the temperature in the palace had risen a bit, not knowing if it was an illusion. After caressing her back and waist, Suan stood up from the Empress's hips and stood aside. Your Majesty, please turn around. He tried to keep his voice calm. The Empress remained expressionless and turned around silently. The phoenix eyes stared at Shaoanzi, who was sitting on his crotch again. I didn't think anything of it when I was facing away from it, but now that I look at it, it seems awkward no matter how I look at it. As the Empress of the Shang dynasty, with a supreme body, when will anyone be able to sit on her? When their eyes met, Suan was so thick-skinned that he had already developed a lot of skills, and there was no sign of anything unusual on his face. Your Majesty, let me lay hands on you first. He grabbed the Empress's wrist, lifted her arm, and touched it without any hesitation. Under the pretext of massage, Suanming started playing with those slender jade fingers. I even interlocked my hands with those tender little hands. An inexplicable feeling arose spontaneously, and I couldn't help but want to hold on and not let go. It was not until the Empress snorted lightly as a reminder that Suan reluctantly withdrew his hand. The Empress gave Suan a warning look, signaling him not to go too far. Creak. At this moment, the sound of the palace door opening was heard, and a figure in a half-red skirt stepped through the door. Besides Suan, the only others who dared to enter Taiyuan Palace like this were Qingling and Hong Suan, who had just stopped, was about to sit up and continue massaging, but was startled by the sudden sound. His whole body shook, his heart suddenly panicked, his body was unstable and he fell down, his hand unconsciously pressed somewhere. Your Majesty, that guy Shaoanzi has been tied up. Aha! Hong Xiao saw the scene of the man riding on the phoenix couch. Her beautiful mouth opened slightly, which was completely different from what she had expected. Her eyes widened and flashed with excitement. This guy Shaoanzi actually dared to take action. Could it be that His Majesty's wooden head has also come to his senses? Sensing an extremely sharp gaze coming from the phoenix couch, she coughed twice quickly and quietly retracted her body that had been leaning in. Your Majesty, I didn't see anything. Please continue. The palace door closed again with a bang. All of a sudden, the air in the hall seemed to calm down. Chapter 230, I am the monarch and I shall make the final decision. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other for a while, and Suan looked shy. Your Majesty, I didn't mean it. The Empress's eyes were cold, and annoyance flashed in her eyes. Don't let go. This guy not only touched me, he even dared to pinch me. How audacious. How audacious indeed. Oh. Suan quickly pulled his hand away and placed it back on the Empress's lower abdomen, looking embarrassed. Your Majesty, I was flustered and accidentally desecrated the Emperor's body. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. The Empress did not say anything, but her phoenix eyes were filled with awe-inspiring majesty. This time, she was the supreme and inviolable Empress of the Shang dynasty, but she soon realized that this trick had no effect on Suan, whose hands were still wandering over her upper body. A look of helplessness flashed across her eyes, and she reached out and grabbed Suan's wrist. Let's stop here today. Your Majesty. Suan stared at the fairy-grade massage oil. There was still half a bottle left. I'm tired, you go, and we'll talk about the rest next time. A gentle magical power lifted Suan up, and in an instant the Empress put on the Suanio imperial robe again, covering the beautiful scenery. Okay then. Seeing that the Empress had made up her mind, Suan had to put on his shoes again. I have already tested her enough today, pushing Sister Ruwashi's bottom line even lower. Take your time and don't rush. He bowed and prepared to say goodbye, when the Empress's voice sounded again. Lord Su, do you know that someone in the court is impeaching you? Ah. The topic changed quite drastically, immediately pulling Suan away from his memories of Sister Ruwashi Shuizi. His eyes widened, and he flew into a rage. Who was so confused about right and wrong that he actually impeached a loyal minister? The Empress threw a letter over Su and took it and opened it. Without a doubt, it was full of his crimes. Suan, Marquis of Wushuan, is a great traitor. He flatters his superiors and bullies his subordinates, forms cliques for personal gain, embezzles and perverts the law, neglects his duties, abuses his power, and frames loyal officials. He is a great thief of the country. His heart is unpredictable and his crimes are unforgivable. I hope Your Majesty will be close to the wise and stay away from the sycophants, execute this traitor, and restore the purity of the Shang dynasty. Wei Yang, the imperial censor. The handwriting was vigorous and powerful, and it was filled with various examples. It seemed that the author had made sufficient preparations and even had the evidence in place. How can this be possible? It's such nonsense. How dare they slander loyal and good people? I devoted myself to the country, yet I've been slandered by this villain. Suan's face was filled with anger and he was heartbroken that he has killed so many people, yet there are still people who dare to slander him. There are still not enough people imprisoned in the Suaniasi prison. What did he slander you about? The Empress raised her eyebrows and looked at Suan with a smile. Suan's face was full of indignation, and he told me what I had done. Of course it is impossible to say this out loud. Your Majesty, this person fabricated evidence and framed a loyal person. He really has evil intentions. He stamped the memorial and rebuked loudly. The Empress glanced at Suan calmly, and her smile faded. Lord Su, do you know who this person is? Suan frowned slightly and thought for a moment. It seems to be called something. Feed the sheep? This man's name is Wei Yang, and he is one of the censors in your censorate. My dear Lord Su, as a censor, could it be that you don't even recognize your own subordinates? The Empress leaned against the bed with her head in her hands. The slightly charming atmosphere just now had dissipated. So he is from the censorate. I have never seen him before. It is obvious that he despises his superiors and has a rebellious heart. Suan's voice was sonorous and powerful, and he added another crime to the man. In fact, the title of imperial censor was just a title. He was busy practicing the Yin Yang Dao on weekdays and had no time to deal with so many things. The censorate had always been managed by the chief censor. So naturally he had no idea who was in the censorate. Unexpectedly, the person who impeached him was actually his nominal subordinate. He would find this sheep feeder and break his legs when he returned. Okay, go down, you can handle this matter yourself. The empress waved her hand, signaling Suan to leave. Putting the memorial into his pocket, Suan bowed and said, "I'll take my leave." The empress nodded. When he reached the door, Suan turned around and looked. The empress seemed to be staring at the void in front of her eyes, not knowing what she was looking at. "Sister Ruwashi, I'm leaving." The palace door closed. The empress's eyes moved slightly. She sighed and lay down on the bed looking at the area where her heart was. A faint blush appeared on her face again. Xiao Anzi is becoming more and more dishonest. Creak, the palace door opened again, and a woman in a red dress walked in with a smile on her face. "My lord, which bad guy are you thinking of again?" Seeing the smiling Hong Xiao, the empress's face froze. She did not forget that Hong Xiao had seen everything that had just happened. The empress pondered in her heart whether to silence the witness or not. "Which foot did you step in with first?" Hong Xiao was shocked and looked sad. "Your Majesty, are you trying to silence me?" She shuddered and covered her face with her hands. "Why is my life so miserable? I have been with your Majesty for more than 20 years, but today I am going to be killed just because I saw your Majesty and Xiao Anzi having an affair. I feel so miserable." The empress's face darkened. Why do these two people like to act with her? Can't they learn from Qingling and be more honest? Okay, I won't punish you," she said helplessly. "Also, Xiao Anzi and I are not having an affair." Hong Xiao immediately put away her sad expression and showed a peach blossom-like smile. "Thank you for your forgiveness, your Majesty." "I naturally believe what your Majesty said." The empress stared at Hong Xiao. "Really not?" Hong Xiao smiled even more. "I believe it. Xiao Anzi is just giving me a massage." "Oh, massage." Hong Xiao put her hand on her chin, thinking to herself, muttering to herself, "So I have to take off all my clothes for a massage. I've learned something new." The empress narrowed her eyes, a cold light flashed through them, and her fist hardened. "It's just that Xiao Anzi's massage technique is quite special. Why not let the maid give you a massage?" The maid's massage was not comfortable. In fact, except for Suan, the empress had never asked the palace maids to give her a massage, and her understanding of massage was limited to what Suan said. Hong Xiao's eyes turned and the corners of her mouth curled up. "Your Majesty, after all, men and women should not touch each other. Since the palace maids are not comfortable with the massage, why not send a few palace maids to Xiao Anzi to learn the techniques and then come back to massage your Majesty?" The empress's eyes twitched. Why was Hong Xiao so talkative today? "It's not a big deal. The palace maid is dull and I'm afraid she can't learn Xiao Anzi's techniques." "Then Qingling can do it. She is also in the pure yang realm. I suggest letting her learn. It's not like she can't even learn a simple massage, and she, Your suggestion is very good. I suggest you stop making suggestions." The empress lightly pointed her finger, and a magical power sealed Hong Xiao's beautiful mouth. Hong Xiao opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at the empress in disbelief. As if she was accusing something, the empress ignored her and continued to stare blankly into space. She actually had no idea about massage, but for some reason, she disliked Xiao Anzi to give her massages. Half a minute later, Hong Xiao finally broke through the magic power and looked at the empress with resentment in her eyes. "Your Majesty, you are so domineering. It is obvious that your Majesty was not like this before. He is so cute and has no faults except that he likes to bully Xiao Anzi. Could this be the legendary unpredictable emperor's mind? I am the monarch, and I should make decisions on my own." The empress glanced at Hong Xiao and said, "I haven't punished you for trespassing into the palace without permission." "Your Majesty, have you forgotten what you asked me to do?" Hong Xiao was full of grievances, and took out a bundle of ropes in her hand. "Your Majesty, it was you who asked me to find a time to come in and tie up Xiao Anzi." The empress stroked her forehead gently, and then she suddenly remembered the plan she had prepared to beat Xiao Anzi. After being pinched by Xiao Anzi, he was so confused that he forgot to do it. "Your Majesty, you haven't forgotten, have you?" Hong Xiao looked at the empress in amazement. The empress had a blank expression on her face, as if she had everything under control. "Of course not, it's just that the timing is not right today." Seeing that Hong Xiao was about to refute her, she glared at her. Hong Xiao immediately covered her mouth subconsciously. She didn't want to be made mute by the Empress again. Chapter 231, The Incorruptible Lord Su, a Fool? Suen frowned slightly after returning to the Marquis mansion. The news about Wei Yang was quickly investigated. Originally thought that some forces were dissatisfied with him. Who would have thought that he was just an ordinary official from a poor family, graduated from the Confucian Academy of Baichuan Academy, and studied under a great Confucian scholar. By studying hard, delving into the principles of state governance, and practicing Confucian and Taoist literature, he achieved certain results in the literary examination not long ago. Later he was assigned to the censorate and became a 7th-rank imperial censor. Then, the first thing this scholar who had studied hard for more than 20 years did after taking office was to target him as his boss. A letter of impeachment was sent directly to the Empress. It can be said that Wei Yang was a greenhorn, but if he had not conducted a careful investigation, he would never have been able to write that impeachment. No way, he chose the hellish impeachment. Sun has built a good reputation in the imperial capital. Apart from occasionally confiscating property and taking some insignificant spoils, it was impossible for him to actually do anything to harm the Shang dynasty. As for greed for money, what's wrong with being a little greedy? If I don't tell you, you won't know. Doesn't that mean you're not greedy? He is an incorruptible person, Lord Su, but he was impeached even though he earned some pocket money. Is there any justice in this world? After covering Wei Yang's information, Suen thought about it for a while, but did not directly send people to kidnap this moral gentleman and punish him. There will be a court meeting tomorrow. Then we can go and see what kind of person this Wei Yang is. It wasn't a big deal, so Suen quickly put it aside. Lying down on the recliner, a light blue door appeared on the palm of his left hand. This is the innate spiritual treasure given to him by his beloved relative, Brother Chu. It has not yet been refined after being taken away by the Vajra cutter. He injected a magical power into the magic treasure and prepared to refine it. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded, carrying a hint of spiritual longing. Sun's expression changed, and another portal appeared in his hand. This is a pure white door, which looks somewhat similar to the light blue door. It is the Gate of All Wonders given as a friendly gift from the Tian Dao sect, and it is also a world treasure born from this world. The moment the two spiritual treasures appeared at the same time, the light blue door began to tremble violently. The light blue light flickered, as if in fear. The spiritual treasure's body struggled violently and instinctively tried to break away from Sun's palm. The innate spiritual treasures are full of spirituality. Although they have no intelligence, they will instinctively seek good fortune and avoid danger and choose a master that suits them. At this moment, the Tianyu Gate was like Little Red Riding Hood encountering the big bad wolf, and instinctively wanted to escape. The surrounding spiritual energy also began to riot, and the huge force almost broke through Sun's blockade. The innate spiritual treasure itself possesses powerful strength, and it should not be underestimated even if no one is activating it. It is impossible for an ordinary pure Yang realm to imprison an innate spiritual treasure. If it is an innate spiritual treasure with complete intelligence, it can exert power comparable to that of the fairyland or even stronger. But when a divine light flashed from Sun's wrist, the gate of Tianyu clanged, as if it had been knocked unconscious, and became quiet again. He is a spiritual treasure with a strong personality. Looking at the gate of heaven that fell into silence for a short time, Suen smiled faintly. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. He loosened his hand holding the Gate of All Wonders, and instantly the Gate of All Wonders cheered and rushed towards the Gate of Tianyu. The two top spiritual treasures in the world collided with each other in an instant. There was no earth-shattering collapse as imagined. Instead, the pure white light emitted by the Gate of All Wonders wrapped around the light blue door, as if it was eating something. The Gate of All Wonders actually wanted to devour another innate spiritual treasure. Feeling the huge threat, the Gate of Sky began to tremble again, and a light blue light suddenly burst out, but it was too late. The pure white light gradually devoured the light blue light, and with Sun's blessing, the light blue light had almost no power to resist. Gradually, even the Gate of Sky itself was stained white, and the force of resistance was weakened little by little, and was gradually absorbed into the Gate of All Wonders. About an hour later, the isolated and helpless Gate of Sky was finally completely absorbed into the Gate of All Wonders and disappeared without a trace. The fairy light of the Gate of All Wonders became brighter, and the creature lying in Sun's hands showed instinctive joy, as if it had gained great benefits. Its own capabilities have been greatly enhanced, with new functions such as breaking boundaries and anchoring points. As the master of the Gate of All Wonders, Sun can feel the changes in the Gate of All Wonders more clearly compared with the previous one. The small gate has more momentum to suppress everything. At the same time, as long as an anchor point is set up somewhere, Suan can go to that place at will with the help of the Door of All Wonders. If we could set up anchor points in all the states of Dishang, we wouldn't have to suffer the pain of riding on the immortal boat in the future. In addition, there are some more small functions, such as the ability to explore, which can observe the 9 heavens and 10 earths and see everything in the world. Suan's mind moved, and a pure white light curtain appeared in the Gate of All Wonders. Gradually, images appeared on the screen. In an ancient room, a young girl was sitting cross-legged on a cushion with her eyes closed, meditating. The spiritual charm on the body is generated naturally, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth continues. Together in this small body, the incense burner next to it was burning with a faint spiritual fragrance, which could help people become more in tune with heaven and earth and increase the efficiency of their practice. Shi Yun is indeed diligent in his practice. Suan nodded with a smile. With his almost unlimited supply of resources, Tang Shiyun's innate Taoist body progressed extremely quickly and has now reached the late purple mansion stage. The scene changed, and in another room, Yi Liar was lying on the bed with her feet up, studying a book in her hands, looking quite diligent. As the picture zoomed in, the name of the book gradually became clear, The Essence of the Jade Chamber Secret Technique. You can vaguely see strange curves drawn on the pages. Suddenly, Yi Liar seemed to be lost in some fantasy. Her slender and lovely toes slightly bent, and a faint blush appeared on her face unconsciously. Brother and Suan's face turned serious, and he felt very disappointed. This girl, she doesn't practice well, but studies some crooked ways. I will test her next time. The scene changed again. Li Zixuang was reading a book with a calm temperament, Su Shuizhu was practicing sword skills, and her sister-in-law was fiddling with flowers and plants in the backyard. An Ran was also practicing, but now she didn't dare to use her magic casually anymore. Her cultivation had already reached the initial stage of Purple Mansion. The experience of occupying the physical body of a Yuanshan realm cultivator had brought her great benefits, and she encountered almost no bottleneck in her breakthrough. In addition, her samsara disc also seemed to have played a significant role. As a protagonist, her origins are not as ordinary as they seem. What is your majesty doing now? This thought flashed through Suan's mind. As a close and beloved minister, it is normal for me to care about your majesty's health. As a look of intention appeared in his eyes, the scene changed to the imperial palace. The next moment, a shadow of a black bird appeared on the screen with a hint of anger following a cry. The picture suddenly became unstable and turned into a ball of white light again. With the protection of the fortune blackbird, the Gate of All Wonders cannot spy on the imperial palace, at least not with his current level of cultivation. Suan was a little disappointed. She had thought she could secretly observe His Majesty's daily routine. After putting away the magic treasure, he stretched his body and instantly appeared in the backyard. Shi Niangu, who was fiddling with flowers and plants and cultivating her sentiments, seemed unaware until a pair of warm big hands covered her breath. She turned her head in panic and met Suan's evil smile. Sister-in-law, I want to be closer to you. Chapter 232. I impeached the imperial censor Suan. The next day, it was time for the court meeting again. Civil and military officials arrived at Lingxiao Palace early and waited. Suan was standing in the front row, daydreaming, when he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. He turned around and saw a young man who looked straight and righteous. He couldn't help but smile kindly. The young man snorted coldly and cursed in a low voice. Traitor, hypocrite. His voice was very low, but everyone present had some cultivation experience, so even if his voice was as soft as a mosquito's, it was still clear to the ears of the ministers. The huge Lingxiao Palace was silent for a moment. Several officials beside the young man looked at this fool in horror, as if they saw something dirty, and quickly kept a distance from him. That's Wei Yang, right? I heard he's the top scorer in this year's essay test. Fool. How dare he? This guy is risking his life. Even the few people who knew Wei Yang and wanted to strike up a conversation with him immediately gave up the idea. I originally thought he was a talented person, but I didn't expect him to be just a fool. Wei Yang curled his lips, disdaining everyone's reactions, and stood straight by himself. Although he looked aloof, he was actually very happy in his heart. Insult your superior in public and gain 500 points. It turns out that you can earn a lot by scolding that traitor named Su. Ever since he crossed over to this world and obtained the god-level big sprayer system, he began to look for a target. He tried to spray ordinary people, but he could only get a few tenths of a point at a time, which was too inefficient, and you have to make your words meaningful and reasonable to get points. In other words, you can't just spray blindly. But since he submitted an impeachment report against Suan, the system actually directly rewarded him with 2,000 points. His cultivation level was thus raised to the fetal breathing realm. This efficiency was simply too high. How could he miss such a great opportunity to gain points? As for Suan's hatred, he didn't care. It's just a sword of the emperor. When he first ascends the throne, the emperor needs to use this sword to consolidate the situation and eliminate those disobedient officials and the eldest prince's followers. Naturally, this sword is extremely powerful and can be used without restraint, but according to Wei Yang's observation, the situation is now stable and it is almost time to throw away the knife. What's more, this knife has committed many evil deeds. He embezzled hundreds of millions of spirit stones and abused his power for personal gain. He has countless properties under his control, many of which were robbed from officials he persecuted. He also confiscated properties everywhere, making him a cruel official. His excessive killing was a way to seek death. He has compiled all the evidence. Moreover, although the empress did not give any reply to the memorial he submitted last time, isn't this the best reply? He was a 7th-rank censor who severely impeached a 2nd-rank official, but he did not receive any punishment. Doesn't this just show that your majesty is ready to give up this bloodstained knife? Maybe we will see Lord Su suffer a setback at the court meeting today, and by bringing down this traitor, he will naturally become famous and gain a lot of points at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suan narrowed his eyes and looked at the top of Wei Yang's head. A golden glow, a little protagonist, his smile suddenly became gentler. Just play with him for now. Go to court. Following Hong Xiao's loud shout, the empress sat upright on the throne. All the ministers stood still to salute, bowed their heads and chanted, "My emperor will enjoy eternal happiness." The empress had a dignified face, and her phoenix eyes were intimidating without anger. "My dear ministers, please stand up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After the whole set of procedures is completed, the court meeting officially begins. Every court meeting is like a summary, reporting on the situation in each state, policy implementation status, official transfers, etc. As soon as the ministers in the front row finished speaking, a young man in the back couldn't wait to stand up, his eyes sparkling. "Your humble servant Wei Yang, the imperial censor, has a report to submit." "What's the matter?" The empress's eyes swept across Suan and fell on the young man. "I want to impeach the grand censor and the minister of the central secretariat, Lord Su. Wei Yang's voice was sonorous and powerful, as if he carried a sense of righteousness and hated evil. These words were earth-shattering. That handsome face immediately attracted a lot of attention. Wei Yang remained motionless and looked calm. He was actually quite excited as this was his first time meeting the empress. This was a truly peerless beauty, noble and majestic, far surpassing all the women he had ever seen. It even makes it difficult for people to have blasphemous thoughts. Perhaps after I defeat Suan, I may be able to enter the sight of His Majesty, or even. The ministers couldn't help but look at Suan in the front row, but Suan remained indifferent, and instead chuckled and said, The censor has the power to impeach, so Lord Wei can naturally impeach me as well." Wei Yang was not grateful at all and sneered, "Suan is the imperial censor, but he has never performed his duties. This is dereliction of duty. He used the benefits of the Suanio division to frame loyal officials, amass wealth, and embezzled hundreds of millions of spiritual stones. This is corruption and abuse of power. As the minister of the Central Secretariat, all of the above are facts. I hope Your Majesty will understand. According to the laws of the Shang dynasty, with all this evidence, even if Suan was not killed, he would be stripped of his official title and exiled to a deserted state." The empress narrowed her eyes and looked at Suan. "Lord Su, do you have any explanation?" Suan's expression remained normal, as if this wasn't said to him. "Your Majesty, I have nothing to explain." The empress sat up straighter, and Hong Xiao glared at Suan. All the court officials were surprised and confused. Although they knew that these were probably true, did this Marquis Su really not give any explanation at all? The corners of Wei Yang's mouth curled up, as if he had seen Suan fall. He had just gained another 500 points from the impeachment. If he could bring down Suan, he would probably have enough points to advance to the Purple Mansion or even the Life Pill level. But at this time Suan said again, "There is no basis for the slander, why bother explaining?" He turned around with a serious expression. "Whoever advocates must provide evidence." "I would like to ask this Lord Wei if he has any evidence?" "Of course." Wei Yang smiled confidently. If there was no evidence, he would not have presented it directly to the court. After many days of investigation, he had already found out all the evidence of Suan's crimes. Although he only found a superficial part, it was enough to bring down the abandoned Suan. "Your Majesty, my evidence is, Where is my evidence?" Wei Yang's eyes widened and he looked down at his fingers in panic. Where was his storage ring? How come his storage ring was so big, but now it has become an ordinary ring? He squeezed the ring in his hand tightly, trying to use his divine sense to take out the evidence he had painstakingly prepared, but although the ring on his hand looked like a storage ring, it had become an ordinary ring, and no matter how he used his spiritual power to probe it, it was useless. Sweat gradually soaked the clothes on his back and his breathing became heavy. Has Lord Wei found any evidence? Suan raised his eyebrows and asked again. Your Majesty, my evidence may have been left at home. Please give me some time. Wei Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. It was terrifying to think about it. His storage ring had been swapped. What on earth had happened? Suan's eyes were filled with mockery. It's ridiculous to gossip without any evidence. Lord Wei is talking nonsense and showing contempt for the court. What crime should he be punished for? Noticing Suan's eyes, Wei Yang felt extremely angry. It must be this traitor's doing. Although he didn't know how Suan did it, he intuitively felt that Suan must have something to do with it. Chapter 233. Really high. His intuition is very accurate, but unfortunately the court is not a place for intuition. Since there is no evidence, this matter will be dropped. The imperial censor Wei Yang has falsely accused an important official of the court and will be dismissed and fined for half a year. I hope you will take this as a warning. The empress's eyes moved slightly. When she heard the voice beside her ear, a look of helplessness flashed in her eyes, and she changed her words. Then she glanced at Suan imperceptibly. Shaoanzi is really brave. He actually dares to transmit the message in Lingxiao Palace. If it weren't for the fact that the fortune bird was still close to him, he would have been seriously injured by now. Suan looked indifferent. The attitude of the fortune bird was linked to the attitude of the monarch. He knew that Sister Ruwashi would definitely not want him to get hurt. After the court meeting, the empress left with Hongxiao. The officials gradually dispersed, and Wei Yang, who had been a little nervous and frightened, now became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was a minor official of the 7th rank, but he impeached a 2nd-rank official. In the end, His Majesty only fined him for half a year and then let him go. What does this mean? This means that Your Majesty is protecting him, as expected. His Majesty has been dissatisfied with Suan for a long time. It was only because he failed to produce any evidence that we had to let the traitor go for the time being. Wei Yang, who understood the matter, walked out of the hall with full confidence, ready to go back and collect evidence again. The entire court is full of mediocre people who are greedy and unable to see the situation clearly. It is destined that Wei Yang will rise to prominence. With passionate steps, Wei Yang glanced at the ministers with disdain, straightened his official uniform, and walked out of Lingxiao Palace with his head held high. Wei Yang's parents died early, and he was left with only a maid named Xiao Chui and a few servants to take care of him. Having inherited the memories and emotions of his predecessor, he is not afraid of being exposed. I don't know what Xiao Chui is doing now. When he reached the corner of the street, Wei Yang couldn't help rubbing his hands, looking a little impatient. Affairs between young masters and maids have never been uncommon. As early as when the original body was 12 years old, Xiao Chui seduced the original body and took away her virginity. After he traveled through time, he naturally inherited this relationship. Although the maid Xiao Chui's appearance here can only be considered above average, but in her original world she would be a class beauty or a factory beauty, 3 points prettier than the goddess he once licked. For Wei Yang, being able to sleep with such a woman is already a great bargain. After traveling through time, he naturally treated Xiao Chui as his ancestor and took care of her. Not only did he exempt Xiao Chui from all the labor of the maid, he also bought her a large number of clothes and rouge. He took care of her like a young lady and did not regard Xiao Chui as a maid at all. After all, women need to be cared for with care, and it is natural for men to love women. The 2 sentences he said most often on the internet were, no matter how ugly or bad a woman is, there will always be someone who wants her, and it is good enough to be able to marry a woman. The Wei family's old house was already within reach, but Wei Yang suddenly stopped. Wait, that's not right. Looking at the vermilion door, Wei Yang's expression suddenly changed. There is a smell of blood. The strong smell of blood is definitely not caused by killing chickens and fish. He was horrified and took 2 steps forward and pushed the door open. The scene he saw made him freeze in place. There were more than 10 monks wearing Sueniaosi uniforms standing in the yard with grim expressions. All the valuable items in his house were searched out and placed in the yard. Several servants fell in a pool of blood, and even his father's tablet was thrown on the ground at random. The leader was holding a head in his hand, and his figure looked somewhat familiar. His gaze shifted towards the head, his pupils shrank instantly, and his body swayed and he almost lost his balance. There was a gold and jade hairpin inserted in the head. It was the hairpin that I bought for Xiao Chui the day before yesterday. Hey, isn't this Lord Wei? Are you back? Hearing the door opening, Sun turned around and saw the person coming. He couldn't help but smile friendly, as if he was greeting a guest. The head in his hand also revealed its true appearance as Sun turned around. Xiao Chui. A weeping voice sounded, and Wei Yang no longer had any hope. He looked at Sun with red eyes, and was about to rush forward as he gathered his magic power. Su thief, I'll kill you. Bang! Wei Yang paused after receiving a slap in the face. Half of his face was swollen and he felt like his throat was about to be broken. The next moment, he was pinned to the ground by two Suanio division monks. His face was pressed against the bluestone slab, his magic power was sealed, and he was locked in soul shackles, so he couldn't use his fetal breathing skills at all. So this is your mistress. Sun suddenly realized, picked up the head and threw it in front of Wei Yang. Right in front of Wei Yang's face. A pair of dead eyes met Wei Yang's gaze, and the familiar face seemed to still carry some reluctance to death. Wei Yang opened his mouth, his whole body trembled, and he breathed like a cow and shook his head inside. Sir Wei, this woman rushed towards me when she saw me, shouting for mercy, but my men killed her in a fit of rage. I'm really sorry, I'm sorry. Originally, he was planning to keep her to harvest Wei Yang's villain value, but this woman had just committed adultery with a servant, and when she saw Suaniosi coming, she ran over naked and tried to seduce him. It was really disgusting, so he simply killed her with a knife. Ah, you bastard Sun, you will not die well. Wei Yang's eyes were as red as blood, veins popped up on his face, and he wished he could rush up and tear a piece of flesh off Sun. He never thought that he would be retaliated so soon after he impeached Sun in the court. For the first time, he experienced the cruelty of the other world. Lord Wei, please don't worry about what will happen to me. Lord Wei, you should take care of yourself first. Sun walked in front of Wei Yang, looked down at him, and chuckled. Wei Yang, the assistant censor of the Imperial Censorate, accepted bribes from others and embezzled millions of spiritual stones. The evidence is irrefutable. Take him away. Two Suanio division monks immediately lifted Wei Yang up and dragged him out the door. Wei Yang's head was filled with blood, and he struggled to yell, "You bastard, you're talking nonsense. I'm an honest official, how could this be a bribe?" Putting aside the question of whether he has the intention or not, he has only been in office for a few days. How could he possibly receive so much bribe? This son of a bitch is so arrogant that he dares to wrongly accuse an official of the imperial court without any evidence. If I say you have it, and if I don't, you also have it. Sun sneered and waved his hand. A large box fell steadily to the ground, and the spiritual energy of the entire courtyard became more abundant. There were a full 1,000 spirit crystals in it, which amounted to exactly 1,000,000 spirit stones. Despite such blatant slander, the Suanio division monks around were indifferent and looked away as if they didn't see it. Wei Yang's eyes widened with anger, and he felt a chill in his heart. How dare this bastard do that? Who gave him the courage? Isn't he afraid of being held accountable by His Majesty? In a fit of rage, Wei Yang's head tilted and he fainted. It's boring. Take it away. Sun waved his hand. Your Majesty has a glorious and majestic image. It is not appropriate for you to punish Wei Yang. It is better for a traitor like him to do this kind of thing. As soon as they went out, a thin old man in Confucian clothes stopped everyone, looking at Wei Yang with a swollen mouth and bleeding mouth corners. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. The Suanio division is investigating a case. All outsiders, please get out of the way, a cultivator from the Suanio division shouted. The old man stood straight, his eyes as clear as mirrors, which actually made the Suaniosi monk feel a little guilty. Yet he snorted coldly and said, I'm Gu Huai, where is your boss? Call him out. Hearing the old man's name, several Suanio division monks were shocked. The name Gu Huai is well known in the imperial capital. He is a great scholar of the time, specializing in Confucianism and Taoism. He has an amazing literary aura, comparable to the great Chunyang. He is also the vice president of Baichuan Academy. It can be said that he has many students all over the world, and even the Sueño division does not dare to offend him easily. Several Sueño division monks stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. This time a clear voice sounded. Mr. Gu, are you going to hinder my Sueño division from handling the case? Suan walked out and narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the thin old man. Seeing the person coming, Gu Huai's expression changed slightly. He felt very troubled. It turned out to be this person. He cupped his hands and said, "It turns out that it is Lord Su who is here. May I ask, Lord, what crime has this disciple of mine committed? Corruption and bribery, is that enough?" While Suan was speaking, two Sueño division monks came out carrying a box of spirit crystals, and the air was filled with spiritual energy. Gu Huai looked at the box of spiritual crystals and frowned. Lord Su, is there a misunderstanding here? When discussing ambitions with this disciple some time ago, Wei Yang's words touched him deeply. Establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people, inherit the lost knowledge of the past sages, and create peace for all generations. He never believed that the person who could say such words would be a corrupt official who accepted bribes. Moreover, he knew that Wei Yang wanted to bring down Suan, and he suspected that this was Suan's deliberate revenge. If Wei Yang was taken to the prison of Sueño division, he would probably be tortured into confessing something and even die. The last poet he had high hopes for, Chen Feng, who was a once-in-500 years talent, died at the hands of Suan. If he had not received the news too late, he would have tried to save him. There is no misunderstanding. Mr. Gu, please get out of the way, otherwise the swords and knives will not have eyes. Suanshang smiled and drew off the sword of the Sueño monk next to him, pretending to wave it twice. Gu Huai didn't expect Suan to dare to threaten him. Anger appeared on his old face. Suan, are you really going to bend the law like this? As a famous scholar of great reputation, even the heads of aristocratic families had to address him respectfully as master or sir. No one dared to threaten him with a sword. You can't protect the person I want to take away. A flash of knife light passed by. Gu Huai's eyes widened, and he put his hand on his throat, but he didn't feel the wound. The hair on the back of his head fell down completely, and he had a shaved head. Suan put the knife back into the sheath, waved his hand, walked around Gu Huai, and left with Wei Yang. Gu Huai stood where he was, raising and lowering his hand several times, looking at the hair all over the floor, his eyes filled with uncontrollable shock. What a profound spatial method! It seems that many people underestimate this marquis. He took a deep look at Suan's back, then left with a flick of his sleeves. The Sueño monk whose sword was pulled out by Suan held the hilt of the sword in his hand as if he had found a treasure. Looking at Suan beside him, he couldn't help but boldly stepped forward and asked, "My lord, what magical power did you just use?" As a purple mansion cultivator, he didn't understand that move at all. "It's just a little trick," Suan answered casually. After the Gate of All Wonders evolved, his understanding of space also deepened. The knife just now seemed to be chopped towards Gu Huai's neck, but in fact the space in front of the blade had changed, and all the space at the roots of Gu Huai's hair was concentrated on the blade and cut off. If the old guy wasn't chopped off directly, it would have had a bad impact, as it would have been his neck that was cut off. However, Gu Huai should be playing the role of an old grandfather in Wei Yang's place, so I'm afraid he won't give up just like that. His eyes moved slightly, and a message was quietly transmitted to the red spider lily. It didn't take long to get a response. "Sir, a group of Imperial City monks are coming from not far ahead. The leader is at the level of Life Pill Cultivator and is Gu Huai's student." Suan nodded imperceptibly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. What a good old fellow, he actually dares to interfere in his affairs. The Imperial City Bureau was naturally nothing to him and couldn't stop him. But he didn't want to play it that way this time. A weak magical power quietly penetrated into Wei Yang's body, waking him up from his coma. The corners of Suan's mouth curled up slightly. There will be a team of Imperial City monks coming to receive Wei Yang. Just hand him over to them, okay? After waking up, Wei Yang still pretended to be unconscious, and even his stretched arms did not move. "Ah, yes." Although several Sueño division monks were puzzled, they still nodded in obedience. Noticing that Wei Yang's breathing became slightly faster, Suan sneered and kicked Wei Yang in the back. A purple mark penetrated into his body. "This bastard dared to impeach me in front of your majesty, how can I let him off easily? The head of the Imperial City Division is my friend, and he will send someone to pretend to be Wei Yang's senior brother to rescue him. Once Wei Yang leaves with them, there will be evil cultivators causing chaos along the way, and we will take the opportunity to kill this bastard." Those Imperial City Division cultivators will also cooperate with the evil cultivators, so that Wei Yang's death will be an accident and has nothing to do with me. Evil cultivators are those who do not practice magic but who also commit many evil deeds and use cruel methods. As for who is the evil cultivator, naturally the Imperial Court has the final say. Hi, really hi. The monk from Suwanio Division standing by didn't know the truth and gave a thumbs up. Wei Yang, who was being held, was extremely furious when he heard this. This traitor Suwan had absolutely no regard for the law. He even dared to collude with evil cultivators to kill people in the imperial capital. He was even more frightened. If he had not woken up by chance and heard Suwan's plan, he would have probably fallen into his trap. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to think about how to break the impasse. He was anxious, and various methods flashed through his mind, but were rejected one by one. There were too many monks on Suwan's side, and his strength was sealed, so there was no possibility of escape. Not long after, a team of Imperial City monks appeared blocking the way ahead. The leader was a middle-aged man with a somewhat fierce aura. Lord Su, Wei Yang is involved in a major case, and our Imperial City Division needs to take him back for investigation. The middle-aged man stood in front of Suwan with an expressionless face. Suwan stared at the man for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. I am in a good mood today, so I will give you a favor and release him. I haven't finished coding yet, there's still a party to go. Chapter 234. There is a Su Qingtian in the capital. The two Suwanio Division monks received the order, untied the soul-locking shackles, and violently threw Wei Yang forward like a dead dog. The middle-aged man quickly reached out and took Wei Yang into his arms, looking at Suwan with a look of surprise and doubt. Didn't the teacher say that if there are difficulties, then help him if you can, but if you can't, find another way? Why did Lord Su agree so readily? I can't fix it for him. Seeing this, several monks from the Imperial City Department relaxed and decided not to take any action. If the boss hadn't insisted, they really wouldn't want to get involved. Suwan walked up to the middle-aged man, his face calm. Okay, I'll give him to you. Tell your boss that the Japanese marquis invited him to have tea. I will. The middle-aged man's attitude softened a little and he nodded in response. No matter what, the person was rescued according to the teacher's instructions. He believed in his teacher's judgment and believed that this junior fellow student would not be a corrupt person. Take him to the Imperial City prison and take care of him for a while, and then find a reason to release him. After watching Suwan and others leave, the middle-aged man looked at Wei Yang in his arms and injected a stream of magic power into the body of this junior brother, breaking the seal in his body. Wei Yang then slowly woke up, stood up, and looked around with hazy eyes. What am I doing? Brother, come with me. The middle-aged man patted Wei Yang on the shoulder and straightened his clothes. Junior brother? Wei Yang raised his head doubtfully, looking at the fierce face of the middle-aged man, sneering in his heart. He looks ferocious and dares to pretend to be the teacher's disciple. Suwan didn't know how to find a good actor. If you have doubts in your heart, naturally everything you see will be wrong. The middle-aged man nodded, and forced a smile on his fierce face, and said in a muffled voice, I am also a disciple of Mr. Gu Huai. My name is Xiong Gang, you can call me senior brother, and from now on, I will have to inconvenience you to stay in my Imperial City Division for a while. Let's go. I'll explain it to you slowly on the way. Senior brother Xiong. Wei Yang called out, followed Xiong Gang's steps, and chatted with Xiong Gang casually. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, and he secretly summoned his magic power, thinking about ways to escape. He had finally gotten a chance to live again. He couldn't just die like this, and there is that thief Suwan. He wants revenge for Xiao Chui, but Xiong Gang's life-saving elixir cultivation level is not so easy to deal with. Suddenly, a monk from the Imperial City rushed past in front with an anxious look on his face. Wei Yang immediately became alert. Xiong Gang frowned and called out to the man, What do you do? When the monk saw Xiong Gang, he immediately stopped and bowed respectfully, saying, Sir, there are evil cultivators causing trouble on East Street. We are no match for them for the time being. The captain sent me to seek support. Evil cultivator? Xiong Gang's face became even more ferocious, and he slapped his thigh. Damn it, you dare to cause trouble in my jurisdiction. Junior brother, you go back to the Imperial City Division with them first, and I will go over there to check out the situation. He slapped Wei Yang on the shoulder with one hand, and the powerful blow almost caused internal injuries to Wei Yang. Okay, senior brother, be careful. Wei Yang endured the pain in his shoulder. A look of joy flashed in his heart. Evil cultivator, how could it be such a coincidence? I'm afraid it's natural for Xiong Gang to leave, and then let that evil cultivator kill him, but it's good too. This guy's departure also gives me a chance. Xiong Gang followed the monk from the Imperial City Division and flew towards East Street, while Wei Yang glanced back imperceptibly. Although there are 2 Purple Mansion Realm cultivators among the remaining Imperial City monks, he may still be able to escape. That person should never, ever lift the seal on himself just to gain his trust. He, Wei Yang, is not an ordinary fetal breathing cultivator. Looking at the remaining 500 points on the panel, I opened the system mall, which contained mostly some magic skills. Wei Yang quickly found what he wanted. He thought about it and bought the Magic Wind and Cloud Tour, spending 200 points. The remaining 300 points instantly brought Feng Yunyu to great success. Countless insights appeared in his mind, and in an instant he felt his whole body lighten, as if he was blending into the world like a breeze. Master Wei, please come with us. A monk from the Imperial City Division stepped forward and spoke to Wei Yang in a very polite manner. This person is Lord Xiong Gang's junior fellow apprentice, so he naturally cannot be treated as a criminal. Wei Yang also responded with a smile, and then suddenly jumped up. The long-awaited palm strike was thrown out, and the defenseless Imperial City monk's eyes bulged out, his chest collapsed, and he was seriously injured. Before others could react, Wei Yang's body lightened and merged into the breeze, and he fled without any hesitation. In a flash, he disappeared and not good. The expressions of the remaining monks from the Imperial City Division changed. He wanted to chase him, but he could no longer find any trace of Wei Yang. It's over. Their faces turned pale. This was the person they had snatched from the Suanio Division. If he ran away now, they would all be implicated. The next day, Wei Yang was wanted by the court for fleeing for fear of crime, and the evidence that was originally questionable was directly identified as true. The most important thing is that he ran away, but he ran away on the way to the prison after being snatched away from the Suanio Division by the Imperial City Division. As a result, some people from the Imperial City Bureau also suffered. It is too suspicious that a mere civil servant in the fetal breathing realm escaped from a group of Imperial City monks, and even a life pill monk. If the Imperial City Bureau doesn't take the blame, who will? This huge shitpot has been put directly on my head. There were also many witnesses who saw Xiong Gang, an official from the Imperial City Division who was escorting Wei Yang, untying the prisoner's restraints and putting his arm around his shoulder, as if they had some kind of special relationship. But halfway through the escort, Xiong Gang deliberately left for a while. There are even photo stones leaked, and no one knows who recorded them out of boredom. But the situation is getting worse and worse. Logically speaking, the chief of the Imperial City Division should have taken action to suppress the matter, but this time, after knowing what happened, the chief of the Imperial City Division chose to practice in seclusion. As a result, the several monks from the Imperial City who escorted Wei Yang were taken away for interrogation, and they immediately gave away their superior Xiong Gang. As the saying goes, it is better to let my fellow Taoists die than to let myself die. Besides, it was really Xiong Gang's fault. Xiong Gang's official career has come to an end, and he might even face imprisonment. Later, someone dug up the fact that the great scholar Gu Huai had tried to rescue Wei Yang. Xiong Gang and Wei Yang were both disciples of the great scholar Gu Huai, and it was Gu Huai who asked Xiong Gang to rescue Wei Yang. This time the fire directly burned this great scholar who enjoyed a good reputation. Due to the intentional or unintentional propaganda of a certain dark hand, the reputation of this great scholar Gu plummeted. Oh, you really think it's so easy to be an old man? Suan stroked Yi Liar in his arms and sneered. He rescued people from his hands without even considering whether he had the ability to do so. Let the people from Bianhua disguise themselves as Wei Yang and kill a few people. Let's take Wang Dagong and the others. They've been locked up long enough. Let them out and make some use of them. Thinking of a certain master in his mind, Suan decided to send him to accompany the little punk. Yes. Higanbana responded and went down to make arrangements. In a dark corner somewhere in the imperial capital, a young man with disheveled hair was looking at the official newspaper in his hands. His hands were shaking. This is none other than Wei Yang, who escaped from the Imperial City Division. Now he doesn't know that he has fallen into Suan's trap and has harmed his teacher and senior brother. You bastard, I can't stand with you. He crumpled the newspaper in his hand into a ball, clenched his hands, and swore secretly in his heart. Bang! Wei Yang fell to the ground. A woman in a black robe and with an ordinary face walked out from the darkness, skillfully blocked Wei Yang's strength, and then gave him 3 different kinds of drugs. Then she carried Wei Yang and disappeared into the darkness. A few more days passed, and the Imperial City Division was in a state of panic. Wei Yang had killed 4 people in the imperial capital, committing a serious crime. One of them is a master of some kind of cultivation theory, and the remaining 3 are 3 young students from the Green Monster Academy. Wei Yang, who committed such a serious crime in the imperial capital, was directly defined as an evil cultivator. Gu Huai, Wei Yang's teacher, was forced to resign from the position of vice president of Baichuan Academy under heavy pressure and almost lost his reputation in his later years. In the end, it was Lord Su, who hated evil, who took action and captured the evil villain and brought him back to the Sueniasi prison, thus maintaining peace in the imperial capital. Some people with bad intentions even gave him the name Su Qingtian. When Wei Yang woke up again, he was in a dark cell. The cell was dark. With only a dim lamp-shaped magic weapon emitting a faint light, he covered his aching head and sat up in confusion, his hands on the wall. The walls were made of black gold and dark iron, cold and hard. There was only an iron door in the front, which made it look like a prison cell. He tried to circulate his magic power, but his body felt silent and his strength was sealed again. Wei Yang's heart sank. Boom boom. He knocked on the iron door and shouted, "Is anyone there?" Bang! "Why are you screaming? If you scream again, I'll punish you severely." Impatient curses came from outside. Wei Yang stopped, his heart already chilled. It was confirmed that he was now in the prison of Suenio Division. If I fall into Suen's hands, there will be no way for me to survive. He squatted down and sat in the corner, his mind flashing wildly, trying to find a way to survive. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw system. "Ding! The god-level big spray system is at your service. System, save me. As long as I escape and expose Suen's conspiracy to His Majesty, I can defeat this bastard, and my teacher and senior brothers can also restore their reputations. Insufficient points. Please get points first." The number of points on the system panel was a big 0. In order to escape from the Imperial City Division, Wei Yang had already spent all the remaining points. "Fuck, where can I get points for you?" Wei Yang punched the floor and cursed, "I'm the only one in this room, who should I blame?" The guard outside didn't even know his identity, so how could he criticize him so meaningfully and reasonably? Besides, even if you criticize this petty official for a whole year, you probably won't earn 500 points. The system was silent for a while, and just when Wei Yang was about to despair, the mechanical voice came again. Ding! The host's environment has been detected. The system is automatically updating. Please wait. Updating. Update completed. The posthumous immortality system is at your service. Click to view the introduction. System for becoming an immortal after death. Wei Yang sat up, his eyes suddenly lighting up. When I clicked on the system introduction, a stream of information immediately flowed into my mind. The so-called posthumous immortality system means that as long as the host dies, he can obtain the ultimate reward, ascend to heaven, and become a virtual immortal giant, overlooking the ages, with boundless magic power and infinite divine power. Wei Yang was extremely satisfied after seeing this introduction. You can become an immortal after you die, which is much faster than complaining to others. When I become an immortal, I can deal with Suen in minutes. I want to become an immortal without sacrificing my child. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he had already made up his mind. After preparing himself mentally, he resolutely closed his eyes and rushed headfirst towards the wall made of black gold and black iron. Ding! Warning! 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 Only homicide is allowed. Suicide does not count. The system's prompts continue to sound, even with a few barely detectable emotions. Wei Yang opened his eyes, pushed his feet, pushed his hands forward, and slammed the brakes. "System, damn, you almost killed me." He sat down on the ground with lingering fear, looked at the black gold and black iron wall that was so close to him, and took a few steps back. If he hadn't braked in time, his death would have been in vain. Ding! You can only become an immortal by dying by being killed. You cannot commit suicide by any method. The system reminds again. Wei Yang's face turned grim. Isn't it just murder? He looked out the door. It was not easy to die. There are still about 2,000 words left. I will continue to make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 235. The sky is anxious. It is anxious with the national quintessence brewing in his mind. Wei Yang was about to speak. Bang! The heavy iron door was opened. The bright white light shone in from outside, causing Wei Yang in the dim cell to squint uncomfortably. A figure stood at the door, blocking the light. Be in the light, facing the darkness. It's Suen. Anger flashed in Wei Yang's eyes. Now he still remembers Xiao Chui's dead eyes and the reputation of his teacher being insulted and slandered by the world. It was this traitor who confused right and wrong and caused him to end up like this. Lord Wei looks well. Suen looked at Wei Yang with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Wei Yang looked like he was very confident. Besides being angry, it was as if he was hiding some hidden card, without any trace of the dejection of a prisoner. But his teachers and fellow brothers are already busy taking care of themselves, so who can come and save him? Could it be there was a hint of darkness in his eyes, which was difficult to see clearly in the backlight environment. "Ah, traitor, evil villain, dog thief." Wei Yang sneered and cursed without any scruples. "The righteousness of heaven and earth will last forever. Even if you kill me today, there will be thousands of me in the future to defeat you, a treacherous villain." He cursed happily, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Are you angry? Come on, kill me, if you have the guts, just kill me." He couldn't wait to become an immortal. "Really?" Suan walked slowly into the cell, holding a long knife with a cold glow in his hand. The blade was like a silver moon, exuding a strong bloody smell, which made people shudder at the sight. He held his long sword horizontally, his eyes cold. "Then I will satisfy you." Wei Yang was delighted. "Great! This guy really couldn't help himself." He stiffened his neck to make it easier for the knife to chop, and his face was still righteous. "Although I die today, I die for the Shang dynasty, and die for the righteousness of the Shang dynasty. You, the traitor, will be infamous for eternity." The long sword in Suan's hand glowed even colder. Swish, the knife flashed. Wei Yang closed his eyes and waited for death to come. "Today, Wei Yang will ascend to heaven in broad daylight, suppress the world for all eternity, and be the only one who reigns supreme in heaven and on earth." 1 second. 2 seconds, there was no pain, only deathly silence. This death, a breeze blew in from outside the iron gate and hit Wei Yang's skin. He tried to feel the power in his body, but didn't see any changes. Didn't it say that one could become an immortal after death? When he opened his eyes, he saw that the long knife stopped less than half an inch in front of his neck. Suan in front of him looked at him with a smile. "Cut it, chop it." Wei Yang cursed in his heart. "Why the hell don't you cut it? You seem to want to die." Suan stared at Wei Yang, his eyes seemed to see through him. "What can you get if I kill you?" Bang! It was as if a huge hammer hit his heart. Wei Yang raised his head and looked at Suan in a daze. His pupils shrank sharply and horror almost overflowed from his eyes. It felt like one's little secret was exposed, or like one's perfect plan had been shattered. He was extremely panicked for a moment. What are you talking about?" "Ha, if you want to kill me, just kill me." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wei Yang turned his head away, forcibly maintaining his persona, with cold sweat breaking out on his back. How could it be possible? How could a mere native give me the feeling that he was completely seen through? He now regretted making an enemy of Suan. If I hadn't chosen him as my target in the beginning, would the situation now be completely different? Swish, as the long sword chopped down, Wei Yang felt a pain beside his head. An ear was chopped off along with a small piece of flesh, falling to the ground and covered with dust. Ugh. Ears, my ears. Severe pain then spread into his mind, causing Wei Yang to collapse to the ground instantly. With one hand covering his bleeding face, his whole body was shaking and he was crying out in pain. "Want to die? I will make you live a life worse than death." Suan looked at Wei Yang coldly. As a protagonist, would he be so loyal to the Shang dynasty and ready to face death? He is an unbeliever. If my guess is correct, Wei Yang's golden finger might also be a system. The reason why Wei Yang wanted to die so much might be because something unexpected happened to his system. Apart from this, Suan really couldn't figure out what else could give Wei Yang confidence. Just as I was thinking this, the voice of the small system suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding, low-level genuine system detected. God-level big sprayer system. An abnormal virus has been implanted into this system. Please be cautious when handling it. It was the same mechanical female voice as always, but it was less cold. This was the first time the small system took the initiative to remind her. Low-level genuine system, abnormal virus? Hearing these two words, Suan frowned and glanced at Wei Yang, who was still screaming in pain on the ground. The systems he had encountered before, such as the diary system and the system of having many children in good fortune, were essentially systems transformed from spiritual treasures and were regarded as beggar version man-made systems. However, this system was rated as a genuine system by the small system. Then why is Wei Yang's luck as the protagonist not even as good as Shin Kaishin's? Suan frowned and asked, "Tonzi, what is the abnormal virus?" I thought I wouldn't get an answer, but soon Tonzi's voice sounded again. Analysis in progress. The basic rules of the system have been detected. If the host is killed by others, the system emergency mechanism can be triggered to take over the host's body. The incomplete Hadao, Daogui realm, being in a bad situation, is invading the system with consciousness. It is inferred that after the protagonist dies, the consciousness of the incomplete Hedoist will temporarily take over this body through the rules of this system. The strength is at the virtual fairyland. Please be cautious in dealing with it. The incomplete one, this word echoed in Suen's mind, and his eyes lit up. This description alone reveals a lot of information. He glanced upwards inconspicuously, and saw the dark ceiling above. Many things were connected in a flash. Wei Yang's protagonist does not have strong luck, because he is just a chess piece, and even a chess piece that was deliberately sent to him to be killed. As for why he had to be killed here, instead of just throwing it into a corner or a mountain to let it fend for itself, even without the system, Wei Yang himself is still a protagonist. Looking at the golden luck above Wei Yang's head, Suen had more thoughts in his mind. Tongzi, does your system industry have any requirements for the selection of hosts? Low-level systems only choose people with great luck as hosts. Sure enough. A look of enlightenment flashed in Suen's eyes. Turn misfortune into good fortune and turn disaster into blessing. These are standard for the protagonist. Just like in Ran, she was just coerced by his system, but even without the system, Ran would still be the protagonist. But she might take a completely different protagonist route, and he has the aura of a villain, which allows him to ignore the hindrance of the protagonist's aura and kill the protagonist, triggering the basic rules of this system. In order to make it easier for him to kill him, the protagonist's luck is very low, almost the same as the former eunuch protagonist. If he really did what he usually did, he would torture Wei Yang and then kill him. Then some old pervert could naturally take over Wei Yang's body and interfere with the world. I remember Sister Ruashi is about to break through to the spiritual realm. Suen pondered for a moment, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. The sky is anxious. It's anxious. At this time, Wei Yang had barely recovered from the pain. Looking at Suen's frightened face, he had completely forgotten all the insults that had come to his mind. Even after death you can become an immortal. This guy really knows how to take action, but he didn't kill himself. He just tortured himself. As a person who came from a peaceful era and lived a life of luxury, he did not dare to provoke Suen again. Someone come here. Suen shouted. 2 jailers from the Suanio division walked in. My lord. Suen pointed at Wei Yang and smiled, like the sunshine in early spring. Chop off this man's limbs, dig out his eyes, and disable his ears so that he can't see or hear. Then pour a mute drug down his throat, cut off his tongue, so that he can't speak, shave off all his hair, make him into a pig, and throw him into the toilet to be punished. Hiss. The 2 jailers from the Suanio division took a deep breath when they heard this and lowered their heads even lower. As you command, my lord. There are indeed many ways to torture people in the Suanio prison, even to torture the soul, but that is only temporary torture, and from what the Marquis said, he wants to torture this man for the rest of his life. Wei Yang was stunned for a long time and his expression changed drastically. Human pig. They are going to turn him into a human pig whose life is worse than death. His heart began to tremble violently, and boundless fear seemed to turn into a tide and drown him. No, Suen, I won't go against you. He didn't care about the bloody left side of his face, and crawled to Suen using his hands and feet, reaching out to hug Suen's thigh. Then he was kicked away by Suen, who was disgusted with him, but now he seemed to feel no pain, and he got up again and looked at Suen with pleading eyes. Forgive me, I am willing to be your slave. I know a lot of things. Woof woof. I can be your dog, spare me, he said incoherently. Faced with such punishment, he threw aside all thoughts about his teacher, righteousness, and revenge. He even didn't dare to think about becoming an immortal now. He just hoped not to be turned into a human pig. Suen raised his eyebrows, and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't be silly, Lord Wei, I said I won't kill you. Then, as if remembering something, he said playfully, by the way, you are now at the stage of fetal breathing cultivation, so it should not be a problem for you to live another 100 years, so enjoy your future life. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the cell. No, please, Wei Yang wanted to rush over to beg Suen for mercy, but was immediately pinned to the ground by 2 jailers, unable to move. Suen turned around and ignored Wei Yang's pleading. He reminded the jailer, remember not to let him die. Yes. The 2 jailers responded respectfully, and now they were in awe of Lord Su to the extreme. Suen nodded and left with satisfaction. Su is a kind-hearted person who never indulges in bloodshed. For example, after Chuyi's death, Shen Kaishan was merely captured and brought back to Huan Yue Pavilion to continue to be squeezed out of the remaining villain value. Wei Yang is no exception. Leeks will only grow well if they are placed in a manure pit. After thinking for a while, he took out a diary and wrote a line. Wei Yang cannot be killed by him. After taking precautions, Suen asked Bianhua to send a subordinate to guard the Suaniasi prison to monitor Wei Yang's life. Considering the working environment, Suen thought for a moment and then said, triple the salary of that member. Yes, my lord. Chapter 236 Qingling's killing intention. After dealing with Wei Yang, Suan did not return to the Marquis Mansion, but went straight to the palace. Today, the doors of the Taiyuan Palace are closed, all kinds of formations are activated, and the Black Bird of Fortune is hovering above. Teams of guards were standing guard outside. In front of the hall were Qingling, Hongxiao, and an old woman with a kind face. Master Ling, Sister Qingling, Sister Hongxiao. Suan greeted a few people and then looked into the hall. Is His Majesty in seclusion? Hongxiao sighed. Your Majesty has found an opportunity for a breakthrough. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to break through. Your Majesty broke through the Soul Realm at the age of 20. Your Majesty's talent is unprecedented. If His Majesty had not been someone she had watched grow up, she would probably be jealous. Then Hongxiao turned her eyes, hugged Suan's shoulders and pulled him into her arms, her eyebrows curved and her face smiling as she said, Little Anzi, His Majesty is in seclusion now, you can't take advantage of him, how about I lend Qingling to you first? Sister Hongxiao. Qingling's embarrassed and angry voice sounded behind her, and her hand holding the hilt of the sword tightened unexpectedly. Hongxiao waved her hand and took Qingling into her arms, looking at her teasingly. Hee, little Qingling, don't be angry, don't you want to play with Xiaoanzi? Don't you want to see him being shy under you? Don't want to, ah ha ha ha, stop it. Before she finished a round of parallel sentences, she felt an itchy feeling coming from her armpits. It turned out that Suan was tickling her. Qingling on the other side saw Suan's actions, and after a little hesitation, she resolutely chose to imitate him. The two men held Hongxiao's hands, preventing her from breaking free. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qingling, stop it now, ha ha ha. I'm just thinking about your future happiness, ha ha ha. Hongxiao laughed while speaking, her arms struggling. The skin under her armpits was extremely sensitive, and unless she suppressed it deliberately, it would become her laughing spot. Ha ha ha, is it okay if I don't say anything? I definitely won't tell anyone that you were secretly watching Xiao Huang, ha ha. Qingling, who was originally about to stop, turned face dark, determination appeared in his eyes, and he immediately increased his strength. It turned out that Sister Hongxiao could not be let off easily with the isolation of the formation. The voices of several people did not disturb Suruwashi's breakthrough. The old woman standing by watched the three people fighting, and a hint of nostalgia appeared on her face. It's good to be young. When she was 500 years old, she achieved the state of a primordial spirit and traveled around the world with high spirits. She was once called the Fairy of Spiritual Tribulation, and her fame spread far and wide. She also made a few good friends. It's a pity that we are all old now, but if a cultivator in the Yuanshan realm wants to, he can naturally maintain his youthful appearance. It's just that her heart has grown old, and her appearance has grown old as well. Your Majesty's retreat cannot be ended in a short period of time. Suan stayed in front of Taiyuan Palace for a while, played around with Sister Hongxiao and the others, and then went to Sinang Palace. Go see the Queen Mother first. As soon as Suan left, Hongxiao pulled Qingling aside. After looking around, he took out a jade bottle from his arms mysteriously. Qingling moved aside, her eyes showing vigilance. Sister Hongxiao, what are you going to do? Hongxiao glanced at the distance between them and said unhappily, why are you hiding so far away? Can I harm you? Qingling hesitated for a moment and nodded in confirmation. Hongxiao couldn't help but roll her eyes and tapped Qingling's head. You are being taken for granted. I have something good in mind for you. After forcefully pulling Qingling to her side, Hongxiao opened the jade bottle. There are a few milky white pills inside. It looks round and crystal clear, and has a fresh fragrance. She carefully poured out a pill, placed it in Qingling's hand, and whispered, this is a holy medicine for cultivation. Consider it my apology for what I just did. What kind of medicine is this? Qingling frowned, looking puzzled. She had seen quite a few medicinal pills before, but this one was really strange. I just feel that the smell above is somewhat similar to Xiaoanzi's, Hongxiao explained. This is called Yuya pill, and it is a precious pill used to improve cultivation and aptitude. Then why don't you eat? Qingling looked at Hongxiao suspiciously, her icy face showing a bit of scrutiny. Hongxiao's face froze. Seeing Qingling's suspicious look, she had no choice but to pour out another jade liquid pill from the jade bottle. Eat, why not eat? I just can't bear to part with it. There are only a few of them. She made up her mind and put the pill in her hand into her mouth in front of Qingling. I've already eaten it once, so what's the harm in eating it a second time? The pill turned into a milky white liquid and slid down her throat. The warm energy moisturized her body, and she involuntarily thought of Xiaoanzi's appearance. Seeing Hongxiao setting an example, Qingling's doubts were relieved. Although Hongxiao liked to play tricks on her occasionally, overall she was very nice to her and would never really harm her. Looking at the fragrant pill in her hand, she opened her red lips and slightly opened her pearly teeth. The milky white pill fell onto that fragrant tongue. A gentle energy spread out, and it was just as Hongxiao said, it was a precious elixir that could improve cultivation and aptitude. After she came out of seclusion, her cultivation stabilized and improved a little bit. Her limbs and bones felt warm, as if she was soaking in a hot spring. After opening her eyes, Qingling's cold eyes showed some emotion. Sister Hongxiao, I misunderstood you. But Hongxiao covered her mouth and laughed. Ha, Xiao Qingling, you have fallen into the trap. She raised her eyebrows, leaned close to Qingling's ear, and whispered softly, this pill is actually made of that kind of thing. Clang! The atmosphere on the field suddenly changed. Qingling drew his sword and stood up with murderous intent on his face. The sharp sword intent made Hongxiao feel a tingling sensation all over her body, as if she was going to be chopped into 8 pieces at any time. Qingling really wanted to kill her. She stood up quickly. Hey, wait, Xiao Qingling, I haven't finished talking yet. This is made with Xiaoanzi's. The murderous intent dissipated with the wind, and Qingling regained her cold expression. There was just a little more blush on the earlobe. Sister Hongxiao, please finish speaking at once next time. I don't know if she was embarrassed, but after she said this, she turned around and walked quickly towards the palace entrance. When she heard that it came from Xiaoanzi, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt a faint sense of joy, as if the distance between him and Xiaoanzi had shortened. Looking at Qingling's back, Hongxiao rubbed her head, revealing a motherly expression. Why are your progress so slow? If I don't give you a push, how long will you get? Xiaoanzi has several children at home, and Sword Fairy Sister has already released 3 die. In the end, these people were still slow. Do I have to do it myself? Chapter 237 Thunder Dragon Blackbird, Strange Portal. After breaking through her primordial spirit, the Queen Mother's painting skills improved further. Every stroke seems to have divine charm. With just a thought, it is not difficult to transform into Ma Liang, the magic painter. But at this moment, the rice paper in front of me was empty. She held the paintbrush, but her mind was on the Taiyuan Hall. It was not until Suan walked in that she came to her senses and put down the paintbrush. Honor, you're here. Suan moved a chair and sat next to the Queen Mother. Knowing her worries, he comforted her. Mother, Sister Ruwashi is a genius, she will be fine. With the Empress's talent, she is 99% sure, if not 100%, so there is basically no chance of accidents. I know. The Queen Mother looked at the concern on Suan's face and a smile appeared on her elegant face, but the hint of worry could not be wiped away from his brows. When the late emperor made the breakthrough, no one had ever expected that an accident would happen. She did not have a deep relationship with the late emperor, and their marriage was a political one. When she learned of the late emperor's death, she only felt a little regretful, but Su Ruwashi was her only daughter. How could she not care? Suan stopped talking and his eyes drifted towards the direction of Taiyuan Palace. Under normal circumstances, Sister Ruwashi's breakthrough would be a natural outcome, but if some bastard is doing something tricky, it may not be the case. Wei Yang had been turned into a human pig by himself, so it was impossible for him to descend to the world through another body. The Shang dynasty had already taken precautions against what the previous emperor had experienced. The formation in Taiyuan Palace is based on 5 spiritual treasures and pursues the ultimate protection, which can even block attacks and curses from the ultimate level of the soul. When fully opened, the cost per day would be as high as tens of millions of spirit stones, and opening it for a few days would be enough to bankrupt a large family, with the lucky black bird guarding at all times. The power of luck is highly concentrated, so even if the same curse comes again it will be of no use. This was all proven by the late emperor at his own risk. I just don't know if that heaven has any other means. Thinking about this, he decided to transfer Shangnan to the palace as well. Time flies and 2 months have passed. In the past 2 months, except for occasionally returning to the Marquis Mansion, Suan stayed in the palace to accompany his mother or guard in front of Taiyuan Palace. At night, I would find a palace to practice. He also became the only man who stayed overnight in the palace after the Empress came to power, but the small goal of sleeping on the phoenix bed at night has not been achieved. As time passed, the atmosphere in the Taiyuan Hall became increasingly quiet, but the black bird of luck in the hall became increasingly energetic, as if it was about to spread its wings and fly away at any time, until there was a loud bang, thunder in the daytime, and the sky quickly darkened. Everyone looked up and saw that dark clouds were suddenly gathering above the imperial palace. The sky of the entire imperial capital darkened at this moment. It was as if a huge hand had enveloped the imperial capital in darkness, covering the eternal sky. The dark clouds are like iron, and silver snakes are dancing wildly. Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed as if a will had descended from nowhere. Chirp! The shadow of the lucky blackbird suddenly let out a cry towards the sky. The momentum in the hall began to rise. The Empress is about to break through. Boom! A purple-blue lightning condensed and suddenly smashed towards Taiyuan Palace. This bolt of lightning is almost as powerful as an ordinary attack from the soul. Fortunately, the defense of the formation was extremely strong, and even such thunder could not shake it at all. But this is just a test. Immediately afterwards, the thunder in the sky fell towards Taiyuan Palace like raindrops. 18 consecutive thunders, from purple-blue to purple-black, almost without interruption, seemed to be about to destroy the imperial capital. The strong destructive force is enough to make people tremble with fear. After receiving these 18 thunders, even the extremely solid formation began to tremble slightly. The sky seemed to be enraged. With the dark clouds rolling and surging furiously, the lightning snakes merged together, intertwined and entangled with each other, and turned into a huge thunder dragon that swooped down. The thunder dragon roared silently, and just the slight destructive power emanating from its body caused the surrounding space to be annihilated inch by inch. Even Elder Ling's expression changed slightly when she saw the thunder dragon, and she couldn't help but stand up straight. This thunder made her feel a fatal threat. In ancient times, the world was in good order, and cultivators who tried to break through their spiritual realms would face thunder tribulations. However, even the thunder tribulations of the primordial spirit recorded in ancient history were not as terrifying as this. He even surpassed the ultimate level of the primordial spirit and was close to becoming an immortal. Clang clang! Infinite divine light burst out from the body of the lucky blackbird, and every feather contained terrifying divine power. It flew up from the top of the palace and rushed towards the thunder dragon without showing any weakness. For a moment, lightning flashed everywhere and birds chirped to the sky. Rays of divine light exploded, black thunder flashed wildly, and the thunder dragon was defeated by the blackbird. Suddenly, something strange happened. A huge mysterious portal appeared in midair, almost covering half of the sky. Chaotic air currents flowed, and an aura that was incompatible with the world emanated from it. It's open. A new world, first come first served. Conquer! Conquer! I will go first. An ancient warship shaped like a ferry boat flew out of the portal, engraved with ancient formations and divine prohibitions, like a small continent. A number of monks in armor and armed with sharp weapons stood above, and each of them had an aura no less than that of the Purple Mansion realm. A bloody aura rushed towards them, making one know at a glance that they were an elite army. In the middle sat a figure as majestic as a mountain, with an aura as deep and silent as the abyss, unfathomable, and he was actually a powerful Yuanshan master. In addition, there were monks whose clothing was obviously different from that of the Shang dynasty. They stepped on the void and flew out of the portal. They stood above the sky and released their aura unscrupulously, as if they were the conquerors of this world. From Zifu to Qinyang, the terrifying number of people walking out of the portal could almost make a first-rate sect feel despair. However, what is that? A cultivator noticed the Kyunio and the thunder dragon fighting each other not far away, and his pupils constricted. Just taking a look at the confrontation between the two made him feel as if his soul was about to be shattered. This world seems a little complicated. Kill. Inside the palace, Suin gave the order with a cold gaze. No matter where these people come from or what their purpose is, as long as there is any possibility that they could hinder Sister Ruwashi's breakthrough, they are enemies. The enemy should die. The palace guards, who had been ready for a long time, did not need to say a word. They held their magic weapons and charged towards the sky, and every attack was a killing move. Before the monks could fight back, a huge fist mark accompanied by the phantom of a dragon and elephant came bombarding, and hundreds of monks who had no time to react were directly blown into a bloody mist. Tu Shengnan also took action. Oh, there are actually emperor-level masters in this world. On the warship, the mountain-like figure stood up and looked at Tu Shengnan with interest and admiration in his eyes. Although he has only recently entered the emperor realm, he is still a true Emperor realm expert. It seems that this expedition will not be so boring. I hope you can bring me some surprises. Chapter 238, Qingzu, the Master of Formations? The old devil of blood formation, in the Jinwu realm, he had not experienced a satisfying battle for a long time. He needed pressure to motivate himself to find a way to go further, and the native of this alien world in front of him was very suitable to be his whetstone. I am Tu Xian, the Holy King of the Xinwu Empire. Remember this name. Looking down at Tu Shengnan, he raised one hand. The next moment, it seemed as if the sun was falling. I saw a golden spear that seemed to pierce through the sky and earth, attacking from the left. It was clearly just piercing into the void, but the nearby cultivators felt a pain in their chest and their souls collapsed in an instant. The commander of the Suwanio division, Shendu, is here. Why don't you die quickly? Shendu held a spear in his hand, looking at the figure on the warship, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Tuotian's expression froze. How come there's another emperor? His expression gradually became serious. With his strength gained from more than 10,000 years of immersion in the emperor realm, he could handle the two emperor realm warriors. Swish, the sharp sword-light cut through the sky, and the sword-light compressed to the extreme cut through the body, soul, and heart, directly cutting down all the fleeing monks. The great general Wu Hong, holding a broadsword, appeared on the right and snorted. Shendu, why waste time talking to them? Just kill them. Don't let them interfere with His Majesty's important affairs. The figure on the warship had a drastic change of expression. 3 emperors, how is this possible? Even though their Xinwu Empire has ruled the Xinwu realm and several small worlds for more than 10,000 years, there are only 3 emperor-level powerhouses including him. What kind of world is this? Judging from the situation of the world portal, it shouldn't be strong. He had the idea of backing out, as he seemed to be unable to bear the pressure. I will retreat back to the Xinwu realm first, wait for my body to be of use, and then go back to report to His Majesty that this world is not that simple. At this moment, a huge formation appeared and blocked the surrounding space, wrapping up the warships and all the monks coming out of the portal, and also threw a large void formation to the portal. Ha, I want to see who wants to conquer our great Shang. At the back of the warship, a smiling old man was holding a formation plate, with a mysterious aura. Seeing another emperor coming from behind, Tuo Chang, who was just confident of victory and using Tu Shengnan as a whetstone, completely changed his expression. There is something wrong with this world. Big problems. How could a world portal of this level be so obscure? What kind of world is this? In a trance, he saw the formation plate in the old man's hand, and it was like a flash of lightning, and some sealed memories suddenly came flooding back like a tide. It's you, the Blood Array Demon. You are the Blood Array Demon, he exclaimed. Blood Array Old Demon? Such an old name. Chang Zhu frowned slightly, searched his memory and thought for a moment. A flash of realization appeared in his eyes. He looked at Tuoshan and suddenly smiled. So you are from the Xinwu realm? Tao realm, this is actually the Tao realm. Tuoshan exclaimed in surprise. The intruder's face was now filled with annoyance, looking at the 4 beings who were comparable to the strongest among them. The warriors on the warship clenched their magic weapons. Their hearts were filled with despair, but they still maintained an offensive posture. This was their last stubbornness. As their leader, Tuoshan no longer had any desire to fight. 15,000 years ago, a magical weapon called the Hunyuan diagram landed in the Xinwu realm, and this was their first contact with another world. With the help of the Hunyuan map, they slowly explored the nearby world and conquered several small worlds in succession. At that time, the Xinwu realm was extremely ambitious and wanted to conquer the heavens and take the resources of all the worlds to support themselves. The strong men from all over the world united together, led by 7 emperor-level strong men who stood at the top of the world, and established an organization called Xinwu League to jointly develop the other world. At the beginning, this plan was very successful. Under the unified coordination of the Xinwu League, once a new world was discovered, it would be conquered as quickly as possible and become their resource supply base or tourist attraction, until they discovered a new world around the Xinwu realm, and met a country called Dashang in this world. This new world was vast and boundless, with abundant spiritual energy. At that time, the Xinwu Alliance dispatched 3 emperor-level powerhouses and hundreds of thousands of cultivators in succession, intending to sweep across this world and bring it under the banner of the Xinwu Alliance. However, they were defeated shortly after they set out. 2 of the 3 emperor-level warriors were killed with a single slap. Hundreds of thousands of monks were wiped out. The only emperor-level strongman who escaped back was left with only half of his body. According to the senior, he saw the Tao. They named this world Tao realm. The senior who escaped only lived for half a day before he was seriously injured and died in madness. Then they were counter-invaded by a country called Dashang. The open portal to the world was also held down by a seal with a pattern of some kind of mythical bird, and could not be closed for a time. The Xinwu realm was filled with blood. Countless monks were slaughtered, and they had no power to resist. And the smiling old man in front of him was one of the people who invaded the Xinwu realm. At that time, he was just an ordinary cultivator who managed to escape with luck in this one-sided war. However, the old demon of the bloody formation who could kill countless cultivators with a wave of his hand was deeply engraved in his mind. This old demon was the most ferocious killer in the entire battlefield, and the cultivators of the Jinwu realm fell one after another like grass being mowed. If he had not luckily fallen into a deep cave, with his life force low and surrounded by corpses, he would have died at the hands of this old demon. In the end, 3 of the 4 remaining Emperor-level powerhouses of the Jinwu League died in battle again, leaving only the last one who escaped with serious injuries. This was when the terrifying strong man known as Tao did not take any action. The overall strength of Desheng alone was enough to completely crush them. Fortunately, at that time, a powerful man named the God of War appeared out of nowhere, established the Temple of the God of War and took the lead in fighting against the Shang army. The War God's temple seemed to be flourishing at that time, and 3 powerful emperors emerged one after another, relying on a secret method of burning life and a War God's spear. The War God led the people of the War God temple to fight desperately and temporarily repelled the powerful Shang dynasty warriors who entered the Jinwu realm. Then, without waiting for the Shang dynasty to react, he sacrificed himself and closed the world portal, isolating the 2 worlds again. And there are 2 other emperor-level beings in the Temple of War God. During an attack, a man burned his life to help the God of War fight off the enemy, and followed the people of Desheng into the world of Taoism and disappeared. The other one also disappeared. Some said he followed the God of War to the underworld, while others said he was living in seclusion in some forbidden area. The battle with the Shang dynasty also became an eternal pain for the Jinwu realm, and the strength and civilization of the entire world regressed tens of thousands of years. After the war, the only remaining emperor-level strongman in the Jinwu League established the Xinwu Empire on the basis of the ruined Jinwu League. It took nearly 10,000 years for the cultivation world of the Jinwu world to slowly recover. The Hunyuan map has been sealed to this day until a new king ascended the throne 1,000 years ago. At that time, the Hunyuan map was used again to search the world and collect resources, but his actions became more cautious. Any world portal that is stronger and brighter should not be touched. Over the past 1,000 years, in the 8 worlds they have conquered, the strongest people there were mostly only at the Purple Mansion Life Pill realm, with only the occasional Pure Yang realm warrior. The world portal that had just been opened was of a darker type, not much different from the previous 8 worlds. This is also the reason why they were so rampant before, but I didn't expect that after taking all kinds of precautions, I would encounter this plagued world again. His face was pale and he couldn't resist for many times before he was beaten up by 4 men. Their hands and feet were cut off and their strength was sealed. The remaining monks were either killed or captured and sealed. As for the people who continued to come in from behind the portal, they fell into Qingzu's void formation and were automatically packaged and sealed. On the other side, after fighting for half a quarter of an hour, the Thunder Dragon was finally defeated. Its head was crushed by the Black Bird's claw and it turned into lightning and dissipated. The situation is very good in both places. At this moment, Suen's hair stood on end and his expression suddenly changed. A gray light directly in front of him broke through the space and headed straight towards the Taiyuan Palace. Its speed was much faster than the so-called heavenly thunder. The light was filled with a strong aura of ominousness and gloom. Even a mortal without magical powers could see that it was not a good thing. Suen's face darkened. As expected, it is not that simple. The Thunder Dragon is only meant to entangle the Black Bird of Fortune, and the appearance of this portal is only to contain most of the powerful people of Desheng, because these things can't have any impact on Desheng at all. The so-called heaven cannot be unaware of it. This gray curse is the real purpose of that old pervert. Before Suen could make a move, Old Ling stepped in front of him with a serious face. A small golden tripod in his hand turned into a huge rock mountain, with heavy shadows and thick divine light, suppressing all things, just blocking the gray light. As the protector of the Empress, Ling Lao naturally has his strengths. Among all the Yuanshan masters, her strength may not be the strongest, but her defense is definitely the most outstanding. Even if several Yuanshan masters came together, it would still take a lot of effort to break this rocky mountain. But Suen still stared at the gray light, not daring to relax at all. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, the gray light penetrated the rocky mountain unhindered and continued to rush forward. It seems to be between reality and illusion. Neither of them is in the same dimension and cannot be stopped at all. And not good. His Majesty! Several exclamations were heard, and the gray light had already passed through the palace and arrived in front of Taiyuan Palace. Chapter 239 Shaoan Ziwei. Chapter 239 Shaoan Ziwei. There is another layer of formation in front of Taiyuan Palace. This final barrier has the effect of blocking all kinds of curses, but even Qingzu, the formation master who designed the formation himself, was not sure he could block the strange grey light, and if there is even a slight leak, Your Majesty's breakthrough may fail. Worry flashed in his eyes and he wanted to go over to help stop it, but it was too late. It only takes a moment for the grey light to hit Taiyuan Palace directly. The Empress Dowager, who had been hiding beside the palace, has now revealed herself, with a look of determination on her face. Although spiritual treasures and magical powers cannot block this grey light, the body and soul of a strong person in the Yuanshan realm should still be able to have an impact on this strange thing right now. Clang! Suddenly, a mysterious pure white door appeared in front of the palace door. The fairy light is shining brightly and there are thousands of auspicious auras. The inside is of a uniform color, like the gateway to heaven, or the highest point among the heavens, mysterious and profound, the door to all wonders. Even the light of the spiritual treasures in everyone's hands dimmed a little at this moment, and they restrained their power, as if in front of this portal, they were not even qualified to compete with it. A hopeful look appeared in the eyes of the group of Yuanshan masters. This magical treasure may really be able to blocked. It sounds long, but in fact everything happened in just a moment. Watching the grey light being intercepted by the fairy light of the Gate of All Wonders, the Queen Mother let out a long sigh of relief, stopped and smiled with relief. Fortunately it was blocked. Inner has grown up indeed and knows how to protect her sister. Su and also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that heaven had not considered this aspect. After his Gate of All Wonders was repaired, he only used it in his own Sea of Gods and the ancient land of star spirits. Those were places beyond the control of heaven, so it was normal that this bastard didn't know its true power. The ominous grey light was gradually surrounded and suppressed by the immortal light of the Immortal Gate, and for a while it was unable to break free and was trapped in the Immortal Gate. Under the fairy light, it gradually turned into balls of pure white light and was absorbed by the Gate of All Wonders. Even Suan could feel the joy of the Gate of All Wonders. The fairy light became brighter and brighter, just like when it had absorbed the spiritual light of the world before. The raw material of this grey light is still the spiritual light of the world, or this is the essence. Looking at the grey light that was constantly dissipating, Suan still remained somewhat vigilant in his heart to prevent any accidents from happening again. As if knowing that it was no longer able to penetrate that layer of formation, the less than half of the grey light in the Immortal Gate suddenly exploded. An inconspicuous ray of grey light escaped from the Immortal Gate like mist. Suan's eyes narrowed slightly. Just when he realized that something was wrong, the grey light had already poured into his body with almost no time interval. At such a close distance, Huemong's speed ignored the barriers of space, and even with his strength in the pure Yang realm, he was unable to react at all. In just a moment, a dark color appeared on his face like a dark cloud covering the sky. Heaven and earth despise it. His head felt dizzy and he was thrown backwards. Honor. Shaoan. The smile that had just appeared on Gong Yueru's eyes suddenly disappeared, and the calmness disappeared from her dignified face. His figure flashed and appeared beside Suan, holding his body with both hands, his lips trembling slightly. Honor. The masked Higanbana walked out of the void, knelt in front of Suan, and punched the ground hard. The expression on the face under the mask could not be seen clearly, but the exposed eyes were a little red, and there was a hint of demonic intent. She was clearly the last line of defense to protect Shaoan, but she didn't even react to the grey light just now. Qingling and Hongshao's faces changed drastically and they surrounded them anxiously. Qingling didn't even care about being reserved and walked forward and grabbed Suan's hand. Shaoan. Cough cough, I'm fine. Lying in the Queen Mother's arms, Suan coughed twice and opened his eyes hard. The grey light in his body turned into grey airflow and entangled with the immortal energy in his body, making his face turn black and white. Fortunately, he had absorbed the original immortal energy in the ancient land of Star Spirit and achieved an immortal body, and even his soul had transformed into an immortal soul not long ago. These grey rays were enough to be fatal to an ordinary Qinyang, but they could not really do anything to him. Seeing Suan open his eyes, Gong Yueru's eyes immediately showed joy. She hugged Suan's hand tightly and was very grateful in her heart. Honor. Her spiritual power gently flowed into Suan's body. She carefully used the power to help Suan suppress the grey energy in his body, not caring at all whether the grey energy would affect him. Just for a moment, she was really scared, afraid that she would lose Honor forever. This crying little guy has long become a relative she cannot let go of. Qingling and Hongshao were delighted to see this, and opened their mouths but dared not say anything. For fear of disturbing Suan. With the help of his mother, Suan tried his best to mobilize the remaining magic power in his body and actively cooperated with his immortal body to suppress the grey air that was spreading throughout his body. Gradually, he recovered some strength. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Taiyuan Palace. A magnificent, supreme, divine and holy aura emerged. There is no terrifying sense of oppression, but it makes people want to kneel down involuntarily, as if they have seen the legendary Tao. The Qiyun blackbird let out a joyful cry, held a Qiyun Dao fruit in its mouth, and swooped into the Taiyuan Palace. At the same time, everywhere in the world, all living beings felt a sense of submission. The East China Sea and the Endless Sea fell into silence, as if they had quieted down in an instant. In the Demon Clan's Qing Emperor Palace, Emperor Qingxian raised his head and looked in a certain direction with a slightly solemn expression. Then she lowered her head again, sighed slightly, touched her bulging belly, her eyes full of maternal tenderness. In the territory of Dishan, many people knelt on the spot and kowtowed to the imperial capital. I'm glad that Sister Ruwashi succeeded. Suan's tense nerves relaxed, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Mother, I'm so sleepy. I'll take a nap first. The voice gradually weakened. Suan closed his eyes and fell asleep in Gong Yueru's arms. The dark clouds in the sky rolled more violently, and the mysterious Wu was watching Suan with great anger, and seemed to want to bring down thunder. Under that Wu, even the Yuanshan Venerable couldn't help but feel a little gloomy in his heart. Roll. All that was heard was an angry shout. A huge palm composed of infinite golden light covered the entire sky, grasped the thunderclouds that covered the sky and the sun in the palm of its hand, and squeezed it hard. Suddenly, the sky and the earth became clear and the dark clouds dispersed. A certain Will could only retreat unwillingly. Then another golden light appeared, wrapping around the open world portal and moving it directly to an open area on the outskirts of the imperial capital. The black bird seal appeared above the sky, splitting into a shadow that suppressed the portal to that world. With a cry, the space was completely frozen. This type of portal is supposed to be related to space. A slight mistake can lead to a huge difference. Even a slight movement can cause a huge spatial deviation, but with the great supernatural powers comparable to those of the Dao fruit realm, everything seemed so natural. The door of Taiyuan Palace opened, and a majestic and beautiful woman wearing the Suanio Emperor's robe walked out. Her majesty was above heaven and earth, and people dared not look directly at her. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Everyone on the field, including Elder Ling and other royal ancestors, bowed their heads and remained in a half-kneeling posture, with expressions of respect and submission. The current empress is the true ruler of the vast Shang dynasty, regardless of the relationship between the monarch and his subjects or the strength. Su Ruwashi at this moment is worthy of their kneeling. Moreover, in terms of seniority, these royal ancestors are not necessarily older than Su Ruwashi, the only person standing. Sitting on the field was the Queen Mother. As the biological mother of the Empress, she naturally did not need to kneel. Although she was happy for her daughter's success, what she was most worried about now was Suan. Get up! Su Ruwashi glanced at everyone and nodded indifferently. Then her gaze shifted to the Queen Mother. Looking at Suan sleeping peacefully in the Queen Mother's arms, a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes, but she still maintained the majesty of the Emperor on her face. Even though she was in seclusion just now, when she broke through, her spiritual thoughts sensed the heaven and earth, so she was naturally aware of everything that was happening outside. Mother! After greeting the Queen Mother, she quickly walked to Suan and reached out her hand to Suan's forehead. Of course, it's not to rub this stinky brother, just to explore his physical condition more carefully. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, and her worries were relieved. The gray air had been suppressed by Xiaoanzi's special physique and magic power, and was slowly dissipating and turning into nourishment for Xiaoanzi's body. It was only because of the sudden impact just now that Xiaoanzi's spirit was consumed too much that he fell into a coma. Don't worry, Mother. Xiaoanzi is fine, she said in a low voice. He glanced at the few Yuanshan masters who came to help. You go first, Xiaoanzi, stay. With her current majesty, she was the one who had the final say. Everyone else left tactfully, and only Hongxiao and others remained in the palace. The Empress looked at the sleeping boy in the Empress Dowager's arms again. Mother, give it to me. She reached out to take Suan from the Queen Mother's arms, but the Queen Mother shook her head and refused. She showed a loving look on her face. Let me do it. I haven't held this little guy much since he grew up. As she spoke, she carried Suan into the hall like a child. Although my mood went through ups and downs in a short period of time, nothing happened to my daughter and her, so this could not be the best ending. Hongxiao and Qingling looked at each other and followed. Higanbana hesitated for a moment and followed at the end.as for Tu Shengnan. He touched his head in thought for a long time, and finally stood guard at the door of the temple to practice. She still needs to become stronger. If she were stronger, she would be able to protect the young master from getting hurt. As night fell, Qingling, Hongxiao and Dianhua were reluctantly sent away by the empress. Day and night alternate, and another night passes. With a light cough, Suan woke up slowly. A fragrant aroma entered my nose. It was Your Majesty's phoenix bed. He was aware of his surroundings before he was fully awake. When I opened my eyes, I saw something white and smooth. It was Sister Ruwashi's hands kneading my face. He coughed twice in succession, and the empress noticed and withdrew her hand. Xiaoanzi, you're awake. There was a hint of regret in her eyes. Her mother had been staying in the room with her, so she didn't dare to do anything too excessive. Ah, Nur. Gong Yueru's voice beside the bed was extremely joyful. Seeing that Suan looked good, she finally felt relieved. I'm sorry to have worried Mother and Sister Ruwashi. Suan struggled to sit up, but felt weak inside and almost fell down again. The Queen Mother quickly reached out to support Suan and placed the pillow upright behind Suan's head. My strength? Suan frowned slightly, realizing that most of the magic power in his body was entangled with the gray air, causing him to feel a little empty and unable to adapt for a while. Xiaoanzi, the gray energy in your body is a bit difficult to deal with. It may take several months for your strength to recover. The Empress explained softly, I can help you drive it away directly, but I feel that your body is decomposing and absorbing the gray gas. This thing is good for you, so it is better to let you refine it yourself. In addition, she also left a magic power in Suan's body to prevent unexpected situations. Suan nodded in understanding. He had just examined his body and had some understanding of his condition. Fortunately, he doesn't rely on his own strength to make a living, so it's not a big deal. He also had a vague feeling in his heart that practicing the Yin-Yang Dao seemed to speed up the refining of the gray air. Then Suan raised his head and looked at Su Ruwashi, with a smile in his eyes. I knew you could succeed, Sister Ruwashi. Now Su Ruwashi is the real #1 person in the world, a real golden thigh, the kind that can take people to the sky after hugging it. It's all thanks to you. Resisting the temptation to pinch his face, the Empress rubbed Suan's head, revealing a rare look of tenderness. This time it was really this stinky little brother who protected her. It seems that I should not bully people in the future. It's better to bully them less severely. As for that bastard in the sky, sooner or later I will pull it out, grind its bones to ashes, and destroy its soul. A hint of coldness flashed across the Empress's eyes. Her younger brother, only she can bully him. Suddenly, her bare hand was wrapped by a big hand, and she looked at Suan in surprise. Then I felt a sinking sensation in my arms, but it was this little Anzi with tears in his eyes, who threw himself on her. Your Majesty, I was so scared just now. I almost thought I would never see you again. Suan's voice trembled slightly. He buried his head in the softness, sniffing the intoxicating fragrance, and arched his head hard. This is a false statement. His substitute clay figurine is still with the Empress. Even if the power of that gray light was beyond his imagination and strong enough to kill an immortal, it would definitely not be able to kill him. But the Empress couldn't think so much at this moment. When she thought of Xiaoanzi standing in front of her door, her heart softened and she stopped resisting. Oh, never mind, let him go wild for once today. She reached out and gently stroked the back of Suan's head, tidied up Suan's messy hair, suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, and moved her body slightly to adjust her posture so that Suan could lean more comfortably. The Queen Mother stood by with a smile in her eyes and quietly retreated. There was only an empress who ruled the world and her close ministers left in the palace. I have to get up early tomorrow. No more updates tonight. Good night, everyone. Chapter 240. The most euphoric person in the world. Wei Yang is dead, the European scent lingers in the air, and the soft jade is intoxicating. Suan's breathing became a little heavier, and his head couldn't help but stick closer to the bed. The hall was silent for who knows how long. Xiaoanzi, you can get up now. The Empress's voice was calm, but if you listened carefully, you could still hear a slight tremor. Suan refused and hugged her tighter. Sister Ruwashi, hold me for a little longer, just a little while. The last line of the voice was drawn out, and he buried his head in his chest. The Empress could not see his expression, but could only hear the nostalgic emotion in his voice, just like a spoiled child, which made people unable to refuse. There's really nothing I can do about you. The Empress sighed. This is just one time, it won't happen again. Even if she is an invincible empress standing at the top of the world, she sometimes encounters situations that even her boundless power cannot solve, such as the troublesome Xiaoanzi. Yeah, just this billion times. Suan's voice was filled with joy, and he nodded in agreement, rubbing his head again. The Suanio Emperor's robe had been rubbed open by him, and now there was only a thin layer of inner garment and bra between them. If he pressed too close, he could even feel the Empress's slightly faster heartbeat. Sister Ruwashi has a really soft conscience, oh no. She is so lucky that even clothes cannot conceal her overflowing luck. Sun's eyes went blank and shifted to the system panel. After reducing Wei Yong to a human pig, he had accumulated 9,000 villain points. Maybe I can take this opportunity to try my luck. Tonesy, draw the lottery, he said in his heart. The imagined ding-ding sound did not come in time. Host, the voice of the small system sounded, and it was actually dissatisfied with the name. Can you please not call me Tonesy? It feels like you're calling me a pet, which doesn't sound nice. Although the voice was very mechanical, one could sense a hint of negotiation in the words no. Sun's eyes widened. He actually dared to make a request to him. This is too much. If they dare to demand a change of name today, they will dare to fight for human rights tomorrow, and they will take charge the day after tomorrow. Changes in status often start with the name. This bad trend must be suppressed. Why? The small system is puzzled. While absorbing the Emperor's European energy, Sun earnestly educated him. Tonesy, you don't have much experience. In my hometown, adding the word Z after the name is a way to show closeness to people with whom you are very close. Besides, all other systems are called systems, but you are called Tonesy. Doesn't this just show that you are special and different? You are the most beautiful one among thousands of systems. A unique system starts with you. When it came to the exciting part, Sun couldn't help but hit the Empress's conscience, causing the Empress's face to turn slightly red and her fists to clench. It seems so the system thought about it carefully and suddenly realized as a powerful system, a leader in the system world. She is naturally different from those crappy systems, so she needs a unique name to highlight her uniqueness. Moreover, this name is the host's way of expressing closeness to her and the little systems. Mechanical heart warms up a little. Suddenly I feel that Tonesy sounds pretty nice. This is the name the host specifically gave her. Do you want to change the name? Sun narrowed his eyes and asked in his heart. No need, thank you host. The host is so nice. The voice of the small system was filled with imperceptible joy. Seeing that his deception was successful, Sun nodded with satisfaction. Then why are you still talking? Get to work. Give me a 5-draw combo. Receive. 5,000 villain points are deducted from the panel. After a special sound effect, ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Lingbaoli boxing gloves. It is said that the Saint Confucius traveled around the countries, swept through the spring and autumn period, founded the Confucian gang, accepted 72 incense masters, and established 3,000 halls. The core idea was to convince people with virtue and reason. Later generations of Confucian disciples missed the saint's greatness, used the saint's words as fuel, and the Confucian righteousness as a furnace, and specially created the Lingbaoli boxing gloves. The left fist is reason, and the right fist is virtue. When the Lingba was born, the Confucian fortune was high, and hundreds of schools of thought were wailing. It is said that when both fists are out, the world will be convinced. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the great Yin-Yang Jotian method. Yin is female, and Yang is male. The mind moves forward and backward, which is called Yin-Yang. The essence circulates back and forth, which is called Jotian. This method fully explains the mysteries of Yin-Yang, and is the door to immortality. It is the supreme dual cultivation method. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 32nd Tathagata Buddha experience card. Tagwa Realm Namo Western Paradise. Tathagata Buddha's Dharma rack is here. Whoever the evildoer is, show up quickly. Note, this Buddha is from a world of gods and demons, and the Buddha who is in harmony with Taoism once slapped a monkey into a meat pie with one palm. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate spiritual root Bodhi tree. Seedling. There is also a Bodhi tree in the temple, which is 4 million miles high. Its base is 5,000 yojanas in circumference, and its branches and leaves spread out for 200,000 miles. All kinds of treasures are naturally synthesized, and the flowers and fruits are flourishing, and the light shines everywhere. Practicing beside this tree is like having Bodhi in your heart, not being stained by dust, and your spiritual enlightenment is greatly opened. It also has the effect of stabilizing the world and feeding back spiritual energy, which can help the world to ascend. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare treasure, Wangchuan water, a sacred water extracted from the Wangchuan River in the underworld of a certain higher world. It does not harm the body, but is only used to cleanse the soul. Even if a true immortal touches this water, his soul will be shattered and his true spirit will no longer exist. 5 shots rang out in succession. Seeing the prizes drawn, Suan couldn't help but gasp for Snowd. Is this the best luck in the world? It's so terrifying. 5 consecutive draws, all are top quality. The worst ones are spiritual treasures. According to the introduction, the Reed boxing gloves are not ordinary spiritual treasures. They can be given to Shangnan to change her equipment. The great yin yang circulation method also arrived in time. After all, the secret book of Hahuan had its limits and was gradually unable to keep up with his Yuan Yang immortal body. With the great yin yang circulation method, his future cultivation speed would surely be further improved. Not to mention the Buddha experience card, the Bodhi tree seedlings can just be planted in the small world. As an innate spiritual root, even if it is a seedling, the effect must be incomparable to ordinary spiritual roots. The water of Wangchuan River can wash away the souls of immortals. If we have this water when dealing with Chui, I'm afraid we won't have to go through so much trouble. We can use it as a trump card. Looking at the remaining 4,000 villain points, Suan was a little tempted as to whether to draw or not. At this moment, a jade hand pressed on his head and pushed it hard. Alright, Xiao Anzi. There was a hint of indiscernible shame and anger in the Empress's eyes. She pushed Suan away from her chest and closed her imperial robe without leaving a trace, covering the water stains on her heart. This guy actually dared to open his mouth. He is really asking for too much. Does he really think I won't punish him? Suan's eyelids jumped, and he felt a sense of crisis. He yawned and rubbed his eyes with his hands, looking sleepy. Sorry, Your Majesty, I was so comfortable just now that I fell asleep accidentally. What's wrong? The confused tone coupled with superb acting skills does not reveal any flaws. He gave up the idea for the time being and decided to keep the 4,000 villain points for now, as he might need them someday. There are quite a few things in the system store, but they are much cheaper than the lottery ones. 1 spiritual treasure is worth thousands of villains, which is really not worth it from this perspective. The world tree seed is really a welfare item. Besides, he can't absorb European energy from a close distance now. After taking a glance at the Empress's chest, Suan decided not to continue his suicidal act. The Empress looked at Suan suspiciously, but then she saw Suan smacking his lips, revealing an aftertaste. I just dreamed of eating a big ice cream. It was so delicious, but it was a pity that I woke up too quickly. The Empress's face suddenly stiffened, her eyes became fierce, and she grabbed Suan's cheeks without hesitation. You dare to pretend in front of her? Ugh, Your Majesty, what are you doing? Half a minute later, Suan walked out of Taiyuan Hall with his face covered. Your Majesty really used force this time and pinched him until he turned red. What a terrible punishment. He will dare to do it again next time. Thinking about when to find an excuse to give His Majesty a full body massage, Suan also took Shangnan out of the palace and went to Suaniasi. Yesterday, those visitors from other worlds had been dealt with clearly, and all kinds of information about the other worlds had also been sorted out. Of course, the Suanio division was only a part of it. Some of the stronger senior officials, such as Tu Xian, were taken away by Qingzu. According to information records, that world is called Jinwu Realm, and it had some unfriendly exchanges with the Shang dynasty. If it weren't for the unexpected appearance of a fearless monster, that world would have been incorporated into the territory of the Shang dynasty. The current Jinwu Realm is dominated by the Xinwu Empire. In addition to the Yuanshan Venerable who came to invade, there are 2 other Yuanshan. One is the ruler of the Xinwu Empire, and the other is the national teacher. Both of them are very powerful. In addition, the current master of the Temple of War God is also in the realm of Yuanshan, while the other sects, large and small, do not have Yuanshan. However, there is another force over there called Tai Shangdong Tian, which is said to have been built by a Taoist priest. It was established not long ago, but even the Xinwu Empire does not dare to provoke it easily. Its specific strength is unknown. Now the people in the Jinwu realm have discovered that something is wrong, and no one is foolish enough to come here anymore. However, the gate to the world is suppressed by the Suanio seal and cannot be closed. If nothing unexpected happens, the Shang dynasty will send troops to conquer that barbarian land soon. He would definitely have a hand in such an interesting matter. Just thinking. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, Wei Yang could not bear the humiliation and fell into the pit and suffocated to death. His luck was reset to 0 and he was rewarded with 800 villain points. Ding, the host forces the protagonist Wei Yang to death, and drops a golden finger, a halo of righteousness and a copy of the origin of the world. Suan's eyebrows jumped. Wei Yang was dead? My lord! Not long after the system's voice sounded, the black-robed female cultivator knelt respectfully in front of Suan, took out a photostone and reported respectfully. Wei Yang moved with his own torso and fell into the manure pit. His mouth and nose were filled with feces and urine, and he suffocated to death. This is the stone I recorded on purpose. Because Suan had instructed that the only thing to do was to prevent Wei Yang from being killed by others and not to worry about anything else, so when the female cultivator saw Wei Yang committing suicide, she really didn't care much, just used the photo stone to record Wei Yang's death. Suan nodded, and after understanding, he did not blame her. He waved his hand and said, "Your mission is over. Go back. As for the picture stone, of course I won't look at it, it pollutes my eyes, just a protagonist, he dies if he dies, but this protagonist is really fragile. It's just that he can't hear, can't see, can't speak, his limbs are broken, and he has been living with shit and urine for 2 months. Maybe if he persists, I will give him a knife as he wishes." Suan shook his head and sighed hypocritically, "I am ashamed, it is me who harmed Lord Wei." Wei Yang was deliberately placed next to the cesspool in the toilet so that he could use his remaining sense of smell to feel the smell of humans. However, he never expected that Lord Wei would be so stubborn and die by swallowing feces and urine.